Section 30. Associates Conquest of Valencia. September 1811, January 1812. Chapter 1. The Invasion of Valencia. Siege of Saguntum, September-October 1811. In the last volume of this work, the chronicle of all the campaigns of 1811 was completed, save in one corner of Spain, where, on the eastern coast, the fortunes of the French armies have only been pursued down to the recall of Marshal MacDonald to Paris on October 28. Already before the Duke of Tarentum had been added to the list of the generals who had been withdrawn and superseded for failure in Catalonia, another series of operations had been begun in the east, which was destined to lead directly to one more Spanish disaster, but indirectly to the ruin of the French cause in Spain. For as has already been pointed out in the last pages of the last volume, it was to be the diversion by Napoleon's orders of French divisions eastward, from the borders of Portugal to those of Valencia, that was to give Wellington his long-desired opportunity of opening a successful offensive campaign against his immediate opponents in the west. The fall of Valencia was to lead to the fall of Ciudad Rodrigo in January 1812. It will be remembered that the emperor's ambitious schemes for the conquest of the Kingdom of Valencia, the last district of eastern Spain where he had as yet secured no solid foothold, had been deferred perforce till Figueras fell on August 19, 1811. As long as that great fortress, which lies only a few miles from the French frontier and blocks the main road from Perpignan to Barcelona, had been maintained against MacDonald by the resolute Martinez, it was impossible to take up a new offensive campaign. All the disposable French troops in Catalonia were immobilized around the stubborn garrison. At length, the remnant of the starving Miquelites had laid down their arms, and the troops which had been for so long blockading them became disposable for the assistance of Suchet, whose army of Aragon was to deliver the main blow against Valencia. 6 days after the surrender of Figueras, the news that the obstacle to advance had been at last removed reached Paris on August 25, and on the same evening Berthier wrote, by his master's orders, to bid Suchet move forward. Everything leads us to believe that Valencia is in a state of panic, and that, when Mervidro has been taken and a battle in the open field has been won, that city will surrender. If you judge otherwise, and think that you must wait to bring up your siege artillery for the attack on the place, or that you must wait for a better season, i.e. early autumn, to commence the operation, I must inform you that, in every case, it is the imperative order of the Emperor that your headquarters are to be on Valencian territory on or about September 15th, and as far forward towards the city as possible. The orders were feasible, and as we shall see, were duly executed, but Napoleon had committed his usual mistake of undervaluing the tenacity of the Spanish enemy, whom he so deeply despised. Suchet set his troops in motion on September 15th. He took Mervidro, but only after a desperate siege of 2 months. He beat the army of Valencia in a very decisive pitched battle, but the city by no means fulfilled the emperor's prophecy by a prompt surrender. Fighting round its walls went on for 5 weeks after Mervidro fell, and it was not till troops had been brought to aid Suchet from very remote provinces that he at last compelled the capitulation of Valencia after the new year of 1812 had passed. Before the city yielded, Wellington was on the move, far away on the Portuguese frontier, and it was not many days after Suchet's aide-de-camp brought the glorious news of the capitulation of Valencia that Marmont's aide-de-camp followed, with the wholly unexpected and unwelcome tidings that the British had stormed Ciudad Rodrigo, and that the hold of the French army on Leon and Castile had been shaken. The one piece of information was the complement and consequence of the other. Suchet's invasion of Valencia, in short, was a much harder and more venturesome enterprise than his master had calculated. It was true that the Spanish forces in front of him seemed in September wholly incapable of holding him back. The army of Catalonia had been reduced by a series of disasters, culminating in the falls of Tarragona and Figueras, to a mere remnant of 8,000 men, lurking in the high hills of the interior. The army of Valencia had made a miserable exhibition of itself during the last year. It had brought no effective help to the Catalans, and whenever any of its detachments came into contact with the French, they had invariably suffered discreditable defeats, even when their numbers were far greater than those of the invaders. Of all the armies of Spain, this was undoubtedly the one with the worst fighting reputation. It was to small profit that the Captain General was raising yet newer and rawer battalions than those which already existed, to swell the numbers, but not the efficiency, of his command. In July, the nominal total of the Valencian army, including the irregulars of the flying column of the Empecinado, had been just 30,000 men. By October, there were 36,000 under arms, including the new reserve division, whose 6 battalions of recruits had only 135 officers to 6,000 men, an allowance of 1 officer to 45 men, not much more than half of the proportion that is necessary even among good veteran troops. But in truth, the only valuable fighting force that was present in the kingdom in September was the infantry of the 2 weak divisions of the old Albura army, under Zayas and Lardizabal, whom Blake had brought round from Cadiz with him when he assumed command of the eastern provinces. They did not between them muster more than 6,000 bayonets, but were good old troops, who were to distinguish themselves in the oncoming campaign. In addition, it was possible that Valencia might be able to draw a few thousand men to her aid from the depleted army of Murcia, which had suffered so severely at Soult's hands during the short campaign of the previous August. But such assistance was purely problematical. If Soult should stir again from the side of Andalusia, it would be impossible for General Mahy to bring a single Murcian battalion to the succor of Blake. If by good fortune he should not, only a fraction of Mahy's small army would be free, since the greater part of it would be required to watch the Andalusian frontier and to protect the great naval arsenal and fortress of Cartagena. If the regular troops only in eastern Spain had to be counted, it was certain that Suchet could dispose of numbers superior to his adversaries. The gross total of the French army of Catalonia, where General Decaen had now taken Macdonald's place, was 30,000 men. That of Suchet's own army of Aragon was nearly 50,000 if garrisons, sick, and drafts on the march are reckoned in it. With these deducted, it could still supply about 31,000 men of all arms for the field, but these were not the only resources available. On the upper Ebro, in Navarre and western Aragon, were the 2 newly arrived divisions of Reil and Severolli, which had entered Spain during the summer, and had hitherto had no occupation save a little hunting of Mina's guerrilleros. These 2 divisions count 0 fresh troops of good quality, and Suchet reckoned on their assistance to cover his rear when he should begin his march on Valencia. Technically, they belonged to Dorsen's Army of the North, but Severolli's Italians had been promised as a reinforcement for Aragon already, and when Suchet asked for the grant of Reil's division also, it was not denied him. There were 70,000 men in all to be taken into consideration when the attack on Valencia was planned out. No such force, of course, could be set aside for the actual invasion. The reason why not half so many thousands could be utilized for the projected stroke was that the Spanish War, as we have already had to point out on many occasions, was not a normal struggle between regular armies. The French had not only to conquer, but to occupy every province that they overrun. Wherever an adequate garrison was not left, the guerrilleros and Miquelites inundated the countryside, cut all communications, and blockaded such small detachments as had been left far apart from the main army. Suchet's 70,000 men had to hold down Aragon and Catalonia at the same time that they undertook the further extension of their master's power on the Valencian side. Decaen in Catalonia had 0 men fit for service, not including sick and drafts on the march. Lacy's little army was not more than 8,000 strong in September, yet Suchet dared not take away a man from Catalonia. The large garrison of Barcelona, a whole division, and the smaller garrisons of Gerona, Roses, and Montlouis absorbed nearly half the effective total. The remainder were, as it turned out, not strong enough to keep the Catalans in check, much less to prosecute active offensive operations against them. It was in October, after Suchet had started against Valencia, that Lacy carried out the series of small successful raids against Igualada, Cervera, and Montserrat, which have been spoken of in an earlier chapter. We need not wonder, then, that not a Frenchman was drawn from Catalonia. They were all wanted on the spot to keep a tight hold on the turbulent principality. The example of the surprise of Figueres in the last spring was sufficient to prove the necessity of keeping every point strongly garrisoned, on pain of possible disaster. As to the army of Aragon, it was far stronger than the army of Catalonia, but on the other hand, it had even more fortresses to garrison. Saragossa, Tortosa, Tarragona, Lerida were large places, each absorbing several battalions. In addition, there were the smaller strongholds of Jaca, Mequinenza, Monzon, Morla, requiring care. All these were regular fortresses, but they did not exhaust the list of points that must be firmly held if the communications of such its field force with its distant base were to be kept free and unhampered. Southern Aragon and the mountain ganglion, where the borders of that kingdom and of Valencia and New Castile meet, in the roughest country of the whole Spanish peninsula, had to be guarded. For in this region lay the chosen hunting ground of the guerrillero bands of the Empecinado, Duran, and many other lesser chiefs, and Mina himself, from his usual haunts in Navarre, not unfrequently led a raid far to the south of the Ebro. Suchet had therefore to place garrisons in Teruel, Daroca, Alcañiz, Calatayud, and Molina, none of which possessed modern fortifications. The detachments left to hold them had to utilize a large convent, a medieval castle, or some such post of defense, in case they were attacked by the roving hordes of the enemy. Able to protect themselves with ease against small parties, and to keep the roads open under ordinary circumstances, they were exposed to serious danger if the guerrilleros should mass themselves in force against any one garrison, more especially if the bands should have been lent a few cannon and gunners from the regular Spanish armies. For convents or old castles could not resist artillery fire. To cover his rear, Suchet was forced to set aside one whole division, that of Freire, 13 battalions strong and mustering over 7,000 men, and immense detachments of the 3 other French divisions of the army of Aragon. The units told off for the field army left no less than 6,800 able-bodied men, besides sick and convalescents, behind them, while they took 22,000 to the front. Freire's division remained on the side of western Catalonia, holding Lerida and Tortosa in force, and the intermediate places with small posts. The detachments from Musniers, Harisps, and Habert's French, and from Palambini's Italian divisions took charge of southern Aragon, leaving a company here and a battalion there. But the marshals selected with great care the men who were to march on the Valencian expedition. Each regiment drafted its most effective soldiers into the marching units, and left the recruits and the old or sickly men in the garrisons. Thus, the battalions used in the oncoming campaign were rather weak, averaging not much over 450 men, but were composed entirely of selected veterans. The only doubtful element taken forward was the so-called Neapolitan division of General Comper, which was only 1,500 strong, in reality a weak brigade, and had no great reputation. But what was left of this corps was its best part. The numerous men who wanted to desert had already done so, and its weaklings were dead by this time. Of his cavalry, Suchet took forward almost the whole, leaving behind only 2 squadrons of the 4th Hussars for the service between the garrisons, and of the other regiments only the weakly men and horses. Practically all his horse and field artillery also went forward with him. Of his own army of Aragon, Suchet, as we have thus seen, left nearly 14,000 men present under arms to cover his rear. But this was not enough to make matters wholly secure, so untamable were the Aragonese and Catalans with whom he had to deal. Indeed, if this force only had been left to discharge the appointed task, it is clear, from subsequent happenings, that he would have suffered a disaster during his absence in Valencia. He asked from the emperor the loan of half Rial's division from Navarre, as well as the prompt sending to the front of Severali's Italians, who had been promised him as a reinforcement when first they entered Spain. The petition was granted, and these troops entered northern Aragon and took charge of the places along the Ebro, while the expeditionary army was on its way to Valencia. Most of them were ultimately brought forward to the siege of the great city, and without them neither could Aragon have been maintained nor Valencia captured. Practically, we may say that Suchet, at his original start, took 26,000 men to beat the Valencians and capture their city, but that he left nearly 30,000 more behind him to hold down the provinces already conquered and to deal with the guerrilleros. Two main roads lead from the north to Valencia. The one, coming from Tortosa and Catalonia, hugs the coast of the Mediterranean, from which it is never more than a few miles distant. The other, far inland, and starting from Saragossa, follows the valley of the Zaloca among the hills of southern Aragon, crosses the watershed beyond Teruel, and descends to the sea near Mervidro, where it joins the coast road only a few miles north of Valencia. There is a third, and much inferior, route between these two, which starts from Mequinenza on the lower Ebro, crosses the mountainous Valencian frontier near Morla, and comes down to the coast at Castellan de la Plana, 20 miles north of Mervidro. Of these roads, the first was as good as any in Spain, and was suitable for all manner of traffic, but it had the disadvantage of being flanked at a distance of only 2 miles by the small but impregnable fortress of Peninsular, which lies on a rocky headland 30 miles beyond Tortosa, and of being absolutely blocked by the little town of Oropsa, 20 miles further south. Oropsa was no more than a ruinous medieval place, with 2 castles hastily repaired without any modern works, but since the road passed through it, no heavy guns or wagons starting from Tortosa could get further south till its forts had been captured. The second road, that from Aragon by Teruel and Mervidro, is marked on contemporary maps as a post route fit for all vehicles, but it passed through a very mountainous country and was much inferior as a line of advance to the coast road. It was not blocked by any fortress in the hands of the Spaniards, but between Teruel and Segorbe it was crossed by many ridges and ravines highly suitable for defense. The third track, that by Morla, was unsuitable for wheeled traffic and could only be used by infantry and cavalry. Its one advantage was that Morla, its central point, had been already for some time in French hands and contained a garrison and stores, which made it a good starting point for a marching column. Theater of Suchet's operations in eastern Spain. Enlarged Suchet's campaigns 1811-12 in Valencia. Suchet determined to use all 3 of these roads, though such a plan would have been most hazardous against a wary and vigorous enemy, for though they all converge in the end on the same point, Mervidro, they are separated from each other by long stretches of mountain and have no cross communications. In especial, the road by Teruel was very distant from the other 2, and any isolated column taking it might find itself opposed by immensely superior forces during the last days of its march. Since Valencia, the enemy's base and headquarters, where he would naturally concentrate, lies quite close to the concluding stages of the route Teruel-Mervidro, it must have been in sheer contempt for his opponent, a contempt which turned out to be justified, that the marshal sent a detachment of 11 battalions by this road, for such a force of 5,000 men might have been beset by the whole Valencian army, 30,000 strong, and the other columns could not have helped it. Suchet's arrangements were governed by a single fact. His siege artillery and heavy stores were parked at Tortosa, and from thence, therefore, along the coast road, must be his main line of advance, though it would be necessary to mask Peninsular and to capture Oropsa before he could get forward to his objective, the city of Valencia. It might have seemed rational to move the whole field army by this route, but some of the troops destined for it were coming from distant points, and to march them down the Ebro bank to Tortosa would have taken much time. Moreover, if the whole force concentrated there, it would all have to be fed from the magazines at Tortosa, and those lying in Aragon would be of no use. The marshal started himself from this point on September 15 with the division of Habert and an infantry reserve formed of Robert's brigade of the division of Musnier, together with the whole of the cavalry and field artillery of the army. The siege train guarded by the other brigade of Musnier's division, that of Ficatier, followed, but Musnier himself did not accompany the expedition, having been left in general charge of the detachments placed in garrison on the Ebro and in Upper Aragon. The whole column made up about 11,000 combatants. The second column, consisting of the 2 auxiliary divisions, Palombini's 11 Italian battalions and Camper's 1,500 Neapolitans took, without any artillery to hamper them, the mountain road by Alcañiz and Morla. They were slightly over 7,000 strong, and if all went well, were destined to unite with the main body somewhere near Oropsa or Castellan de la Plana. It was not likely that this column would meet with much opposition. But the third detachment, Harisp's 5,000 men from Upper Aragon, who were to take the inland and western road by Teruel, were essaying a very dangerous task if the enemy should prove active and enterprising, more especially as they had no artillery and hardly any cavalry with them. Blake might have taken the offensive with 20,000 men against them, while still leaving something to contain, or at least to observe, such its main column. The Spanish commander-in-chief, however, did nothing of the sort, and met the invasion with a tame and spiritless defensive on all its points. When such its advance was reported, Blake had his forces in a very scattered situation. Of the 36,000 men of whom he could nominally dispose, the Empecinado's flying column was as usual detached in the mountains of Molina and Guadalajara, harassing small French garrisons. Zayas's division had been left far to the south at Villena, near Alicante, to work off the contagion of yellow fever which it had contracted while passing by Cartagena. For in that port the disease was raging terribly at the time. Obispo's division was in the high hills on the borders of Aragon. In the neighborhood of Valencia were only the troops of Lardizabal and Miranda, with the main body of the cavalry. The army of Murcia, which was destined to send succor if it should not find itself beset by Soult on the other side, was lying cantoned at various points in that province. As the French were at this time making no demonstration from the side of Granada, it now became clear that it would be able to send certain succors to Blake. But they were not yet designated for marching, much less assembled, and it was clear that they would come up very late. This dispersion of the available troops did not, in the end, make much difference to the fate of the campaign, for Blake had from the first made up his mind to accept the defensive, to draw in his outlying detachments, and to stand at bay in the neighborhood of Valencia without attempting to make any serious resistance on the frontier. Since his arrival, he had been urging on the construction of a line of earthworks, forming fortified camps around the provincial capital. The ancient walls of Valencia itself were incapable of any serious resistance to modern artillery, but outside them, all along the banks of the Guadalajara River, for some miles inland to the west, and as far as the sea on the east, batteries, terres de pont, trenches, and even closed works of considerable size had been constructed. It was by holding them in force, and with great numbers, that Blake intended to check the invasion. In front of his chosen position, at a distance of 20 miles, there was a great advanced work, a newly restored fortress of crucial importance, the fastness of Saguntum, or San Fernando de Sagunto, as it had just been rechristened. This was the Acropolis of one of the most ancient towns of Spain, the Saguntum, which had detained Hannibal so long before its walls at the opening of the Third Punic War. In the age of the Iberians, the Carthaginians, and the Romans, and even down to the days of the Umayyad caliphs, there had been a large and flourishing city on this site. But in the later Middle Ages, Saguntum had declined in prosperity and population, and the modern town, which had changed its name to Murvidro, Muri Vetters, had shrunk down to the foot of the hill. It was now a small open place of 6,000 souls, quite indefensible, but above it towered the steep line of rock which had formed the citadel in ancient days. Its narrow summit was crowned with many ruins of various ages, from Cyclopean foundations of walls, going back to the time of the ancient Iberians, to Moorish watchtowers and palaces. The empty space of steep slope, from the Acropolis down to the modern town, was also sprinkled with decaying walls and substructures of all sorts, among which were cisterns and broken roadways, besides the remains of a large Roman theatre, partly hewn out of the live rock. There had been no fortifications by Murvidro when such at last passed near Valencia in his abortive raid of March 1810. On that occasion, he had scaled the citadel to enjoy the view and to take a casual survey of the picturesque ruins upon it. But since then, a great change had taken place. On the advice, as it is said, of the English general, Charles Doyle, Blake had determined to restore the citadel as a place of strength. This was when he last held command in Valencia and before he joined the Cadiz Regency. But his idea had been carried out after his departure by the Valencian junta and the successive captains general who had come after him. By means of more than a year's work, the citadel had been made a tenable fortress, though one of an irregular and unscientific sort. The old Iberian and Moorish walls had been repaired and run together in a new enceinte, with material taken from the other ruins all around. In especial, the Roman theatre, hitherto one of the most perfect in southern Europe, had been completely gutted, and its big blocks had proved most useful for building the foundations of weak points of the circuit of fortification. This was strong at some points, from the toughness and height of the old ramparts, but very sketchy at others. Where the slope was absolutely precipitous, a rough wall of dry stone, without mortar alone, had been carried along the edge of the cliff. The narrow summit of the rock formed a most irregular enclosure, varying much in height from one point to another. It was divided into 4 separate sections, cut off from each other by cross walls. The westernmost and lowest, facing the only point from which there is a comparatively gentle ascent to the summit, was crowned by a new battery called by the name of Dos de Mayo, to commemorate the Madrid insurrection of 1808. Rising high in the center of this work was an ancient bastion named the Tower of San Pedro. Much higher on the extreme peak of the summit was the citadel tower called San Fernando, where the governor's flag flew, and from whence the whole fortress could be best surveyed. From this point the rock descended rapidly, and its long, irregular eastern crest was surrounded by weakly repaired walls, ending in 2 batteries called by the names of Menacho, the gallant governor of Badajoz, and Doyle, the English general who had suggested the fortification of the place. But the greater part of this eastern end of the works lay above slopes so precipitous that it seemed unlikely that they would ever be attacked. The western end, by the Dos Mayo battery, was the obvious point of assault by an enemy who intended to use regular methods. The construction was by no means finished when such its expedition began. Many parts of the new walls were only carried up to half their intended height, and no regular shelter for the garrison had been contrived. Instead of proper barracks and casemates, there were only rough leans-to, contrived against old walls, or cover made by roofing in with beams old broken towers and bastions. The hospital was the only spacious and regular building in the whole enceinte. The powder magazine was placed deep down in the cellars of the Fort San Fernando. The armament of the place was by no means complete. The guns were being sent up just as such it started. Only 17 were ready, and of these no more than 3 were 12-pounders. The rest were only of the caliber of field artillery, 4-pounders or howitzers. A fortress which has only 17 guns for an enceinte of 3,000 yards, and possesses no heavy guns to reply to the 18 or 24-pounders of a siege train, is in a state of desperate danger. Blake had thrown into the place a brigade under the command of Colonel Luis Andriani, consisting of 5 battalions, 2 each of the regiments of Savoia and Don Carlos, one of the Cazadores de Orihuela. Of these 2 were new 3rd battalions from the recently raised Division of Reserve, incomplete in officers, only half-drilled, and not yet fully provided with uniforms. The total force came to 2663 officers and men, including about 150 artillerymen and sappers. It is probable that these troops would have made no better show in the open field than did the rest of the Valencian army a few weeks later, but they showed behind walls the same capacity for unexpected resistance which had surprised the French on other occasions at Ciudad Rodrigo, Gerona, and Figueras. Andriani, the governor, seems to have made an honorable attempt to do his duty at the head of the doubtfully efficient garrison placed at his disposal. In addition to Saguntum, Blake held 2 outlying posts in his front, Peniscola on its lofty headland, garrisoned by about 1,000 men under General Garcia Navarro, and the half-ruined Oropsa, which he had resolved to hold, because it blocked the seacoast road so effectively. But its only tenable points were 2 medieval towers, one in the town commanding the high road, the other by the shore of the Mediterranean. Their joint garrisons did not amount to 500 men, and it was obvious that they could not hold out many days against modern artillery. But the gain of a day or 2 might conceivably be very valuable in the campaign that was about to begin. It is clear, however, that his main hope of resistance lay in the line of entrenched camps and batteries along the Guadalquivir in front of Valencia. Here he intended to make his real stand, and he hoped that Saguntum, so little distant from this line, would prove a serious hindrance to the enemy when he came up against it. Such its three columns all started, as Napoleon had ordered, on September 15th. The marshal's own main body, coming from Tortosa, reached Benicarlo, the first town across the Valencian frontier, next day, and on the 17th came level with Peninsular, whose garrison kept quiet within the limits of its isthmus. The marshal left a battalion and a few hussars to observe it, and to see that it did not make sallies against his line of communication. On the 19th, the head of the marching column reached Torreblanca, quite close to Oropesa. A reconnaissance found that the place was held, and came into contact with some Spanish horse, who were easily driven off. This was the first touch with Blake's field army that had been obtained, but the enemy was evidently not in force, and the garrison of Oropesa hastily retired into the two towers which formed its only tenable positions. On a close inspection, it was found that the tower in the town completely commanded the high road, wherefore the marshal took a slight circuit by suburban lanes round the place, with his main body and guns, and continued his advance, after leaving a few companies to blockade the towers. On the same evening, he was joined by Palombini's column from Morla, consisting of the two Italian divisions. They had accomplished their march without meeting any resistance, though the road from Morla by San Mateo and Cabins was rough and easily defensible. The united force, now 16,000 strong, proceeded on its march next day, and the marshal was agreeably surprised when, on the morning of the 20th, the cavalry scouts on his right flank announced to him that they had come in touch with Harisp's column from Teruel, which had appeared at the village of Villafanes a few miles from the main road. Thus the whole army of invasion was happily united. Harisp, as it turned out, had left Teruel on the 15th, in obedience to his orders, by the post road to Segorbe and the coast, but hearing on the second day that a large Valencian force was holding the defile of Las Barracas, where the road crosses the watershed, he had turned off by a bad side path to Ruvilos in the upper valley of the Midgers, in the hope of joining his chief without being forced to storm a difficult position. Blake, as a matter of fact, much alarmed at the approach of a flanking column on the Teruel side, and ignorant of its strength, had sent the division of Obispo and some other detachments to hold the pass. But no enemy came this way. Harisp had diverged down the course of the Villahermosa River, by a country road only practicable for a force without guns or wheeled transport, and got down by rapid marches to the coast plain beyond Alcora, without having seen any enemy save some scattered guerrillero bands. He had thoroughly distracted Blake's attention and had run no danger, because he took an unexpected and difficult route in a direction quite different from that by which the Spaniards expected him to appear. The whole army was now concentrated near Villafanes on September 21, save the detachments left to block Peninsular and Oropesa, and the brigade of Ficatia, which, escorting the siege train, had been left at Tortosa, to await orders for starting when there should be no enemy left in northern Valencia to molest it. The heavy guns were to come forward down the coast road, first to breach the towers of Oropesa, and when the way past them was clear, to play their part, if necessary, in the more serious task of battering Saguntum. On advancing from Castellan de la Plana on September 22, the French army found a very small Spanish rearguard, 500 or 600 men, covering the bridge of Valerial over the Midgers. They gave way before the first attack, which was a very simple affair, since the river was nearly dry and everywhere fordable. No more was seen of the enemy next day, and on the 23rd Suchet found himself on the banks of the Palancha stream, which flows under the foot of the rock of Saguntum. The Spaniards had retired still further towards Valencia, leaving the fortress to its own resources. These were unknown to Suchet, who was aware that the ruinous citadel had been rebuilt, but could not tell without further reconnaissance what was its strength. In order to invest the place, and to make closer investigation possible, Harisp's division crossed the Palancha to the right of Saguntum, Habert's to the left. The latter sent 6 companies into the town of Mervidro and drove up some Spanish pickets from it into the fortress which towered above. The 2 divisions then joined hands to the south of Saguntum, completing its investment, while Palembini's Italians took post at Petters and Gillet on the road to Segorbe to the northwest, in case Blake might have placed some of his troops on this side route, with the object of troubling the siege by attacks from the rear. The cavalry went forward down the high road to Valencia and sent back news that they had explored as far as Albalit, only 6 miles from the capital, and had met no enemy. The division of Lardizabal and the cavalry of San Juan, which had been the observing force in front of Suchet, had retired beyond the Guadalava River and had shut themselves up, along with the rest of Blake's army, in the entrenchments behind that stream. The Spanish general was evidently acting on the strictest principles of passive defense. The French marshal determined not to seek his enemy on his chosen ground till he should have taken Saguntum and brought up his siege train to the front. The former condition, he thought, would not prove difficult to accomplish. A survey of the fortress revealed its extremely irregular and incomplete state of defense. Though the cliffs were in all parts steep, and in some places inaccessible, many sections of the works above them were obviously unfinished and very weak. After a close reconnaissance by his engineer officers had been made, Suchet determined that it would be worthwhile to try an attempt at escalade on some of the most defective points, without waiting for the arrival of the siege train. He set his sappers and carpenters to work to make 60 ladders, which were ready in full number on the 3rd day. The front chosen for the assault was in the enceinte immediately overhanging the town of Mervidro, where 2 ancient gaps in the wall were clearly visible. The new work was not half finished, and a low structure, roughly completed with beams laid above the regular foundations, was all that blocked the openings. The masons of the garrison were heard at night, working hard to raise the height of the stone wall which was to replace the temporary wooden parapets. There being no artillery available, they could not be hindered in their building, but it did not seem to advance very rapidly. Suchet set apart for the actual escalade 2 columns, each composed of 300 volunteers from Habert's division. They were to be supported by a reserve of similar strength under Colonel Gudin, which was formed up, completely under cover, within the streets of Mervidro. At midnight on September 27th, 28th, the stormers pushed forward under cover of the darkness, and in small successive parties, into a large Roman cistern above the ruined theatre, which was dead ground, and not exposed to fire from any part of the ramparts. Here they were only 120 yards from the 2 breaches. Meanwhile, as a diversion, 6 Italian companies from Palembini's division were ordered to make a noisy demonstration against the distant part of the defenses which lay under the tower of San Pedro. General Habert was to have 2,000 men more under arms, ready to support the assailing column. The stormers reached their appointed place apparently undiscovered, and the attack would have been delivered, according to Suchet's dispatch, without any preliminary firing, but for an accident. The marshal says that the Spaniards had pushed an exploring patrol down the hillside, which fell in with the French pickets and drew their fire. Thereupon the assaulting columns in the cistern, thinking themselves discovered, let off a few shots and charged uphill, a little ahead of the appointed time, and before the Italian demonstration had begun. The governor, Andriani, in his dispatch, makes no mention of this, but merely says that about 2 a.m. his sentinels thought that they detected movements on the slopes, and that a short time afterwards a fierce attack was delivered. At any rate, the garrison was not surprised, as Suchet had hoped. Owing to the lowness, however, of the walls blocking the 2 old breaches, the assailants had, in their first rush, a fair chance of breaking in. Many ladders were successfully planted, and repeatedly small parties of the French got a footing on the wooden parapets. If the garrison had flinched, the storm might have succeeded, but far from flinching, they offered a desperate resistance, overthrew the ladders, slew all who had gained the top of the enceinte, and kept up a furious musketry fire, which laid low many of the soldiers who kept pressing forward to the breaches. It was to no purpose that the demonstration by the Italians below San Pedro now began. The Spaniards fired hard and fast in this direction also, but did not withdraw any men from the real point of attack, where they maintained themselves very courageously. It was in vain that Colonel Gudin brought up his reserve. It could make no head, and the survivors threw themselves down among the rocks and ruins in front of the wall, unwilling to recede, but quite unable to advance. Seeing his attack a hopeless failure, Suchet ordered the stormers back just before daylight began to appear. They had lost 247 killed and wounded out of 900 men engaged. The garrison only 15 killed and less than 30 wounded. The escalade having come to this disappointing conclusion, the marshal saw that the siege of Saguntum would be anything but a quick business. It would be necessary to bring up the siege train to the front. Orders were sent back to Ficadia to start it at once from Tortosa, but it had to batter and take Oropsa before it could even reach Murvidro. There were some weeks of delay before him, and meanwhile Blake might at last begin to show some signs of life. Suchet therefore disposed his army so as to provide both a blockading force and a covering force, to see that the blockade was not interfered with from without. It being evident that many days would elapse before the siege artillery arrived, the French engineer officers got leave to employ many detachments in preparing roads fit to bear heavy guns up the western slopes of the hill of Saguntum, from which alone the regular attack on the fortress could be conducted. Several emplacements for batteries were also chosen, and work upon them was begun. From September 23rd, the day of Suchet's arrival before Saguntum, down to October 16, when the heavy guns at last arrived, the French army was practically marking time. The idea which the emperor had conceived and which his lieutenant had adopted, that Valentia could be conquered by a sudden rush, had been proved false. Apparently Suchet had gained no more by his rapid advance to the foot of the hill of Saguntum than he would have obtained by marching in more leisurely fashion, with his siege artillery in company and taking Oropsa on the way. The reduction of that place indeed was, as it turned out, only a single day's task for heavy guns, and if the marshal had captured it on his march, he might have presented himself before Saguntum with his siege train and have begun an active attack on that fortress some weeks before he was actually able to get to serious work. In fact, he might have been battering Saguntum on October 1 instead of having to wait till October 16th. But this is wisdom after the event. Napoleon thought that Valentia could be rushed, and Suchet was bound to make the experiment that his master ordered. Blake, meanwhile, finding, on September 23rd, that the enemy was not about to advance against his lines, and learning soon after that the French army had settled down before Saguntum, had to revise his plans, since it was clear that he was not to be attacked in his entrenchments as he had supposed. Three courses were now open to him. Either he might collect every man for a decisive battle in the open and try to raise the siege, or he might attempt to open up attacks on Suchet's line of communications and on his base in Aragon so as to force him to retire by indirect operations, or he might remain passive behind the lines of the Guadalavia. The last was an almost unthinkable alternative. It would have ruined his reputation forever to sit quiet and do nothing, as Wellington had done during the siege of Ciudad Rodrigo in 1810. Only a general with an established reputation for courage and ability could have dared to take such a course, and Blake's record was a long series of disasters, while he was detested by the Valencians one and all, by the army, to whom he rightly preferred his own excellent troops, no less than by the Captain General Palacios and the junta, whom he had sent out of the city to sit at Alcira when they showed a tendency to hamper his operations. Practically, he was forced by his situation to take some definite offensive move against Suchet. He chose that of indirect operations, having a well-rooted distrust of the fighting powers of a great part of the troops that were at his disposition. The record of the Valencian army he knew. The state of the Murcian army, on which he could draw for reinforcements, was represented to him in the most gloomy colors by Mahy, who had recently replaced Frere in command. On September 12th, Mahy had written to him to warn him that the spirit of his troops was detestable. The army of Murcia was little better than a phantom. There were only 4 or 5 officers for whom the rank and file had any respect or esteem. The rest were regarded as timid or incapable. The men had no confidence in themselves or their chiefs. The best thing to do would be to break up the whole army and incorporate it into the expeditionary divisions, whose commanders were known as good soldiers and whose battalions were trustworthy. In view of these facts, Blake resolved to threaten Suchet's flanks with demonstrations, which he had no intention of turning into attacks, but to endeavor to dislodge him from his forward position by turning loose the guerrilleros of Aragon onto his rear. With the former purpose, he sent out 2 detachments from the Valencian lines, Obispo's division to Segorbe, where it cut the French communication with Teruel and southern Aragon, Charles O'Donnell with Villacampa's infantry and San Juan's horse to Beneguisil, a point in the plains 15 miles west of Saguntum, where his force formed a link between Obispo and the main body of the Valencian army, which still remained entrenched in the lines of the Guadalajara. These 2 detachments threatened Suchet's flank and even his rear, but there was no intention of turning the threat into a reality. The real movement, on which Blake relied for the discomfiture of the invaders of Valencia, was that of the guerrillero bands of Aragon and the neighboring parts of Castile, to whom he had appealed for help the moment that Suchet commenced his march. He believed that the 6,000 or 7,000 men which Suchet had left scattered in small garrisons under General Musnier might be so beset and worried by the partidas that the marshal might be compelled to turn back to their aid. Even Mina, from his distant haunts in Navarre, had been asked to cooperate. This was an excellent move, and might have succeeded if Musnier alone had remained to hold down Aragon. But Blake had forgotten in his calculations the 15,000 men of Ryle and Severally, cantoned in Navarre and along the upper Ebro, who were available to strengthen the small force which lay in the garrisons under Musnier's charge. The diversion of the guerrilleros, however, was effected with considerable energy. On September 26th, the Empecinado and Duran appeared in front of Calatayud, the most important of the French garrisons in the mountains of western Aragon. They had with the 0 foot and horse, not their full strength, for a large band of the Empecinado's men beset at the same time the remote castle of Molina, the most outlying and isolated of all Suchet's posts. Calatayud was held by a few companies of French, to which an Italian flying column of a battalion had just joined itself. The guerrilleros, coming in with a rush, drove the garrison out of the town into their fortified post, the large convent of La Merced, taking many prisoners in the streets. Duran then beleaguered the main body in the convent, while the Empecinado took post at the defile of El Frasno on the Saragossa road, to hold off any succor that Musnier might send up from the Aragonese capital. This precaution was justified. A column of 1,000 men came out of Saragossa, but was far too weak to force the pass and had to retire, with the loss of its commander, Colonel Gillot, and many men. Meanwhile, Duran pressed the besieged in the convent with mines, having no artillery of sufficient caliber to batter its walls. After blowing down a corner of its chapel with 1 mine and killing many of the defenders, the guerrillero chief exploded a second on October 3, which made such a vast breach that the garrison surrendered, since strong, on the following day. This success would have gone far to shake the hold of the French on Aragon, but for the intervention of Ryle from Navarre. At the first news of the blockade of Calatayud, he had dispatched a column, consisting of the whole brigade of Burke, 3,500 strong, which would have saved the garrison if it had had a less distance to march. But it arrived on the 5th to find the convent blown up, while the Spaniards had vanished with their prisoners. Burke thereupon returned to Tudela, and the guerrilleros reoccupied Calatayud on his departure. Meanwhile, however, the whole Italian division of Severally, over 7,000 strong, marched down the Ebro to reinforce the small garrison of Saragossa. This large reinforcement restored the confidence of the French. Musnier himself took charge of it and marched at its head against Duran and the Empecinado. They wisely refused to fight, gave way, evacuated Calatayud, and took refuge in the hills, October 12. While the main field force of the enemy was drawn off in this direction, Mina took up the game on the other side of the Ebro. Entering Aragon with 4,000 men, he besieged the small garrison of Exia, which abandoned its post, and cut its way through the guerrilleros, till it met a column of 800 Italian infantry sent out from Saragossa to bring it off. Colonel Secopiri, the leader of this small force, underrating the strength of his enemy, then marched to relieve the garrison of Ayub. He was surprised on the way by Mina's whole force, and in a long-running fight between Ayub and Huesca was surrounded and slain. The column was exterminated, 200 Italians were killed, 600, including many wounded, were taken prisoners, October 16th. Musnier returned in haste from Calatayud at the news of this disaster, but left the bulk of Severali's division to occupy western Aragon. He then set himself, with the help of Ryle, to hunt down Mina, but the latter, marching with ease between the columns that pursued him, for the peasantry kept him informed day by day of every movement of the enemy, retreated westward. Easily eluding the French, he made an extraordinary excursion, right across Navarre, Alava and Biscay, down to the sea coast at Motrico, where he handed over his prisoners to the captain of the British frigate Isis, and then returned unharmed to his familiar haunts. Of such a delusive nature was the hold of the French on northern Spain, that a column of 5,000 men could march for 200 miles across it without being intercepted or destroyed. All these exploits of the guerrilleros were daring and well planned, but though they had given Musnier much trouble and cost the French many a weary hour of march and countermarch, they had not cleared Aragon of the enemy, nor shaken such its position. Indeed, on October 20, the general condition of affairs in Aragon was more favorable for the invaders than on September 20, for 2 fresh divisions had been drawn down into that province, and there were 20,000 French and Italian troops in it instead of 6,000. The petty disasters at Calatayud and Ayub were irritating rather than important. Suchet never for a moment felt inclined to relax his hold upon Valencia. That western Aragon was, in an uproar, affected him little, when his communication with his 2 main depots of stores at Tortosa and Morla was not interrupted. Blake, it may be mentioned, did not content himself with setting the Empecinado and Duran in motion. He tried another division in another quarter with even less result. Rumors had reached him that King Joseph's army of the center was about to cooperate with Suchet by sending a column across the mountains to Cuenca and Requena. The news was false, for though Napoleon had ordered the king to do what he could to help in the invasion of Valencia, Joseph had replied that he had not even 1 brigade to spare for a serious demonstration and had not moved. The guerrilleros gave sufficient occupation to his much scattered army, of which a large portion was composed of untrustworthy Spanish juramentados. But listening to vain reports, Blake ordered Mahy to collect the best of his Murcian troops and to march on Cuenca to meet the supposed invaders. His subordinate, leaving Frere in command in Murcia, took 7 selected battalions of foot under Krieg and the Marquis of Montijo, with 800 horse and 1 battery, and moved from his camp at Mula by Helen and Chinchilla northward. The distance to be covered was great, the roads after Chinchilla very bad. Mahy arrived in front of Cuenca on October 15th to find that there was only 1 battalion and 2 squadrons of Joseph's army there. This little force evacuated the high-lying city in haste and fled towards Madrid the moment that the Murcians showed themselves. No other French force could be heard of in any direction. At Cuenca, Mahy received a dispatch from Blake, who had apparently discovered his mistake about the army of the center, telling him to descend from the mountains by Moya and Liria and to join the wing of the main army, which lay under Obispo at Segorbe. It was only on the 23rd October that he came in. His troops, the pick of the Murcian army, had been completely wasted for some 20 days in a circular march against a non-existent enemy. Meanwhile, every man had been wanted in Valencia. Suchet, when once he had settled down to the siege of Saguntum, had not failed to notice Blake's weak demonstration against his flank by means of the divisions of Obispo and Charles O'Donnell. He did not intend to tolerate it, and on September 30 had sent Palambini with his own Italian division and Robert's French brigade to beat up Obispo's quarters at Segorbe. The Spanish division made a poor attempt to defend itself on a position in front of that town, but was easily beaten and retired into the mountains. It was then the turn of Charles O'Donnell. When Palambini had come back to the camp, Suchet took Harisp's division, with Robert's brigade and 2 regiments of cavalry, to evict the Spanish division from Benaguasil. O'Donnell made a slightly better fight than Obispo had done and deployed Villacampa's infantry behind an irrigation canal, with San Juan's cavalry on his flanks. But the French were superior in numbers as well as in confidence. One fierce charge broke O'Donnell's line, and he had to retreat in haste to the hills behind him, losing 400 men cut up in the pursuit by Suchet's cavalry, while the French casualties barely reached 3 officers and 60 men. October 2nd. Blake, who had been quite close enough to succor O'Donnell if he had chosen, made no attempt to aid him and kept quiet behind his lines on the Guadalavia. There the routed troops joined him next day. Suchet, having thus cleared his flanks, settled down to the siege of Saguntum, where his heavy artillery was now much needed. The besieging army had to content itself for another fortnight with making preparations for the expected train, leveling roads, and constructing approaches on the ground, which was destined for the front of attack at the west end of the hill of Saguntum. Meanwhile, the siege train was lumbering down from Tortosa by the coast road. On October 6th, Suchet started to meet it, taking with him the 1,500 Neapolitans of Quimper. On the 8th, he reached Oropesa, where he found the small Spanish garrison still holding the 2 towers which have before been mentioned. The first guns that came up were turned against the tower by the high road. It was easily breached, and on the 10th surrendered. 215 men and 4 guns were captured. Next day came the turn of the other tower, that by the sea, but before the siege battery had opened on it, the British 74 Magnificent and a squadron of Spanish gunboats ran inshore and took off the garrison of 150 men in their boats, under the ineffective fire of the French. The moment that the tower which blocked the high road had fallen, and before that on the shore had been evacuated, Suchet began to push the head of his precious convoy of heavy artillery southward. It made such a good pace that the first guns arrived at the camp before Saguntum as early as the night of October 12th. Meanwhile, the marshal himself returned thither, escorted by Quimper's Neapolitans. The brigade of Ficadia, which had escorted the train hitherto, was dispersed to cover the line of communications, placing its 5 battalions at Oropesa, Almenara, and Segorbe. Section 30, Chapter 2. The Battle of Saguntum, October 1811. After Charles O'Donnell and Obispo had been driven away from the threatening position upon Suchet's flank, Blake found himself during the early days of October in a very unpleasant dilemma. It was clear that his own feeble efforts to molest the French army were a complete failure. Presently the message reached him that Mahé's unlucky expedition to Cuenca had been absolutely useless. But the most disheartening news was that the attempt to overrun Aragon by means of the guerrilleros had failed. Its initial success, the capture of Calatayud on October 3, had only led to the inundation of the whole countryside in that direction by the numerous battalions of Reil and Severally. As the days wore on, Blake found himself obliged to confess that the idea of dislodging Suchet by operations in his rear was hopeless. The only remaining alternative for him was to endeavor to call together every available man and to try to beat the French army in a great pitched battle. Considering the well-known disrepute of both the Murcian and the Valencian troops, the prospect was not one that the Spanish general could view with much confidence. But political reasons forced him to fight. His policy of passive resistance had made him so unpopular with the Valencians of all ranks, from the members of the exiled junta down to the private soldiers, that if he had held back any longer, it is probable that he might have been deposed or murdered by a conspiracy. Saguntum was holding out most gallantly, and the ignominy of leaving it to fall without making any effort for its succor was sufficiently evident. He made up his mind about the middle of October that he must advance and fight, but being very properly determined to fight with all available resources, he had to await the descent of Mahé and the Murcians from Cuenca, and by his own fault that important column could not be drawn into the main army before the 23rd. It was only on that day that an advance in force became possible. For a week and more Blake anxiously awaited the junction, and until it took place, he would not move. Meanwhile Suchet, entirely unmolested, was pressing the siege of Saguntum with all possible expedition. The first siege guns from Tortosa reached his camp, as has been already mentioned, on October 12th. But it was not till 4 days later that the actual battering of the place began. Though paths had been traced out, and the emplacements of batteries settled long ere the siege train came up, the actual getting of the guns into position proved a very tiresome business, on account of the steep and rocky slopes over which they had to be dragged. And the construction of approaches and parallels upon the hillside progressed very slowly because of the absence of earth. At last, it was found that soil to bind the loose stones of the ground together would have, for the most part, to be carried up in sandbags from the valley below, for hardly any could be scraped together on the spot. The engineer officer who wrote the diary of the siege confesses that if the Spanish garrison had only been provided with heavy artillery, the approach building would have proved almost impossible. But as has been already noted, there were but 17 guns mounted in the whole fortress, and of these only 3 were 12-pounders, the rest being small field pieces, too weak to batter down parapets of even modest thickness. Moreover, the very steepness of the slope over which the siegeworks were being advanced made much of it dead ground, which guns above could not properly sweep or search out. On the 11th of October, the 2 generals, Vallet and Rogniat, who had regularly commanded Suchet's artillery and engineers during his previous sieges, arrived from the rear. Both had been in France on leave, and they had come forward with the train from Tortosa to Oropsa. Their arrival added confidence to the subordinates who had hitherto worked without them, for the reputation of each for success was very great. Rogniat immediately on his arrival made several important modifications in the projected batteries and showed how the approaches might be pushed forward to within 70 yards of the fortress by taking advantage of favorable dips and rocky outcrops in the hillside. On the 16th, 5 batteries were armed with the guns which had come up, and fire was opened upon the projecting western angle of the fortress, the Tower of San Pedro. It proved to be made of ancient Moorish stone and mortar, almost as hard as iron, and crumbled very slowly. But the modern works below it, which were only a few months old, owned no such resisting power, and within 2 days showed signs of serious damage. The Spanish counterfire was insignificant. There were very few guns available, and it was only when the approaches got within easy musket shot of the walls that the besiegers began to suffer appreciable casualties. For the Spanish infantry, disregarding the cannonade, kept up a furious fire against the heads of the saps all day and night. On the afternoon of the 18th, the engineer and artillery officers reported to Suchet that they had made a sufficient breach in the curtain of the work called the Deux Mayo battery, just where it joined on the Tower of San Pedro, and that they regarded it as practicable for assault. The marshal ordered that the storm should be fixed for the same evening, lest the Spaniards should succeed in repairing the breach during the hours of darkness. The column of assault consisted of 400 men, picked from Habert's division, supported by a reserve of Palombini's Italians. The fire of the siege artillery was kept up to the last moment and did much harm to the garrison, who were very clearly seen piling gabions, sandbags, and stones on the ruinous lip of the breach, in disregard of the steady fire that kept pounding it down. The assault was duly delivered at 5 o'clock and proved a complete failure. The stormers found the breach most difficult to climb, as its face was entirely formed of big blocks of stone without earth or debris. The column won its way half up the ascent, and isolated officers and men got further, and were bayoneted or shot at close quarters by the defenders, who clustered very thickly at the top. But no general rush of men could reach the summit, where it is said the actual gap in the parapet was not more than 6 or 7 feet broad. After several ineffective attempts to mount, the assailants came to stand on the lower part of the slope and opened a scattering fire on the Spaniards above them. Whereupon, seeing the opportunity lost, General Habert, who had been given charge of the operations, ordered the men to fall back to the trenches and to abandon the assault. This was a most creditable feat of arms for the garrison, who had hardly a cannon to help them, and held their own almost entirely by musketry fire, though they rolled some live shells, beams, and large stones down the breach at intervals. Their casualties were heavy, but those of the assailants, as was natural, much greater. Suchet lost at least 300 men, though in his dispatch to the emperor he gave an elaborate table of casualties showing a total of only 173. But his returns, even the most specious-looking of them, should never be trusted, as will be seen when we are dealing with the Second Battle of Castalla in a later volume. This excellent officer was as untrustworthy as Soult or Massena in the figures which he sent to his master. After this, Suchet resolved to make no more attempts to storm Saguntum. When even the best of soldiers, remarks Belmez, have made every effort to carry a place and have failed, they imagine that the place is impregnable, and if an attempt is made to lead them once more to an assault, they will not again act with the confidence which is needed to secure victory. Wellington was to find this out at Burgos a year later. Indeed, in their early stages, the sieges of Saguntum and Burgos show a rather notable parallelism, though their ends were dissimilar. General Rogniat easily persuaded the marshal to drop the heroic method which had gained so little success, and to fall back on the systematic work which is slow but certain. Suchet gave permission to the engineers to establish more batteries, and to defer all further attempts to storm till the approaches should have been carried up to the very foot of the walls, and the whole curtain of the Douze Mayo redoubt should have been battered down. The garrison, much encouraged by their successful effort of the 18th, continued to make an obstinate resistance. As the enemy sapped uphill towards them, they kept up such a careful and deadly fire that the casualties in the trenches amounted every day to 15 or 20 men. For the next 6 days nothing decisive happened, though the works continued to creep slowly forward. They had to be built with parapets consisting entirely of earth brought from below, and made very high, since the nearer they got to the works, the more did the plunging fire from above search them out. Meanwhile Blake was preparing, though with no great self-confidence, to make an attack on Suchet's siege lines, and was only awaiting the arrival of Mahy and the Mercians before striking. He began by trying a feeble diversion on the flank, sending back Obispo's division once more to Segorbe, and getting some of the Empecinado's bands to threaten Teruel, the southernmost of the garrisons in Aragon. This so far annoyed the French marshal that on the 20th of October he sent off Palembini, with 1 French and 1 Italian brigade and horse, to drive Obispo out of Segorbe and to open the road to Teruel. By so doing he placed himself in a dangerous position, for he had detached 500 men on an excursion which could not take less than 4 days, and if Blake had refused to wait for Mahy and had let Obispo amuse Palembini, he could have marched against the siege lines with 20,000 men, including all his best troops, and would have found only 12,000, besides the gunners of the siege artillery, left in the French camp. If Suchet had left any detachments to maintain the blockade, as he probably would have done, he could only have fought with odds of less than 1 to 2. If he had brought up all his battalions, the garrison would have sallied forth and destroyed his siege works. But Blake did not take his chance, whatever it may have been worth. He waited for Mahy, who was only due on the 23rd. Meanwhile Palembini made a rapid raid upon Segorbe, but Obispo, leaving 2 battalions only to make a show of resistance, crossed the hills by bypaths and drew into Liria, on the flank of the main army and in close touch with it. He could have been used for a battle if Blake had chosen to deliver one upon the 22nd or 23rd. But the unlucky Spanish general did not so choose, and Palembini, finding nothing serious in front of him, and hearing that Teruel had been already relieved by Severali, rightly returned by forced marches to Saguntum, which he reached on the afternoon of the 24th of October. Meanwhile, the long-expected Mahy arrived at Liria on the night of the 23rd and found Obispo already lying there. The 2 forces united and marched on the 24th to Batura, but there again divided, the Mercians going on to join Blake's main body, while the Valencian division received orders from the commander-in-chief to move as an independent flanking column, and from Naquera to fall upon the flank or right rear of Suchet's position in front of Saguntum. On the same day, Blake himself broke out of the lines behind the Guadalavia, and after issuing a well-worded proclamation in which he said that Andriani's gallant garrison must not perish unassisted, and declared a confidence which he must have been far from feeling in the resolution of his troops, advanced for some miles along the high road, so as to place himself at nightfall within striking distance of the enemy. His plan of operations, which was clearly set forth in his directions to Mahy, was ambitious in the highest degree, and aimed at the complete destruction of his enemy. Expecting to find Suchet drawn up to meet him in the plain south of Saguntum, it appears that he intended to fight a battle in which an immensely strong left wing was to turn and break down Suchet's right, while a weaker right wing, composed, however, of his best troops, was to attack him frontally and hold his main body contained, while the turning movement was delivered. The left wing contained battalions and nearly 20 squadrons, making nearly 16,000 bayonets and 700 sabres. The detached division of Obispo from Naquera was to fall on the extreme French right from the rear. The two other Valencian infantry divisions, Miranda and Villacampa, led by Charles O'Donnell, were to tackle it in front. Mahy's Mercians were to support O'Donnell, at the same time reaching out a hand towards Obispo. In order to do this, Mahy was directed to send out 2 battalions, under a Colonel Aronan, to Cabesport, a hillside intermediate between the point where Obispo was expected and the left of the 2 other Valencian divisions. The left wing had allotted to it the whole of the Mercian horse, 800 sabres, and one of the 2 Valencian cavalry brigades, under General San Juan, which was of about the same strength. It had also 18 guns. So much for the left wing. The right wing, conducted by Blake in person, which had advanced up the high road from Valencia towards Mervidro, consisted of the 2 expeditionary divisions of Zayas and Lardizabal, both very weak because of the losses which they had suffered in the campaign around Baza in August. Each was 8 battalions strong, but the former had only 2,500, the latter 3,000 men, so that the units averaged under 400 bayonets. But these were good old troops, which had greatly distinguished themselves at Albura. They were the only part of Blake's army in which any real confidence could be placed. In support of these veterans, the commander-in-chief brought up the Valencian Division of Reserve, which consisted entirely of the newly razored battalions of the regiments serving with Villacampa and Miranda. They had only been under arms a few months, were not fully equipped or clothed, and were dreadfully under-officered. For 5 strong battalions of over 700 bayonets each, there were only 75 officers in all, 15 per battalion, where there should have been 30, and these were the mere leavings of the older units of each regiment, or else newly gazetted ensigns. As a fighting force, these 3,500 men were nearly useless, and Blake put them where they were least likely to get into trouble. They were divided into 2 brigades. Brigadier General Velasco seems to have been in command, vice Acuna, who had the division during the autumn. The right column was accompanied by the handful of horse belonging to the expeditionary force, 300 sabres under General Loy, and by the 2nd Valencian Cavalry Brigade under General Caro, some 800 mounted men more. It was accompanied, like the other wing, by 3 batteries. Thus, counting its gunners and sappers, the right wing had under 10,500 men, while the immensely strong left had over 17,000. But it is quality rather than mere numbers which counts in war. The weak wing fought a good battle against equal strength, and looked for a moment as if it might win. The strong wing disgraced itself, and was routed by 1/4 of its own numbers. Suchet had been somewhat troubled by the first news of Blake's sudden sally from Valencia, for though he desired a battle, wherein success would probably win him the immediate surrender of the hard-pressed garrison of Saguntum, yet he did not wish that matters should be forced to a crisis in Palambini's absence. It was only after the well-timed return of that general to his camp that he welcomed the approach of a decisive action. But with Palambini at his disposition again, he was eager to fight. He had at this moment with him, in the lines before Saguntum, 35 battalions of foot, of which the 3 Neapolitan units under Compere were mere skeletons, with little over 1,000 men between them, with 15 squadrons of horse and field guns. He left behind him, to maintain the siegeworks before the fortress, 2 battalions of the 117th Line from Habert's division and Balathier's Italian brigade, making 4 battalions more. The weak Neapolitan brigade of Compere, only 1,400 men, even with its cavalry included, was placed in support of the blockading force at Gilet and Peters to watch the road from Segorbe, by which some outlying Spanish detachment might possibly attempt to communicate with the garrison of Saguntum. This left for the line of battle 26 battalions, 6 of Habert's, 11 of Horace's, 4 of Palambini's Italians, and 5 of Robert's reserve brigade. The total amounted to about 12,000 infantry, while the whole of the cavalry, except the 2 Neapolitan squadrons, was put in the field to the amount of some 1,800 sabres. Counting the gunners of the 6 batteries of artillery, Suchet's fighting force was not much over 14,000 men. He had left 4,000, besides the gunners of the siege train and the sappers, to deal with the garrison of Saguntum. This was little more than half of Blake's numbers, for the Spanish general, as we have seen, was marching forward with 27,000 men in line. That Suchet gladly took the risk sufficiently shows his opinion of the quality of the greater part of the Valencian army. It seems, we must confess, rather hazardous to have left 4,000 men in the blockading corps when forces were so unequal. In a similar case, Beresford at Albura took every man out of the trenches and fought with his whole army. Endriani's garrison was not numerous enough to execute any really dangerous sally in the rear, and was so constricted in its precipitous fastness that it could not easily come down or deploy itself. Perhaps Suchet may have feared, however, that it would take the opportunity of absconding by some postern if it were not shut in upon all sides. But there were to be moments during the battle when the marshal would gladly have had the assistance of 2 or 3 more battalions of steady troops. Suchet had chosen for his fighting ground the narrow plain south of Saguntum, extending from the sea to the foot of the hills of the Sancti Spiritus range, a space of less than 3 miles in very flat ground. It was open for the most part, but sprinkled in certain sections with olives and carob trees, and contained 1 or 2 slight eminences or mounds, which rose above the general surface, though only by a score or 2 of feet, so that they had a certain command over the adjoining flats. The left of the line, nearest to the sea, was formed of Habert's imperfect division, which, having detached 2 battalions for the blockade of Saguntum, had only 6 left, 2,500 bayonets in line. The right consisted of Harisp's division, which was stronger than Habert's, as it had 9 battalions in line, even after setting aside 1 regiment, the 44th, for a flank guard. Its force was about 3,600 bayonets. This division lay to the right of the road from Mervidro to Valencia. The reserve consisted of the Italian brigade, that of St. Paul, which had not been told off for the siege, and of the 3 French cavalry regiments, in 0 bayonets and 300 sabres. It was drawn up half a mile in rear of Habert and Harisp, ready to support either of them. The batteries, horse and foot, accompanied their respective divisions. We have thus accounted for 10,000 men. The remainder of Suchet's fighting force constituted a flank guard to prevent his line from being turned on its right, the side of the hills. It originally consisted of Robert's reserve brigade, 5 battalions, or 2,500 bayonets, and of 1 cavalry regiment, Schiazetti's Italian dragoons, 450 sabres, with 1 battery. These troops were drawn up on the higher slopes of the Sancti Spiritus hills, covering the pass of the same name and the country road which goes over it. To these Suchet added, at the last moment, 1 regiment from Harisp's division, the 44th, under the Brigadier Klepiski, who, being senior to Robert, took command of the whole flank guard. These 2 battalions, 1,200 men, took post on the hill slopes to the left of Robert, halfway between his position and that of Harisp's right. The whole force, including the dragoons and the artillery, made about 4,300 men. Compere's Neapolitans were too far to their left rear to be reckoned an appreciable support, and had their own separate task, though they were never called upon to discharge it. The ground occupied by Klepiski's 4,300 men was exceedingly strong, and the marshal hoped that they might be relied upon to hold off the turning movement, which he was aware was to be made against his inland flank. For he knew that Charles O'Donnell was advancing from the direction of Betura, which could only mean a projected attack on his own right. Had he realized that not only O'Donnell, but also Obispo and Mahis Mercians, in all some 17,000 men, were about to operate against Klepiski, he must surely have strengthened his covering force, for the odds would have been impossible if the Valencians had made any fight at all. But they did not. On the morning of the 25th of October, Suchet was ready to receive the attack which was impending. He could make out the general dispositions of the enemy, and the concentric advance of Obispo's, O'Donnell's, and Blake's own men was duly reported to him. It was on receiving notice of the heavy appearance of the second, or central, hostile column that he detached Klepiski's 2 battalions to strengthen Robert's flank guard. Presently, about 7 o'clock, the Spaniards came within touch, the left, it would seem, somewhat before the right, the first shots being interchanged between the two battalions which Mahy had sent towards Cabesbort and Robert's troops. This was only a trifling skirmish, the Spaniards being completely checked, but soon after a serious attack was delivered. The next advance was that of the two Valencian divisions under Charles O'Donnell, who were a long way ahead of the main body of Mahy's Mercians, their destined reserve. Blake's intention was apparently to strike with his left wing first, and to force in the French right before his own column delivered its blow. Everything depended on the successful action of the mass of Valencian and Mercian infantry against the small hostile force posted on the slopes of the Sancti Espiritus hills. The divisions of Miranda and Villacampa duly descended from the lower opposite heights of the Germinals, crossed the bottom, and began to mount the opposing slope, Villacampa on the left, somewhat in advance, Miranda a little to his right rear. Behind them, in support, marched San Juan's Valencian cavalry. Beyond the latter, there was a considerable gap to the nearest troops of Blake's own column, which had not yet come into action. Mahy, whose orders definitely said that he was to act as a reserve, and to protect O'Donnell's flank if the latter were checked, occupied the Germinals when the Valencians had gone on, and was still at the top of his own slope, having to his left front the two detached battalions at Cabesbort under Aronan, when the clash came. Waiting till the two Valencian divisions and the cavalry in support were some little way up the hill, and had begun to drive in his skirmishers, Klepiski moved down upon them with the whole of his modest force, Robert's 5 battalions in front, to the right of the pass, and the road, his own 2 battalions of the 44th to its left, and somewhat on the flank. Meanwhile, Sciazetti's regiment of Italian dragoons charged down the gap between the two bodies of infantry. As Villacampa was somewhat ahead of Miranda, the first crash fell upon him. Robert's infantry drove him without any difficulty right downhill, while the Italian dragoons rode at Miranda's battalions on his right. Villacampa's men fell into hopeless confusion, but what was worse was that Miranda's division, seeing their comrades break, gave way before the cavalry without making any resistance whatever, apparently before the French 44th had even got into touch with them on the flank. This was a disgraceful business. The 7,000 Valencian infantry and the 1,700 cavalry in support were routed in 10 minutes by half their own numbers. One good cavalry regiment of 450 sabres sufficed to upset a whole division of 7 battalions. If a single one of them had formed a steady square, the Italian horse ought to have been driven off with ease. Berthier's dispatch, received on December 29th, it had taken 16 days to reach its destination, informed Marmont that the Emperor had resolved to place the task of containing Wellington, when he should operate north of the Tagus, in the hands of one instead of 2 commanders-in-chief. Considering the importance of placing the command on the whole frontier of Portugal under a single general, His Majesty has decided that the provinces of Avila, Salamanca, Plasencia, Ciudad Rodrigo, the Kingdom of Leon, Palencia, and the Asturias shall belong to the army of Portugal. Along with them were to be handed over to Marmont Sauham's division, then lying in the direction of Zamora, Benavent, and La Baenza and Bonnet's division, then in the Asturias, whose central parts, as it will be remembered, that general had reconquered in November 1811. The district of the Army of the North was for the future to be limited to the eastern parts of Old Castile, Santander, Biscay, and Navarre. The real cause of this change, though Berthier's dispatch lays no stress upon it, was the order recently sent to Dorsen, which bade him return to France the 2 strong divisions of the Imperial Guard, which had hitherto formed the most important and effective section of the Army of the North. They were wanted for the probable Russian war, and without them Napoleon rightly judged that Dorsen would be too weak to contain Wellington, hold down all Leon, and observe the Galicians, in addition to hunting Mina and curbing the incursions of Longa and Porlia. Wherefore he resolved to confine the activity of the Army of the North to the lands east and north of Burgos, where its main task would be the crushing of Mina and his compatriots. Marmont should take upon his shoulders the entire responsibility for holding back the Anglo-Portuguese. But by the Emperor's orders, The army of Portugal, though now charged with a much heavier task than before, was not to get any appreciable increase in numbers. It is true that Marmont was to take over the divisions of Souham and Bonnet, along with the regions that they were occupying. These were strong units, and would have increased his total strength by 16,000 men. But at the same time, he was told that Thibault's division, the other force in the Kingdom of Leon, was not to be given him, but to be withdrawn eastward and to remain under Dorsen. With it were to go other details belonging to the Army of the North, employed in garrison duty in the valley of the Douro, such as the Swiss battalions long garrisoning the city of Leon, Benavent, and Valladolid. Now it was clear that if these garrisons were withdrawn, Marmont would have to find other troops from his own divisions to replace them. Moreover, he was in addition instructed that Bonnet's division, though now to be regarded as under his command, was not on any excuse to be moved out of the Asturias. It is indispensable that he should remain there, because in that position he menaces Galicia and keeps down the people of the mountains. You would have to use more troops to guard all the edge of the plain from Leon to Saint Sebastian than are required for the Asturias. It is demonstrable in theory, and clearly proved by experience, that of all operations the most important is the occupation of the Asturias, which makes the right of the army rest upon the sea and continually threatens Galicia. If therefore Marmont was forbidden to use Bonnet, and had to replace all the existing garrisons of Leon, including that of Ciudad Rodrigo, as he was specially informed by troops drawn from his own force, he was given a vast increase of territory to watch, but no appreciable increase of numbers to hold it, no more in fact than the difference between the strength of Souham's division, placed on the side of gain, and that of the new garrisons, placed on the side of loss. The net profit would be no more than 3,000 or 4,000 men at the most. In addition, the marshal was restricted further as to the way in which he was to dispose of his army. He was told to leave one division, or, if he chose, two, in the valley of the Tagus, about Plasencia and Almaraz, for the purpose of keeping up his communication with Madrid and Andalusia. The rest of his army was to be moved across the Sierra de Gata into the valley of the Douro, and its headquarters were to be placed at Valladolid, or if possible at Salamanca. Therefore, if Wellington advanced, only 4.5 or 5.5 divisions out of the 8 now comprising the army of Portugal could be concentrated against him with promptitude. Bonnet and the troops left in the Tagus Valley would be long in arriving. So would the nearest divisions of the Army of the North, of which the most westerly would be as far off as Burgos, the rest still farther towards the Pyrenees. Till he had received some of these outlying succors, Marmont would be too weak to resist Wellington. 5 divisions, say 30,000 men, could not keep the Anglo-Portuguese contained, though 8 might very possibly suffice. But on December 29, 1811, Marmont had not 8 divisions at his disposition. The Emperor's misguided order for the Valencian expedition was in progress of being executed, and it was precisely on that same day that Montbrun, with 2 divisions of foot and 1 of horse, was marching off eastward from La Mancha in an eccentric direction, which took him to the shore of the Mediterranean. Marmont's available force, after this march began, was as follows. 1. Souham's division at La Baenza, Benavent, and Zamora, watching Abadia's army of Galicia. This unit had yet to be informed that it had become part of the army of Portugal. 2-3 Brenier's and Maucun's divisions at Almaraz and Talavera in the valley of the Tagus. 4 Clausel's division at Avila. 5 Ferry's division in La Mancha, keeping up communication with Montbrun's expeditionary column. The other 3 divisions of the Army of Portugal, as now constituted, those of Bonnet in the Asturias, and of Foy and Sarrat in march for Valencia, were hopelessly out of reach. Being directed, in very clear and decisive terms, to transfer himself in person to Valladolid or Salamanca, and to move the bulk of his troops thither from the valley of the Tagus, the marshal had to obey. He directed Brenier's division alone to remain behind at Almaraz and Talavera. Maucun and Clausel, with Ferry presently to follow, began a toilsome march across the mountains to Leon. They had to abandon the magazines, such as they were, which had been collected for their subsistence in winter quarters, and to march across bad roads in the most inclement month of the year through an unpeopled country for cantonments where no stores were ready for them. While Marmont was marching up in the early days of January to occupy his newly designated positions, d'Orsay was employed in withdrawing his troops eastward, away from the neighborhood of Wellington, towards the province of Burgos. He himself stopped behind at Valladolid to see Marmont and hand over in person the charge of the districts which he was ordered to evacuate. His view of the situation at the moment may be judged by an extract from a letter which he directed to Marmont on January 5. I have the honor to enclose herewith 2 letters dated on the 1st Annid instant from General Thibault at Salamanca. I attach no credence to their contents, for during the last 6 months I have been receiving perpetually similar reports. If contrary to my opinion, the English have really made some tentative movements on Ciudad Rodrigo, and if Julian Sanchez has tried to cut our communication with that place, I can only attribute it to your recent movement on Valencia. In that case, the unforeseen reappearance of your Excellency here may make the enemy change his plan of operations and may prove harmful to him. Thibault had cried wolf too often to please d'Orsay, and the latter had no real apprehension that Wellington was already on the move. No more had Marmont. On arriving at Valladolid on January 13th, he wrote to Berthier, 5 days after the trenches were opened at Rodrigo, "It is probable that the English may be on the move at the end of February, and then I shall have need of all my troops. I have therefore told Montbrun to start on his backward march towards me before the end of January." By the end of January, Rodrigo had already been for 12 days in the hands of the British army. And if d'Orsay and Marmont were blind to the actual situation, so most of all was their master. The dispatch which gave over the charge of the Kingdom of Leon to Marmont contains the following paragraph. If General Wellington sick, after the rainy season is over, i.e. after February, should determine to take the offensive, you can then unite all your 8 divisions for a battle. General d'Orsay from Burgos would support you by marching up from Burgos to your assistance. But such a move is not to be expected, and est pas presumable. The English, having suffered heavy losses and experiencing great difficulties in recruiting their army, all considerations tend to make us suppose that they will simply confine themselves to the defense of Portugal. Your various dispatches seem to prove that it is at present no longer possible for us to take the offensive against Portugal, Badajoz being barely provisioned, and Salamanca having no magazines. It is necessary, therefore, to wait till the crops of the present year are ripe, and till the clouds which now darken the political situation to the north have disappeared. His Majesty has no doubt that you will profit by the delay, to organize and administer the provinces under your control with justice and integrity, and to form large magazines. The conquest of Portugal and the immortal glory of defeating the English are reserved for you. Use therefore all possible means to get yourselves into good condition for commencing this campaign, when circumstances permit that the order for it should be given. Suggestions have been made that Ciudad Rodrigo should be dismantled. The Emperor considers that this would be a great mistake. The enemy, establishing himself in that position, would be able to intercept the communications between Salamanca and Plasencia, and that would be deplorable. The English know quite well that if they press in upon Rodrigo or invest it, they expose themselves to be forced to deliver a battle. That is the last thing they want. However, if they did so expose themselves, it would be your duty to assemble your whole army and march straight at them. Such being Napoleon's views at midwinter, it is strange to find Napier asserting that the disasters of the French at this time were caused partly by the jealousies of his lieutenants, partly by their failing to understand his orders in their true spirit, so that they neglected them or executed them without vigor. Without denying that Marmont, d'Orsay, and Soult were jealous of each other, we may assert that the real fundamental origin of all their disasters was that their master persisted in directing the details of the war from Paris, founding his orders on data 3 weeks old, and sending those orders to arrive another fortnight or 3 weeks after they had been written. As a fair example of what was perpetually happening, we may cite the following dates. Wellington started to move on January 1, 1812, as Thigbolt wrote to d'Orsay on the report of a Spanish spy on January 3rd. On January 27, the general information that the Anglo-Portuguese army had crossed the Aigde without any details reached the emperor and caused him to dictate a dispatch for d'Orsay, giving him leave to detain the 2 divisions of the Imperial Guard under orders for France and to support Marmont with them. The emperor added that he hoped that by January 18th Montbrun would be nearing Madrid, and that by the end of the month his column would have joined the army of Portugal. 8 days before this dispatch was written, Ciudad Rodrigo was already in Wellington's hands. The news of its fall on January 19th seems to have reached Paris on February 11th, whereupon, as we shall presently see, the emperor dictated another dispatch to Marmont, giving elaborate instructions on the new condition of affairs. This, traveling quicker than most correspondence, reached Marmont at Valladolid on February 26, but of what use to the marshal on that day were orders dictated upon the basis of the state of affairs in Leon on January 19th. On n'y dirige pas la guerre à 3 ou 4 cents lieues de distance, as Thigbolt very truly observed. It was precisely Napoleon's determination to dictate such operations as Montbrun's Alicante expedition, or the transference of Marmont's headquarters from the valley of the Tagus to Valladolid, without any possible knowledge of the circumstances of his lieutenants at the moment when his orders would come to hand. That was the fatal thing. With wireless telegraphy in the modern style, he might have received prompt intelligence and sent directions that suited the situation. But under the conditions of Spain in 1812, such a system was pure madness. The emperor chose, as Marmont very truly observes, to cut down the numbers of his troops in Spain by withdrawing the guards and poles, and to order a grand movement which dislocated them for a time, precisely at the instant when he had increased the dispersion of the army of Portugal, by sending a detachment of 12,000 men against Valencia. He was undoubtedly aware that the English army was cantoned in a fairly concentrated position on the Aigde, the Coa, and the Mondego. But he had made up his mind, I cannot make out why, that the English were not in a condition to take the field. In every dispatch he repeated this statement. In fairness to his master, Marmont should have added that he was of the same opinion himself, that d'Orsay shared it, and that both of them agreed to treat the Cassandra-like prophecies which Thigbolt kept sending from Salamanca as wild and whirling words. Marmont reached Valladolid, marching ahead of the divisions of Clausel and Maucune on the 11th or 12th of January. He found d'Orsay waiting for him, and they proceeded to concert measures for the exchange of territory and troops which the emperor had imposed upon them. After dinner on the evening of the 14th, arrived Thigbolt's definite and startling news that Wellington, with at least 5 divisions in hand, had invested Rodrigo on the 8th and was bringing up a heavy battering train. The siege had already been 6 days in progress. This was very alarming intelligence. The only troops actually in hand for the relief of Rodrigo were Thigbolt's small division at Salamanca, Sauham's much larger division about La Bainza and Benavent, and Clausel's and Maucune's divisions, now approaching Valladolid from the side of Avila. The whole did not make much more than 20,000 men, a force obviously insufficient to attack Wellington if he were in such strength as Thigbolt reported. d'Orsay at once sent for Roget's division of the Imperial Guard from Burgos. Marmont ordered Bonnet to evacuate the Asturias and come down by the route of Leon to join him. He also directed Brenier to come up from the Tagus and Ferry to hurry his march from La Mancha. Aides-de-camp were sent to hunt for Foy, who was known to be on the borders of the Murcian regions, where Montbrun had dropped him on his march to Alicante. Montbrun himself, with the rest of his column, was also to turn back as soon as the orders should reach him. By this concentration, Marmont calculated that he would have 32,000 men in line opposite Wellington by January 26 or 27th, as Bonnet, Brenier, and d'Orsay's guards should have arrived by then. And by February 1 Ferry and Foy ought also to be up, and more than 40,000 men would be collected. Vain dates, for Wellington captured Rodrigo on the 19th, 7 days before the Marshal and d'Orsay could collect even 32,000 men. Meanwhile Marmont pushed on for Salamanca, where the troops were to concentrate, having with him only the divisions of Clausel and Maucune. On January 21st, he had reached Fuente Saco, 1 march north of Salamanca, when he received the appalling news that Ciudad Rodrigo had been stormed by Wellington 2 days before. This was a thunderstroke. His army was caught not half concentrated, and he was for the moment helpless. He advanced as far as Salamanca, and there picked up Thibault's division, but even so he had not more than 15,000 men in hand, and dared not, with such a handful, march on Rodrigo to endeavor to recover it before Wellington should have restored its fortifications. Bonnet had not yet even reached Leon. Ferry and Dorsen's Guard division had not been heard of. As to where Foy and Montbrun might be at the moment, it was hardly possible to hazard a guess. The only troops that could be relied upon to appear within the next few days were the divisions of Sauhem and Brenier. Even with their help, the army would not exceed 0 or 28,000 men. Meanwhile, Wellington, with 7 divisions now in hand, for he had brought up both the 5th and the 7th to the front, was lying on the Aigde, covering the repairs of Ciudad Rodrigo. Marmont had at first thought that, elated by his recent success, the British general might push his advance towards Salamanca. He made no signs of doing so. All his troops remained concentrated on the Portuguese frontier, ready to protect the rebuilding of Rodrigo. Here, on the day after the storm, all the trenches were filled in, and the debris on the breaches removed. 1,200 men were then turned to the task of mending the breaches, which were at first built up with fascines and earth only, so as to make them ready within a few days to resist a coup de main. In a very short time, they were more or less in a state of defense, and on February 15th Castaños produced a brigade of Spanish infantry to form the new garrison of the place. The work was much retarded by the weather. Throughout the time of the siege, it had been bitterly cold but very dry, but on the 28th the wind shifted to the west, and for the 9 days following there was incessant and torrential rain, which was very detrimental to the work. It had, however, the compensating advantage of preventing Marmont from making any advance from Salamanca. Every river in Leon was over its banks, every ford impassable. The roads became practically useless. When therefore, on February 2nd, the Aigde rose to such a height that Wellington's trestle bridge was swept away, and the stone town bridge of Rodrigo was 2 feet under water, so that the divisions cantoned on the Portuguese frontier were cut off from the half-repaired fortress, there was no pressing danger from the French, who were quite unable to move forward. Marmont, as we have seen, had reached Fuente Saco on January 21st and Salamanca on January 22nd. On the following day, Sauhem, coming in from the direction of Zamora, appeared at Matilla, halfway between Salamanca and Ciudad Rodrigo, so that he was in touch with his chief and ready to act as his advanced guard. But no other troops had come up, and on the 24th the marshal received a hasty note from Dorsen, saying that the division of the young guard from Burgos would not reach the Tormes till February 2. With only 4 divisions at his disposition, Clausel, Maucune, Thibault, Sauhem, Marmont dared not yet move forward, since he knew that Wellington had at least 6 in hand, and he shrank from committing himself to decisive action with little more than 20,000 men assembled. On the 28th, Dorsen sent in a still more disheartening dispatch than his last. He had now ordered Roget's guards, who had got as far forward as Medina del Campo, to return to Burgos. The reasons given were that Mina had just inflicted a severe blow on General Abbe, the commanding officer in Navarre, by beating him near Pampeluna with a loss of 400 men, that the Conde de Montijo from Aragon had laid siege to Soria and was pressing its garrison hard, and that another assembly of guerrillero bands had attacked Aranda del Duero and would take it if it were not succored in a few days. I therefore trust that your Excellency will approve of my having called back Roget's division, its artillery, and Laferriere's horse, to use them for a guerre à outrance against the guerrillas. Nothing serious, he added, would follow, as all reports agreed that Wellington was sitting tight near Ciudad Rodrigo and would make no advance towards Salamanca. No succors whatever, therefore, were to be expected from the Army of the North. Bonnet had only just recrossed the Cantabrian mountains, much incommoded by the bad weather in the passes, and Foy and Montbrun were only expected in the neighborhood of Toledo early in February. Therefore Marmont abandoned all hope of attacking Wellington before Ciudad Rodrigo should be in a state of defense. The desperately rainy weather of January 28th to February 6th was no doubt the last decisive fact in making the marshal give up the game. Before the rain had ceased falling, he concluded that all chance of a successful offensive move was gone, for he returned from Salamanca to Valladolid on February 5th. On February 6th, he wrote to Berthier that he had ordered Montbrun and Foy, on their return from the Alicante expedition, to remain behind in the valley of the Tagus and not to come on to Salamanca. His reason for abandoning all idea of a general concentration against Wellington in the Kingdom of Leon was that he was convinced that the next move of the British general would be to make a dash at Badajoz, and that he wished to have a considerable force ready in the direction of Almaraz and Talavera, with which he could succor the army of the south when it should be compelled to march, as in 1811, to relieve that fortress. His forecast of Wellington's probable scheme of operations was perfectly correct, and his idea that the best way to foil it would be to hold a large portion of his army in the valley of the Tagus was correct also. But he was not to be permitted to carry out his own plan. The orders from Paris, which he so much dreaded, once more intervened to prescribe for him a very different policy. Wellington, during the critical days from January 20th to February 6th, was naturally anxious. He knew that Marmont would concentrate against him, but he hoped, as indeed he was justified in doing, that the concentration would be slow and imperfect, and that the marshal would find himself too weak to advance from Salamanca. His anxiety was made somewhat greater than it need have been by a false report that Foy and Montbrun were already returned from the Alicante expedition. He was told that both had got back to Toledo by the beginning of January, a most mischievous piece of false news. An equally groundless rumor informed him that Bonnet had left the Asturias many days before his departure actually took place. On January 21, he wrote to Lord Liverpool that Bonnet had passed Benevent on his way to Salamanca, and that the whole of what had gone eastward, i.e. Foy and Montbrun, was reported to be coming up from the Tagus to Valladolid, so that in a few days Marmont might possibly have 50,000 men in hand. To make himself strong against such a concentration, he ordered Hill, on January 22, to bring up 3 brigades of the 2nd Division to Castelo Branco, with which he might join the main army at a few days' notice. At the same time, he directed General Abadia to send a force to occupy the Asturias, which must be empty since Bonnet had evacuated it. It was not till some days later that he got the reassuring and correct news that Foy and Montbrun, instead of being already at the front in Castile, were not even expected at Toledo till January 29th, and that Bonnet had started late, and was only at La Bainza when February had already begun. But by the time that he had received this information, it had already become evident that Marmont was not about to take the offensive, and Ciudad Rodrigo was already in a condition to resist a coup de main. While, since the whole siege train of the army of Portugal had been captured therein, it was certain that the marshal could not come up provided with the artillery required for a regular siege. By February 12th, the real state of affairs became clear. The enemy has few troops left at Salamanca and in the towns on the Tormes, and it appears that Marshal Marmont has cantoned the right of his army on the Douro, at Zamora and Toro, the center in the province of Avila, while one division, the 6th, has returned to Talavera and the valley of the Tagus. This was nearly correct. Marmont on February 6th had defined his position as follows: 2 divisions, those just returned from the Alicante expedition, in the valley of the Tagus; 1, the 6th, Brenier, at Montbeltran, in one of the passes leading from the Tagus to the Douro Valley; 1, Clausel at Avila; 3 on the Douro and the Esla, Zamora, Toro, Benevent, with a strong advanced guard at Salamanca. The heavy detachment towards the Tagus, as he explained, was to provide for the probable necessity of succoring Badajoz, to which Wellington was certain to turn his attention ere long. Marmont was perfectly right in his surmise. Ciudad Rodrigo had hardly been in his hands for 5 days when Wellington began to issue orders presupposing an attack on Badajoz. On January 25th, Alexander Dixon was directed to send the 24 lb. shot and reserve powder remaining at the artillery base at Villa de Pont to be embarked on the Douro for Oporto, where they were to be placed on shipboard. Next day, it was ordered that 16 howitzers of the siege train should start from Almeida overland for the Alimtejo, each drawn by 8 bullocks, while 20 24-pounders were to be shipped down the Douro from Barca de Alva to Oporto and sent round from thence to Setúbal, the seaport nearest to Elvas. On the 28th, Dixon himself was ordered to start at once for Setúbal, in order that he might be ready to receive each consignment on its arrival, and to make arrangements for its transport to Elvas, while a dispatch was sent to Hill definitely stating that, if all went well, the siege of Badajoz was to begin in the second week of March. These plans were drawn up long before it was clear that the army might not have to fight Marmont on the Aigda for the defense of Ciudad Rodrigo. If they should move this way, I hope to give a good account of them, Wellington wrote to Douglas, the British officer attached to the Army of Galicia, but he judged it more likely that no such advance would be made. I think it probable that, when Marmont shall have heard of our success, he will not move at all. Meanwhile, there was no need to march the army southward for some time, since the artillery and stores would take many weeks on their land or water voyage, when roads were bad and the sea vexed with winter storms. So long as 7 divisions were cantoned behind the Aigda and Coa, Marmont could have no certain knowledge that the attack on Badajoz was contemplated, whatever he might suspect. Therefore, no transference southward of the divisions behind the Aigda was begun till February 19th. But Wellington, with an eye on Marmont's future movements, contemplated a raid by Hill on the bridge of Almaraz, the nearest and best passage which the French possessed on the Tagus. If it could be broken by a flying column, any succors from the army of Portugal to the army of the south would have to take a much longer route and waste much time. The project was abandoned on Hill's report that he doubted of its practicability, since a successful coup de main on one of the bridgehead forts might not secure the actual destruction of the boats, which the French might withdraw to the farther side of the river and relay at their leisure. But as we shall see, the scheme was postponed and not entirely rejected. In May it was carried out with complete success. While Wellington was awaiting the news that his siege artillery was well forward on the way to Elvas, Marmont had been undergoing one of his periodical lectures from Paris. A dispatch sent to him by Berthier on January 23 and received at Valladolid on February 6, 14 days only having been occupied by its travels, had of course no reference to Wellington or Ciudad Rodrigo, the news of the investment of that fortress having only reached Paris on January 27. It was mainly composed of censures on Montbrun's Alicante expedition, which Napoleon considered to have been undertaken with too large a force. He had ordered a flying column to be sent against Valencia. A whole army corps had marched. But the paragraph in it, which filled Marmont with dismay, was one ordering him to make over at once 6,000 men to the army of the north, whose numbers the emperor considered to be running too low, now that the 2 guard divisions had been directed to return to France. 24 hours after the receipt of this dispatch, you will start off on the march one of your divisions, with its divisional artillery and its exact composition as it stands at the moment of the arrival of this order, and will send it to Burgos to form part of the army of the north. His Majesty forbids you to change any general belonging to this division or to make any alterations in it. In return, you will receive 3 provisional regiments of detachments, about 5,000 men, whom you may draft into your battalions. They are to start from Burgos the day that the division which you are ordered to send arrives there. All the guards are under orders for France and can only start when your division has reached that place. The Army of the North will then consist of 3 divisions. 1, that which you are sending off. 2, Caffarelli's division, due at Pampeluna from Aragon. 3, a 3rd division which General Dorsen will organize from the 34th Leger, the 113th Anth of the Line, and the Swiss battalions. By this arrangement, the Army of the North will be in a position to aid you with 2 divisions if the English should march against you. Along with this dispatch arrived another from Dorsen, clamoring for the division which was to be given him. He had already got the notice that he was to receive it, as he lay nearer to France than Marmont. He promised that the 3 provisional regiments should be sent off, as the Emperor directed, the moment that the ceded division should reach him. The Duke of Ragusa could not refuse to obey such peremptory orders from his master and ordered Bonnet's division from Benevent and Leon to march on Burgos. His letter acknowledging the receipt of the Emperor's dispatch was plaintive. I am informed that, according to the new arrangement, the Army of the North will be in a position to help me with 2 divisions if I am attacked. I doubt whether His Majesty's intentions on this point will be carried out, and in no wise expect it. I believe that I am justified in fearing that any troops sent me will have to be long waited for, and will be an insignificant force when they do appear. Not to speak of the slowness inevitable in all joint operations, it takes so long in Spain to get dispatches through and to collect troops that I doubt whether I shall obtain any help at the critical moment. The net result of all is that I am left much weaker in numbers. Marmont might have added that the 3 provisional regiments, which he was to receive in return for Bonnet's division and the 130th Line, were no real reinforcement, but his own drafts, long due to arrive at the front, but detained by d'Orsay in Biscay and Old Castile to garrison small posts and keep open communications, and he was not destined to receive them as had been promised. d'Orsay wrote on February 24, apologizing for not forwarding them at once. They were guarding the roads between Irun and Vitoria and could not be spared till other troops had been moved into their scattered garrisons to relieve them. On January 27th, the news of the advance of Wellington against Ciudad Rodrigo had at last reached Paris, 8 days after the fortress had fallen. It caused the issue of new orders by the Emperor, all exquisitely inappropriate when they reached Marmont's hands on February 10th. The Marshal had been contemplating the tiresome results of the storm of the fortress for nearly 3 weeks, but Napoleon's orders presupposed much spare time before Rodrigo would be in any danger. d'Orsay is to stop the march of the Guards towards France, and to bring up all the forces he can to help the army of Portugal. Montbrun will be back at Madrid by January 18, on which day he was really in the middle of the kingdom of Murcia and at the front in Leon before February 1st. After his arrival, the army of Portugal will be able to take up its definitive line of action. Finally, there is a stab at Marmont. The English apparently have advanced in order to make a diversion to hamper the siege of Valencia. They only did so because they had got information of the great strength of the detachment which the army of Portugal made in that direction. The Marshal could only reply by saying that the orders were all out of date, that he had, as directed, given up Bonnet's division to the Army of the North, and that, Ciudad Rodrigo having fallen far earlier than anyone had expected, and long before any sufficient relieving force could be collected, he had been unable to save it, and had now cantoned his army, minus Bonnet, with 4 divisions in the valley of the Douro and 3 in the valley of the Tagus, in expectation of an approaching move on the part of Wellington towards Badajoz. These dispositions had not long been completed when another dispatch arrived from Paris, dated February 11th, in which the Emperor censured once more all his lieutenants' actions and laid down for him a new strategical policy from which he was forbidden to swerve. The Emperor regrets that, when you had the division of Sauham and 3 others united, i.e., on January 23, you did not move on Salamanca to make out what was going on. That would have given the English much to think about and might have been useful to Ciudad Rodrigo. The way to help the army under the present circumstances is to place its headquarters at Salamanca and concentrate your force there, detaching 1 division to the Tagus Valley and also reoccupying the Asturias. This concentration will oblige the enemy to remain about Almeida and in the north, for fear of an invasion of Portugal. You might even march on Rodrigo, and if you have the necessary siege artillery, capture the place. Your honor is bound up with it. If want of the artillery or of food renders it necessary to put off such an operation, you could at least make an incursion into Portugal and advance towards the Douro and Almeida. This menace would keep the enemy contained. Your posture should be offensive, with Salamanca as base and Almeida as objective. As long as the English know that you are in strength at Salamanca, they will not budge. But if you retire to Valladolid yourself and scatter divisions to the rear, and above all, if you have not got your cavalry effective by the time that the rainy season ends, you will expose all the north of Spain to misfortunes. It is indispensable to reoccupy the Asturias, because more troops are needed to hold the edge of the plain as far as Biscay than to keep down that province. Since the English are divided into two corps, one in the south and the other opposite you, they cannot be in heavy strength. You ought to outnumber them greatly. I suppose that you consider the English mad, for you believe them capable of marching against Badajoz when you are at Salamanca, i.e. of allowing you to march to Lisbon before they can get back. They will only go southward if you, by your ill-devised schemes, keep 2 or 3 divisions detached on the Tagus. That reassures them and tells them that you have no offensive projects against them. To recapitulate, the Emperor's intentions are that you should stop at Salamanca, that you should reoccupy the Asturias, that your army should base itself on Salamanca, and that from thence you should threaten the English. It may seem profane to the worshippers of the Emperor to say that this dispatch was purely wrong-headed and argued a complete misconception of the situation, but it is impossible to pass any other verdict on it. Marmont, since Bonnet's division had been stolen from him, had 7 divisions left, or about 44,000 men effective, including cavalry and artillery. The Emperor tells him to keep 1 division on the Tagus, to send a second to occupy the Asturias. This leaves him about 34,000 net to concentrate at Salamanca. With this force, he is to attempt to besiege Rodrigo, or at least to execute a raid as far as Almeida and the Douro. The English are divided, and so must be much numerically inferior to you. But as a matter of fact, the only British detachment that was not under Wellington's hand at the moment was Hill's 2nd Division, and he had just brought that up to Castelo Branco, and would have had it with him in 5 days if Marmont had advanced from Salamanca. The Marshal would have seen 55,000 men falling upon his 34,000 if he had moved on any day before the 20th of February, and Wellington was spoiling for a fight. Or, in his own quiet phraseology, if the French move this way, I hope to give a good account of them. Supposing Marmont had, by some evil inspiration, done what the Emperor had wished him to do before the orders came, he would have been crushed by almost double numbers somewhere in the neighborhood of Rodrigo or Almeida. The Battle of Salamanca would have been fought 6 months too soon. This is the crucial objection to Napoleon's main thesis. He underrated Wellington's numbers and his readiness to give battle. As to details, we may observe, 1. That there was no siege train to batter Rodrigo, because the whole of the heavy guns of the army of Portugal had been captured in that fortress. 2. That Wellington was mad enough to march upon Badajoz with his whole army, precisely because he knew that, even if Marmont should invade Portugal, he could never get to Lisbon. He realized, as the Emperor did not, that an army of 5 or 6 divisions could not march on Lisbon in the casual fashion recommended in this dispatch, because it would starve by the way. Central Portugal, still suffering from the blight of Massena's invasion, could not have sustained 0 men marching in a mass and trying to live upon the country in the usual French style. And Marmont, as his adversary well knew, had neither great magazines at his base, nor the immense transport train which would have permitted them to be utilized. The best proof of the impracticability of Napoleon's scheme was that Marmont endeavored to carry it out in April, when nothing lay in front of him but Portuguese militia, and failed to penetrate more than a few marches into the land, because he could not feed his army and therefore could not keep it concentrated. The Marshal knew long beforehand that this plan was hopeless. He wrote to Berthier from Valladolid on February 26th as follows: Your Highness informs me that if my army is united at Salamanca, the English would be mad to move into Estremadura, leaving me behind them and free to advance on Lisbon. But they tried this precise combination in May 1811, though all my army was then quite close to Salamanca, and though the army of the north was then twice as strong as it is today, and though the season was then later and allowed us to find provender for our horses, and though we were then in possession of Ciudad Rodrigo. They considered at that time that we could not undertake such an operation as a march on Lisbon, and were perfectly right. Will they think that it is practicable today, when all the conditions which I have just cited are changed to our disadvantage, and when they know that a great body of troops has returned to France? Consequently, no movement on this side can help Badajoz. The only possible course is to take measures directly bearing on that place, if we are to bring pressure upon the enemy and hope to attain our end. The emperor seems to ignore the food question. This is the important problem, and if it could be ended by the formation of base magazines, his orders could be executed with punctuality and precision. But we are far from such a position, by no fault of mine. When transferred to the north in January, I found not a grain of wheat in the magazines, not a sou in the treasury, unpaid debts everywhere. As the necessary result of the absurd system of administration adopted here, there was in existence a famine, real or artificial, whose severity was difficult to realize. We could only get food for daily consumption in our cantonments by using armed force. There is a long distance between this state of affairs and the formation of magazines which would allow us to move the army freely. The English army is always concentrated and can always be moved because it has an adequate supply of money and transport. 7,000 or 8,000 pack mules bring up its daily food. Hay for its cavalry on the banks of the Coa and Agda has actually been sent out from England. His Majesty may judge from this fact the comparison between their means and ours. We have not 4 days' food in any of our magazines. We have no transport. We cannot draw requisitions from the most wretched village without sending thither a foraging party 200 strong. To live from day to day, we have to scatter detachments to vast distances and always to be on the move. It is possible that His Majesty may be dissatisfied with my arguments, but I am bound to say that I cannot carry out the orders sent me without bringing about a disaster ere long. If His Majesty thinks otherwise, I must request to be superseded, a request not made for the first time. If I am given a successor, the command will of course be placed in better hands. Portrait of Marshal Marmont. Enlarge Marshal Marmont, Duke of Ragusa. This was an admirable summary of the whole situation in Spain, and might have caused the emperor to change his policy, if he had not by this time so hardened himself in his false conceptions as to be past conviction. As Marmont complains, his master had now built up for himself an imaginary picture of the state of affairs in the peninsula, and argued as if the situation was what he wished it to be, not what it actually was. Il suppose vrai tout si quil vaudrait trouver existent. A subsequent letter from Paris, dated February 21st and received about March 2nd, contained one small amelioration of Marmont's lot. He was told that he might take back Bonnet's division and not cede it to Dorsen, on condition that he sent it at once to occupy the Asturias. But it then proceeded to lay down in the harshest terms the condemnation of the marshal's strategy. The emperor charges me to repeat to you that you worry too much about matters with which you have no concern. Your mission was to protect Almeida and Rodrigo, and you have let them fall. You are told to maintain and administer the north, and you abandon the Asturias, the only point from which it can be dominated and contained. You are getting into a state of alarm because Lord Wellington sends a division or two towards Badajoz. Now Badajoz is a very strong fortress, and the Duke of Dalmatia has 80,000 men and can draw help from Marshal Suchet. If Wellington were to march on Badajoz, he had done so the day before this letter was written. You have a sure, prompt, and triumphant means of bringing him back, that of marching on Rodrigo and Almeida. Marmont replied, with a suppressed rage that can be read between the lines even more clearly than in his earlier letters. Since the emperor attributes to me the fall of Almeida, which was given up before I had actually taken over the command of this army, I cannot see what I can do to shelter myself from censures at large. I am accused of being the cause of the capture of Ciudad Rodrigo. It fell because it had an insufficient garrison of inferior quality and a bad commandant. Dorsen was neither watchful nor prescient. Was it for me to take care of a place not in my command, and separated from me by a chain of mountains, and by the desert that had been made by the 6 months' sojourn of the army of Portugal in the valley of the Tagus? I am blamed for having cantoned myself in the valley of the Tagus after repulsing Lord Wellington beyond the Coa at the time of El Badan. But this was the result of the imperative orders of the emperor, who assigned me no other territory than the Tagus Valley. Rodrigo was occupied by troops of the Army of the North. I have ordered General Bonnet to reoccupy the Asturias at once, and quite see the importance of the occupying of that province. I am told that the emperor thinks that I busy myself too much about the interests of others and not enough about my own. I had considered that one of my duties, and one of the most difficult of them, was to assist the army of the South, and that duty was formally imposed on me in some 20 dispatches, and specially indicated by the order which bade me leave 3 divisions in the valley of the Tagus. Today I am informed that I am relieved of that duty, and my position becomes simpler and better. But if the Emperor relies with confidence on the effect which demonstrations in the North will produce on the mind of Wellington, I must dare to express my contrary opinion. Lord Wellington is quite aware that I have no magazines, and is acquainted with the immensely difficult physical character of the country and its complete lack of food resources at this season. He knows that my army is not in a position to cross the Coa, even if no one opposes me, and that if we did so, we should have to turn back at the end of 4 days, unable to carry on the campaign, and with our horses all starved to death. This and much more to the same effect had apparently some effect on the mind of the Emperor, but the result was confusing when formulated on paper. Berthier replied on March 12. Your letters of February 27 and on March 2 have been laid before the Emperor. His Majesty thinks that not only must you concentrate at Salamanca, but that you must throw a bridge across the Agde, so that, if the enemy leaves less than 5 divisions north of the Tagus, you may be able to advance to the Coa against Almeida and ravage all northern Portugal. If Badajoz is captured by 2 divisions of the enemy, its loss will not be imputed to you. The entire responsibility will fall on the army of the South. If the enemy leaves only 2, 3, or even 4 divisions north of the Tagus, the army of Portugal will be to blame if it does not at once march against the hostile force before it, invest Almeida, ravage all northern Portugal, and push detachments as far as the Mondego. Its role is simply to contain 6 British divisions, or at least 5. It must take the offensive in the north, or, if the enemy has taken the initiative or other circumstances necessitate it, must dispatch to the Tagus, by Almaraz, the same number of divisions that Lord Wellington shall have dispatched to conduct the siege of Badajoz. This double-edged document reached Salamanca on March 27, 11 days after Wellington had invested Badajoz. The whole Allied field army had marched for Estremadura in the last days of February, and not a single British division remained north of the Tagus. In accordance with the Emperor's dispatches of February 11th and of February 18th, Marmont had already concentrated the bulk of his resources at Salamanca, drawing in everything except Bonnet, destined for the Asturias, Sauhem, who was left on the Esla to face the army of Galicia, and the equivalent of another division distributed as garrisons in Astorga, Leon, Palencia, Zamora, and Valladolid. With 5 divisions in hand, or just coming up, he was on the move, as the Emperor had directed, to threaten Rodrigo and Almeida and invade northern Portugal. The Paris letter of March 12, quoted above, suddenly imposed on Marmont the choice between continuing the attack on Portugal, to which he was committed, or of leading his whole army by Almaraz to Badajoz. It must be the whole army, since he was told to send just as many divisions southward as Wellington should have moved in that direction, and every one of the 7 units of the Allied army had gone off. Since Badajoz was stormed on Apeth, only 10 days after Marmont received on March 27 the Emperor's dispatch of March 12, it is clear that he never could have arrived in time to help the fortress. In June 1811, he had accomplished a similar movement at a better season of the year, and when some time had been allowed for preparation, in 15 days, but only by making forced marches of the most exhausting sort. It could not have been done in so short a time in March or April, when the crops were not ripe, the rivers were full, and the roads were far worse than at midsummer. Moreover, as we shall presently see, Wellington had placed a large containing force at Merida, halfway between Almaraz and Badajoz, which Marmont would have had to drive in at much expense of time. The Marshal's perplexity on receiving the dispatch that came in upon March 27 was extreme. The instructions just received, he wrote to Berthier, are wholly contradictory to those of February 18 and February 21, imperative orders which forced me, against my personal conviction, to abandon my own plan, and to make it impossible to do what I regarded as suitable to the interests of the emperor. The letters of February 18 and February 21 told me that His Majesty thought me a meddler in matters which did not concern me. He told me that it was unnecessary for me to worry about Badajoz, a very strong fortress supported by an army of 80,000 men. He gave me formal orders to abandon any idea of marching to succor it, and added that if Lord Wellington went thither, he was to be left alone, because by advancing to the Aigde, I could bring him back at once. The letters of the 18th Anst made it quite clear that His Majesty freed me from all responsibility for Badajoz, provided I made a demonstration on the Aigde. Today Your Highness writes that I am responsible for Badajoz if Lord Wellington undertakes its siege with more than 2 divisions. The concluding paragraph of your letter seems to give me permission to succor the place by bringing up troops to the Tagus. So after imperative orders have wrecked my original arrangement, which had prepared and assured an effective help for Badajoz, and after all choice of methods has been forbidden to me, I am suddenly given an option when it is no longer possible to use it. Today, when my troops from the Tagus Valley have repassed the mountains and used up the magazines collected there at their departure, when it is impossible to get from Madrid the means to establish a new magazine at Almaraz, my army, if it started from this point, would consume every scrap of food that could be procured before it could possibly reach Badajoz. The movement was practicable when I was in my original position. It is almost impracticable now, considering the season of the year and the probable time limit of the enemy's operations. After ripe reflection on the complicated situation, considering that my main task is to hold down the north, and that this task is much greater than that of holding the south, taking into consideration the news that an English force is said to be landing at Corunna, an improbable story, but one that is being repeatedly brought me, considering that the Portuguese and Galician troops threaten to take the offensive from Braganza. Remembering that your letters of February 18 state that Suchet's army of Aragon is reckoned able to reinforce the army of the south, and considering that my dispositions have been made, in spite of immense preliminary difficulties, for a 15 days' march on the Aigde, which is already begun, I decide in favor of continuing that operation, though I have, as I said before, no great confidence in its producing any effective result. Accordingly, I am putting the division that came up from the Tagus in motion for Placentia, with orders to spread the rumor that it is to rejoin the army by the Pass of Perales and enter Portugal. I start from here with 3 more divisions for the Aigde. If I fought on the Tormes, I could put 1 more division in line, 5 in all. The number of 7 divisions of which the Emperor speaks could only be concentrated if the Army of the North could send 2 divisions to replace my own 2 now on the lines of communications and the Esla. The recapitulation of all this correspondence may seem tedious, but it is necessary. When it is followed with care, I think that one definite fact emerges. Napoleon was directly and personally responsible for the fall of Badajoz. Down to March 27th, Marmont was strictly forbidden to take any precautions for the safety of that fortress, and was censured as a meddler and an alarmist for wishing to keep a strong force in the valley of the Tagus ready to march thither. On March 27, he was suddenly given an option of marching to Estremadura with his whole army. It appears to be an option, not a definite order, for Berthier's sentence introducing the new scheme is alternative. The army of Portugal is to take the offensive in the north, or, under certain circumstances, to march for Almaraz. But this point need not be pressed, for if taken as a definite order it was impracticable. Marmont received it so late that, if he had marched for Badajoz with the greatest possible speed, he would have reached it some days after the place was stormed. The fact that he believed that he would never have got there at all, because lack of food would have stopped him on the way, is indifferent. The essential point of Napoleon's responsibility is that he authorized the march too late, after having most stringently forbidden it, in successive letters extending over several weeks. That a march on Badajoz by the whole army of Portugal, or so much of it as was not required to contain the Galicians and to occupy Asturias, if it had begun, as Marmont wished, in February or early March, would have prevented Wellington from taking the fortress, is not certain. A similar march in June 1811 had that effect at the time of the operations on the Caya, but Wellington's position was much better in February 1812 than it had been 8 months earlier. This much, however, is clear, that such an operation had a possible chance of success, while Napoleon's counter-scheme for a demonstration on the Aigde and an invasion of the northern Beira had no such prospect. The emperor, for lack of comprehension of the local conditions, misconceived its efficacy, as Marmont very cogently demonstrated in his letters. Northern Portugal was a waste, where the marshal's army might wander for a few days, but was certain to be starved before it was many marches from the frontier. Napier, in an elaborate vindication of the emperor, tries to argue that the marshal might have taken Rodrigo by escalade without a battering train, have assailed Almeida in similar fashion, have menaced Oporto and occupied Coimbra. He deliberately ignores one essential condition of the war, viz., that because of the French system of living on the country, Marmont had no magazines and no transport sufficient to enable his army to conduct a long offensive campaign in a devastated and hostile land. His paragraphs are mere rhetoric of the most unfair kind. For example, he says, Wellington with 18,000 men escaladed Badajoz, a powerful fortress defended by an excellent governor and 0 French veterans. Marmont with 28,000 men would not attempt to escalade Rodrigo, although its breaches were scarcely healed and its garrison disaffected. This statement omits the essential details that Wellington had a large siege train, had opened 3 broad breaches in the walls of Badajoz, and while the enemy was fully occupied in defending them, escaladed distant points of the enceinte with success. Marmont had no siege train and therefore could have made no breaches. He would have had to cope with an undistracted garrison, holding ramparts everywhere intact. Moreover, Ciudad Rodrigo and its outworks form a compact fortress of not half the circumference of Badajoz and its dependencies. If Ney and Massena, with an adequate siege apparatus, treated Rodrigo with respect in 1810 and proceeded against it by regular operations, Marmont would have been entirely unjustified in trying the desperate method of escalade in 1812. The fortifications, as Napier grudgingly admits, were healed. An escalade against Carlos de España's garrison would certainly have met the same fate as Suchet's assault on Saguntum, a much weaker and unfinished stronghold. But it is unnecessary to follow into detail Napier's controversial statements, which are all part of a wrong-headed scheme to prove Napoleon infallible on all occasions and at all costs. The governing facts cannot be disputed. Marmont in February placed 3 divisions on the Tagus, which were to form the advanced guard of an army that was to march to the relief of Badajoz, whose siege he foresaw. Napoleon told him not to concern himself about Badajoz and compelled him to concentrate his army about Salamanca. He instructed him that the proper reply to an attack on Badajoz by Wellington was an invasion of northern Portugal and gave him elaborate instructions concerning it. Marmont reluctantly obeyed and was starting on such an expedition when he was suddenly told that he might move on Badajoz. But he only received this permission 10 days before that fortress was stormed. It was therefore useless. The emperor must take the responsibility. Section 32, Chapter 3. The Siege of Badajoz, March APR. In narrating the troubles of the unlucky Duke of Ragusa, engaged in fruitless strategical controversy with his master, we have been carried far into the month of March 1812. It is necessary to return to February 20th in order to take up the story of Wellington's march to Estremadura. We have seen that he commenced his artillery preparations in January by sending Alexander Dixon to Setúbal and dispatching a large part of his siege train southward, partly by sea, partly across the difficult mountain roads of the Beira. The Anglo-Portuguese infantry and cavalry, however, were not moved till the guns were far on their way. It was Wellington's intention to show a large army on the frontier of Leon till the last possible moment. He himself kept his old headquarters at Freneda near Fuentes de Oñoro till March 5th, in order that Marmont might be led to persist in the belief that his attention was still concentrated on the north. But starting from February 19th, his divisions, one by one, had made their unostentatious departure for the south. On the day when he himself followed them, only one division, the 5th, and one cavalry brigade, V. Altons, still remained behind the Aigde. The rest were at various stages on their way to Elvas. Most of the divisions marched by the route Sabugal, Castelo Branco, Vila Velha, Niza. But the 1st Division went by Abrantes in order to pick up its clothing for the new year, which had been brought up the Tagus in boats from Lisbon to that point. Some of the cavalry and the 2 independent Portuguese brigades of Pack and Bradford, whose winter cantonments had been rather to the rear, had separate routes of their own, through places so far west as Tama and Coimbra. The 3 brigades of the 2nd Division, under Hill, which had been brought up to Castelo Branco at the beginning of January, were at the head of the marching army and reached Portelaga via Vila Velha long before the rest of the troops were across the Tagus. Indeed, the first of them, Ashworth's Portuguese, started as early as February 2nd and was at Castelo de Vide near Elvas by February 8th, before the troops behind the Aigde had begun to move. The lengthy column of infantry which had marched by Castelo Branco and the bridge of Vila Velha was cantoned in various places behind Elvas, from Vila Viçosa to Portelaga by March 8th. The 1st Division, coming in from the Abrantes direction, joined them on March 10th and halted at Monforte and Azuma. Only the 5th Division and the 2 Portuguese independent brigades were lacking, and of these the 2 former were expected by the 16th, the latter by the 20th. With the exception of the 5th Division, the whole of Wellington's field army was concentrated near Elvas by the 16th. Only the 1st Hussars of the King's German Legion, under Victor Alten, had been left to keep the outpost line in front of Ciudad Rodrigo, in order that the French vedettes in Leon should not detect that all the army of Wellington had disappeared, as they were bound to do if only Portuguese or Spanish cavalry showed at the front. Counting Hill's corps, now long returned to its old post in front of Badajoz, there were now nearly 60,000 troops nearing Elvas, viz. Of infantry, all the 8 old Anglo-Portuguese divisions, plus Hamilton's Portuguese division, and Pack, S, and Bradford's independent Portuguese brigades. Of cavalry, not only were all the old brigades assembled, save Alten's single regiment, but 2 powerful units now showed at the front for the first time. These were the newly landed brigade of German heavy dragoons under Bach, which had arrived at Lisbon on January 1st, and Lamarchante's brigade of English heavy dragoons, which had disembarked in the autumn, but had not hitherto been brought up to join the field army. Of Portuguese horse J. Campbell's brigade was also at the front. The other Portuguese cavalry brigade, which had served on the Leon frontier during the preceding autumn, had been made over to General Silveira and sent north of the Douro. But even after deducting this small brigade of 900 sabres, Wellington's mounted arm was immensely stronger than it had ever been before. He had concentrated it on the Alemtejo front, in order that he might cope on equal terms with the very powerful cavalry of Soult's army of Andalusia. The commander-in-chief himself, traveling with his wonted speed, left his old headquarters at Freneda on March 5th, was at Castelo Branco on the 8th, at Portelaga on the 10th, and had reached Elvas, his new headquarters, on the 12th. Before leaving the north, he had made elaborate arrangements for the conduct of affairs in that quarter. They are contained in 2 memoranda, given the one to Castaños, who was still in command both of the Galician and the Extremaduran armies of Spain, and the other to Generals Baxeller and Silveira, of whom the former was in charge of the Portuguese Department of the North, with headquarters at Oporto, and the other of the Trás-os-Montes, with headquarters at Vila Real. It was a delicate matter to leave Marmont with nothing save the Spaniards and Portuguese in his front. Of the former, the available troops were 1. The Army of Galicia, 4 weak field divisions, making about 15,000 men, of whom only 550 were cavalry, while the artillery counted only 5 batteries. There were 8,000 garrison and reserve troops in Corunna, Vigo, Ferrol, and other fortified posts to the rear, but these were unavailable for service. Abadia still commanded the whole army under the nominal supervision of Castaños. He had 1 division, 3,000 men under Cabrera, at Puebla Sanabria on the Portuguese frontier, 2 9,000 men under Losada and the Conde de Belvedere at Villafranca, observing the French garrison of Astorga and Sauham's division on the Esla, which supported that advanced post, and 1 2,500 men under Castañon on the Asturian frontier watching Bonnet. 2. The second Spanish force available consisted of that section of the army of Estremadura, which lay north of the Sierra de Gata, viz. Carlos de España's division of 5,000 men, of who 0 had been thrown into Ciudad Rodrigo, so that the surplus for the field was small, and of Julian Sanchez's very efficient guerrillero cavalry, who were about 1,200 strong and were now counted as part of the regular army and formerly styled First and Lancers of Castile. The Portuguese troops left to defend the northern frontier were all militia, with the exception of a couple of batteries of artillery and the cavalry brigade of regulars which had been with Wellington in Leon during the autumn under Madden, but was now transferred to Silvera's charge, and set to watch the frontier of the Trás-os-Montes, with the front regiment at Braganza. Silvera in that province had the 4 local regiments of militia, of which each had only one of its 2 battalions actually embodied. Baxeller had a much more important force, but of the same quality, the 12 regiments forming the divisions of Trant and J. Wilson, and comprising all the militia of the Entredoro, Eminu province, and of northern Beira. 3 of these regiments were immobilized by having been told off to serve as the garrison of Almeida. Farther south Lecca had under arms the 2 militia regiments of the Castelo Branco country, watching their own district. The total force of militia available on the whole frontier must have been about 20,000 men of very second-rate quality. Each battalion had only been under arms intermittently for periods of 6 months, and the officers were for the most part the inefficient leavings of the regular army. Of the generals, Silvera was enterprising, but over-bold, as the record of his earlier campaigns sufficiently demonstrated. Trant and Wilson had hitherto displayed equal energy and more prudence, but in the oncoming campaign they were convicted of Silvera's fault overconfidence. Baxeller passed as a slow but fairly safe commander, rather lacking in self-confidence. Wellington's very interesting memoranda divide the possibilities of March-April into 3 heads, of which the last contains 3 subsections. 1. Marmont may, on learning that Badajoz is in danger, march with practically the whole of his army to succor it, as he did in May-June 1811. If this should occur, Abadia and Carlos de España will advance and boldly take the offensive, laying siege to Astorga, Toro, Zamora, Salamanca, and other fortified posts. Silvera will cooperate with his cavalry and infantry within the bounds of prudence, taking care that his cavalry, which may support Abadia, does not lose communication with, and a secure retreat upon, his infantry, which will not risk itself. 2. Marmont may leave a considerable force, perhaps the 2 divisions of Sauhem and Bonnet, in Leon, while departing southward with the greater part of his army. This is the operation which it is probable that the enemy will follow. What the army of Galicia can then accomplish will depend on the exact relative force of itself and of the French left in front of it, and on the state of the fortified places on the Douro and Tormes Toro, Zamora, Salamanca, and the degree of equipment with which General Abadia can provide himself for siege work. But España and Julian Sanchez must make all the play that they can, and even Porlier and Longa, from distant Cantabria, must be asked to cooperate in making mischief. Silvera and Baxeller will support, but risk nothing. 3. Marmont may send to Estremadura only the smaller half of his army, and keep 4 or 5 divisions in the north, a force strong enough to enable him to take the offensive. He may attack either A. Galicia, B. Trás-os-Montes, or C. the Beira, including Almeida and Ciudad Rodrigo. A. If Marmont should invade Galicia, Abadia had better retreat, but in the direction that will bring him near the frontiers of Portugal, i.e. by Puebla Sanabria, rather than on Lugo and Corunna. In that case, Silvera and Baxeller will be on the enemy's flank and rear, and will do as much mischief as they can on his communications, always taking care that they do not, by pushing too far into Leon, lose their communication with the Galicians or with Portugal. In proportion as the French may advance farther into Galicia, Baxeller will take measures to collect the whole of the militia of the Douro provinces northward. Carlos de España and Julian Sanchez ought to have good opportunities of making trouble for the enemy in the Salamanca district if he pushes far from his base. B. If Marmont should invade Trás-os-Montes, not a likely operation. Owing to the roughness of the country, Baxeller and Silvera should oppose him in front, while Abadia would come down on his flank and rear and annoy him as much as possible. Don Carlos and the guerrillas might do a great deal of mischief in Castile. C. If Marmont should attack Beira, advancing by Ciudad Rodrigo and Olmedo, both these fortresses are in such a state of defense as to ensure them against capture by a coup de main, and are supplied with provisions to suffice during any time that the enemy could possibly remain in the country. Baxeller and Silvera will assemble all the militia of the northern provinces in Upper Beira and place themselves in communication with Carlos de España. They will endeavor to protect the magazines on the Douro and Mondigo at Celorico, Garda, Lamigo, St. Joe de Pesqueira, and may live on the last in case of urgent necessity, but not otherwise, as these stores could not easily be replaced. An attempt should be made, if possible, to draw the enemy into the Beira Baixa, i.e. the Castelo Branco country, rather than towards the Douro. Abadia will invade northern Leon. What he can do depends on the force that Marmont leaves on the Esla, and the strength of his garrisons at Astorga, Zamora, Toro, and C. Supposing Marmont takes this direction, Carlos de España will destroy before him all the bridges on the Yelts and Hubra, and that of Barba del Purco, and the 3 bridges at Castillejo, all on the lower Agda. It will be seen that the alternative, too, was Marmont's own choice, and that he would have carried it out but for Napoleon's orders, which definitively imposed upon him, 3c, the raid into northern Beira. With the inconclusive operations resulting from that movement, we shall deal in their proper place. It began on March 27th, and the Marshal was over the Agda on March 30th. The last British division had left Ciudad Rodrigo 3 weeks before Marmont advanced, so difficult was it for him to get full and correct information, and to collect a sufficiently large army for invasion. On the 26th February, he was under the impression that 2 British divisions only had yet marched for Badajoz, though 5 had really started. On March 6th, when only the 5th Division remained in the north, he still believed that Wellington and a large fraction of his army were in their old positions. This was the result of his adversary's wisdom in stopping at Freneda till March 5th. As long as he was there in person, it was still thought probable by the French that only a detachment had marched southward. Hence came the lateness of Marmont's final advance. For a long time he might consider that he was, as his master ordered, containing several British divisions and the commander-in-chief himself. Meanwhile, on taking stock of his situation at Elvas on March 12th, Wellington was reasonably satisfied. Not only was the greater part of his army in hand, and the rest rapidly coming up, but the siege material had escaped all the perils of storms by sea and rocky defiles by land, and was much where he had expected it to be. The material which moved by road, the 1624 lb. howitzers which had marched on January 30th, and a convoy of 24-pounder and pounder traveling carriages and stores, which went off on February 2, had both come to hand at Elvas, the first on February 25th, the second on March 3, and were ready parked on the glacis. This was a wonderful journey over mountain roads in the most rainy season of the year. The seaborne guns had also enjoyed a surprising immunity from winter storms. Dixon, when he arrived at Setúbal on February 10th, found that the 24-pounders from Oporto had arrived 36 hours before him, and on the 14th was beginning to forward them by riverboat to Alcácer do Sal, from where they were drawn by oxen to Elvas, along with their ammunition. The only difficulty which arose was that Wellington had asked Admiral Berkeley, commanding the squadron at Lisbon, to lend him, as a supplementary train, 20 18-pound ship guns. The Admiral sent 20 Russian guns, leavings of Cini Avans's squadron captured in the Tagus at the time of the Convention of Sintra. Dixon protested, as these pieces were of a different caliber from the British 18-pounder and would not take its shot. The Admiral refused to disgarnish his own flagship, which happened to be the only vessel at Lisbon with homemade 18-pounders on board. Dixon had to take the Russian guns perforce, and to cull for their ammunition all the Portuguese stores at Lisbon, where a certain supply of round shot that fitted was discovered, though many thousands had to be rejected as far too low. On March 8th, the whole 52 guns of the siege train were reported ready, and the officer commanding the Portuguese artillery at Elvas announced that he could even find a small supplement, 6 old heavy English iron guns of the time of George Roman II, which had been in store there since General Burgoyne's expedition of 1761, besides some Portuguese guns of similar caliber. The old brass guns, which had made such bad practice in 1811, were not this time requisitioned. Fortunately, they were not needed. The garrison of Elvas had for some weeks been at work making gabions and fascines, which were all ready, as was also a large consignment of cutting tools from the Lisbon arsenal and a train of 22 pontoons. Altogether, the material was in a wonderful state of completeness. For the service of the siege, Wellington could dispose of about 300 British and Portuguese artillerymen, a much larger force than had been available at the 2 unlucky leaguers of 1811. Colonel Framingham was the senior officer in this arm present, but Wellington had directed that Alexander Dixon should take charge of the whole service of the siege, just as he had been entrusted with all the preparations for it. There were 15 British, 5 German legion, and 17 Portuguese artillery officers under his command. The Portuguese gunners mostly came from the 3rd or Elvas Regiment. The British were drawn from the companies of Holcombe, Gardiner, Glubb, and Retburg. Under Colonel Fletcher, senior engineer officer, there were 115 men of the Royal Military Artificers present at the commencement of the siege, and an additional party came up from Cadiz during its last days. But though this was an improvement over the state of things in 1811, the numbers were still far too small. There were no trained miners whatever, and the volunteers from the line acting as sappers, who were instructed by the artificers, were for the most part unskillful. Only 120 men of the 3rd Division, who had been at work during the leaguer of Ciudad Rodrigo, were comparatively efficient. The engineer arm was the weak point in the siege, as Wellington complained in a letter which will have to be dealt with in its proper place. He had already been urging on Lord Liverpool the absolute necessity for the creation of permanent units of men trained in the technicalities of siege work. Soon after Rodrigo fell, he wrote, "I would beg to suggest to your lordship the expediency of adding to the engineer establishment a corps of sappers and miners. It is inconceivable with what disadvantage we undertake a siege, for want of assistance of this description. There is no French corps d'armée which has not a battalion of sappers and a company of miners. We are obliged to depend for assistance of this sort upon the regiments of the line, and although the men are brave and willing, they want the knowledge and training which are necessary. Many casualties occur, and much valuable time is lost at the most critical period of the siege." The situation on March 12th, save in this single respect, seemed favorable. It was only 14 miles from Elvas, where the siege train lay parked, and the material was ready to Badajoz. Sufficient troops were already arrived not only to invest the place, but to form a large covering army against any attempt of Soult to raise the siege. There was every reason to believe that the advance would take the French unawares. Only Drouet's 2 divisions were in Estremadura, and before they could be reinforced up to a strength which would enable them to act with effect, some weeks must elapse. Soult, as in 1811, would have to borrow troops from Granada and the Cadiz lines before he could venture to take the offensive. Unless he should raise the siege of Cadiz or evacuate Granada, he could not gather more than 25,000 or 30,000 men at the very most, and it would take him 3 weeks to collect so many. If he approached with some such force, he could be fought with very little risk, for it was not now as at the time of Albura. Not 3 Anglo-Portuguese infantry divisions, but 8 were concentrated at Elvas. There would be 9 when the 5th Division arrived. Not 3 British cavalry regiments, the weak point at Albura, but 14 were with the army. If Soult should push forward for a battle, 40,000 men could be opposed to him, all Anglo-Portuguese units of old formation, while 15,000 men were left to invest Badajoz. Or if Wellington should choose to abandon the investment for 3 days, as Beresford had done in May 1811, he could bring 55,000 men to the contest, a force which must crush Soult by the force of double numbers, unless he should raise the siege of Cadiz and abandon Granada so as to bring his whole army to the Guadiana. Even if he took that desperate, but perhaps necessary, measure and came with 45,000 men, leaving only Seville garrisoned behind him, there was no reason to suppose that he could not be dealt with. The only dangerous possibility was the intervention of Marmont with 5 or 6 divisions of the Army of Portugal, as had happened at the time of the operations on the Caya in June 1811. Wellington, as we have seen in his directions to Baxella and Castaños, thought this intervention probable. But from the disposition of Marmont's troops at the moment of his own departure from Freneda, he thought that he could count on 3 weeks, or a little more, of freedom from any interference from this side. 2 at least of Marmont's divisions, Sauham and Bonnet, would almost certainly be left in the north, to contain the Galicians and Asturians. Of the other 6, only 1 Foy was in the valley of the Tagus. The rest was scattered about, at Salamanca, Avila, Valladolid, and C, and would take time to collect. Wellington was quite aware of Marmont's difficulties with regard to magazines. He also counted on the roughness of the roads, the fact that the rivers were high in March, and most of all on the slowness with which information would reach the French marshal. Still, here lay the risk, so far as Wellington could know. What he could not guess was that the movement which he feared had been expressly forbidden to Marmont by his master, and that only on March 27th was permission granted to the marshal to execute the march to Almaraz. By that time, as we have already seen, it was too late for him to profit by the tardily granted leave. But it was the possibility of Marmont's appearance on the scene, rather than anything which might be feared from Soult, which made the siege of Badajoz a time problem, just as that of Ciudad Rodrigo had been. The place must, if possible, be taken somewhere about the first week in April, the earliest date at which a serious attempt at relief was likely to be made. On March 14th, every preparation being complete, the pontoon train, with a good escort, moved out of Elvas and was brought up to a point on the Guadiana 4 miles west of Badajoz, where it was laid without molestation. On the next day, Le Marchant's heavy dragoons crossed, but owing to an accident to one of the boats, no more troops. On the 16th, however, the 3rd, 4th, and Light Divisions passed and invested Badajoz without meeting any opposition. The garrison kept within the walls and did not even prevent Colonel Fletcher, the commanding engineer, from approaching for purposes of reconnaissance to the crest of the Cerro de San Miguel, only 200 yards from the enceinte. The investing corps of 12,000 bayonets was under Beresford, who had just returned from a short and stormy visit to Lisbon, where he had been harrying the Regency, at Wellington's request, upon financial matters, and had been dealing sternly with the Junta de Vivers, or Commissariat Department. The situation had not been found a happy one. After a perfect investigation, it appears that the expenditure must be nearly £6 million. The means at present are £3,500,000. A radical reform grounded upon a bold and fearless inquiry into every branch of the revenue, expenditure, and subsidy, and an addition to the latter from England, can alone put a period to these evils. To this Lord Wellington, though late, is now turning his eyes, and when the Marshal, in conjunction with our ambassador, shall have made his report, it must be immediately acted upon, for there is no time to lose. The investment was only part of the general movements of the army on the 16th. The covering force was proceeding to take up its position in 2 sections. Graham with the 1st, 6th, 8th Divisions and Slade's and Le Marchant's horse crossed the Guadiana and began to advance down the high road to Seville, making for Santa Marta and Villafranca. Hill with the other section, consisting of his own old troops of the Extremaduran army, the 2nd Division and Hamilton's Portuguese, Long's British and Campbell's Portuguese cavalry, marched by the north bank of the Guadiana via Montijo towards Merida, which had not been occupied by either party since January 17th. These 2 columns, the one 19,000, the other 14,000 strong, were to drive in the 2 French divisions which were at this moment cantoned in Estremadura. Drouet was known to be lying about Zafra and Lerena, covering the Seville chaussee, Derricau to have his troops at Zalamia and Los Hornachos, watching the great passage of the Guadiana at Merida. As each division with its attendant cavalry was not much over 6,000 strong, there was no danger of their combining so as to endanger either of the British columns. Each was strong enough to give a good account of itself. Hill and Graham were to push forward boldly, and drive their respective enemies before them as far as the Sierra Morna, so that Soult, when he should come up from Seville, as he undoubtedly would in the course of a few weeks, should have no foothold in the Estremadura's plain to start from, and would have to maneuver back the containing force in his front all the way from the summit of the passes to Albura. In addition to these two columns and the investing corps at Badajoz, Wellington had a reserve of which some units had not yet come up, though all would do in a few days, viz. the 5th Division, Pack S and Bradford's independent Portuguese brigades, and the cavalry of Bach and Anson, about 12,000 men. The last of them would be up by the 21st at latest. There was still one more corps, from which Wellington intended to get useful assistance. This was the main body of the Spanish army of Estremadura, the troops of Peninsular and Morillo, about 1,000 horse and 0 foot, which he destined to play the same part in this campaign that Blake had played during the last siege of Badajoz. By Castaños's leave, this little force had been moved from its usual haunts by Cáceres and Valencia de Alcantara, behind the Portuguese frontier, to the lower Guadiana, from whence it was to enter the Condado de Niebla. It passed Redondo on March 17th, on its way towards Sanlúcar de Guadiana, feeding on magazines provided by its allies. Peninsular's orders were that he should establish himself in the Condado, where there was still a small Spanish garrison at Ayamonte, and strike at Seville the moment that he heard that Soult had gone north towards Estremadura. The city would be found ill-garrisoned by convalescents and juramantados of doubtful loyalty. If it were not captured, its danger would at any rate cause Soult to turn back, just as he had in June 1811, for he dared not lose his base and arsenal. It was hoped that Ballesteros with his roving corps from the mountain of Ronda would cooperate, when he found that the troops usually employed to contain him had marched off. But Ballesteros was always a law unto himself, and it was impossible to count upon him. He particularly disliked suggestions from a British quarter, while Castaños was always sensible and obliging. Before dealing with the operations of the actual siege of Badajoz, which require to be studied in continuous sequence, it may be well to deal with those of the covering corps. Graham marched in 2 columns, 1 division by Albura, 2 by Almendral. He ran against the outposts of Drouet at Santa Marta, from which a battalion and a few cavalry hastily retired to Villafranca, where it was reported that Drouet himself was lying. Graham judged that the French general would probably retire towards Llerena by the main road, and hoped to harass, if not to surprise him, by a forced night march on that place. This was executed in the night of the 18th-19th, but proved a disappointment. The vanguard of the British column entered Llerena only to find it empty. Drouet had retired not southward, but eastward, so as to get into touch with Derricau's division at Zalamea. He had gone off by Ribera to Los Hornachos. Graham thereupon halted his main body at Zafra, with the cavalry out as far as Uzega and Fuente Cantos. A dispatch from Drouet to his brigadier Raymond was intercepted on the 21st, and showed that the latter, with 4 battalions at Freginal, had been cut off from his chief by the eruption of the British down the high road, and was ordered to rejoin him by way of Llerena. Graham thought that he might catch this little force, so withdrew his cavalry from Llerena, in order that Raymond might make his way thither unmolested, and be caught in a trap by several British brigades converging upon him by a night march. This operation, executed on the night of the 25th, unfortunately miscarried. The French actually entered Llerena, but as the columns were closing in upon them, an unlucky accident occurred. Graham and his staff, riding ahead of the 7th Division, ran into a cavalry picket, which charged them. They came back helter-skelter on to the leading battalion of the infantry, which fired promiscuously into the mass, killed 2 staff officers, and nearly shot their general. The noise of this outburst of fire and the return of their own dragoons warned the 1,800 French in Llerena, who escaped by a mountain path towards Guadalcanal and did not lose a man. Improbable as it would have been judged, Drouet had abandoned the Seville road altogether and gone off eastward. His only communication with Soult would have to be by Cordova. Clearly, he had refused to be cut off from Derricau. Possibly he may have hoped to await in the direction of Zalamea and Castora the arrival of troops from the army of Portugal, coming down by Truxillo and Medellin from from Almaraz. For Soult and his generals appear to have had no notice of the emperor's prohibition to Marmont to send troops to Estremadura. On the other hand, the Duke of Ragusa had written, in perfect good faith, before he received the imperial rescript, that he should come to the aid of Badajoz with 4 or 5 divisions, as in June 1811, if the place were threatened. On the 27th, Graham resolved to pursue Drouet eastward, even hoping that he might slip in to the south of him and drive him northward in the direction of Merida and Medellin, where he would have fallen into the arms of Hill's column. He had reached Lira and La Higuera when he intercepted another letter, this time from General Raymond to Drouet. That officer, after escaping from Lerena on the night of the 25th-26th, had marched to Azuaga, where he had picked up another detachment under General Quiet. He announced that he was making the best of his way towards Fuente Ovejuna, behind the main crest of the Sierra Morna, by which circuitous route he hoped to join his chief. Graham thought that he had now another opportunity of surprising Raymond, while he was marching across his front, and swerving southward again, made a second forced night march on Azuaga. It failed, like that on Lerena 3 days before. The French, warned by afrancesados, left in haste, and Graham's exhausted troops only arrived in time to see them disappear. Raymond's column was joined next day at Fuente Ovejuna by Drouet and Derricau, so that the whole of the French force in Estremadura was now concentrated, but in an unfavorable position, since they were completely cut off from Seville, and could only retire on Cordova if further pressed. Should Soult wish to join them with his reserves, he would have to march up the Guadalquivir, losing 4 or 5 days. Graham and his staff were flattering themselves that they had won a considerable strategical advantage in this matter, when they were disappointed by receiving, on March 30, a dispatch from Wellington prohibiting any further pursuit of Drouet, or any longer stay on the slopes of the Sierra Morna. The column was ordered to come back and canton itself about Fuente del Maister, Almendralejo, and Villafranca. By Append, the 3 divisions were established in these places. Their recall would seem to have been caused by Wellington's knowledge that Soult had by now concentrated a heavy force at Seville, and that if he advanced suddenly by the Great Chaussee, past Monasterio and Fuente Cantos, Graham might be caught in a very advanced position between him and Drouet, and find a difficulty in retreating to join the main body of the army for a defensive battle on the Albura position. Meanwhile, Hill, with the other half of the covering army, had been spending a less eventful fortnight. He reached Merida on March 17 and found it unoccupied. Drouet was reported to be at Villafranca, Derricau to be lying with his troops spread wide between Medellin, Los Hornachos, and Zalamea. Hill crossed the Guadiana and marched to look for them. His first march was on Villafranca, but Drouet had already slipped away from that point, avoiding Graham's column. Hill then turned in search of Derricau and drove one of his brigades out of Don Benito near Medellin. The bulk of the French division then went off to the southeast and ultimately joined Drouet at Fuente Ovejuna, though it kept a rearguard at Castura. Hill did not pursue, but remained in the neighborhood of Merida and Medellin to guard these 2 great passages of the Guadiana against any possible appearance of Marmont's troops from the direction of Almaraz and Truxillo. Wellington, it will be remembered, had believed that Marmont would certainly come down with a considerable force by this route, and being ignorant of Napoleon's order to the Marshal, was expecting him to be heard of from day to day. As a matter of fact, only Foy's single division was in the Tagus Valley at Talavera. That officer kept receiving dispatches for his chief from Drouet and Soult, imploring that Marmont should move south without delay. This was impossible, as Foy knew, but he became so troubled by the repeated requests that he thought of marching, on his own responsibility, to try to join Drouet. This became almost impracticable when Drouet and Derricau withdrew southward to the borders of Andalusia, but Foy then thought of executing a demonstration on Truxillo on his own account, hoping that it might at least distract Wellington. On Ypres he wrote to Drouet that he was about to give out that he was Marmont's advanced guard, and to march, with 3,000 men only, on that point, leaving the rest of his division in garrison at Talavera and Almaraz. He would be at Truxillo on the 9th. If he had started a week earlier, he would have fallen into the hands of Hill, who was waiting for him at Merida with 4 times his force. But the news of the fall of Badajoz on the 6th reached him in time to prevent him from running into the lion's mouth. Otherwise, considering Hill's enterprise and Foy's complete lack of cavalry, there might probably have been something like a repetition of the surprise of Arroyo dos Molinos. So much for the covering armies. It now remains to be seen how Wellington dealt with Badajoz in the 3 weeks during which Graham and Hill were keeping the peace for him in southern and eastern Estremadura. On surveying the fortress, upon March 16th, the British engineers found that it had been considerably strengthened since the last siege in June 1811. Fort San Cristobal had been vastly improved, its glacis and counterscarp had been raised, and a strong redoubt, called by the French the Lunette Whirlée, after the general killed at Albura, had been thrown up on the rising slope where Beresford's breaching batteries had stood, so that this ground would have to be won before it could be again utilized. On the southern side of the Guadiana, the castle had been provided with many more guns, and some parts of the precipitous mound on which it stood had been scarped. The breach of 1811 had been most solidly built up. No danger was feared in this quarter. It was regarded as the strongest part of the defenses. The approach toward the much more accessible bastions just below the castle had been made difficult by damming the Revilla's stream. Its bridge near the San Roque Gate had been built up, and the accumulated water made a broad pool which lay under the bastions of San Pedro and La Trinidad. Its overflow had been turned into the ditch in front of San Pedro, and by cutting a canet or channel, a deep but narrow water obstruction had been formed in front of the Trinidad also, the broad dry ditch having a narrow wet ditch sunk in its bottom just below the counterscarp. This inundation was destined to give great trouble to the besiegers. The Pardalera's fort had been connected with the city by a well-protected trench between high earthen banks. Finally, the 3 bastions on the south side next the river, San Vicente, San Jose, and Santiago, had been strengthened by demi-lunes, which they had hitherto lacked, and also by driving a system of mines from their counterscarps under the glacis. These were to be exploded if the besiegers should push up their trenches and breaching batteries close to the walls on this side, which was one of the weakest in the city, since it was not covered, as were the other fronts, by outlying works like the Pardaleras and Picurina forts or the San Roque Lunette. The existence of this series of mines was revealed to the besiegers by a French sergeant-major of sappers, a skillful draftsman who had been employed in mapping out the works. Having been insulted, as he conceived, by his captain and refused redress by the governor, he fled to the British camp in a rage and placed his map, where the mines are very clearly shown, and his services at the disposition of Wellington. The identical map, a very neat piece of work, lies before me as I write these lines, having passed into the possession of General 500 Urban, the chief of the Portuguese staff. It was in consequence of their knowledge of these defenses that the British engineers left the San Vicente front alone. The garrison on March 15th consisted of 5 battalions of French regulars, one each from certain regiments belonging to Conroe, Level, Drouet, and Derricau, 2767 men, of 2 battalions of the Hestarmstedt Regiment of the Rainbun Division of the Army of the Centre, 910 men, 3 companies of artillery, 261 men, 2.5 companies of sappers, 260 men, a handful of cavalry, 42 men, a company of Spanish Juramentados, and by casual chance, the escort of a convoy which had entered the city 2 days before the siege began. The whole, excluding non-combatants, medical and commissariat staff, and made up 4,700 men, not more than an adequate provision for such a large place. The governor, Philippon, the commandants of artillery and engineers, the last named, Lamer, was the historian of the 3 sieges of Badajoz, and nearly all the staff had been in the fortress for more than a year. The battalions of the garrison, though not the same as those who had sustained the assaults of 1811, had been many months settled in the place, and knew it almost as well as did the staff. They were all picked troops, including the German regiment, which had an excellent record. But undoubtedly the greatest factor in the defense was the ingenuity and resource of the governor, which surpassed all praise. Oddly enough, Philippon did not show himself a very skillful mover of troops in the field, when commanding a division in the Army of Germany in 1813 after his capture and exchange. But behind the walls of Badajoz, he was unsurpassable. The scheme of attack which Wellington, under the advice of his engineers, employed against Badajoz in March 1812 differed entirely from that of May-June 1811. The fact that the whole was a time problem remained the same. The danger that several of the French armies might, if leisure were granted them, unite for its relief, was as clear as ever. But the idea that the best method of procedure was to assail the most commanding points of the fortress, whose capture would make the rest untenable, was completely abandoned. Fort San Cristobal and the lofty castle were on this occasion to be left alone altogether. The former was only observed by a single Portuguese brigade, first de Costas and later Powers. The second was not breached or even battered with any serious intent. This time the front of attack was to be the bastions of Santa Maria and La Trinidad on the southeastern side of the town. The reason for leaving those of San Vicente and San Jose on the southwestern side unassailed, though they were more accessible and defended by no outer forts, was apparently the report of the renegade French sergeant major spoken of above. They were countermined, and therefore 3 or 4 successive lodgements would have to be formed against them. To attack Santa Maria and the Trinidad, a preliminary operation was necessary. They were covered by the Picurina fort, and only from the knoll on which that work stands could they be battered with effect. The Picurina was far weaker than the Pardaleras fort, from whose site a similar advantage could be got against the bastions of San Roque and San Juan. It must therefore be stormed, and on its emplacement would be fixed the batteries of the second parallel, which were to do the main work of breaching. The exceptional advantage to be secured in this way was that the counterguard inner protective bank within the glacis of the Trinidad bastion was reputed to be so low that from the Picurina knoll the scarp of the bastion could be seen almost to its foot, and could be much more effectively battered than any part of the defenses whose upper section alone was visible to the besieger. Despite, therefore, of the need for wasting no time, and of the fact that the preliminary operations against the Picurina must cost a day or two, this was the general plan of attack adopted. The investment had been completed on the evening of the 16th. On the same day, 120 carts with stores of all kinds marched from Elvas, and on the 17th, these were already being deposited in the Engineers' Park, behind the Cerro de San Miguel, whose rounded top completely screened the preparations from the site of the garrison. The besieged had no notion whatever as to the front which would, on this third attempt, be selected for the attack of the British. The elaborate fortifications and improvements made in the castle and San Cristobal tend to show that these old points of attack were expected to be once more assailed. Hence the besiegers got the inestimable advantage of an unmolested start on the night of March 17th. Colonel Fletcher had risked the dangers of drawing the first parallel at a very short distance from the Picurina fort. On a night of tempestuous rain and high wind, a parallel yards long was picketed out, on a line ranging only to 200 yards from the covered way of the work, and 800 workmen in the course of the night threw up the parallel and 0 feet of a communication trench, leading backward to the head of a ravine in the hill of San Miguel, which gave good cover for bringing men and material up from the rear. Not a shot was fired by the French all through the night, and at dawn the parallel and approach were already 3 feet deep and feet 6 inches wide, a good start. With daylight the enemy discovered what had been done, and opened a furious fire both of cannon and musketry upon the trenches. The 3 nearest bastions of the fortress joined in with their heavy guns, but the 18th was a day of such constant rain that even at a distance of only 500 or 600 yards, it was impossible to see much, or take accurate aim at the trenches. The working parties went on deepening and improving the parallel and the communication behind it, without suffering any great loss. During the night of the 18th-19th, they were able to trace out and begin 2 batteries, destined to breach the Picurina in the line of the parallel and to extend it at both ends, from the Revillas on one side to the foot of the hill of San Miguel on the other. This was visible on the following morning, and Philippon thought the prospects of the fort so bad that he resolved to risk a sortie, to destroy at all costs the trenches which were so dangerously near to their objective. At midday, 2 battalions, 1,000 men, starting from the lunette of San Roque, dashed up the hill, got into the north end of the parallel, and drove out the working parties for a distance of some 500 yards. They carried off many entrenching tools, for which the governor had offered the bonus of $1 apiece. But they had no time to do any serious damage to the parallel, for the guard of the trenches and the working parties, rallying 50 yards up the hill, came down on them in force, within a quarter of an hour, and evicted them again after a sharp tussle. The loss on the two sides was very different. The British lost 150 men, the besieged, of whom many were drowned in the inundation, while trying to take short cuts through it to the gates. The effect of the sortie had been practically nil, as far as destroying the works went. During this skirmish, Colonel Fletcher was wounded in the groin by a ball, which hit his purse, and while failing to penetrate further, forced a dollar piece an inch into his thigh. He was confined to his tent for some 14 days, and his subordinates, Majors Squire and Bergen, had to take up his duty, though Wellington ordered that he should still retain nominal charge of the work, and consulted him daily upon it. On the next night, March 20th, the parallel and approach against the Picurina being practically complete, and only the battery emplacements in it requiring to be finished, the engineers of the besieging army resolved to continue the line of trenches into the flat ground in front of the bastion of San Pedro and the castle, it being intended that batteries should be constructed here to play on the Trinidad and the neighboring parts of the fortress when the Picurina should have fallen. It would save time to have everything ready on this side when the fort should have been mastered. Trouble at once began, not only from the enemy's fire, which swept all this low ground, but still more from the continuous bad weather. The rain, which had easily run away from the sloping trenches on the Cerro de San Miguel, lodged in the new works, could not be drained off, and melted away the earth as fast as it was thrown up. Mud cast into the gabions ran off in the form of slimy water, and the parapets could only be kept upright by building them of sandbags. The men were actually flooded out of the trenches by the accumulated water, which was almost knee-deep. In the rear, the Guadiana rose and washed away the 2 bridges which connected the army with its base at Elvas. The deluge lasted 4 days and was a terrible hindrance, it being impossible to finish the parallel in the low ground or to begin moving the battering guns, even those destined for the long-completed batteries on the Cerro de San Miguel. It was not till the afternoon of the 24th that fine weather at last set in. This permitted the guns to be brought at once into the 2 batteries facing the Picurina, and after Herculean efforts into other batteries, Nos. 4N in the low ground also. 3 days at least had been lost from the vile weather. On the morning of the 25th, all the batteries opened simultaneously, 10 guns against the Picurina, 18 against the parts of the fortress behind it. The fort was completely silenced, as was the little lunette of San Roque. Not much damage appeared to have been inflicted on the Picurina beyond the breaking of many of its palisades and the degradation of its salient angle. But Wellington ordered that it should be stormed that night, in order that he might make up for the lost time of the 24th. The storm was duly carried out by General Kempt and men of the Light and the 3rd Divisions at 10 o'clock that night. It was a desperate affair, for the ditch was deep and not in the least filled with rubbish, and the scarp was intact save at the extreme salient angle. Though the garrison's guns had been silenced, they kept up a furious fire of musketry, which disabled men before the stormers reached the ditch. The main hope of the assault had been that 2 turning columns might break in at the gorge, but it was found so strongly closed, with a double row of palisades and a cutting, that all efforts to force an entrance were repelled with loss. Baffled here, one party tried the desperate expedient of casting 3 long ladders, not into, but across the ditch on the right flank of the fort, which though deep was not so broad, but that a 30-foot ladder would reach from its lip to the row of frays, or projecting beams, ranged horizontally at the top of the scarp some feet below the brim of the parapet. The ladders sagged down but did not break, and some 50 men headed by Captain Oates of the 88th ran across on the rungs and got a lodgment inside the fort. At the same moment, General Kempt launched the reserve of the storming party, 100 men, mostly from the 283rd and headed by Captain Powys of that regiment, at the exact salient of the fort, the only place where it was seriously damaged, and succeeded in breaking in. The garrison, who made a stubborn resistance, were overpowered. 83 were killed or wounded. The governor, Colonel Gaspard Thierry, and taken prisoners. Only one officer and men escaped into the town. The losses of the stormers had been over 50%. Of the men engaged, 4 officers and rank and file were killed, 15 officers and men wounded, out of a little over 500 who joined in the assault. Philippon tried a sortie from the lunette of San Roque, just as the fort fell, in hopes to recover it. But the battalion which came out was easily beaten off by the fire of the men in the trenches to the right, and lost 50 killed and wounded. The last stage of the siege had now been reached. By capturing the Picurina on its commanding knoll, the British had established themselves within 400 yards of the Trinidad and yards of the Santa Maria bastions, which they could batter with every advantage of slope and ground. But it was a very costly business to make the necessary lodgment in the ruined fort, to demolish it and throw its earth in the reverse direction, and to build in its gorge the 2 batteries, Nos 8-9, which were to breach the body of the place. The fire of 3 bastions bore directly on the spot where the batteries were to be placed, and there was also a most deadly and enfilading fire from the high-lying castle, and even from the distant San Cristobal. Though the 3 batteries in the flat ground, to which a 4th was presently added, endeavored to silence this fire, they only succeeded in doing so very imperfectly, for the French kept replacing one gun by another from their ample store when any were disabled. From the 26th to the 30th, 4 days were employed in building the Picurina batteries, with great loss of life all the time, which fell mainly on the engineer officers who were directing the work, and on the sappers under their orders. The French covered the whole of the Picurina knoll with such a hail of projectiles that no amount of cover seemed to guarantee those laboring in it from sudden death. When the batteries had been completed, the bringing forward of the guns and the ammunition cost many lives more. Twice, there were considerable explosions of powder, while the magazines in the batteries were being filled. At last, however, on March 30, one of the 2 new batteries in the gorge of the Picurina was able to open, and on the 31st the other followed suit, supported by a 3rd supplementary battery, No. 7, planned under the left flank of the fort. The practice was excellent, but at first the effect was not all that had been hoped. The Trinidad and the Santa Maria bastions were solidly built and resisted well. On Ypres, however, both began to show considerable and obvious injury, and it was clear that a few days more would ruin them. But there was one serious contretemps. The inundation between the Picurina and the fortress showed no signs of going down. It had been swollen by the rains of the 20th, 24th, and could not flow away so long as the dam at the lunette of San Roque kept it back. While the water was held up, the breaches, soon about to develop, could only be got at by a narrow and curved route between the inundation and the steep slope on which stands the Pardoleras. It had been intended that the assault should be delivered from the trenches, but this was impossible till the Revillas should have fallen to its usual insignificant breadth and depth. Hence efforts were made to burst the dam at all costs, but neither did artillery fire suffice, nor a venturesome expedition on the night of the 2nd of April by the engineer Lieutenant Stanway and sappers, who slipped down the ravine and laid powder bags against the dam, despite of the French fire. The powder exploded, but did not do its work. For several days, an attempt was made to sap down to the dam from the 2nd parallel, but it cost so many lives at the head of the sap, and the zigzags advanced so slowly, that on the 3rd of April the attempt was given up, and it was determined that the breaches must be assaulted from the west bank of the Revillas only. Meanwhile, the 2 breaches, the larger one in the front of the Trinidad bastion, the smaller in the flank of the Santa Maria, began to be very apparent and gave good hope to the besiegers. The French, however, delayed their progress by the most gallant efforts. 200 men worked in the ditch after dark to clear away the debris that was falling into it. This they did under constant artillery fire from the batteries, which played on the ditch with grape at intervals in the night and killed scores of the workmen. They also deepened the ditch at the foot of the counterscarp till it was 18 feet from the covered way to the bottom of its level. The ruined parapets were built up every night with earth and wool packs, only to be destroyed again every morning. The garrison began to feel uncomfortable, for not only was the loss of life great, but the furious fire by which they strove to keep down the efficiency of the siege batteries had begun to tell so much on their reserves of ammunition that, by Ypres, there was no common shell left, and very little grape. Of the round shot, much more than half had been expended. Philippon was obliged to order the artillerymen to be sparing, or a few days more would leave him helpless. As the French fire slackened, that of the besiegers grew more intense, and Wellington put forward the last 12 guns of his siege park, hitherto reserved, to form some new supplementary batteries on the right of his line. On Ypres the breaches were both growing practicable, and news from the south warned Wellington that he must hurry. Soult was at last over the Sierra Morna with all the troops that he could scrape together from Andalusia. It was lucky indeed that Marmont was not marching to join Soult, but was executing a raid into central Portugal, not by his own wish, but by the special orders of the Emperor, as has already been explained elsewhere. His eruption into the Beira was absolutely disregarded by Wellington, for as long as the two French armies were not united, the British commander did not much fear either of them. Still, if Soult came close up to Badajoz, it would be necessary to send part of the siege troops to join the covering force, and this would be inconvenient. Wherefore Wellington resolved to strike at once, while Soult was still 4 or 5 marches away. On the 4th the breaches, both in the Trinidad and in Santa Maria, looked practicable. On the morning of the 5th they were certainly so. But the question was raised as to whether the mere practicability of the breaches was enough to ensure success. It was clearly made out that the garrisons were building a semicircular inner retrenchment among the houses of the town, which would cut off the breaches and give a second line of resistance. Moreover, Colonel Fletcher, who was just out of bed, his wound of the 19th March being on the mend, reported from personal observation that it was clear that all manner of obstacles were being accumulated behind both breaches, and every preparation made for a desperate defense of them. Wherefore Wellington ordered the storm to be put off for a day, and turned 2 batteries on to a new spot, where Spanish informants reported that the wall of the curtain was badly built between Santa Maria and the Trinidad. So true was this report that a very few hours' battering on the morning of the 6th made a 3rd breach at this point, as practicable as either of the others. To prevent the enemy from getting time to retrench this 3rd opening into the town, the storm was ordered for 7:30 o'clock on the same evening. It would have been well if the hour had been kept as first settled. Section 32, Chapter IV. The Storm of Badajoz, APR 1812. The arrangements which Wellington made for the assault, a business which he knew would be costly and not absolutely certain of success, were as follows. The light Anth divisions were told off for the main attack at the 3 breaches. They were forced to make it on the narrow front west of the Revillas because the inundation cramped their approach on the right. The 4th Division, under Colville, was to keep nearest to that water and to assail the breach in the Trinidad bastion and also the new breach in the curtain to its left. The Light Division was to devote itself to the breach in the flank of Santa Maria. Each division was to provide an advance of 500 men, with which went 12 ladders and a party carrying hay bags to cast into the ditch. For the counterscarp not being ruined, it was clear that there would be a very deep jump into the depths. The 2 divisions followed in columns of brigades, each with a British brigade leading, the Portuguese in the center, and the other British brigade in the rear. Neither division was quite complete, the 4th having to provide the guard of the trenches that night, while the Light Division detached some of its rifles to distract the attention of the enemy in the bastions to the left, by lying down on the glacis and firing into the embrasures when their cannon should open. Hence the Light Division put only 3,000, the 4th 3,500 men into the assault. When the breaches were carried, the Light Division was to wheel to the left, the 4th to the right, and to sweep along the neighboring bastions on each side. A reserve was to be left at the quarries below the Pardaleras height and called up when it was needed. In addition to the main assault, 2 subsidiary attacks were to be made. A 3rd, as we shall see, was added at the last moment. The guards of the trenches, furnished by the 4th Division, were to try to rush the lunette of San Roque, which was in a dilapidated condition, and were to cut away the dam if successful. A much more serious matter was that, on the express petition of General Picton, he was allowed to make an attempt to take the castle by escalade. This daring officer argued that all the attention of the enemy would be concentrated on the breaches, and that the castle was in itself so strong that it was probable the governor would only leave a minimum garrison in it. He had marked spots in its front where the walls were comparatively low, owing to the way in which the rocky and grassy slope at its foot ran up and down. The escalade was to be a surprise. The division was to cross the Revillas at a point far below the inundation, where the ruins of a mill spanned the stream, and was to drag ladders up the steep mound to the foot of the wall. 2 demonstrations, or false attacks, were to be made with the intention of distracting the enemy, one by Power's Portuguese brigade beyond the Guadiana, who were to threaten an escalade on the fort at the bridgehead, the other by the Portuguese of the 5th Division against the Parduleras. At the last moment, the order does not appear in the full draft of the directions for the storm. Leith, commanding the 5th Division, was told that he might try an escalade, similar to that allotted to Picton, against the river bastion of San Vicente, the extreme northwest point of the defenses, and one that had hitherto been left entirely untouched by the besiegers. For this, he was to employ one of his 2 British brigades, leaving the other in reserve. Every student of the Peninsular War knows the unexpected result of the storm. The regular assault on the breaches failed with awful loss, but all the 3 subsidiary attacks, on San Roque, the castle, and San Vicente, succeeded in the most brilliant style, so that Badajoz was duly taken, but not in the way that Wellington intended. The reason why the main assault failed was purely and simply that Philippon and his garrison put into the defense of the breaches not only the most devoted courage, but such an accumulation of ingenious devices as had never before been seen in a siege of that generation. Apparently, Philippon must share the credit with his commanding engineer, Lamer, the historian of the siege. The normal precaution of cutting off the breaches by retrenchments on both sides and of throwing up parapets of earth, sandbags, and wool packs behind them was the least part of the work done. What turned out more effective was a series of mines and explosive barrels planted at the foot of the counterscarp and connected with the ramparts by covered trains. This was on the near side of the ditch, where there was dead ground unsearched by the besiegers' artillery. In the bottom of it, and at the foot of the breaches, had been placed or thrown all manner of large cumbrous obstacles, carts and barrows turned upside down, several large damaged boats, some rope entanglements, and piles of broken gabions and fascines. The slopes of the breaches had been strewn with crow's feet and were covered with beams studded with nails, not fixed, but hung by ropes from the lip of the breach. In some places, harrows and doors studded with long spikes were set upon the slope. At the top of each breach was a device never forgotten by any observer, the chevaux de frise, formed of cavalry sword blades set in foot-square beams and chained down at their ends. For the defense of the 3 breaches, Philippon had told off 700 men, composed of the light and grenadier companies of each of his battalions, plus the 4 fusilier companies of the 103rd Line, about 1,200 men in all. A battalion of the 88th was in the Cathedral Square behind, as general reserve. The 2 Hessian battalions were on the left, holding the castle, the lunette of San Roque, and the San Pedro bastion. The 3 other French battalions occupied the long range of bastions from San Juan to San Vicente. As there had been many casualties, the total of the available men had sunk to about 4,000, and since nearly half of them were concentrated at or behind the breaches, the guard was rather thin at other points, especially, as Picton had calculated, at the castle, which, though its front was long, was held by only 250 men, mostly Hessians. It was a most unfortunate thing that the time of the assault, originally fixed for 7:30, was put off and that the siege batteries slacked down after dark, for the 2 hours thus granted to the besieged were well spent in repairing and strengthening all their devices for defense. An earlier assault would have found the preparations incomplete, especially in the matter of the combustibles placed in the ditch. It would be useless, in the narrative of the doings of this bloody night, to make any attempt to vie with those paragraphs of lurid description which make Napier's account of the storm of Badajoz perhaps the most striking section of one of the most eloquent books in the English language. All that will be here attempted is to give a clear and concise note of what happened between 10 and 1 o'clock on the night of April 1812, so far as it is possible to secure a coherent tale from the diaries and memoirs of a number of eyewitnesses. Burgoyne and Jones of the Royal Engineers, Dixon the commander of the artillery, Grattan and McCarthy from the 3rd Division, Leith Hay of the 5th, and Kincaid, Simmons, and Harry Smith of the Light Division, along with many more less well-known authorities, must serve as our instructors, each for the part of the storm in which he was himself concerned. It had been intended, as was said above, that all the columns should converge simultaneously on their points of attack, and for that reason the distances between the starting point of each division and its objective had been calculated with care. But as a matter of fact, the hour of 10 p.m. was not quite accurately kept. On the right, Picton's division was descried by the French in the castle as it was lining the first parallel, and was heavily fired upon at 9:45, whereupon the general, seeing that his men were discovered, ordered the advance to begin at once. The 3rd Division was fording the Revillas under a blaze of fire from the castle and the San Pedro bastion before 10 struck on the cathedral clock. On the other hand, at the western flank, the officer in charge of the ladder and haybag party, which was to lead the 5th Division, lost his way along the bank of the Guadiana while coming up from the park to take his place at the head of Leith's men. The column had to wait for the ladders and was more than an hour late in starting. Only the central attack, on the 3 breaches, was delivered with exact punctuality. It is perhaps best to deal with this unhappy assault first. It was a horrible affair, and fully 2/3 of the losses that night were incurred in it. The 2 divisions, as ordered, came down the ravine to the left of the Pardelera's Hill without being discovered. The line of vision from the town was in their favor till they were actually on the glacis, and heavy firing against Picton's column was heard as they came forward. The 4th Division was turning to the right, the Light Division to the left, just as they drew near the ditch, when suddenly they were descried, and the French, who were well prepared and had long been waiting for the expected assault, opened on them with musketry from all the breaches and with artillery from the unruined flanking bastions. The storm began as unhappily as it was to end. The advance of the 4th Division bearing to the right came on a part of the ditch into which the inundation had been admitted, not knowing its depth, nor that the French had made a 6-foot cutting at the foot of the counterscarp. Many men, not waiting for the ladders, sprang down into the water, thinking it to be a mere puddle. The leading files nearly all perished. The regimental record of the Welsh Fusiliers shows 20 men drowned, that of the Portuguese regiment, which was behind the Fusiliers, as many as 30. Finding the ditch impassable here, the rest of the 4th Division storming party swerved to the left, and getting beyond the inundation, planted their ladders there. Some came down in this way, more by simply taking a 14-foot leap on to the hay bags, which they duly cast down. At the same moment, the advance of the Light Division descended in a similar fashion into the ditch farther to the left, towards Santa Maria. Many men were already at the bottom, the rest crowded on the edge, where the French engineers fired the series of fougasses, mines, and powder barrels which had been laid in the ditch. They worked perfectly, and the result was appalling. The 500 volunteers who formed the advance of each division were almost all slain, scorched, or disabled. Every one of the engineer officers set to guide the column was killed or wounded, and the want of direction, caused by the absence of anyone who knew the topography of the breaches, had the most serious effect during the rest of the storm. Of the Light Division officers with the advance, only 2 escaped unhurt. There was a horrible check for a minute or two, and then the heads of the main column of each division reached the edge of the ditch and began to leap down or to make use of those of the ladders which had not been broken. The gulf below was all ablaze, for the explosions had set fire to the carts, boats, broken gabions, and sea, which the French had set in the ditch, and they were burning furiously. Every man as he descended was clearly visible to the enemy entrenched on the top of the breaches. The troops suffered severely as they dribbled over the edge of the counterscarp and began to accumulate in the ditch. From the first, there was great confusion. The 2 divisions got mixed, because the 4th had been forced to swerve to its left to avoid the inundation, and so was on ground originally intended for the Light. Many men mistook an unfinished ravelin in the bottom of the ditch for the foot of the central breach, and climbed it, only to find themselves on a mass of earth divided by a wide sunken space from the point they were aiming at. To get to the foot of the largest breach, that in the Trinidad bastion, it was necessary to push some way along the blazing bottom of the ditch, so as to turn and get round the end of the inundation. The main thrust of the attack, however, went this way, only part of the light division making for the Santa Maria breach, on which it had been intended that all should concentrate. As to the central breach in the curtain, it seems that few or none made their way thither. The disappointment on reaching the top of the ravelin in front of it made all who got alive to that point turn right or left, instead of descending and pushing straight on. Jones records that next morning there was hardly a single body of an English soldier on the central breach, while the slopes and foot of each of the two flank breaches were heaped with hundreds of corpses. This was a misfortune, as the curtain breach was the easiest of the three, and having been made only that afternoon was not retrenched like the others. From 10 to 12, the surviving men in the ditch, fed by the coming up of the rear battalions of each division, and finally by the reserve, delivered a series of desperate but disorderly attacks on the Trinidad and Santa Maria breaches. It is said that on no occasion did more than the equivalent of a company storm at once. Each officer, as he struggled to the front with those of his men who stuck to him, tried the breach opposite him, and was shot down nearer or farther from its foot. Very few ever arrived at the top, with its chevaux de frise of sword blades. The footing among the beams and spikes was uncertain, and the French fire absolutely deadly. Every man was armed with 3 muskets. Next morning, observers say that they noted only 1 corpse impaled on the chevaux de frise of the Trinidad breach, and a few more under it, as if men had tried to crawl below, and had had their heads beaten in or blown to pieces. But the lower parts of the ascent were absolutely carpeted with the dead, lying one on another. More than 2 hours were spent in these desperate but vain attempts to carry the breaches. It is said that as many as 40 separate assaults were made, but all to no effect. The fire concentrated on the attacked front was too heavy for any man to face. At last the assault ceased. The survivors stood, unable to get forward, unwilling to retreat, vainly answering the volleys of the French on the walls above them by an ineffective fire of musketry. Just after 12, Wellington, who had been waiting on the hill above, receiving from time to time reports of the progress of the assault, sent down orders for the recall of the 2 divisions. They retired, most unwillingly, and formed up again, in sadly diminished numbers, not far from the glacis. The only benefit obtained from their dreadful exertions was that the attention of the French had been concentrated on the breaches for 2 hours, and meanwhile, without their knowledge, the game had been settled elsewhere. The losses had been frightful, over 1 man in 4 of those engaged. The light division officers and men killed and wounded out of about 3,000 present. The 4th Division 84 officers and men out of 3,500. The Portuguese battalions which served with them had lost 400 men more. Altogether, 2,200 of the best troops in Wellington's army had fallen, and all to no result. But while the main stroke failed, each of the subsidiary attacks, under Picton and Leith, had met with complete success, and despite of the disaster on the breaches, Badajoz was at Wellington's mercy by midnight. The success of either escalade by itself would have been enough to settle the game. Picton's division, as already mentioned, had been detected by the French as it was filing into the parallel below the castle, and since a heavy fire was at once opened on it, there was no use in halting, and the general gave the order to advance without delay. The men went forward on a narrow front, having to cross the ravillas at the ruined mill where alone it was fordable. This was done under fire, but with no great loss. The palisade on the other bank of the stream was broken down by a general rush, and the storming party found itself at the foot of the lofty castle hill. To get the ladders up, it was a most difficult business. The slope was very steep, almost precipitous in parts, and the ladders were 30 feet long and terribly heavy. Though no assault had been expected here, and the preparations were not so elaborate as at the breaches, yet the besieged were not caught unprepared, and the column, as it climbed the hill, was torn by cannon shot and thinned by musketry. The French threw fireballs over the wall and other incandescent stuff, carcasses, so there was fair light by which to see the stormers. Picton was hit in the groin down by the ravillas, and the charge of the assault fell to his senior brigadier, Kempt, and Major Bergen of the engineers. The narrow space at the foot of the walls being reached, the ladders were reared, one after the other, toward the south end of the castle wall. 6 being at last ready in spots close to each other, an attempt was made to mount, with an officer at the head of each. But the fire was so heavy that no man reached the last rungs alive, and the enemy overthrew all the ladders and broke several of them. One is said to have been pulled up by main force into the castle. Meanwhile, the besieged cast heavy stones and broken beams into the mass of men clustering along the foot of the wall and slew many. But the 3rd Division was not spent. Kempt's brigade had delivered the first rush. Champlemon's Portuguese headed the second, when they had climbed the slope, but also to no effect. Lastly, the rear brigade, Campbell's, came up and gave a new impetus to the attack. There was now a very large force, 4,000 men, striving all along the base of the wall on a front of some 200 yards. Wherever footing could be found, ladders were reared, now at considerable distances from each other. The garrison of the castle was not large, 2 Hessian and 1 French company and the gunners, under 300 men, and when simultaneous attacks were delivered at many points, some of them were scantily opposed. Hence it came that in more places than 1 man at last scrambled to the crest of the wall. A private of the 45th is said to have been the first man whose body fell inside, not outside, the battlements. The second, we are told, was an Ensign McAlpin of the 88th, who defended himself for a moment on the crest before he was shot. The 3rd man to gain the summit was Colonel Ridge of the 5th Fusiliers, who found a point where an empty embrasure made the wall a little lower, entered it with 2 or 3 of his men, and held out long enough to allow more ladders to be planted behind him and a nucleus to gather in his rear. He pushed on the moment that 15 or 20 men had mounted, and the thin line of defenders being once pierced, the resistance suddenly broke down. All the remaining ladders were planted, and the 3rd Division began to stream into the castle. Picton was by this time again in command. He had recovered his strength and had hobbled up the slope, relieving Kempt, who was by now also wounded. The time was about 11 o'clock, and the din at the breaches down below showed that they were still being defended. It took some time to dislodge the remainder of the garrison from the castle precinct. Many took refuge in the keep and defended it from stair to stair till they were exterminated. But by 12 midnight all was over, and Picton would have debouched from the castle to sweep the ramparts, but for the fact that all its gates, save 1 postern, were found to have been bricked up, the French having intended to make it their last point of resistance if the town should fall. The 1 free postern being at last found, the division was preparing to break out, when the head of its column was attacked by the French General Reserve, a battalion of the 88th, which Philippon had sent up from the Cathedral Square when he heard that the castle had been forced. There was a sharp fight before the French were driven off, in which, most unhappily, Ridge, the hero of the escalade, was shot dead. By the time that this was over, Badajoz had been entered at another point, and Picton's success was only part of the decisive stroke. But as he had captured in the castle all the French ammunition reserve and nearly all their food, the town must anyhow have fallen because of his daring exploit. The loss of the division was not excessive considering the difficulties they had overcome, about 500 British and Portuguese out of 4,000 men engaged. Meanwhile, in the valley below the castle, the guards of the trenches had stormed the lunette of San Roque and were hard at work cutting the dam, so that in an hour or 2 the inundation was beginning to drain off rapidly. This also would have been a decisive success if nothing else had been accomplished elsewhere. The blow, however, which actually finished the business and caused the French to fail at the breaches, was delivered by quite another force. It will be remembered that a brigade, Walker's of the 5th Division, had been directed to escalade the remote river bastion of San Vicente. It was nearly an hour late, because of the tiresome mistake made by the officer charged with the bringing up of the ladders from the park. And only at a few minutes past 11 did Leith, heading the column, arrive before the palisades of the covered way near the Guadiana. Walker's men were detected on the glacis, and a heavy artillery fire was opened on them from San Vicente and San Jose, but they threw down many of the palisades and began to descend into the ditch, a drop of 12 feet. There was a cut in the bottom, to which water from the Guadiana had been let in, and the wall in front was 30 feet high. Hence the first attempts to plant the ladders were unavailing, and many men fell. But coasting around the extreme north end of the bastion, close to the river, some officers found that the flank sloped down to a height of only 20 feet, where the bastion joined the waterside wall. 3 or 4 ladders were successfully planted here, while the main attention of the garrison was distracted to the frontal attack, and a stream of men of the 4th, 30th, Anth began to pour up them. The French broke before the flank attack. They were not numerous, for several companies had been drawn off to help at the breaches, and the bastion was won. As soon as a few hundred men were formed, General Walker led them along the ramparts and carried the second bastion, that of San Jose. But the 2 French battalions holding the succeeding western bastions now massed together and made a firm resistance in that of Santiago. The stormers were stopped, and an unhappy incident broke their impetus. Some lighted portfires thrown down by the French artillerymen were lying about. Someone called out that they were the matches of mines. Thereupon the advancing column instinctively fell back some paces. The French charged and drove them in, and the whole retired fighting confusedly as far as San Vicente. Here General Leith had fortunately left a reserve battalion, the 238th, which, though only 230 strong, stopped the panic and broke the French advance. Walker's brigade rallied and advanced again, though its commander was desperately wounded, and once more the enemy were swept all along the western bastions, which they lost one by one. Some of the 5th Division descended into the streets of the town, and pushing for the rear of the great breaches, by a long detour through the silent streets, at last came in upon them, and opened a lively fire upon the backs of the enemy who were manning the retrenchments. The main body, however, driving before them the garrison of the southern bastions, hurtled in upon the flank of the Santa Maria. At this moment, the 4th and Light Divisions, by Wellington's orders, advanced again towards the ditch, where their dead or disabled comrades were lying so thick. They thought that they were going to certain death, not being aware of what had happened inside the city. But as they descended into the ditch, only a few scattering shots greeted them. The French main body, for 2,000 men had been driven in together behind the breaches, had just thrown down their arms and surrendered to the 5th Division. Even when there was no resistance, the breaches proved hard to mount, and the obstructions at the top were by no means easy to remove. The governor, Philippon, had escaped into San Cristobal with a few hundred men and surrendered there at dawn, having no food and little ammunition. But he first sent out the few horsemen of the garrison to run the gauntlet of the Portuguese pickets and bear the evil news to Soult. Thus fell Badajoz. The best summary of its fall is perhaps that of Leith Hay, who followed his relative, the commander of the 5th Division, in the assault on San Vicente. Had Lord Wellington relied on the storming of the breaches alone, the town would not have been taken. Had General Leith received his ladders punctually and escaladed at 10, as intended, he would have been equally successful, and the unfortunate divisions at the breaches would have been saved an hour of dreadful loss. If Leith had failed, Badajoz would still have fallen, in consequence of the 3rd Division carrying the castle, but not till the following morning, and the enemy might have given further trouble. Had Picton failed, still the success of the 5th Division ensured the fall of the place. The moral would seem to be that precautions cannot be too numerous. It was the afterthoughts in this case, and not the main design, that were successful and saved the game. Wellington himself, in a document, a letter to Lord Liverpool, that long escaped notice, and did not get printed in its right place in the 9th volume of his dispatches, made a commentary on the perilous nature of the struggle and the greatness of the losses which must not be suppressed. He ascribed them to deficiencies in the engineering department. The capture of Badajoz affords as strong an instance of the gallantry of our troops as has ever been displayed. But I greatly hope that I shall never again be the instrument of putting them to such a test as they were put to last night. I assure your lordship that it is quite impossible to carry fortified places by vive force without incurring grave loss and being exposed to the chance of failure, unless the army should be provided with a sufficient trained corps of sappers and miners. The consequences of being so unprovided with the people necessary to approach a regularly fortified place are first, that our engineers, though well-educated and brave, have never turned their minds to the mode of conducting a regular siege, as it is useless to think of that which, in our service, it is impossible to perform. They think that they have done their duty when they have constructed a battery with a secure communication to it, which can breach the place. Secondly, these breaches have to be carried by vive force at an infinite sacrifice of officers and soldiers. These great losses could be avoided, and in my opinion, time gained in every siege, if we had properly trained people to carry it on. I declare that I have never seen breaches more practicable in themselves than the three in the walls of Badajoz, and the fortress must have surrendered with these breaches open if I had been able to approach the place. But when I had made the third breach, on the evening of the 6th, I could do no more. I was then obliged either to storm or to give the business up, and when I ordered the assault, I was certain that I should lose our best officers and men. It is a cruel situation for any person to be placed in, and I earnestly request your lordship to have a corps of sappers and miners formed without loss of time. The extraordinary fact that no trained corps of sappers and miners existed at this time was the fault neither of Wellington nor of the Liverpool ministry, but of the professional advisers of the cabinets that had borne office ever since the great French War broke out. The need had been as obvious during the sieges of 1793 in Flanders as in 1812. That the Liverpool ministry could see the point and wished to do their duty was shown by the fact that they at once proceeded to turn 6 companies of the existing corps of Royal Military Artificers into sappers. On Ypres, less than 3 weeks after Badajoz fell, a warrant was issued for instructing the whole corps in military fieldworks. On August 4, their name was changed from Royal Military Artificers to Royal Sappers and Miners. The transformation was much too late for the siege of Burgos, but by 1813, the companies were beginning to join the Peninsular Army, and at San Sebastian they were well to the front. An end was at last made to the system hitherto prevailing, by which the troops which should have formed the rank and file of the Royal Engineers were treated as skilled mechanics, mainly valuable for building and carpentering work at home stations. Plan of the siege operations at Badajoz. Enlarge Badajoz. One more section, a most shameful one, must be added to the narrative of the fall of Badajoz. We have already had to tell of the grave disorders which 2 months before had followed the storm of Ciudad Rodrigo. These were but trifling and venial compared with the offenses which were committed by the men who had just gone through the terrible experiences of the night of Apeth. At Rodrigo there was much drunkenness, a good deal of plunder, and some wanton fire-raising. Many houses had been sacked, a few inhabitants were maltreated, but none, it is believed, were mortally hurt. At Badajoz the outrages of all kinds passed belief. The looting was general and systematic, and rape and bloodshed were deplorably common. Explanatory excuses have been made, to the effect that the army had an old grudge against the inhabitants of the city, dating back to the time when several divisions were quartered in and about it after Talavera. It was also said that all the patriotic inhabitants had fled long ago, and that those who had remained behind were mainly afrancesados, traitors to the general cause. There was some measure of truth in both allegations. It was no doubt true that there had been quarrels in 1809, and that many loyalist families had evacuated the city after the French occupation, and had transferred themselves to other parts of Estremadura. The population at the time of the British storm was not 2/3 of the normal figure, but these excuses will not serve. There can be no doubt that the outrages were in no sense reasoned acts of retribution, but were a simple outburst of ruffianism. Old military tradition in all the armies of Europe held that a garrison which refused to surrender when the breaches had become practicable was at the mercy of the conqueror for life and limb, and that a town resisting to extremity was the natural booty of the stormers. In the 18th century, there were countless instances of a fortress, defended with courage up to the moment when an assault was possible, surrendering on the express plea that the lives of the garrison were forfeit if it held out, when resistance could no longer be successful. The attacking party held that all the lives which it lost after the place had become untenable were lost unnecessarily, because of the unreasonable obstinacy of the besieged. The latter, therefore, could expect no quarter. This was not an unnatural view when the circumstances are considered. The defender of a wall or a breach has an immense advantage over the stormer, till the moment when the latter has succeeded in closing and in bringing his superior numbers to bear. In a curious hortatory address which Philippon published to his garrison, the passage occurs, "Realize thoroughly that a man mounting up a ladder cannot use his weapon unless he is left unmolested. The head comes up above the parapet unprotected, and a wary soldier can destroy in succession as many enemies as appear at the ladder top." This is perfectly true, but Philippon naturally avoided stating the logical conclusion, viz., that when the stormers finally succeed in crowning the ramparts, they will be particularly ill-disposed towards the garrison who have, till the last moment, been braining their comrades or shooting them through the head at small risk to themselves. When the assailant, after seeing several of his predecessors on the ladder deliberately butchered by a man under cover, gets by some special piece of luck on a level with his adversary, it will be useless for the latter to demand quarter. If it is a question of showing mercy, why did not the other side begin? Que messieurs les assassins commencent, as the French humorist remarked to the humanitarian, who protested against capital punishment for murderers. There is a grim story of a party of Tuscan soldiers of the 113th Line, who were pinned into a ravelin on the flank of the lesser breach at Rodrigo, and after firing to the last minute upon the flank of the light division, threw down their arms. When they saw themselves cut off, calling out that they were poveros Italianos, "So you're not French, but Italians are you? Then here's a shot for you," was the natural answer. Reflections as to the absence of any national enmity towards the victors should have occurred to the vanquished before, and not after, the breach was carried. The same thing happened at the castle of Badajoz to the companies, mainly Hessians, who so long held down the stormers of the 3rd Division. If the defenders of the breaches escaped summary massacre, it was because the breaches were not carried by force, and the main body of the French surrendered some time after the assault had ceased, and to troops of the 5th Division, who had not been personally engaged with them. It was universally held in all armies during the wars of the early 19th century that the garrison which resisted to the last moment, after success had become impossible, had no rights. Ney wrote to the governor of Ciudad Rodrigo in 1810, "Further resistance will force the Prince of Essling to treat you with all the rigor of the laws of war. You have to choose between honorable capitulation and the terrible vengeance of a victorious army." Suchet, in more brutal words, told the governor of Tortosa that he should put to the sword a garrison which resisted instead of capitulating, when the laws of war make it his duty to do so, large breaches being opened and the walls ruined. A very clear statement of this sanguinary theory is found in a passage in the memoirs of Contreras, the unlucky governor of Tarragona in 1811. "The day after the storm, General Suchet had me brought before him on a stretcher. He was severely wounded, and in presence of his chief officers and of my own, told me in a loud voice that I was the cause of all the horrors which his troops had committed in Tarragona, because I had held out beyond the limit prescribed in the laws of war, and that those laws directed him to have me executed for not capitulating when the breach was opened, that having taken the place by assault, he had the right to slay and burn ad infinitum. I replied that, if it is true that the laws of war state that, if the besieger gets in, he may deliver to the sword and the flames town and garrison, and if they therefore suggest, as a proper moment for capitulation, that when an assault has become practicable, it is nevertheless true that they do not prohibit the besieged from resisting the assault, if he considers that he can beat it off. I had sufficient forces to hold my own, and should have done so if my orders had been properly carried out. Therefore, I should have been called a coward if I had not tried to resist, and no law prohibited me from repulsing an assault if I could." But as has been pointed out recently, Wellington himself may be quoted in favor of this theory. In a letter written to Canning in 1820 concerning quite another matter, he remarked, "I believe that it has always been understood that the defenders of a fortress stormed have no claim to quarter, and the practice which prevailed during the last century of surrendering fortresses when a breach was opened, and the counterscarp blown in, was founded on this understanding. Of late years, the French availed themselves of the humanity of modern warfare, and made a new regulation that a breach should stand one assault at least. The consequence of this regulation of Bonaparte's was the loss to me of the flower of my army in the assaults on Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz. I should have thought myself justified in putting both garrisons to the sword, and if I had done so at the first, it is probable that I should have saved 0 men at the second. I mention this to show you that the practice which refuses quarter to a garrison that stands an assault is not a useless effusion of blood. Comparatively few of the garrisons of Rodrigo and Badajoz were shot down, and those all in hot blood in the moment after the walls were carried. Such its army was much more pitiless at Tarragona, where a great part of the Spanish garrison was deliberately hunted down and slaughtered. But there was, of course, a much more bitter feeling between French and Spaniards than between English and French. The only reason for enlarging on this deplorable theme is that there was a close connection in the minds of all soldiers of the early 19th century, from the highest to the lowest ranks, between the idea that an over-obstinate garrison had forfeited quarter and the idea that the town they had defended was liable to sack. This may be found plainly stated in Lanz's summons to Palafox at Saragossa in January 1809, in the capitulation debate before the surrender of Badajoz in 1811, in Augereau's address to the inhabitants of Gerona, in Level's summons to the governor of Tarifa, and, with special emphasis in Suchet's threatening epistle to Blake on the day before the fall of Valencia. In a few hours, a general assault will precipitate into your city the French columns. If you delay till this terrible moment, it will not be in my power to restrain the fury of the soldiery, and you alone will be responsible before God and man for the evils which will overwhelm Valencia. It is the desire to avert the complete destruction of a great town that determines me to offer you honorable terms of capitulation. It was hardly necessary in the Napoleonic era to enlarge on the connection between storm and sack. It was presupposed. Every governor who capitulated used to put in his report to his own government a mention of his desire to spare the unfortunate inhabitants the horrors of a storm. This idea, sad to say, was as deeply rooted in the minds of British as of French soldiers. It is frankly confessed in many a peninsular diary. The men were permitted to enjoy themselves for the remainder of the day, says Kincaid in his narrative of the fall of Badajoz, and the usual frightful scene of plunder commenced, which officers thought it prudent to avoid for the moment by retiring to the camp. The troops were, of course, admitted to the immemorial privilege of tearing the town to pieces, says another writer on another occasion. The man in the ranks regarded the connection of storm and sack as so close that he could write, "The prisoners being secured and the gates opened, we were allowed to enter the town for the purpose of plundering it." But perhaps the most eye-opening sentence on the subject is Wellington's official order of April 1812, issued late in the day, and when the sack had already been going on for 15 or 18 hours. It is now full time that the plunder of Badajoz should cease. An officer and 6 steady non-commissioned officers will be sent from each regiment, British and Portuguese, of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and light divisions into the town at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning to bring away any men still straggling there. It was unfortunately the fact that Badajoz was a Spanish and not a French town, and this adds a special shame to the lamentable outrages which were perpetrated in its streets for many hours after the storm. It is comparatively seldom in war that an army takes by assault a town which does not belong to the hostile power. The only parallel of recent years to the sack of Badajoz had been that of Lübeck in November 1806. Blücher's Prussian corps, retiring before the pursuing French, trespassed on neutral territory by seizing on the old Hanseatic city, which lay in its way, and endeavoring to defend it. The magistrates protested, but were powerless, as they had no armed force at their disposition. Then the French came upon the scene, and after a fierce fight, won their way over wall and ditch, and took the place. They sacked it from end to end with every circumstance of atrocity. Marshal Bernadotte, when importuned by the burgomaster to stay the horrors, said that he was sorry, but that his troops only recognized the fact that they were in a stormed town. He and his officers could only succeed in calling them off after the city had been half destroyed. This was sufficiently horrible, but to sack a town belonging to a friendly nation is a shade worse than to sack a neutral place, and this the British troops did. Two short quotations from eyewitnesses may serve to show the kind of scenes that prevailed in Badajoz from the early hours of the morning on Apath down to the following night. Unfortunate Badajoz, writes one narrator, met with the usual fate of places taken at the point of the bayonet. In less than an hour after it fell into our possession, it looked as if centuries had gradually completed its destruction. The surviving soldier, after storming a town, considers it as his indisputable property and thinks himself at liberty to commit any enormity by way of indemnifying himself for the risking of his life. The bloody strife has made him insensible to every better feeling. His lips are parched by the extraordinary exertions that he has made, and from necessity, as well as inclination, his first search is for liquor. This once obtained, every trace of human nature vanishes, and no brutal outrage can be named which he does not commit. The town was not only plundered of every article that could be carried off, but whatever was useless or too heavy to move was wantonly destroyed. Whenever an officer appeared in the streets, the wretched inhabitants flocked round him with terror and despair, embraced his knees and supplicated his protection. But it was vain to oppose the soldiers. There were 10,000 of them crowding the streets, the greater part drunk and discharging their pieces in all directions. It was difficult to escape them unhurt. A couple of hundred of their women from the camp poured also into the place, when it was barely taken, to have their share of the plunder. They were, if possible, worse than the men. Gracious God, such tigresses in the shape of women! I sickened when I saw them coolly step over the dying, indifferent to their cries for a drop of water, and deliberately search the pockets of the dead for money, or even divest them of their bloody coats. But no more of these scenes of horror. I went deliberately into the town to harden myself to the sight of human misery, and I have had enough of it. My blood has been frozen with the outrages I witnessed. Another eyewitness gives a passing glimpse of horrors. Duty being over, I chanced to meet my servant, who seemed to have his haversack already well filled with plunder. I asked him where the regiment was. He answered that he did not know, but that he had better conduct me to the camp, as I appeared to be wounded. I certainly was hit in the head, but in the excitement of the escalade had not minded it, nor had I felt a slight wound in my leg. But as I began to be rather weak, I took his advice, and he assisted me on. In passing what appeared to be a religious house, I saw two soldiers dragging out an unfortunate nun, her clothes all torn. In her agony she knelt and held up a cross. Remorse seized one of the men, who appeared more sober than the other, and he swore she should not be outraged. The other soldier drew back a step and shot his comrade dead. At this moment, we found ourselves surrounded by several Portuguese. They ordered us to halt and presented their muskets at us. I said to my servant, "Throw them some of your plunder." He instantly took off his haversack and threw it among them. Some dollars and other silver coin rolled out. They then let us pass. Had he not done so, they would have shot us, as they did several others. We got safe to the bastion, and my servant carried me on his back to the camp, where I got a draught of water, fell asleep instantly, and did not waken till after midday. In justice to the army, we quote from another authority, I must say that the outrages were not general. In many cases, they were perpetrated by cold-blooded villains who had been backward enough in the attack. Many risked their lives in defending helpless women, and though it was rather a dangerous moment for an officer to interfere, I saw many of them running as much risk to prevent inhumanity as they did in the preceding night while storming the town. The best-known incident of the kind is the story of Harry Smith of the 95th, who saved a young Spanish lady in the tumult and married her 2 days later in the presence of the commander-in-chief himself, who gave away the bride. This hastily wedded spouse, Juana de Leon, was the Lady Smith, who was the faithful companion of her husband through so many campaigns in Spain, Belgium, and South Africa, and gave her name to the town in Natal, which, nearly 90 years after the siege of Badajoz, was to be the scene of the sternest leaguer that British troops have endured in our own generation. Harry Smith's narrative of the Odyssey of himself and his young wife in 1812-14, as told in his autobiography, is one of the most romantic tales of love and war that have ever been set down on paper. It was not till late in the afternoon of the 7th that Wellington, as has been already mentioned, came to the rather tardy conclusion that it was now full time that the plunder of Badajoz should cease. He sent in Power's Portuguese brigade to clear out those of the plunderers who had not already gone back, exhausted to their camps, and erected a gallows in the cathedral square for the hanging of any criminals who might be detected lingering on for further outrages. Authorities differ as to whether the provost marshal did or did not put his power in action. The balance of evidence seems to show that the mere threat sufficed to bring the sack to an end. The men were completely exhausted. Napier remarks that the tumult rather subsided than was quelled. Section 32, Chapter 5. Operations of the French during the siege of Badajoz. Before proceeding to demonstrate the widespreading results of the fall of the great Estremadura's fortress, it is necessary to follow the movements of the French armies which had been responsible for its safety. Soult had been before Cadiz when, on March 11, he received news from Drouet that troops were arriving at Elvas from the north, and on March 20, the more definite information that Wellington had moved out in force on the 14th and invested Badajoz on the 16th. The marshal's long absence from his headquarters at Seville at this moment, when he had every reason to suspect that the enemy's next stroke would be in his own direction, is curious. Apparently, his comparative freedom from anxiety had two causes. The first was his confidence that Badajoz, with its excellent governor and its picked garrison, could be relied upon to make a very long defense. The second was that he was fully persuaded that when the time of danger arrived, he could count on Marmont's help, as he had in June 1811. On February 7, he wrote to his colleague that he had just heard of the fall of Rodrigo, that Wellington's next movement would naturally be against Badajoz, and that he was glad to learn that Montbrun's divisions, on their return from Alicante, were being placed in the valley of the Tagus. I see with pleasure that Your Excellency has given him orders to get in touch with the Army of the South. As long as this communication shall exist, the enemy will not dare to make a push against Badajoz, because at his first movement we can join our forces and march against him for a battle. I hope that it may enter into your plans to leave a corps between the Tagus and the Guadiana, the Truxillo Road, and the Sierra de Guadalupe, where it can feed, and keep in touch with the troops which I keep in the Serena, the district about Medellin, Don P. 266 Benito, and Zalamia, where Daracao was cantoned. I am persuaded that, when the campaigning season begins, the enemy will do all he can to seize Badajoz, because he dare attempt nothing in Castile so long as that place offers us a base from which to invade Portugal and fall upon his line of communications. I am bound, therefore, to make a pressing demand that your left wing may be kept in a position which makes the communication between our armies sure, so that we may be able, by uniting our disposable forces, to go out against the enemy with the assurance of success. This was precisely what Marmont had intended to do. He was convinced, like Soult, that Wellington's next move would be against Badajoz, and he placed Montbrun and the divisions of Foy, Brenier, and Sarrat about Talavera, Montbeltran, and Almaraz, precisely in order that they might be in easy touch with Drouet. On February 22, he wrote to his colleague explaining his purpose in so doing, and his complete acquiescence in the plan for a joint movement against Wellington, whenever the latter should appear on the Guadiana. His pledge was quite honest and genuine, and in reliance on it, Soult made all his arrangements. These, however, appear to have been rather loose and careless. The Marshal seems to have felt such complete confidence in the combination that he made insufficient preparations on his own side. No reinforcements were sent either to Badajoz or to Drouet, whose 12,000 men were dispersed in a very long front in Estremadura, reaching from Medellin and Don Benito on the right to Freginal on the left. This is why Graham, when he moved forward briskly on March 17th, found no solid body of the enemy in front of him, but only scattered brigades and regiments, which made off in haste, and which only succeeded at last in concentrating so far to the rear as Fuente Ovejuna, which is actually in Andalusia and behind the crest of the Sierra Morna. We may add that having been advised by Drouet as early as March 11th that British troops were accumulating behind Elvas, Soult ought to have taken the alarm at once, to have moved back to Seville from Santa Maria by Cadiz, where he lay on that date, and to have issued orders for the concentration of his reserves. He did none of these things, was still in front of Cadiz on March 20, and did not prescribe any movement of troops till, on that day, he received Drowett's more definite and alarming news that Wellington was in person at Elvas and had moved out toward Badajoz on the 16th. Clearly he lost 9 days by want of sufficient promptness, and had but himself to blame if he could only start from Seville with a considerable field force on March 30. All that he appears to have done on March 11 was to write to Marmont that the long-foreseen hypothesis of a move of Wellington on Badajoz was being verified, and that they must prepare to unite their forces. Jerdan has, therefore, some justification for his remark that he does not see why Soult should have been before Cadiz, amusing himself by throwing shells into that place as late as March 20th. From the 20th to the 30th of that month Soult was busily engaged in organizing the relief column, which, after picking up Drowett on the way, was to march to the succor of Badajoz. He could not venture to touch the divisions of Conru and Cassagny, which together were none too strong to provide for the manning of the Cadiz lines and the fending off of Ballesteros from their rear. But he called off the whole division of Berwa, nearly 8,000 strong, Vittori's brigade of infantry from Level's division in the province of Granada, and 6 regiments of Digens and Pierre Soult's dragoons. This, with the corresponding artillery, made a column of some 13,000 men, with which the Marshal started from Seville on the 30th March, crossed the Guadalquivir at Lora del Rio next day, and moved on Constantina and Guadalcanal. An interesting complication would have been caused if Graham had been allowed to stop with his 19,000 men at Azuaga and Lerena, where he was directly between Soult and Drowett's position at Fuente Ovejuna, and if Hill from Merida had moved against Drowett's corps. But as Wellington had withdrawn Graham's column to Villafranca on March 31, there was nothing left to prevent Drowett from coming in from his eccentric position and joining his chief at Lerena on Apeth with the 12,000 men of his own and Derricau's divisions. This gave the Marshal some 25,000 men in hand, a force which would be manifestly incapable of raising the siege of Badajoz, for he knew that Wellington had at least 45,000 men in hand, and as a matter of fact, the arrival of the 5th Division and other late detachments had raised the Anglo-Portuguese army to something more like 55,000 sabres and bayonets. Wellington's orders, when he heard that Soult was in the passes and that Drowett was moving to join him, directed Graham to fall back on the Albura position and Hill to join him there by the route of Laban and Talavera Real, if it should appear that all the French columns were moving directly to the relief of Badajoz, and none of them spreading out eastward towards the upper Guadiana. These conditions were realized as Soult moved in one solid body towards Villafranca and Fuente del Meister. So Hill evacuated Merida after destroying its bridge and joined Graham on the old Albura ground on Apeth. They had 0 men, including 4 British divisions and 4 British cavalry brigades, and Wellington could have reinforced them from the lines before Badajoz with 2 divisions more if it had been necessary, while still leaving the fortress adequately blockaded by 10,000 or 12,000 men. But as Soult did not appear at Fuente del Meister and Villafranca till the afternoon of Apeth, a day after Badajoz had fallen, this need did not arise. The Marshal, learning of the disaster, hastily turned back and retired towards Andalusia, wisely observing that he could not fight the whole English army. It is interesting to speculate what would have happened if he had lingered 5 days less before Cadiz, had issued his concentration orders on the 14th or 15th instead of the 20th March, and had appeared at Villafranca on the 2nd instead of the 7th of the next month. His dispatch of Apra states that he had intended to fight, despite of odds, to save Badajoz. If he had done so, and had attacked 0 Anglo-Portuguese with his 25,000 men, he must inevitably have suffered a dreadful disaster. He must have fought a second battle of Albura with much the same strength that he had at the first, while his enemy would have had 6 British divisions instead of 2, and an equal instead of a wholly inferior cavalry. The result of such a battle could hardly have failed to be not only a crushing defeat for the French, but the prompt loss of all Andalusia, for thrown back on that kingdom with a routed army and unable to gather in promptly reserves scattered over the whole land, from the Cadiz lines to Granada and Malaga, he must have evacuated his viceroyalty and have retreated in haste either on La Mancha or on Valencia. It is most improbable, however, that Soult would really have ventured to attack the Albura position, in spite of the confident language of his ex post facto dispatches. His whole plan of operations depended on his being joined by the army of Portugal, in accordance with Marmont's promise of February 22nd, and he was well aware, by a letter sent by Foy to Drouet on March 31st and received on Apeth, that he could expect no help from the north for many weeks, if any came at all. That Badajoz was never relieved was due not to Soult's delay in concentrating, though this was no doubt unwise, nor to his overconfidence in Philippon's power of resistance, which was, as it turned out, misplaced. He wrote to Berthier that the garrison wanted for nothing, it had still food for 2 months, and was abundantly provided with munitions. Its total strength was 5,000 men. It had victoriously repulsed 3 assaults. The men were convinced that, however great a hostile force presented itself before the breaches, it would never carry them. Philippon had been informed on March 28th that I was marching to his help. The troops were in enthusiastic spirits, though they had already lost 500 men in successful sorties. My advanced guard was at only 1 long day's march from the place when it succumbs. It was indeed an evenement funest. But Soult's late arrival and miscalculation of the time that the siege would take were neither of them the causes of the fall of Badajoz. It would have fallen none the less if he had arrived on the Albura upon Append. The fate of the place was really settled by Napoleon's dispatches to Marmont, with which we dealt at great length in an earlier chapter. The orders of February 11 and February 21, received by the Duke of Ragusa on February 26 and March 2 respectively, forbade him to worry about Badajoz, a very strong fortress supported by an army of 80,000 men, and told him to withdraw to Salamanca 2 of the 3 divisions which he was keeping in the valley of the Tagus, and to reply to any movement of Wellington into Estremadura by invading northern Portugal. The plan which Soult and Marmont had concerted for a joint relief of Badajoz was expressly forbidden by their master, on his erroneous hypothesis that a thrust at Ciudad Rodrigo and Olmedo must bring Wellington home again. Marmont's promise of cooperation, sent off on February 22nd to Seville, was rendered impossible, through no fault of his, by the imperial dispatch received 4 days later, which expressly forbade him to stand by it. The English will only go southward if you, by your ill-devised scheme, keep 2 or 3 divisions detached on the Tagus. That reassures them, and tells them that you have no offensive projects against them. So Marmont, protesting and prophesying future disaster, was compelled to withdraw 2 divisions from the central position on the Tagus, and to leave there only Foy's 5,000 men, a negligible quantity in the problem. Nor was this all. He was not even allowed to send them back, since the whole army of Portugal was ordered to march into the Beira. Soult, therefore, was justified in his wrath when he wrote to Marmont that he had been given a promise and that it had been broken. If there had been the least attempt to concert operations between the armies of Portugal and the south, the English army would have been destroyed, and Badajoz would still be in the power of the Emperor. I deplore bitterly the fact that you have not been able to come to an arrangement with me on the subject. But the wrath should have been directed against the Emperor, not against his lieutenant, who had so unwillingly been forced to break his promise. The only censure, perhaps, that can be laid upon Marmont is that he should have made it more clear to Soult that, by the new directions from Paris, he was rendered unable to redeem his pledge. Soult was not, however, without warnings that something of the kind might happen. Berthier had written to him on February 11th, and the letter must have arrived by the middle of March, that the Emperor was displeased to find him appealing for troops of the army of Portugal to be moved to Truxillo, and that he ought to be more dependent on his own strength. It would have been better if the Emperor's trusty scribe had explained to Soult that Marmont was expressly forbidden, in a dispatch written that same day, to keep more than 1 division on the Tagus, or to worry himself about the danger of Badajoz. Marmont's original plan for joining Soult via Almaraz might have failed. He himself confesses it in one of his replies to Berthier. But it was the only scheme which presented any prospect of success. By making it impossible, Napoleon rendered the fall of Badajoz certain. For it is no defense whatever to point out that his dispatch of March 12th which reached Salamanca on March 27, finally gave Marmont the option of going southward. By that time, it was too late to try the move. If the Duke of Ragusa had marched for Almaraz and Truxillo next morning, he would still have been many days too late to join Soult before Apeth, the date on which Badajoz fell. Summing up the whole operation, we must conclude that Wellington's plan, which depended for its efficacy on the slowness with which the French always received information, and the difficulty which they always experienced in concentrating and feeding large bodies of troops in winter or early spring, was bound to be successful unless an improbable conjunction of chances had occurred. If Marmont and Soult had both taken the alarm at the earliest possible moment, and had each marched with the strongest possible field army, Soult with the 25,000 men that he actually collected, Marmont with the 3 divisions that lay on the Tagus on March 1st, and 3 more from Castile, they might have met east of Merida somewhere about the last days of March. In that case, their united strength would have been 0 to 55,000 men. Wellington had as many, so that he would not have been bound down to the mere defensive policy that he took up on the Caya in June-July 1811, when his numbers were decidedly less than now. But the chance that both Marmont and Soult would do the right thing in the shortest possible time was unlikely. They would have had terrible difficulties from the torrential rains that prevailed in the last 10 days of March and the consequent badness of the roads. Marmont's, if not Soult's, food problem would have been a hard one, as he himself shows in several of his letters. Soult got his first definite alarm on March 11th. Marmont could hardly move till he had learnt that Wellington had started for Estremadura in person. Till this was certain, he could not be sure that the main body of the Anglo-Portuguese army was not still behind the Aiguede. Wellington only left Freneda on March 5th, and Marmont did not know of his departure till some days later. If the 2 marshals had each issued prompt concentration orders on March 11, it still remains very doubtful if they would have met in time to foil Wellington's object. As a matter of fact, Soult, as we have seen, delayed for 9 days before he determined to concentrate his field force and march on Badajoz, and this lateness would have wrecked the combination, even if Marmont had been more ready than his colleague. Still, there was some chance that the armies might have joined, if Napoleon had not intervened with his misguided refusal to allow Marmont to keep 3 divisions in the valley of the Tagus, or to worry about affairs that did not concern him. Wellington could not know of these orders, hence came his anxieties and his determination to hurry the siege of Badajoz to a conclusion at the earliest possible date. He was never, as it turned out, in serious danger, but he could not possibly be aware of the fact that Marmont was fettered by his instructions. It was only the gradual accumulation of reports proving that the army of Portugal was moving against Ciudad Rodrigo, and not on Almaraz, that finally gave him comparative ease of mind with regard to the situation. As to Soult, he somewhat overestimated his force, taking it at 30,000 or even 35,000 men rather than the rear 0. This was, no doubt, the reason why he resolved to fight with his covering army ranged on the Albura position and not farther forward. If he had known that on Apra Soult had only 13,000 men at Monasterio and was still separated from Drouet, he might possibly have been more enterprising. No signs of Marmont's arrival being visible, Wellington could afford to contemplate with great equanimity Soult's position at Villafranca on Apeth. If the marshal moved forward, he would be beaten. But it was almost certain that he would move back at once, for, as it will be remembered, precautions had been taken to give him an alarming distraction in his rear, by means of the operations of Pene-Villema and Ballesteros. This combination worked with perfect success, far more accurately than Blake's similar raid on Seville had done in June 1811. Ballesteros, it is true, did much less than was in his power. He started from his refuge under the guns of Gibraltar, passed down from the Ronda Mountains, and reached Utrera in the plain of the Guadalquivir less than 20 miles from Seville, on Apra, but he then swerved away, having done more to alarm than to hurt the French, though he had a force of 10,000 infantry and horse, sufficient to have put Seville in serious peril. But Pene-Villema and Morillo, though they had not half the numbers of Ballesteros, accomplished all that Wellington required. Having slipped into the Condado de Niebla almost unobserved, they pushed rapidly eastward, and occupied Sanlúcar-la-Mayor, only 12 miles from Seville, on Apra, the same day that Ballesteros appeared at Utrera. Their cavalry pushed up so boldly toward the suburbs that they had to be driven off by cannon shot from the Terre de Pont at the bridge of Triana. General Rignou, governor of Seville, had a very motley and insufficient garrison, as Wellington had calculated when he sent Pene Villemer forth. The only organized units were a battalion of Swiss juramontados, really adventurers of all nations, and a regiment of Spanish horse, making 1,500 men altogether. The rest consisted of convalescents and weakly men belonging to the regiments in the Cadiz lines and of 600 dismounted dragoons. These made up some 2,000 men more, but many were not fit to bear arms. In addition, there were some companies of the recently raised National Guards. The enormous size of Seville and the weakness of its old wall compelled Rignou to concentrate his force in the fortified Cartagena convent, leaving only small posts at the gates and the bridge. He sent at once, as Wellington had hoped, pressing appeals to Soult, saying that he was beset by 14,000 men and that the citizens would probably rise and let in the enemy. On the 6th, Ballesteros received false news that Conroux was marching against him with the troops from the Cadiz lines and drew back into the mountains. It is said that he was willfully deceived by persons in the French interest. At any rate, he must have been badly served by his cavalry and intelligence officers, who ought to have been able to tell him that there was no foundation for the report. Pene and Morillo, however, though disappointed at failing to meet their colleagues' army, made a great parade of their small force under the walls of Seville, and skirmished with the French at the bridgehead of Triana and under the walls of the Cartagena so boldly that Rignou expected a serious attack. They could only have accomplished something more profitable if the people of Seville had risen, but no disturbance took place. After remaining in front of the place all the 7th of April, they disappeared on the 9th, having received news of the fall of Badajoz and drawn the correct deduction that Soult would turn back to hunt them when freed from his other task. Wellington, indeed, had written to give them warning to that effect on the very morning that they retired, but they anticipated the danger and were safely behind the Rio Tinto when Soult turned up in hot haste at Seville on the 11th, after 4 days of exhausting forced marches. The Marshal had left the 2 divisions of Drouet and Daricau with Perriman's cavalry in Estremadura to act as an observing force, and had marched with his remaining 13,000 men to save Seville, which, owing to Ballesteros's timidity, had never been in any real danger. But the Spanish diversion had nevertheless had precisely the effect that Wellington had expected and desired. During Soult's short absence of 12 days, great part of the open country of Andalusia had fallen out of his control. The communications with La Mancha and King Joseph had been cut off, and the guerrilleros had blockaded all the smaller French posts. The hold of the invaders upon the kingdom was never so secure as it had been before the fall of Badajoz. Ballesteros, after his fiasco in front of Seville, made 2 fruitless attempts against isolated French garrisons. He failed at the castle of Zahara on Apeth. One of his columns, in an assault on Osuna 2 days later, got into the town and killed or captured of the defenders, but failed to take the citadel, where the remainder defended themselves till Pierre Soult was reported to be at hand, and the Spaniards withdrew. He ended his campaign of raids, however, with a more successful stroke. Hearing that the Brigadier Rey, with 3 battalions and some dragoons, was marching from Malaga to relieve the garrison of Ronda, he fell upon him at Alhoran on the 14th with his main body, encompassed him with 4-fold strength, and drove him en route back to Malaga, capturing his 2 guns and inflicting more than 200 casualties upon him. Ballesteros then hoped to seize on Malaga, where the French were much alarmed, and prepared to shut themselves up in the citadel of Gibraltar. But the news that Pierre Soult and Conroux were approaching with a strong column caused the Spaniards to retire to the mountains above Gibraltar. Thus the operations in Andalusia, which had opened with Soult's march to Badajoz, came to an end, with no ruinous disaster to the French, but with a diminution of their prestige and a distinct weakening of their hold on the kingdom. In the Condado de Niebla, Soult made no attempt to reoccupy lost ground, and east of Granada, his line of posts had recoiled considerably on the Murcian side. Baza and Ubeda had been abandoned for good. It was but a vain boast when the Marshal wrote to Berthier that, after he had set all things to rights in the central parts of Andalusia, he intended to organize a general concentration to crush Ballesteros, and that his next task would be to lay siege for a second time to Tarifa, the loss of which place would be more injurious to the English and the insurgents than that of Alicante or even that of Badajoz, against which last-named fortress I ought to make no attack till I shall have finished matters on the Tarifa side, and so have nothing to fear on my left flank. To complete the survey of the fortunes of the Army of the South in April, it only remains that we should mention the doings of Drouet, now left once more with his 2 old divisions to form the corps of observation opposite the Anglo-Portuguese. Soult, during his retreat, had dropped his lieutenant at Lerena, with orders to give back on Seville without fighting any serious action, if the enemy should pursue him in force. But if he were left alone to hold his ground, push his cavalry forward, and keep a strong detachment as near the upper Guadiana as possible. For only by placing troops at Campanario, Medellin, and if possible, Merida, could communication be kept up via Truxillo and Almaraz with the army of Portugal. As it turned out, Drouet was not to be permitted to occupy such a forward position as Soult would have liked. He was closely followed by Stapleton Cotton, with Lamarchan's and Slade's heavy and Ponsonby's light cavalry brigades, who brought his rearguard to action at Villagarcia outside Lerena on Apeth. This was a considerable fight. Drouet's horse was in position to cover the retirement of his infantry, with Lallemand's dragoons in first line and Perriman's hussars and chasseurs in support. Lallemand evidently thought that he had only Ponsonby's brigade in front of him, as Lamarchant's was coming up by a side road covered by hills, and Slade's was far out of sight to the rear. Accordingly, he accepted battle on an equal front, each side having 3 regiments in line. But just as the charge was delivered, the 5th Dragoon Guards, Lamarchant's leading regiment, came on the ground from the right, and rapidly deploying, took the French line in flank and completely rolled it up. The enemy went to the rear in confusion, and the pursuit was continued till halfway between Villagarcia and Lerena. The French rallied on their reserve, 2nd Hussars, behind a broad ditch. Cotton, who had not let his men get out of hand, reformed Anson's brigade and delivered a second successful charge, which drove the French in upon Drouet's infantry, which was in order of battle to the left of Lerena town. It was impossible to do more, as 3 cavalry brigades could not attack 12,000 men of all arms in a good position. But a few hours later, the whole French corps was seen in retreat eastward. It retired to Berlanga and Azuaga on the watershed of the Sierra Morna, completely abandoning Estremadura. The French outnumbered, if Slade's brigade be counted, but it was far to the rear and never put in line, lost 53 killed, and wounded an officers and rank and file taken prisoners. Cotton's casualties were 14 killed and officers and men wounded. He insisted that his success would have been much greater if Ponsonby had held back a little longer, till the whole of Lamarchant's squadrons came on the field. Lallemand would then have been cut off from Lerena and his line of retreat, and the greater part of his brigade ought to have been captured, though the light cavalry in the second line might have got off. However, the affair was very creditable to all concerned. Hill's infantry did not follow the retreating French, and had halted about Almendralejo and Villafranca, only the cavalry having gone on in pursuit to Lerena. The rest of the Anglo-Portuguese army was already in movement for the north, as Wellington had given up the idea, which had somewhat tempted him at first, of pursuing Soult to Seville and trying to upset the whole fabric of French power in Andalusia. Of this more in its due place. Suffice it to say here that he fell back on his old partition of forces, leaving Hill in Estremadura as his corps of observation, with precisely the same force that he had been given in 1811, save that 1 British cavalry brigade, that of Slade, was added. The rest of the corps consisted of the 2nd Division, Hamilton's 2 Portuguese brigades, Long's British and John Campbell's Portuguese horse. The whole amounted to about 14,000 men, sufficient not only to hold Drouet in check, but also to keep an eye upon the French troops in the valley of the Tagus, against whom Wellington was now meditating a raid of the sort that he had already sketched out in his correspondence with Hill in February. So much for the army of Andalusia and its fortunes in Apra, we must now turn to those of Marmont and the army of Portugal during the same critical weeks. The Duke of Ragusa, as it will be remembered, had been caught at Salamanca on March 27th by Napoleon's dispatch giving him an overlate option of detaching troops to the relief of Badajoz. But being already committed to the invasion of Portugal prescribed by the Emperor's earlier letters, and having his field force and his magazines disposed for that project, he had resolved to proceed with it, though he had no great belief in the results that would follow from his taking the offensive. As he informed his master, there was nothing at which he could strike effectively. It would seem that His Majesty thinks that Lord Wellington has magazines close behind the frontier of northern Portugal. Not so. These magazines are at Abrantes or in Estremadura. His hospitals are at Lisbon, Castelo Branco, and Abrantes. There is nothing of any importance to him on the Coa. And how was Almeida or Ciudad Rodrigo to be assailed in such a way as to cause Wellington any disquietude, when the army of Portugal had not a single heavy gun left? General d'Orsay had the happy idea of leaving in Rodrigo, a fortress of inferior character on the front of our line, the whole siege train prepared for this army at great expense, so that new guns of large caliber must actually be brought up from France. Marmont's striking force was not so large as he would have wished. Bonnet was, by the Emperor's orders, beginning his advance for the reoccupation of the Asturias. Foy was in the valley of the Tagus. Sauhem had to be left on the Esla to observe the army of Galicia. This left 5 divisions for active operations, but the Marshal came to the conclusion that he must split up one more ferries to hold Valladolid, Salamanca, Zamora, Toro, Avila, Benavent, and other places, which in an elaborate calculation sent to Berthier, he showed to require 49 men for their garrisons. He therefore marched with 4 infantry divisions, only Clausel, Maucune, Sarrat, Brenier, and 500 light cavalry, about 25,000 men in all. His division of dragoons was left behind in Leon, to keep open communication between his various garrisons. A rather illusory help was sought by sending to Foy, who then lay at Almaraz, orders to the effect that he might push a detachment to Placentia and give out that he was about to join the main army by the Pass of Perils. But Foy's real concern, as he was told, was to keep up communication with the army of the south, and to give any help that was possible on the side of Truxillo, if, by some improbable chance, the army of the center should be able to lend him the aid of any appreciable number of battalions. On the 30th, the French army appeared in front of Rodrigo, and Carlos de España, leaving 3,000 men as garrison there, under General Vives, retired with the small remainder of his division towards the Portuguese frontier. He was pursued and molested by the enemy's cavalry, not having been covered or assisted, as Wellington had directed, by Victor Alten's regiment of German hussars. That officer, neglecting his orders in the most flagrant fashion, did not retire slowly and in a fighting posture, when the French drove in his line of vedettes in front of Rodrigo, but collected his regiment and rode hard for Castelo Branco, without concerning himself in the least as to the safety of the Spanish and Portuguese forces in his neighborhood or the procuring of intelligence as to the strength and the purpose of the French army. His carelessness or shirking of responsibility, which was to be displayed in still worse form as the campaign went on, drew on him such a sharp and bitter rebuke from Wellington that it is a wonder that he was not sent home forthwith. Marmont looked at Rodrigo, but refused to attempt anything against it, though he was informed that the garrison was undisciplined and dispirited. Without siege artillery, he held that it was useless to attack the place. After sending in a formal summons to Vives, who gave the proper negative answer in round terms, and throwing into the streets a few shells from the howitzers attached to his field batteries, he told off Brenier's division to blockade Rodrigo, as also to guard a flying bridge which he cast across the Aigde at La Caridad, a few miles upstream. His next move was to send forward Clausel with 2 divisions to investigate the state of Almeida. He had heard that its walls were unfinished, and thought that there might be some chance of executing a coup de main against it. The general, however, came back next day, reporting that he thought the scheme impossible. He had apparently been deterred from pressing in upon the place, both by the defiant attitude of the governor, Le Mesurier, whose outposts skirmished outside the walls for some time before allowing themselves to be driven in, and still more by the sight of a considerable force of Portuguese troops encamped close to the town on the other side of the Coa. This was Trant's militia, the first detachment that had got to the front of the various bodies of troops which Wellington had told off for the defense of the Beira. They had taken up the strong position behind the bridge of the Coa, which Crawford had so obstinately defended against Ney in July 1810. On the alarm being given on March 29th that Marmont was marching against that province, and not against Galicia or the Trás-os-Montes, Wellington's orders suiting that contingency were carried out with more or less accuracy. Silveira, with the Trás-os-Montes militia and his small body of regular cavalry, began to move on Lamigo, where Baxeller, the chief commander in the north, had concentrated the regiments from the Oporto region and the Beira Alta, even before Marmont had left Salamanca. General Abadia had been requested to press forward against the French on the Esla, so as to threaten the flank and rear of the invading army. He did not accomplish much, being convinced that the forces left opposite him were too strong to be lightly meddled with, but he directed a raid to be made from the western Asturias towards the city of Leon, and the division at Puebla de Sanabria threatened Benavent. Both movements were executed too late to be of any importance in affecting the course of the campaign. Baxeller had been ordered to avoid committing himself to a general action with any large body of the enemy, but to show such a mass of troops concentrated that Marmont would have to keep his main body together and to act cautiously on the offensive. His primary duty was to cover, if possible, the large magazines at São João de Pesqueira and Lamigo on the Douro, and the smaller ones at Vila de Ponte, Pinhel, and Celorico. To these Wellington attached much importance, as they were the intermediate depots from which his army drew its sustenance when it was on the northern frontier, and he knew that he would be requiring them again ere many weeks had passed. As long as Marmont remained near Almeida, it was necessary to keep a force as far forward as possible, behind the very defensible line of the Coa, and Trant was advanced for this purpose, though he was directed not to commit himself. His presence so close to Almeida was very valuable, as he would have to be driven off before the marshal formally invested the place. Le Mesurier, the governor, was not at all comfortable as to his position. Though he had a proportion of British artillery left with him, the whole of the infantry of the garrison consisted of Beira militia, who had no experience under arms. On taking over charge of the place, on March 18, the governor had complained that though the walls were in a sufficient state of repair, and there were plenty of guns forthcoming, yet few or none of them were mounted ready for service. The powder magazines were insufficiently sheltered, and many details of fortification, palisades, platforms, and sea had to be completed in a hurry. However, the place looked so sound for defense when Clausel reconnoitered it, that, as we have seen, he made no attempt to invest it, and promptly withdrew, reporting to his chief that Almeida was not to be taken by a coup de main. Marmont then made the move which Wellington had most desired, and which in his dispatch to Baxeller he had specified as the happiest thing that could come about. Instead of sitting down before Almeida or Ciudad Rodrigo or making a push against the depots on the Douro, he turned southward towards the lower Beira, and leaving Brenier behind to guard communications, marched with 3 divisions to Sabugal via Fuente Guinaldo. This policy could have no great results. The marshal might ravage the countryside, but such a movement with such a force could not possibly alarm Wellington overmuch, or draw him away from the siege of Badajoz if he were determined to persevere in it. There was nothing of importance to him in central Beira, only minor depots at Celorico and Castelo Branco, much less valuable than the larger ones at Lamigo and São João de Pesqueira on the Douro. He can do no more, as an acute observer on the Portuguese staff remarked, than drive off some cattle, burn some cottages, and ruin a few wretched peasants. For the country about the sources of the Zeza and round Castelo Branco is one of the most thinly peopled districts of Portugal. To meet Marmont's southern move, Baxeller brought up Trant, S. and Wilson's militia by a parallel march to Garda, while Lecour, with the 2 regiments of the Byrabaixa held on at Castelo Branco till he should be evicted from it. To Wellington's intense disgust, Victor Alten, whose orders directed him to fall back no farther than that town, continued his precipitate retreat with the German hussars to the bridge of Villa Velha on the Tagus, and began to take measures to destroy that all-important link of communications between north and south. Fortunately, he was stopped before he had done the damage. The bridge was only taken over to the south bank, not committed to the flames. Halting at Sabugal on Apeth, Marmont sent out flying columns, which ravaged the countryside as far as Penamaca, Fundao, and Cavilhao, and dispatched Clausel with a whole division against Castelo Branco, the one important place in the whole region. Le Corps evacuated it on Apeth, after burning such of the magazines as could not be removed in haste, and Clausel, who occupied it for 2 days, did not therefore get possession of the stores of food which his chief had hoped to find there. In revenge, the town and the small proportion of its inhabitants who did not take to the hills were badly maltreated. Many buildings, including the bishop's palace, were burnt. Hearing that Marmont had dispersed the larger portion of his army with flying columns, and was lying at Sabugal on the 12th, with only a few thousand men, Trant conceived the rash idea that it would be possible to surprise him at his headquarters by a night march of his own and Wilson's combined divisions from Garda. The distance was about 20 miles over mountain roads, and the scheme must have led to disaster, for contrary to the information which the militia generals had gathered, the marshal's concentrated main body was still stronger than their own, despite of all his detachments. You could not have succeeded in your attempt, and you would have lost your division and that of General Wilson, wrote Wellington to Trant, when the scheme and its failure were reported to him a week later. It was fortunately never tried, owing to booksellers having made objections to his subordinates' harebrained plan. But the best comment on the enterprise is that on the very night April 14, which Trant had fixed for his march, he was himself surprised by Marmont, so bad had been his arrangements for watching the countryside. The marshal had learnt that there was an accumulation of militia at Garda threatening his flank, and resolved to give it a lesson. He started with a brigade each from Sarut's and Mocun's divisions and 5 squadrons of light cavalry, about 7,000 men, and was at dawn on the 14th at the foot of the hill of Garda, where he had the good luck to cut off all Trant's outposts without their firing a shot. So badly did the militia keep their lookout. Had he only dashed headlong into the town, he might have captured Wilson's and my divisions without losing probably a single man, wrote Trant. But the ascent into Garda was long and steep, and Marmont, who had only cavalry up, did not guess how careless were his adversaries. He took proper military precautions and waited for his infantry. Meanwhile, the Portuguese were roused, almost by chance as it seems. My distrust of the militia with regard to the execution of precautions, continues Trant, had induced me at all times to have a drummer at my bedroom door in readiness to beat to arms. This was most fortunately the case on the night of April 1812, for the first intimation that I had of the enemy being near at hand was given me by my servant, on bringing me my coffee at daybreak on the 14th. He said that there was such a report in the street, and that the soldiers were assembling at the alarm rendezvous. I instantly beat to arms, and the beat being as instantly taken up by every drummer in the place, Marmont, who was at that very moment with his cavalry at the entrance of the town, held back. I was myself the first man out of the town, and he was not then 400 yards away. The marshal, in his account of the affair, says that the Portuguese formed up on the heights by the town, apparently ready to fight, but drew off rapidly so soon as he had prepared for a regular attack on the position. Wise not quite in time, the 2 militia generals sent their men at a trot down the steep road at the back of the place, with the single troop of regular dragoons that they possessed bringing up the rear. It had now begun to rain in torrents, and Trant and Wilson, having obtained 2 or 3 miles' start, and being able to see no distance owing to the downpour, thought that they had got off safe. This was not the case. Marmont realized that his infantry could not catch them, but seeing their hurry and disorder ordered his cavalry, his own escort squadron, and the 13th Chasseurs to pursue and charge the rearguard of the retreating column. They overtook it by the bridge of Faya, 3 miles outside Garda, where the road to Celorico descends on a steep slope to cross the river. The leading French squadron scattered the 40 dragoons at the tail of Trant's division and rode on, mixed with them, against the rearguard battalion, that of Oporto. The militiamen, startled and caught utterly by surprise, tried to form across the road and to open fire, but the rain had damped their cartridges, and hardly a musket gave fire. Thereupon the battalion went to pieces, the men nearest the French throwing down their guns and asking for quarter, while those behind scattered uphill or downhill from the road, seeking safety on the steep slopes. The charge swept downhill onto the battalion of Aveiro and the other successive units of the Oporto brigade, which broke up in confusion. 5 of their 6 colors were taken, and 500 prisoners were cut off, while some tumbled into the Mondego and were drowned by losing their footing on the steep hillside. Hardly a Frenchman fell, and not very many Portuguese, for the chasseurs, finding that they had to deal with helpless militiamen who made no resistance, were sparing with the saber. The greater part of the prisoners were allowed, in contempt, to make off, and only a few hundred and the 5 flags were brought back to Marmont at Garda. The pursuit did not penetrate so far as Wilson's division, which got across the Mondego while Trant's was being routed and formed up behind the narrow bridge, where the chasseurs, being a trifling force of 400 men, did not think fit to attack them. The French infantry had marched over 20 miles already that day and were dead beat. Marmont did not send them down from Garda to pursue, in spite of the brilliant success of his cavalry. The day after the rout of Garda, Marmont pushed an advanced guard to Lagiosa, halfway to Celorico, where Trant and Wilson had taken refuge, with their ranks short of some 2,000 men scattered in the hills. Thereupon, the militia generals set fire to the stores and evacuated Celorico, falling back into the hills towards Trancoso. But finding that the French were not coming on, they halted, and when they ascertained that the enemy was actually returning to Garda, they came back, extinguished the fires, and rescued great part of the magazines. Marmont's unexpected forbearance was caused by the fact that the news of the fall of Badajoz reached him on the 15th, along with a report from Clausel, who had just evacuated Castelo Branco, that Wellington's army had already started northward, and that its advanced guard was across the Tagus at Villa Velha. This was startling, nay appalling intelligence. Badajoz had been reckoned good for a much longer resistance, and the news had come so slowly, it had taken 9 days to reach Marmont, that it was possible that the British army was already in a position to cut off his expeditionary force from its base on the Aigda. Wherefore Marmont hastily evacuated Garda and was back at Sabugal by the 16th, where Clausel and the other dispersed fractions of his army joined him. Here he regarded himself as reasonably safe, but determined to retire behind the Spanish frontier ere long, raising the blockade of Ciudad Rodrigo. "My troops," he wrote to Berthier on that day, "have used up the little food to be gathered between the Tagus and the Zezer, and now that the enemy is on the Tagus, I cannot possibly remain on the Mondego, as I should be leaving him on my line of communications. I shall fall back to the right bank of the Aigda. If the enemy resolves to pursue me thither, I shall fight him. If not, I shall fall back on Salamanca, because of the absolute impossibility of feeding an army between the Aigda and the Tormes." Marmont remained at Sabugal and its neighborhood for nearly a week. By the 22nd, he had drawn back a few miles to Fuente Guinaldo with about 20,000 men. His position was more dangerous than he knew, for on the 18th the heavy rains, which began on the day of the combat of Garda, broke his bridge over the Aigda at La Caridad, so that he was cut off from Brenia and from Salamanca. He was under the impression that Wellington had only brought up a couple of divisions against him, and that these were still south of Castelo Branco, whereas, as a matter of fact, 7 had marched. And on the day that he wrote this incautious estimate, Wellington's headquarters were at Penamaca, the light Anid divisions were closing in on Sabugal, the 4th Anth were a full march north of Castelo Branco, and the 1st, 6th Anth were at Losa, quite close to that city. 36 hours more of delay would have placed Marmont in the terrible position of finding himself with a broken bridge behind him, and 0 enemies closing in upon his front and flank. To explain the situation, Wellington's movements after the capture of Badajoz must now be detailed. It had been his hope though not his expectation, that Soult might have remained at Villafranca after hearing of the disaster of the 6th April. In this case, he had intended to fall upon him with every available man, crush him by force of numbers, and then follow up his routed army into Andalusia, where the whole fabric of French occupation must have crumpled up. But Soult wisely retreated at a sharp pace, and the idea of following him as far as Seville, there to find him reinforced for a general action by all the troops from the Cadiz lines and Granada, was not so tempting as that of bringing him to battle in Estremadura. On the day after the fall of Badajoz, Wellington formulated his intentions in a letter to Lord Liverpool. It would be very desirable that I should have it in my power to strike a blow against Marshal Soult before he could be reinforced, but it is not very probable that he will risk an action in the province of Estremadura, which it would not be difficult for him to avoid, and it is necessary for him that he should return to Andalusia owing to the movements of General Ballesteros and the Conde de Pene Villema. If he should retire into Andalusia, I must return to Castile. The reason given by Wellington for his resolve to turn north again was that Carlos de España had informed him that Ciudad Rodrigo, though otherwise tenable enough, had only provisions for 23 days, partly from what Wellington called the general policy of mañana, of shiftless procrastination, partly from the definite single fact that a very large convoy provided from the British magazines on the Douro had been stopped at Almeida on March 30th. This, in Wellington's estimation, was the fault of Victor Alten, who, if he had held the outposts beyond the Aigda for a day longer, might have covered the entry of the convoy into Ciudad Rodrigo. Marmont's operations on the Coa and the Aigda would have been quite negligible from the strategic point of view, but for this one fact. He might ravage as far as Garda or Castelo Branco without doing any practical harm, but it could not be permitted that he should starve Rodrigo into surrender, even allowing for firm resistance by the garrison and a judicious resort to lessened rations. The place would be in danger from the 3rd week of April onward. Wherefore, unless Marmont withdrew into Spain by the middle of the month, he must be forced to do so by the transference of the main body of the Anglo-Portuguese army to the north. The Marshal, during the critical days following the fall of Badajoz, showed no such intention. Indeed, he advanced to Sabugal on the 8th, seized Castelo Branco on the 12th, and executed his raid on Garda upon the 13th-14th. Ignorant of the fall of Badajoz, he was naturally extending the sphere of his operations, under the belief that no serious force was in his front. While he was overrunning Barabexa, Ciudad Rodrigo continued to be blockaded by Brenia, and its stores were now running very low. On Apeth, Wellington made up his mind that this state of things must be brought to an end, and he determined that no mere detachment should march, but a force sufficient to overwhelm Marmont if he could be brought to action. The movement began with the march of the 11th Light Dragoons and Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese to Elvas on the afternoon of the 11th April, all being ordered to move on Arranches and Portelaga. On the 12th, a larger force started off from the camps around Badajoz and on the Albura position. The 3rd and Light Divisions moved, following Pack and Bradford, on Portelaga via Arranches, the 4th Anth making a shorter move to Campo Mayor on the same road, the 7th from Valverde to Elvas. The 1st Anth under Graham, bringing up the rear, went off on the 13th from Valverde and Elvas northward. Orders were sent to Stapleton Cotton, then in pursuit of Drowett in southern Estremadura, to come with Anson's and Lamarchant's cavalry brigades to join the main army, leaving only Slade's and Long's to Hill. Bach's Heavy Dragoon Brigade of the King's German Legion was also directed to take part in the general movement. Only Hill, with the troops that had served under him since the summer of 1811, plus one new cavalry brigade, was left behind in Estremadura to contain Drowett. It was highly unlikely that Soult would be heard of in that province, as he had his own troubles in Andalusia to keep him employed. Indeed, Wellington, in his parting message to this trusty lieutenant, told him that it was impossible that the enemy could assemble enough troops to incommode him at present, and explained that his chief duty would be to cover the repairing of Badajoz, into which 3 Portuguese line regiments under Power, hitherto forming the garrisons of Elvas and Abrantes, were thrown, to hold it till Castaños should provide 3,000 Spaniards for the purpose. The movement of the army marching against Marmont was rapid and continuous, though it might have been even more swift, but for the fact that the whole long column had to pass the bridge of Villa, the only passage of the Tagus that lay straight on the way to the lower Beira, to send troops by. Abrantes would have cost too much time. On the 16th, the light Anna divisions crossed the bridge. On the 17th, some cavalry and pack, S and Bradford's Portuguese, while the 4th, 5th, and 8th divisions were now close to the river at Castelo de Vidi and Alpaljau, and only the 1st was rather to the rear at Portilaga. Alten's German hussars, picked up at Castelo Branco on the 18th by the head of the column, were the only cavalry which Wellington showed in his front. This was done on principle. Marmont knew that this regiment was in his neighborhood, and if it pressed in upon his outposts, it told him nothing as to the arrival of new troops opposite him. As we have already seen, when quoting one of his dispatches, he drew the inference that Wellington intended, and so late as the 22nd believed that his adversary's main army was still behind the Tagus, and that at most 2 divisions had come up to Villa, but probably no further. Steadily advancing, the column, with the 3rd and light divisions leading, reached Castelo Branco on the 17th. They found that it had been reoccupied on the 15th by Alten's hussars and Lacour's militia, but it was in a dreadful state of dilapidation owing to the ravages of Clausel's troops during the 2 days of their flying visit. Clear information was received that Marmont was still at Sabugal, and his vedettes lay as far south as Pedrago. The British staff were in hopes that he might be caught. His ignorance, as we hope, of the real force in march against him may end in his destruction, wrote 500 Urban to Charles Stuart on the 18th, for he has put the Aigde in his rear, which the late rains have made impassable. His situation is very critical. If he discovers his error at once, he may get off by his left down the Perils road, and so reach Placentia. But if he does not, and waits to be driven out of the ground he holds, I don't see how he is to get away. Lord Wellington will be all closed up by the 21st. Meanwhile, he shows little to his front, and avoids giving serious alarm. The fairest hopes may be entertained of a decisive blow. Looked indeed as if Marmont was waiting overlong. On the 17th, 18th, his exploring parties came as far south as Idanhanova, where by an ill chance they captured Wellington's most famous intelligence officer, Major Colquhoun Grant, who there commenced that extraordinary series of adventures which are told in detail in the life of his brother-in-law, Dr. MacGregor, Wellington's chief medical officer. He escaped at Bayonne and returned to England via Paris and the boat of a Breton fisherman. The rear of the column had dropped behind somewhat, owing to the incessant rains which had set in from Apeth, and which had broken Marmont's bridge 4 days later. Wellington had given the 4th Division leave to halt for a day, because of the state of the roads and the entire want of cover for the night in the desolate tract between Villa and Abrantes. It reached Castelo Branco, however, on the 20th, on which day only, by some extraordinary mismanagement, Wellington got the tardy news of Trant's disaster at Garda on the morning of the 14th. And this news was brought not by any official messenger, but by a fugitive ensign of militia, who garnished it with all manner of untrue additions, whereupon Beresford had him tried and shot for deserting his troops and spreading false intelligence. Clearly Trant, Wilson, and Baxeller between them should have got the true narrative to headquarters before 6 days had elapsed. The 21st April was the critical day of this campaign. Marmont was still at Fuente Ginaldo on the wrong side of the Aigde, and his bridge at La Caridad was still broken and not relayed. Though unaware that Wellington was close upon him with an overwhelming force, whose existence he denied, as we have seen, in a letter sent off so late as the 22nd, he was yet feeling uncomfortable, both because of his broken communications and because he had used up his food. Wherefore he gave orders that his artillery, using very bad side roads, should pass the Aigde by the bridge of Villa Rubia, a small mountain crossing quite near its source, which would take it, not by the ordinary route past Ciudad Rodrigo, but by Robaldo to Tamames, through a very difficult country. He himself with the infantry stood fast on the 21st and, unaware of his dangerous position. For the Allies were closing in upon him. The headquarters of Wellington were on the 21st at Pedrago. The 1st German Hussars, covering the advance, had reached Sabugal, and the light Anna divisions were close behind, as were Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese, while the 4th Anth were both beyond Castelo Branco. On the morning of the 22nd, the head of the infantry column had passed Sabugal, and the hussars were in front of them, pushing in Marmont's vedettes. A delay of 24 hours more on the part of the French would have brought the armies into collision, when Marmont gave orders for his infantry to retreat across the Aigde by the fords near Ciudad Rodrigo, where the water on that day had at last fallen enough to render the passage possible, though difficult and dangerous. The leading division marched on the 22nd, the rest on the 23rd. By the night of the latter day, all were across the river and retiring rapidly on Salamanca, for, as Marmont truly observed, there was not a ration of food to be got out of the devastated country between Rodrigo and the Tormes. The odd part of this sudden, if long-deferred, retreat was that it was made without the slightest knowledge that it was imperative, owing to Wellington's near approach. In the letter announcing it, to Berthier the Marshal reiterates his statement that he does not believe that Wellington has a man north of Castelo Branco. Save the 1st Hussars KGL, the retreat is only ordered because it is clear that, with 20,000 men only in hand, it is useless to continue the tour of devastation in the Beira. Your Highness may judge that the result of the diversion which I have sought to make in favor of the Army of the South has been practically nil. Such a movement could only be effective if carried out with a force great enough to enable me to march against the enemy with confidence and to offer him battle, even if he had every available man collected. With 18,000 or 19,000 men, reduced to 15,000 or 16,000, because I have to leave detachments to keep up communications, I could not move far into Portugal without risk, even if I have no one in front of me and the whole hostile army is on the farther bank of the Tagus. For if I passed the Zezer and marched on Santam, the enemy, master of Badajoz and covered by the Guadiana, could pass the Tagus behind me and seize the defiles of Zarza Major, Perils and Payo, by which alone I could return. There are several places at which he could cross the Tagus, above and below Alcantara, and so place himself by a rapid and secret movement that my first news of him would be by the sound of cannon on my line of communications, and my position would then be desperate. The real danger that was threatening him, on the day that he wrote this dispatch, Marmont did not suspect in the least. Indeed, he denied its existence. But he moved just in time and was across the Aigde when on the 24th, Wellington had his headquarters at Alfietes and 3 divisions at Fuente Ginaldo, which the French had only evacuated on the preceding day, with 3 more close behind. Only the 1st Anth, under Graham, was still at Castelo Branco and Losa. Evidently, if the fords of the Aigde had remained impassable for another 24 hours, Marmont's 4 divisions would have been overwhelmed by superior numbers and driven against the bridgeless river, over which there would have been no escape. As it was, he avoided an unsuspected danger and returned to Salamanca with his army little reduced in numbers, but with his cavalry and artillery almost ruined. His dispatch of the 22nd says that he has lost 1,500 horses, and that as many more needed a long rest if they were ever again to be fit for service. On the 24th, Wellington bade all his army halt. The forced marches, which they had been carrying out for the last 10 days, having failed to achieve the end of surprising and overwhelming Marmont, who had obtained an undeserved escape. On the 26th, he paid a flying visit to Ciudad Rodrigo, whose safety he had at least secured, and commended General Vives for his correct attitude during the 3 weeks of the late blockade. The next movements of the Allied army belong to a different series of operations and must be dealt with in a new section. Section 33. The Salamanca Campaign. Chapter 1. King Joseph as Commander-in-Chief. On March 16, 1812, the day on which Wellington opened his trenches before Badajoz, the Emperor Napoleon took a step of no small importance with regard to the control of his armies in Spain. He had now made up his mind that the long-threatened war with Russia must begin within a few months, and that he must leave Paris ere long and move forward to some central point in Germany, from which he could superintend the preparations for a campaign, the greatest in scale of any which he had hitherto undertaken. He was persuaded that war was inevitable. The Tsar Alexander had dared to dispute his will, and in the state of megalomania to which his mind had now accustomed itself, He could tolerate no opposition. Yet he was aware, in his more lucid moments, that he was taking a great risk. On March 7th, Colonel Jardit, Marmont's confidential aide-de-camp, was granted an interview in which he set forth all the difficulties of the army of Portugal. The emperor heard him out and began, "Marmont complains that he is short of many resources, food, money, means, and sea. Well, here am I, about to plunge with an immense army into the heart of a great country which produces absolutely nothing." And then he stopped, and after a long silence seemed suddenly to rouse himself from a somber reverie, and looking the colonel in the face asked, "How will it all end?" Jardit, thrown off his balance by such a searching query, stammered that it would of course end in the best possible fashion. But he went out filled with gloomy forebodings, inspired by his master's evident lack of confidence in the future. Some weeks were yet to elapse before the emperor's actual departure from France, but ere he went, he had to set in good working order the conduct of his policy during his absence, and of all its complicated machinery, the Spanish section was one of the most puzzling and the most apt to get out of order. It was clearly impossible that he should continue to send from Dresden or Wilna elaborate orders every 5 or 10 days, as he had been wont to do from Paris. If it took 3 weeks to get an order to Seville in February, it might take 5 or 6 in July, when the imperial headquarters might be in some obscure Lithuanian hamlet. Something must be done to solve the problem of continuous policy and of cooperation between the 5 armies of Spain, and after much consideration, the emperor dictated to Berthier the solution which he thought least bad: send by special messenger a dispatch to the King of Spain, informing him that I confide to him the command of all my Spanish armies, and that Marshal Jourdan will serve as his chief of the staff. You will send, at the same time, a similar intimation to that marshal. You will inform the king that I shall keep him advised of my political intentions through my ambassador at Madrid. You will write to Marshal Suchet, to the Duke of Dalmatia, and the Duke of Ragusa that I have entrusted the king with the charge of all my armies in his realm, and that they will have to conform to all the orders which they may receive from the king, to secure the cooperation of their armies. You will write, in particular, to the Duke of Ragusa that the necessity for obtaining common action between the armies of the south, of Valencia, and of Portugal, has determined me to give the King of Spain control over all of them, and that he will have to regulate his operations by the instructions which he will receive. Tomorrow you will write in greater detail to the king, but the special messenger must start this very night for Bayonne. Of the bundle of dispatches, that for the king was delivered at Madrid on March 28th, after 12 days of travel. Marmont got his a little later, as he had started on his Portuguese expedition when it reached Salamanca. Communication between his field force and his base being difficult, owing to the activity of Julian Sanchez, it appears to have been on March 30, when before Ciudad Rodrigo, that he became aware that he had a new commander-in-chief. Soult was apprised of the situation much later, because, when preparing for his expedition to relieve Badajoz, he had ordered his posts in the Sierra Morena to be evacuated and the communication with La Mancha to be broken off for the moment. It seems that he must have got Berthier's dispatch quite late in April, as on the 17th of that month he was only acknowledging Paris letters of February 23rd, and the first courier from Madrid got through only some time later. Suchet would appear also to have been advised of the change of command very late. He published the imperial decree in his official gazette at Valencia only on May 10, giving as its date the 29th instead of the 16th of March, which looks as if the first copy sent to him had miscarried, and the repetition made 13 days later had alone reached him. These dates are only worth giving as illustrations of the extreme difficulty of getting orders from point to point in Spain during the French occupation, even when Andalusia and Valencia were supposed to be thoroughly subdued. It will be noted that in Napoleon's instructions to Berthier no mention is made of either the Army of Catalonia or the Army of the North, and it might have been thought that, clinging to the theory of his paper annexation of Spain north of the Ebro, he was deliberately exempting from the king's control the troops in the districts on which he had resolved to lay hands for his own benefit. But a supplementary dispatch of Apud Place Deccan and the garrison of Catalonia, under the general charge of Suchet, And as that marshal had been directed to obey King Joseph's military instructions, the 4 new French departments on the Ebro were now theoretically under the same general command as the rest of Spain. As to the army of the north, d'Orsay wrote Apeth, with evident glee, to say that he was exempted from obedience to the king by not being included in the list of recipients of the dispatch of March 16, and that he regretted his inability to carry out a series of orders which Jourdan had sent him. But he had not many more days to serve in his present capacity, and his successor, Caffarelli, though equally recalcitrant in spirit, presently received a formal notice that he was under King Joseph's command. Napoleon's general policy in placing the supreme control of all the Spanish armies in the hands of one chief, and bringing to an end, in theory at least, the system of separate viceroyalties was undoubtedly the right one. And it cannot be disputed that one second-rate commander-in-chief is more effective than 4 good ones, working each for his own private and local profit and glory. But in this particular case, the new arrangement was not likely to bring about any great change for the better, owing to the personal equation. During the last 3 years, Napoleon had been inflicting affronts at short intervals upon his brother, had annexed integral portions of his realm, had disregarded most of his complaints and suggestions, and had allowed him to become the butt of the viceroys, whose insults and injuries he had never been allowed to resent. They had raided the districts assigned to his personal governance, had plundered his magazines, imprisoned his officials, and set up courts of justice of their own to supersede the regular magistracy of the land. The emperor had never punished such proceedings. At the most, he had ordered that they should cease when they were injurious to the progress of the French arms in Spain. It was useless to issue a sudden order that for the future the marshals were under Joseph's control, and that he must make them obey him, as the phrase ran in one letter to Madrid. As the king's minister, Miet de Melito, wrote, "What chance was there of success when all the individuals concerned were at variance with each other?" The marshals had been accustomed for 3 years to absolute independence. The new chief of the staff, in spite of his acknowledged capacity, was known to be out of favor with the emperor, and in consequence could exercise no moral authority over the masters of the armies. The apparent testimonial of confidence which was given to the king by making him commander-in-chief was a matter to cause disquietude rather than satisfaction. The plain fact was that Napoleon was overbusy, worried with other problems, and he merely took the easiest and simplest method of throwing the burden of the Spanish war onto the shoulders of another. The consequences, be they what they might be, were now of little importance, compared with the success or failure of the impending Russian campaign. Jourdan sums up the situation in much the same terms. The king for 2 years had been allowed to have no direct relations with the generals-in-chief. He had no exact knowledge of the military situation in each of their spheres of command, nor was he better informed as to the strength, organization, and distribution of the troops under their orders. Unable to use his new authority till he had got together detailed statements as to these data, he directed his chief of the staff to ask for reports. d'Orsay replied that he should not send any at present, because Berthier, when announcing to him that the armies of the south, of Portugal, and of Aragon had been put under the king's orders, had informed him that the emperor would let him know in due course what was to be done with the army of the north. Marshal Suchet demonstrated that he had received special instructions from the emperor, which presently were seen to make the king's authority over the army of Aragon quite illusory. Soult had removed all the posts on the lines of communication when he marched to relieve Badajoz, and showed so little zeal in reopening them, that even in May it was not known at Madrid whether he was yet aware that he was under the king's orders. Marmont was the only one who sent without delay the report which had been asked for, but he announced at the same time that, in obedience to the emperor's earlier orders, he was already operating beyond the Agde to make a diversion for the relief of Badajoz. Of what use was it to send orders to the marshals when they could plead that the execution of them was rendered impossible by instructions received directly from the emperor, which prescribed a different policy? Unfortunately for King Joseph, each commander-in-chief still preserved his direct communication with the Minister of War at Paris. Even after the emperor had started for Poland in May, each continued to send in his own plans, and to demonstrate how far superior they were to those prescribed by King Joseph. Soult, in particular, generally commenced a dispatch by demonstrating that the directions received from Madrid could not possibly be executed, and then produced an elaborate scheme of his own, which would be beneficial for the army of Andalusia, but impracticable for those of Portugal, Valencia, and the centre. When his suggestions were rejected, he wrote privately to Paris, declaring that Joseph and Jourdan were absolutely incapable, and sometimes adding that the king was trying to serve his private interests rather than those of his brother and suzerain. It was the accidental receipt by Joseph of an intercepted letter of Soult's to the Minister of War, in which he was accused of absolute treason to the emperor, that brought about the final rupture between the king and the marshal, and led to the recall of the latter to France. King Joseph, though liable to fits of depression and despair, was, on the whole, of a mercurial and self-sufficient temperament. A few weeks before the receipt of the emperor's dispatch granting him the command of the Spanish armies, all his letters had been full of complaints and threats of abdication. But the decree of March 16th filled him with a sudden confidence. At last, his military talents should be displayed and recognized. He would, as his brother desired, make the marshals obey him. For the future, the armies should all act together for a single end and not be guided by the selfish interests of their leaders. He accepted the position of commander-in-chief with undisguised pleasure and proceeded to draw out schemes of his own, with Jourdan as his advisor in technical matters of military logistics. It cannot be denied that the memoir of May 1812, in which Jourdan set forth the situation after the fall of Badajoz, and the policy which he considered that it demanded, is a document of much greater merit than might have been expected. It is by far the best summary of the position of the French power in Spain that was ever drawn up, and it recognizes with great clearness the two main limitations of that power, which were 1, that the imperial troops were an army of occupation rather than a genuine field army, and 2, that the Napoleonic system, by which hosts were supposed to live on the countryside, might be applicable for a short campaign in Lombardy or Bavaria, but was impossible for protracted maneuvers in an exhausted and thinly peopled land like central Spain. Jourdan's note on the memoir sums up the situation in a few lines. 2 measures were indispensable. 1 was to render the army mobile by giving it ample transport and by establishing large magazines on all lines of communication. Without these, all permanent concentration of heavy forces and continuous operations were impossible. The second was to abandon the deplorable system of occupying as much territory as possible, of which the real object was double. Firstly, to enable the armies to live on the countryside. Secondly, to appear in the eyes of Europe to be dominant over the whole of Spain. The memoir itself is worth analyzing. It just runs as follows. 1. The recent departure of the Imperial Guards, the Poles, and other troops, and the lack of any adequate system of transport or magazines renders the Imperial Army, though 0 men strong, incapable of undertaking any offensive operations. The present situation is exceptionally trying because of the successes of Wellington and the deplorable effect on Spanish public opinion of the recent annexation, the arbitrary government of the generals, and the famine which has lately prevailed. The discontent thereby engendered has led to the enormous increase in the number of the guerrillero bands. It has also encouraged the government at Cadiz to multiply its levies and its military energy. 2. It is not yet certain whether the emperor intends the army of the north to be at the king's disposal. General d'Orsay refuses to send in reports or to accept orders. But since its recent reduction in numbers by the departure of the Imperial Guard and the transfer of Souham's and Bonnet's divisions to the Army of Portugal, it is believed that it has not more than 48,000 men under arms, and it appears to be a fact that it can do no more than hold down the wide regions committed to its charge and guard the line of communications with France. Even if placed at the king's disposition, it can furnish no important reinforcements to other armies. Nevertheless, it should be put under his control, as it might under certain circumstances be called upon to lend a moderate force for a short time. 3. As to the army of Aragon's 60,000 men, including the divisions in Catalonia, the king was informed that Marshal Suchet was placed under his command, and that if he needed reinforcements, he might draw on the troops in Valencia. He therefore, during the siege of Badajoz, ordered the marshal to send a division to join the army of the center for an indispensable operation. The marshal sent a formal declaration in reply to the effect that he could not execute this order, and that he was even about to withdraw from Cuenca the regiment that he had placed there, as its absence imperiled the safety of Valencia. He says that the emperor has placed Catalonia under his charge, and that he is authorized to employ his whole force for the protection of the provinces entrusted to him. Apparently, then, the army of Aragon cannot cooperate in operations outside its own sphere, and the marshal's special instructions place him in an exceptional position. His relations with the king consist in a polite exchange of views, not in the giving and taking of orders. His Majesty's control over this army is purely illusory. 4. As to the army of the south, Marshal Soult has about 54,000 men effective, not including juramentados, and c. the Cadiz lines and the garrisons pin down a large force to fixed stations. The marshal has also to keep a considerable flying column in hand to hunt ballesteros and other partisans. For operations outside the bounds of Andalusia, he can only collect a field force of 24,000 men. This is the total figure of the corps that tried to relieve Badajoz, and in its absence, Seville was nearly lost. The posts in the Sierra Morena were called in at that time and have never come back. Correspondence with the army of the south is therefore precarious and slow. 5. The army of Portugal has 52,000 men effective. It holds the front line against Wellington. Its divisions are much scattered because it has to live on the country and has also to furnish several important garrisons. One division of 6,000 men is fixed down in the Asturias by the emperor's special orders. The garrisons of Astorga, Valladolid, Salamanca, Leon, Palencia, and c. absorb 6,000 or 7,000 men more. Only 29,000 infantry, or a total of 35,000 of all arms, are available as a field force to use against the English, if they attack on the front of the Tormes. If Marshal Marmont has to march out of his own sphere to join in a combined operation against Wellington, e.g. in Estremadura, he can bring a still smaller force, say 25,000 men. The army of Portugal is many months in arrear of its pay and has hardly any transport or magazines. The troops have become terrible marauders, largely from necessity. 6. Lastly, we come to the army of the center. It consists of 9,500 men born on the imperial muster rolls and 800 troops belonging to the king, his guards, and Hugos, juramentados, horse and foot. There are also at present in Madrid 200 drafts for the army of the south, temporarily retained, so that the whole makes up 18,500 men. But only 15,000 are effective, the remainder consisting of dépots, dismounted cavalry, train, and c. having to hold down the extensive provinces of Madrid, Segovia, Guadalajara, Toledo, La Mancha, and Cuenca. This force is a mere army of occupation. It can provide no troops for expeditions outside its own territory, and is spread so thin that even Madrid would be in danger without the royal guards. The pay is 8 months in arrear. 7. Civil administration is still localized. The commanders of the armies levy their own taxes, and nothing comes to Madrid. The king has to feed the army of the center and to maintain his civil service from the revenues of New Castile alone. None of the marshals will help another with money or stores. The claim of the king to rule all Spain seems absurd to the people, so long as he cannot exercise any civil control outside the arrondissement of the army of the center. 8. Conclusion. All offensive operations are impossible as long as the imperial armies have to hold down the entirety of the occupied provinces. If Lord Wellington concentrates all his forces, he can march with 60,000 men, not including Spaniards, against either the army of Portugal or the army of the south. Neither of them can assemble a sufficient force to resist him unless they abandon whole provinces. The king has ordered Soult and Marmont to march to each other's aid if either is attacked, but they have to unite, coming from remote bases, while the enemy can place himself between them and strike at one or the other. The lines of communication between them are long and circuitous. It is easily conceivable that one of them may be attacked and beaten before the other is even aware of the danger. A catastrophe is quite possible if Lord Wellington should throw himself suddenly, with his whole force, upon either the army of Portugal or that of the south. The only possible way of dealing with this danger is to collect a central reserve of 20,000 men at Madrid, which can be promptly transferred to right or left, to join either Soult or Marmont as the conditions of the moment dictate. The army of the center cannot serve this purpose. It is not a field force, but an immovable army of occupation. If the emperor could send a new corps of this size from France, Marmont could be reinforced up to a strength sufficient to enable him to face Wellington and to besiege Ciudad Rodrigo. But the present posture of European affairs probably makes it impossible to draw such a corps from France. This being so, the central reserve must be obtained from troops already existing in the peninsula. The only way to find them is for the emperor to consent to the evacuation of Andalusia. 30,000 men of the army of the south can then be placed to cover Madrid in La Mancha. This force would be ample against any Spanish levies that might come up to the Sierra Morena from Cadiz and elsewhere. The remainder of the army of the south must form the central reserve and prepare to reinforce Marmont. The army of Portugal would then be so strong that Wellington could not dare to take the offensive. He would be hopelessly outnumbered. If this scheme is approved by the emperor, he may be certain that, when he comes back from Poland, his Spanish armies will be in the same secure defensive position in which he leaves them now. The right wing rests on the Bay of Biscay in the Asturias, the left on the Mediterranean in Valencia. When Andalusia is evacuated, the remaining provinces in French occupation will not be able to pay or feed the 54,000 men of the Army of the South, in addition to the armies already stationed in them. A liberal subsidy from Paris will be necessary. In addition, the king must, for the sake of his prestige, be given real civil authority over all the provinces. It will only be when all authority, civil, military, and administrative, is concentrated in one hand, that of the king, and when His Majesty shall have received from the Emperor instructions suiting the present posture of affairs, that he can be fully responsible for Spain. On the whole, this is a very well-reasoned document. It was perfectly true that the offensive power of the French in the peninsula had shrunk to nothing, because no province could be held down without a large garrison. If left unoccupied, it would burst into revolt and raise an army. This was the inevitable nemesis for a war of annexation directed against a proud and patriotic people. There were 230,000 French troops in Spain, but so many of them were tied down to occupation duty that only about 50,000 or 60,000 could be collected to curb Wellington, unless some large province were evacuated. Either Andalusia or else Valencia must be abandoned. The former was the larger and the more wealthy, but it was more remote from the strategical center of operations in Madrid, much more infested by the bands of the patriots, and it lay close to the sphere of operations of Wellington, the great disturbing element in French calculations. Moreover, its evacuation would set free a much larger field army. Against this was to be set the adverse balance in loss of prestige. As long as Cadiz appeared to be beleaguered, the national government of Spain looked like a handful of refugees in a forlorn island. To abandon the immense lines in front of it, with their dependent flotilla, which must be burnt since it could not be removed, would be a conclusive proof to all Europe that the main frontal offensive against the Spanish patriots had failed. Seville and Granada, great towns of worldwide fame, would also have to be abandoned. Andalusia was full of afrancesados, who must either be shepherded to Madrid or left to the vengeance of their countrymen. But to weigh prestige against solid military advantage, though it might appeal to Napoleon, whose reputation as universal conqueror was part of his political stock and trade, did not occur to the common-sense intellect of Jourdan. He voted for the evacuation of Andalusia. So did his friend and master, King Joseph. Possibly their decision was not rendered more unwelcome by the fact that it would certainly be most distasteful to Soult, whom they both cordially detested. The viceroy should pay at last for the selfish policy of the general. His realm, for the last 2 years, had been administered with much profit and glory to himself, but with little advantage to the king at Madrid or the general prosperity of the French cause in Spain. Whether personal motives entered into the decision of Joseph and Jourdan, we need not trouble to consider. It was certainly the correct one to take. Permission to evacuate Andalusia was therefore demanded from the emperor. King Joseph did not dare to authorize it on his own responsibility. Meanwhile, long before the memoir of May 1812 had been completed or sent off to Napoleon, he issued the orders which he thought himself justified in giving in the interim, to act as a stopgap till the permission should be granted. Marmont was told to fall back on his own old policy of keeping a large detachment in the Tagus Valley, in order that he might get into touch with Drouet and Soult's Estramadiran Corps of Observation. He was directed to send 2 divisions of infantry and a brigade of light cavalry to join Foy, who was still in the direction of Almaraz and Talavera. They were to be ready to act as the advance of the army of Portugal for a march on Truxillo and Merida, if Wellington's next move should turn out to be an attack on Soult in Andalusia. In a corresponding fashion, Soult was ordered to reinforce Drouet up to a force of 20,000 men, and to push him forward to his old position about Almendralejo, Zalamea, Merida, and Medellin, in order that he might march via Truxillo to join the army of Portugal, in case the Anglo-Portuguese army should choose Salamanca, not Seville, as its next objective. The small part of the army of the center that could be formed into a field force, 3 battalions and 2 cavalry regiments, under General d'Armagnac, was directed to move to Talavera to relieve Foy there if he should be called to move either north to join Marmont on the Tormes, or south to join Soult on the Guadiana. To replace these troops, drawn from the provinces of Cuenca and La Mancha, Joseph, as we have already seen, requested Suchet to send a good division from Valencia by Cuenca on to Ocaña in La Mancha. In this way, the king and Jourdan thought they would provide for active cooperation between the armies of Portugal and Andalusia, whether Wellington should make his next move to the south or the north. It is curious, but perhaps not surprising, to find that these orders, the first fruits of Joseph's new commission as commander-in-chief, were obeyed neither by Suchet, by Soult, nor by Marmont. The former, as we have already seen, when analyzing Jourdan's memoir of May 1812, not only refused to send a division to Ocaña, but stated that he should be obliged to withdraw the regiment that he was keeping at Cuenca, because he was authorized by the emperor to reserve all his own troops for the defense of his own sphere of action in Valencia, Aragon. In Catalonia, Soult declared that it was impossible for him to reinforce Drouet. He could not keep 20,000 men on the Guadiana unless he received large reinforcements. All that he could promise was that the force in Estremadura should move up again to Medellin and Villafranca, possibly even to Merida, if Wellington had really gone northward with his main army. Drouet, with his 10,000 or 12,000 men, might serve to contain Hill and the British detachment in Estremadura, and his position would prevent the enemy from making any important movement in the valley of the Tagus. Meanwhile, he himself must, as an absolute necessity, lay siege to Tarifa for the second time and make an end of Ballesteros. No more troops, therefore, could be sent to Drouet. But when Tarifa and Ballesteros had been finished off, the siege of Cadiz should be pressed with vigor. This reply is not only a blank refusal to obey the king's orders, but amounts to a definite statement that the local affairs of Andalusia are more important than the general cooperation of the French armies in Spain. As we shall presently see, Soult was ready to formulate this startling thesis in the plainest terms. He was, ere long, to propose that the king and the army of the center should evacuate Madrid and retire upon Andalusia when things went wrong with the army of Portugal. As to Marmont, his reply to King Joseph's dispatch was couched in terms of less open disobedience, but it was by no means satisfactory. He wrote from Salamanca on Apeth, after his return from the raid to Sabugal and Garda, that he had now learnt, what he did not know 10 days before, that Wellington had been pursuing him with 5 divisions. This force was still in the Beira, and the British general himself had been at Ciudad Rodrigo on the 26th. It was, therefore, quite clear that Soult had not the whole English army on his shoulders. This being so, it was not necessary to send into the valley of the Tagus such a large force as was asked. But one division should move to Avila at once, and could drop down on to Talavera in 2 days, if it turned out to be necessary. 2 more should be cantoned about Arevalo and the pass of Piedrahita, 20 miles northwest of Avila, respectively, points from which they could be transferred to the valley of the Tagus in a few days. Marmont then proceeded to warn Jourdan against any scheme for concentrating any considerable force in the direction of La Mancha, urging that he must be able to collect as many of his divisions opposite Wellington as possible, in case of an advance by the Anglo-Portuguese army towards the Tormes. All that was necessary on the Tagus was to have the forts at Almaraz well garrisoned and provided with stores, so that troops dropping down from Avila on a southward march should find a base and magazines ready for them. Summing up, he ends with a dictum that, if we defend Andalusia by sacrificing the army of Portugal, we may save that province for the moment, but the north will be in danger. If a disaster occurs there, Andalusia will soon be lost also. If, on the contrary, we make its defense in the north, the south may be lost, but the north still remains secure. By these somewhat cryptic words, Marmont seems to mean that, looking at the affairs of Spain at large, Andalusia may be lost without any shock to the imperial domination in Leon and Old Castile, but a disaster in Leon or Old Castile entails inevitably the loss of Andalusia also. This was true enough, though Soult refused to see it. But the result of Marmont's very partial fulfillment of Joseph's orders, and of Soult's and Suchet's entire neglect of them, was that Jourdan's main design of providing for close and speedy cooperation between the armies of Portugal and Andalusia was completely foiled. When on May 17th, 19th, Hill made his celebrated eruption into the valley of the Tagus, with the object of destroying the bridge and forts of Almaraz, the point where the interests of Soult and Marmont were linked together, he found no French troops within 50 miles of his objective, save the single division of Foy and 500 Armagnacs, 3,000 men from the army of the centre. Marmont's nearest division in support was at Avila, Soult's in the Sierra Morna. Both lay so far off from Almaraz that Hill could not only deliver his blow, but could depart at leisure when it was struck, without any risk of being beset by superior forces. If King Joseph's orders of April had been carried out, Wellington's stroke in May would have been impossible or risky to the verge of rashness. Indeed, we may be certain, on Wellington's record, that he would not have made it if 3 French divisions, instead of 1, had been about Talavera and Almaraz. We may add that his self-reliance during the Salamanca campaign rested largely on the fact that Soult could not succor Marmont within any reasonable space of time, even if he wished to do so, because the bridge of Almaraz was broken. Wherefore Jourdan and King Joseph must be pronounced to have been wise in their foresight, and the Dukes of Ragusa and Dalmatia highly blameworthy for their disregard of the orders given them. They looked each to their own local interests, not to the general strategic necessities of the French position in Spain, which the king and his chief of the staff were keeping in mind. So far their precautions were wise. To blame them for not taking the tremendous step of evacuating Andalusia without the emperor's leave, and concentrating such a force in central Spain as would have paralyzed Wellington's offensive, would be unjust. They dared not have given such an order, and if they had, Soult would have disobeyed it. Napoleon himself, indeed, would have agreed with Soult at this time, for not long after Jourdan's memoir of May 1812, with its request for leave to abandon Andalusia, had started on its journey for Dresden, there arrived at Madrid a dispatch from Berthier, setting forth the final instructions left by the emperor before he started from Paris on May 9th. It was of a nature to strike dismay into the heart of the level-headed and rather despondent Jourdan, for it ignored all the difficulties which his recently dispatched appeals set forth with such clearness. The king was directed to keep a grip on all the conquered provinces of Spain and to extend their limits till the enemy should be extirpated. The conquest of Portugal might be postponed till less evanements determinarent absolument set measure. The region to which the emperor devoted most attention was the sphere of the Army of the North. This is the part on which it is indispensable to keep a firm hold, never to allow the enemy to establish himself there or to threaten the line of communications. Wherefore a most active war must be waged upon the brigands, Mina, Porlia, Longa, and Sea. It is of no use to hunt and scatter them, leaving them power to reunite and to renew their incursions. As to the English, the present situation seems rather to require a defensive posture, but it is necessary to maintain an imposing attitude in face of them, so that they may not take any advantage of our position. The strength of the forces at the king's disposition enables him to do, in this respect, all that circumstances may demand. Such are the principal ideas which the emperor, before departing, has expressed on the Spanish problem. This was a heartbreaking document. Just when the king and Jourdan had demonstrated that they had no available field army left to hold back Wellington, they were informed that their forces were ample for the purpose. When they had asked leave to evacuate Andalusia, they are told to conserver les conquêtes et les étendre successivement. They had been wishing to concentrate at all costs a central reserve. Now they were directed to spread the already scattered army of occupation over a still greater surface. Presumably, the emperor's phrase meant that he wished to see Murcia, the Catalonian inland, the whole of the Asturias, and the Condado de Niebla garrisoned, in addition to all that was held already. The one central problem to Joseph and Jourdan was how to face Wellington's expected onslaught by making the armies cooperate. The emperor forbids concentration and recommends the assumption of an imposing attitude, as if Wellington, whose knowledge of the movements and plans of his adversaries was beginning to appear almost uncanny to them, was to be contained by attitudes, imposing or otherwise. The unhappy commander-in-chief and chief of the staff of the United Armies of Spain were reduced to a sort of apathetic despair by the emperor's memorandum. Jourdan, in his memoirs, appears to shrug the shoulders of resignation in commenting on its effect. If only instead of hold all you have and conquer the rest bit by bit, we had been told that we might evacuate some provinces and concentrate the troops, there would have been much good in the instructions. The king might have dared to abandon the south in order to keep down the north if he had not received this dispatch, but he could not take that portentous step without the imperial permission. All that he could now do was to reiterate his directions to Soult and Marmont that they must so place their troops as to be able to succor each other. We shall see how they obeyed those orders. So by the special and deliberate directions of the emperor, the 230,000 effective men, present under arms, forming the 5 imperial armies of Spain, were placed at the mercy of Lord Wellington and his modest force of 8 divisions of Anglo-Portuguese. In a flight of angry rhetoric, Berthier, writing under Napoleon's dictation, had once asked whether it was reasonable que 40,000 Anglais gatant touts les affaires d'Espagne. The reply of the fates was to be that such a contingency was perfectly possible under the system which the emperor had instituted and with the directions which he persisted in giving. Section 33, Chapter 2. The Bridge of Almaraz, May 1812. On Apeth, Wellington halted his pursuing army at Fuente Guinaldo and Sabugal, on hearing that Marmont had escaped him by a margin of 24 hours. The French were in full march for Salamanca, and it was impossible to pursue them any further. Firstly, because the Allied army needed a few days of rest after the forced march from Badajoz, and secondly, because its train had dropped behind, food was nearly out, and convoys had to be brought up from Lamigo and São João de Pesqueira. There was, of course, nothing to be got out of the unhappy region in which Marmont's locusts had just been spread abroad. The only fortunate thing was that the Duke of Ragusa had turned his raid against the Beira Baixa and left the great depots on the Douro unmolested. From them, ample sustenance could be got up in a week to the positions behind the Aigda and Coa where the army had halted. Wellington, as it will be remembered, had contemplated an attack on Andalusia after Badajoz fell. But the necessity for seeing to the relief and revictualling of Almeida and Ciudad Rodrigo had brought him up to the frontiers of Leon with the main body of his host. In the position where he now lay, he was well placed for an advance on Salamanca and an attack on the army of Portugal. To return to Estremadura would involve a long and weary countermarch. Moreover, there was no doubt that operations in Leon would be more decisive than operations in Andalusia. As Marmont was to write to Berthier a few days later, a victory of the Allies in the north would involve the evacuation of the south by Soult, while a victory in Andalusia would leave the French power in the valleys of the Douro and Tagus unshaken. Advancing from the line of the Agde against Salamanca and Valladolid, Wellington would have his base and his main line of communications in his direct rear, safe against any flank attack. A raid against Andalusia, even if successful, would separate him from Lisbon and compel him to take up a new base at Cadiz, a doubtful expedient. But what seems, in the end, to have been the main cause for Wellington's choosing Leon rather than Andalusia as his next sphere of operations was that Marmont, as he judged, had the larger available army for field movements outside his own ground. Soult was more pinned down to his viceroyalty by local needs. He would not raise the siege of Cadiz or evacuate Granada and Cordova. Therefore, he could not collect, as his movement at the time of the fall of Badajoz had shown, more than 24,000 men for an offensive operation. This was the absolute limit of his power to aid Marmont. But the latter, if he chose to evacuate Asturias and other outlying regions, could bring a much larger force to help Soult. Therefore, an attack on Andalusia would enable the enemy to concentrate a more numerous defensive force than an attack on Leon. Of the two armies opposed to us, that of Portugal can produce the larger number of men for a distant operation. Marmont has nothing to attend to but the British army, as he has been repeatedly told in letters from Berthier. By abandoning Castile and Leon for a short time, he may lose some plunder and contributions, but he loses nothing that can permanently affect his situation, or which he could not regain as soon as he has a superiority, particularly of cavalry, in the open plains of Castile. Marmont's, then, being what may be called of the two the operating army, the movement which I might make into Andalusia would enable the enemy to bring the largest body of men to act together on one point. It would be a false movement, and this must by all means be avoided. This decision was not made immediately on Marmont's retreat of Apeth. For some days after the British headquarters settled down at Fuente Guinaldo, Wellington had not quite made up his mind between the two operations. His letters to Lord Liverpool, to Hill, and Graham are full of the needs of the moment and do not lay down any general strategical plan. The staff, in their discussions with each other, canvassed the situation. While Marmont remains in Old Castile, he must leave a certain force near the frontier of the Beira. But leaving the 3rd, 4th, 5th Divisions and Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese, perhaps 18,000 men for that purpose, he can move upon Andalusia, if he wishes, with the 1st, 6th, 7th and Light Divisions, afterwards picking up Power's Portuguese Brigade and all General Hill's Corps d'Armée, perhaps 36,000 infantry. This would do. So wrote 500 Urban, the chief of the Portuguese staff, in his private diary, on May 5, evidently after discussion with Beresford and others of those who were nearest the center of decision. Wellington, however, was pondering over alternatives. He could not move for a week or two at the best, for he had to replenish his stores at the front and to see that the repairs and revictualling of Almeida and Rodrigo were completed before he could start on any offensive movement. In that time, too, he would be able to learn how Marmont was disposing of his army and whether Soult was showing any tendency to reinforce Drouet's force in Estremadura. It seems that an insight into his enemies' purposes was made specially easy for Wellington at this moment by the successive capture of a great deal of French correspondence. When Marmont was in Portugal, between the 1st and of April, 3 of the duplicates of his dispatches were captured, one by Portuguese Ordnança, the others by Julian Sanchez between Rodrigo and Salamanca. They were all in cipher, but the ingenuity of Captain Scoville, the cipher secretary at headquarters, was capable of dealing with them, and from them could be made out a great deal about the strength of the Marshal's army and his general views on the campaign. If they had been taken and sent in a little earlier, they might have enabled Wellington to complete that surprise and dispersion of the French expeditionary force which had been in his mind. But though they arrived too late for this purpose, they were valuable, as showing Marmont's dislike of the imperial orders that he had been sent to carry out, and his preference for his own schemes. They were also full of bitter complaints of the neglect in which the army of Portugal was left as to pay, stores, and transport. Wellington might reasonably deduce from them that any reconcentration of that army would be slow, and that if it had to march to reinforce Soult in the south, the effort would be a severe one. But shortly after Marmont's return to Salamanca, his adversary got an even more valuable insight into his plans. The guerrilleros carried off, between Salamanca and Valladolid, an officer bearing 5 dispatches dated Apra and Apeth. One was directed to Dorsen, 2 to Berthier, 1 to Jerden. The 5th contained the parole to Bayonne of the great scout, Culquehoun Grant. The first, couched in very peremptory terms, asked for food. The army of Portugal must absolutely receive 8,000 quintals of wheat. Once promised, without delay, it was in a state of danger and penury, and could not keep concentrated to face the British. Of the letters to Berthier, one announced that Bonnet's division was duly in march for the Asturias, and that without it, the Marshal thought his own strength dangerously low. The other asked for 4 million francs owing to the army of Portugal for pay and sustenance, and declared that, unless money came to hand at once, it was impossible to see how the troops were to be kept alive in the 2 months still remaining before harvest. A postscript asked for a siege train to be sent on at all costs. The Marshal had heard that one was on the way from Bayonne, but nothing was known about it at Burgos. The letter to Jerden was the most important of all. It was the document, already quoted in the previous chapter, in which the Marshal detailed his intentions as to the dispersion of his army, protested against being obliged to send too many men into the valley of the Tagus, and explained the importance of the bridge forts and magazines at Almaraz, by which his troops at Avila and C would debouch southward whenever they were ordered to concentrate for a junction with Soult. On ni put agur que par lugar nouveau, the name by which Marmont always designates the Almaraz forts. Il faut bien si garder de jeter trop de troupes sur la table, et si contenter de bien assurer une défense de 8 jours pour les forts de lugar nouveau et Murabit, temps suffisant pour que les troupes rassemblées à Villa débauchent. Un dépôt de 400 à 500 000 fingers, qui en est, au-delà de ce que Madrid et la Manche pouvant fournir, donnerait les moyens d'agir sans compromettre la subsistance des troupes. Undoubtedly, it was the deciphering of the greater part of this letter, which set forth so clearly the importance of the Almaraz bridge, and showed at the same time that only one French division foys at Talavera was anywhere near it, that determined Wellington to make the sudden stroke at that central strategical point, which he had thought of in February. At that time he had refused to try it, because there were 3 French divisions on the Tagus. Now there was only one at Talavera, 2 marches from Almaraz, and the nearest reinforcements at Avila were 2 very long marches from Talavera. The possibility presented itself that a column might strike at Almaraz from somewhere on the Portuguese frontier and take the place by a coup de main, with or without first beating Foy, whose strength of 5,000 men was perfectly known to Wellington. Hill could count on 2 or 3 days of undisturbed operations before the nearest reinforcing division, that of Foy, could reach Almaraz, on 4 or 5 more, before troops from Avila could come up. It must be noted that everything would depend on the absolute secrecy that could be preserved as to the start of the expedition. But on this, Wellington thought that he could count. The Spanish peasantry seldom or never betrayed him. The French had no outlying posts beyond Almaraz which might give them warning. The garrison was in a normal state of blockade by guerrillero bands haunting the Sierra de Guadalupe. It may be added that a blow at Almaraz was just as useful as a means for keeping Soult from joining Marmont as Marmont from joining Soult. It would be profitable if Wellington's final decision should be given in favor of an Andalusian expedition. But his mind was by now leaning towards an attack on Leon rather than on the south. The final inclination may have been given by the receipt of another intercepted dispatch, Soult, S. to Jerden of Apra, sent in by guerrilleros who had probably captured the bearer in the Sierra Morna about Apeth. This document, which we have already had occasion to quote for another purpose, was full of angry denunciations of Marmont for letting Badajoz fall unaided, and served to show that, if Soult had to help the army of Portugal, he would do so with no goodwill to its commander. Moreover, it was largely occupied by proposals for the circumventing of ballesteros and the siege of Tarifa, movements which would disperse the army of the south even more than it was already dispersed, and would clearly prevent it from succoring Marmont within any reasonable space of time. The decision that Hill should make his long-deferred coup de main upon Almaraz first appears in Wellington's dispatches on May 4th, but Hill had been warned that the operation was likely to be sanctioned some days earlier, on Ypres, and again, more definitely, on Apath. That the final judgment of Wellington was now leaning in favor of the advance on Salamanca rather than the Andalusian raid appears to emerge from a note of 500 Urban dated May 6th, the retirement of Marmont within a given distance, the slow progress of the Spaniards at Rodrigo, which renders it unsafe to leave that place and this frontier, the retiring altogether of Soult, and the state of his army not making him dangerous now. These and other combining reasons determine Lord Wellington to make his offensive operation north of the Tagus and to move upon Marmont. All necessary preparations making, but secretly, it will be very feasible to keep the movement unforeseen till it begins. Meanwhile, General Hill is to move upon and destroy everything at Almaraz. The orders for Hill's move were given out on May 7th. He was to march from his headquarters at Almendralejo with 2 British brigades, Howard's and Wilson's of the 2nd Division, and the Portuguese brigade attached to the division Ashworth's, 1 British cavalry regiment, 13th Light Dragoons, and to cross the Guadiana at Merida. Beyond the Guadiana, he would pick up Campbell's Portuguese cavalry brigade, which was lying at Arroyo dos Molinos. The march was then to be as rapid as possible via Jerecijo and Muravit. The expeditionary force made up 7,000 men in all. There were left in Estremadura to contain Drouet the 2 English cavalry brigades of Hill's force, Slade's and Long's, 1 British infantry brigade Byng's of the 2nd Division, Hamilton's Portuguese division, and Power's unattached Portuguese brigade Late. The garrison of Elvas, and more recently acting as that of Badajoz. The whole would make up 11,000 men. Power, or at least some of his regiments, was now disposable, because the Spaniards destined to hold Badajoz had begun to arrive, and more were daily expected. But this was not the only precaution taken against Drouet, who had recently been reported as a little inclined to move northward from Fuente Ovejuna. Detachments of his cavalry had been seen as far north as Zalamea. Wellington determined to move down towards the Guadiana, the southern or right wing of his main army, the 1st Anth Divisions under Graham. First one and then the other were filed across the bridge of Villa Velha and sent to Portelaga. Here they would be in a position to support the force left in front of Drouet, if Soult should unexpectedly reinforce his Estramaduran corps. Wellington acknowledged that he disliked this wide extension of his army, but justified himself by observing that, if he had now his left wing almost touching the Douro, and his right wing almost touching the Sierra Morna, he might risk the situation, because he was fully informed as to Marmont's similar dispersion. The army of Portugal was scattered from the Asturias to Talavera, and from its want of magazines and transport, which Marmont's intercepted dispatches made evident, would be unable to concentrate as quickly as he himself could. The movement of Graham's 2 divisions from the Castelo Branco region to south of the Tagus had an additional advantage. If reported to the French, it would tend to make them believe that the next offensive operation of the Allied army would be in the direction of Andalusia, not towards the Tormes. If Soult heard of it, he would begin to prepare to defend his own borders, and would not dream that Marmont was really the enemy at whom Wellington was about to strike, while Marmont, on the other hand, thinking that Soult was to be the object of Wellington's attentions, might be less careful of his own front. The expedition to Almaraz would not undeceive either of them, since it was well suited for a preliminary move in an attack on Andalusia, no less than for one directed against Leon. Hill's column reached Merida on May 12th, but was delayed there for some hours, because the bridge, broken in April, had not yet been repaired, as had been expected, the officers sent there having contented themselves with organizing a service of boats for the passage. The bridge was hastily finished, but the troops only passed late in the day. They picked up in the town the artillery and engineers told off for the expedition, Glubb's British and Arriaga's Portuguese companies of artillery, who brought with them espounder howitzers, a pontoon train, and wagons carrying some 30-foot ladders for escalading work. The importance attached to the raid by Wellington is shown by the fact that he placed Alexander Dixon, his most trusted artillery officer, in charge of this trifling detachment, which came up by the road north of the Guadiana by Badajoz and Montijo to join the main column. Once over the Guadiana, Hill reached Truxillo in 3 rapid marches, and there left all his baggage train, save 1 mule for each company with the camp kettles. The most difficult part of the route had now been reached, 3 successive mountain ranges separating Truxillo from the Tagus. On the 16th, having crossed the first of them, the column reached Jerecijo. At dawn on the 17th, having made a night march, it was nearing the pass of Meravit, the last defile above the river. Here, as Hill was aware, the French had outlying works, an old castle and 2 small forts, on very commanding ground, overlooking the whole defile in such a way that guns and wagons could not possibly pass them. The British general's original intention was to storm the Meravit works at dawn on the 17th, and at the same time to attack with a separate column the forts at the bridge. With this purpose, he divided his troops into 3 detachments. Ashworth's Portuguese and the artillery were to keep to the chaussee and make a demonstration of frontal attack on the castle. General Tilson Chown, interim commander of the 2nd Division at the moment 364, was, with Wilson's brigade and the 6th Caçadores, to make a detour in the hills to the left and to endeavor to storm the castle from its rear side. General Howard, with the other British brigade, was to follow a similar bridle path to the right and to descend on to the river and attack the forts by the bridge. A miscalculation had been made. The bypaths which the flanking columns were to take proved so far more steep and difficult than had been expected, that by dawn neither of them had got anywhere near its destination. Hill ordered them to halt and put off the assault. This was fortunate, for by a long and close reconnaissance in daylight it was recognized that the castle of Meravit and its dependent outworks, Forts Colbert and Senarmont, were so placed on a precipitous conical hill that they appeared impregnable save by regular siege operations, for which the expeditionary force had no time to spare. The most vexatious thing was that the garrison had discovered the main column on the chaussee, and it could not be doubted that intelligence must have been sent down to the lower forts, and most certainly to Foy at Talavera also. After a thorough inspection of the ground, Hill concluded that he could not hope to master Meravit, and while it was held against him, his guns could not get through the pass which it so effectively commanded. It remained to be seen what could be done with the forts at the bridge. The Almaraz forts crowned 2 hills on each side of the Tagus. The stronger Fort Napoleon occupied the end of a long rising ground, about 100 yards from the water's edge. Below it, and connecting with it, was a masonry terte de pont covering the end of the pontoon bridge. The weaker work, Fort Ragusa, was on an isolated knoll on the north bank, supporting the other end of the bridge. Fort Napoleon, mounted 9 guns, had a good but unpalisaded ditch around its bastioned front, and a second retrenchment, well palisaded, with a loopholed stone tower within. Fort Ragusa was an oblong earthwork mounting 6 guns, and also provided with a central tower. It had as outwork a flèche or lunette, commanding the north end of the bridge. The small terte de pont mounted 3 guns more. Half a mile upstream was the ruined masonry bridge which had formed the old crossing, with the village of Almaraz on the north bank behind it. Between the terte de pont and the old bridge were the magazines and storehouses in the village of Lugar Nouveau. The garrison of the works consisted of a depleted foreign corps, the Regiment de Prusse or 4th Étranger, mustering under 400 bayonets, of a battalion of the French 39th of the line, and of 2 companies of the 6th Leger, from Foy's division, with a company of artillery and another of sappers. The whole may have amounted to 1,000 men, of who were isolated in the high-lying castle of Meravit, 5 miles from the bridgehead. The governor, a Piedmontese officer named Aubert, had manned Fort Napoleon with 2 companies of the 6th Anth. The foreign corps and 1 company of the 6th were in Fort Ragusa and the bridgehead. Meravit was held by the center companies of the 39th. Though delay after the French had got the alarm was dangerous, Hill spent the whole of the 17th in making fruitless explorations for vantage ground from which Merovite might be attacked. None was found, and on the 18th he made up his mind to adopt a scheme hazardous beyond his original intention. It would be possible to mask the castle by a false attack, in which all his artillery should join, and to lead part of his infantry over the hills to the right, by a gorge called the Pass of La Cuva, for a direct attack by escalade, without the help of guns, upon the Almaraz forts. The detachment selected for this purpose was Howard's brigade, 150th, 171st, 192nd, strengthened by the 6th Portuguese line from Ashworth's brigade and accompanied by 20 artillerymen in charge of the ladders. So rough was the ground to be covered that the long 30-foot ladders had to be sawn in two, being unwieldy on slopes and angles, as was soon discovered when they were taken off the carts for carriage by hand. The route that had to be followed was very circuitous, and though the forts were only 5 miles, as the crow flies, from the place where the column left the road, it took the whole night to reach them. An eyewitness describes it as a mazy sheepwalk among high brushwood, which could not have been used without the help of the experienced peasant guide who led the march. The men had to pass in Indian file over many of its stretches, and it resulted from long walking in the darkness that the rear dropped far behind the van and nearly lost touch with it. Just before dawn the column reached the hamlet of Romangordo, a mile from the forts, and rested there for some time before resuming its march. The sun was well up when, at 6 o'clock, the leading company, coming to the edge of a thicket, suddenly saw Fort Napoleon only 300 yards in their front. French had been warned that a column had crossed the hills and had caught some glimpse of it, but had lost sight of its latest move. Many of the garrison could be seen standing on the ramparts and watching the puffs of smoke round the castle of Merovite, which showed that the false attack on that high-lying stronghold had begun. General Tilson Chown was making a noisy demonstration before it, using his artillery with much ostentation and pushing up skirmishers among the boulders on the sides of the castle hill. Hill was anxious to assault at once, before the sun should rise higher or the garrison of the forts catch sight of him. But some time had to be spent to allow a sufficient force to accumulate in the cover where the head of the column was hiding. So slowly did the companies straggle in that the general at last resolved to escalade at once with the 50th and the right wing of the 71st, all that had yet come up. Orders were left behind that the left wing of the 71st and the 92nd should attack the bridgehead entrenchment when they arrived, and the 6th Portuguese support where they were needed. At a little after 6 o'clock, the 900 men available, in 3 columns of a half-battalion each, headed by ladder parties, started up out of the break on the crest of the hillside nearest Fort Napoleon, and raced for 3 separate points of its enceinte. The French, though taken by surprise, had all their preparations ready, and a furious fire broke out upon the stormers both from cannon and musketry. Nevertheless, all 3 parties reached the goal without any very overwhelming losses, jumped into the ditch, and began to apply their ladders to such points of the rampart as lay nearest to them. The assault was a very daring one, the work was intact, the garrison adequate in numbers, the assailants had no advantage from darkness, for the sun was well up and every man was visible. All that was in their favor was the suddenness of their onslaught, the number of separate points at which it was launched, and their own splendid dash and decision. Many men fell in the first few minutes, and there was a check when it was discovered that the ladders were overshort, owing to their having been sawn up before the start. But the rampart had a rather broad berm, a fault of construction, and the stormers, discovering this, climbed up on it, and dragging some of the ladders with them, relayed them against the upper section of the defenses, which they easily overtopped. By this unexpected device, a footing was established on the ramparts at several points simultaneously. Captain Candler of the 50th is said to have been the first man over the parapet. He was pierced by several balls as he sprang down and fell dead inside. The garrison had kept up a furious fire till the moment when they saw the assailants swarm over the parapet. Then, however, there can be no doubt that most of them flinched. The governor tried to lead a countercharge, but found few to follow him. He was surrounded, and refusing to surrender and striking at those who bade him yield, was piked by a sergeant of the 50th and mortally wounded. So closely were the British and French mixed that the latter got no chance of manning the inner work, or the loopholed tower which should have served as their rallying point. Many of the garrison threw down their arms, but the majority rushed out of the rear gate of the fort towards the neighboring redoubt at the bridgehead. They were so closely followed that pursuers and pursued went in a mixed mass into that work, whose gunners were unable to fire because their balls would have gone straight into their own flying friends. The foreign garrison of the Terre de Pont made little attempt to resist and fled over the bridge. It is probable that the British would have reached the other side along with them if the center pontoons had not been sunk. Some say that they were struck by a round shot from Fort Ragusa, which had opened a fire upon the lost works. Others declare that some of the fugitives broke them, whether by design or by mischance of overcrowding. This ought to have been the end of Hill's sudden success, since passage across the Tagus was now denied him. But the enemy were panic-stricken, and when the guns of Fort Napoleon were trained upon Fort Ragusa by Lieutenant Love and the 20 gunners who had accompanied Hill's column, the garrison evacuated it and went off with the rest of the fugitives in a disorderly flight towards naval Morel. The formidable works of Almaraz had fallen before the assault of 900 men, for the tail of Hill's column arrived on the scene to find all over. 4 grenadiers of the 92nd, wishing to do something if they had been disappointed of the expected day's work, stripped, swam the river, and brought back several boats which had been left moored under Fort Ragusa. By means of these, communication between the two banks was re-established, and the fort beyond the river was occupied. The loss of the victors was very moderate. It fell mostly on the 50th Anst, for Chowne's demonstration against Meravit had been almost bloodless. Only 1 ensign and 1 private of the 6 Caçadors were wounded, but the 50th lost 1 captain and men killed, and 7 officers and men wounded, while the half-battalion of the 71st had 5 killed and 5 officers and men wounded. The 92nd had 2 wounded. Thus the total of casualties was 189. Of the garrison, the 4th Étranger was pretty well destroyed. Those who were neither killed nor taken mostly deserted, and its numbers had gone down in the return of May 15 to 88 in that of July 1. The companies of the 39th Anthleger also suffered heavily, since they had furnished the whole of the unlucky garrison of Fort Napoleon. Hill reports 17 officers and men taken prisoners, including the mortally wounded governor and a chef de bataillon of the 39th. It is probable that the whole loss of the French was at least 400. The trophies taken consisted of a color of the 4th Étranger, 18 guns mounted in the works, an immense store of powder and round shot, 120,000 musket cartridges, the 20 large pontoons forming the bridge, with a store of rope, timbers, anchors, carriages, and sea, kept for its repair, some well-furnished workshops, and a large miscellaneous magazine of food and other stores. All this was destroyed, the pontoons and sea being burnt, while the powder was used to lay many mines in the forts and bridgehead, which were blown up very successfully on the morning of the 20th, so that hardly a trace of them remained. Thiel of the German artillery, the officer charged with carrying out the explosions, was unfortunately killed by accident. A mine had apparently failed. He went back to see to its match, but it blew up just as he was inspecting it. Map of the district round Almaraz. Enlarge Almaraz. Having accomplished his purpose with complete success, Hill moved off without delay, and by 2 forced marches reached Truxillo and his baggage on the 21st. Here he was quite safe. Foy, being too weak to pursue him to any effect, followed cautiously and only reached Meravit, whose garrison he relieved, on the 23rd and Truxillo on the 25th, from whence he turned back, being altogether too late. He had received news of Hill's movement rather late on the 17th, had been misinformed as to his strength, which report made 15,000 men instead of the RIA 0, and so had been disposed to act cautiously. He had ordered a battalion of the 6th Leger from Naval Morel to join the garrison of Almaraz, but it arrived on the afternoon of the 19th, only in time to hear from fugitives of the disaster. He himself was confident that the forts could hold out 8 days, even against artillery, which was also Marmont's calculation. Hence their fall within 48 hours of Hill's appearance was a distressing surprise. Foy had calculated on being helped not only by 500 Armagnac from Talavera, but by the division of Clausel from Avila before moving to fight Hill and relieve them. Wellington appears to have been under the impression that this expedition, which Hill had executed with such admirable celerity and dispatch, might have been made even more decisive by the capture of the castle of Murrayveat if untoward circumstances had not intervened. In a letter to Lord Liverpool, written on May 28, he expresses the opinion that Tilson Chown might have taken it on the night of the 16th, which must appear a hazardous decision to those who look at the precipitous position of the place and the strength of its defenses. He also says that Hill might have stopped at Almaraz for a few days more and have bombarded Murrayveat with Dixon's heavy howitzers if he had not received false news from Sir William Erskine as to Drowett's movements in Estremadura. There can be no doubt, as we shall see, about the false intelligence, but whether the bombardment would have been successful is another thing. Probably Wellington considered that the garrison would have been demoralized after what had happened at Almaraz. As to Drowett's movements, having received rather tardy notice of Hill's northward march from Merida, he had resolved to make a push to ascertain what was left in his front. Lallemand's dragoons, therefore, pressed out in the direction of Zafra, where they came into contact with Slade's outposts and drove them in. At the same time, Drowett himself, with an infantry division and some light cavalry, advanced as far as Don Benito, near Medellin, on the 17th May, from whence he pushed patrols across the Guadiana as far as Mayajadas. This movement, made to ascertain whether Hill had departed with his whole corps, or whether a large force had been left in Estremadura, was reported to Sir William Erskine, the commander of the 2nd Cavalry Division, along with rumors that Soult was across the Sierra Morna and closely supporting Drowett. Erskine sent on the news to Graham at Portelaga, and to Hill, who was then before Murrayveat, with assertions that Soult was certainly approaching. This, as Wellington knew, was unlikely, for the Marshal had been before Cadiz on the 11th and could not possibly have crossed the Sierra Morna by the 17th. As a matter of fact, he only learnt on the 19th at Chiclana that Hill had started, and Drowett's move was made purely to gain information and on his own responsibility. But Graham, naturally unaware of this, brought up his 2 divisions to Badajoz, as he had been directed to do if Estremadura were attacked during Hill's absence. And Hill himself was certainly induced to return promptly from Almaraz by Erskine's letter, though it is doubtful whether he would have lingered to besiege Murrayveat even if he had not received it. For Foy might have been reinforced by 500 Armagnac and the Avila division up to a strength which would have made Hill's longer stay on the Tagus undesirable. Drowett did no more. Indeed, with his own force he was quite helpless against Hill, since when he discovered that there was a large body of Allied troops left in Estremadura, and that more were coming up, it would have been mad for him to move on Merida or take any other method of molesting the return of the expedition from Almaraz. Though Soult spoke of coming with a division to his aid, the succors must be many days on the way, while he himself could only act effectively by marching northward at once. But if he had taken his own division, he would have been helpless against Hill, who could have beaten such a force, while if he had crossed the Guadiana with his whole 12,000 men, he would have been cut off from Soult by the uncontained Allied force left in Estremadura, which he knew to be considerable. But to move upon Almaraz on his own responsibility and without Soult's orders would have been beyond Drowett's power. He was a man under authority who dared not take such a step, and when Soult's dispatches reached him, they directed him not to lose touch with Andalusia, but to demonstrate enough to bring Hill back. The Marshal did not intend to let Drowett get out of touch with him by bidding him march toward the Tagus. Hill's column, then, was never in any danger, but Wellington, who had for a moment some anxiety in his behalf, was deeply vexed by Erskine's false intelligence, which had given rise to that feeling, and wrote in wrath to Henry Wellesley and Graham concerning the mischief that this very incapable officer had done. He was particularly chagrined that Graham had been drawn down to Badajoz by the needless alarm, as he was intending to bring him back to join the main army within a short time, and the movement to Badajoz had removed him 3 marches from Portelaga, so that 6 days in all would be wasted in bringing him back to his original starting point, It is curious that Wellington did not harden his heart to get rid of Erskine after this mishap, but though he wrote bitterly about his subordinate's incapacity, he did not remove him. Influence, at home, was apparently the key to his long endurance. It will be remembered that this was by no means the first of Erskine's mistakes. The fall of the Almaraz forts, as might have been expected, was interpreted by Marmont and Soult each from his own point of view. The former, rightly as it turned out, wrote to Foy that he must be prepared to return to Leon at short notice, and that the army of the Centre and Drouet must guard the valley of the Tagus on his departure. Soult, on the other hand, having heard of Graham's arrival at Badajoz and Hill's return to Merida, argued that the Allies were massing on the Guadiana for an advance into Andalusia. He made bitter complaints to Jourdan that he had violated the rules of military subordination by sending a letter to Drouet warning him that he might be called up to the Tagus. It was unheard of, he said, to communicate directly with a subordinate who ought to be written to only through the channel of his immediate superior. He even threatened to resign the command of the Army of the South, but when Joseph showed no signs of being terrified by this menace, no more was heard of it. The viceroyalty of Andalusia was not a thing to be lightly given up. It soon became evident to Wellington that the surprise of Almaraz was not to be resented by the enemy in any practical form. Foy was not reinforced, nor was Drouet brought up to the Tagus. It was clear that the French were too weak to take the offensive either in the north or the south, even under such provocation. They could not even rebuild the lost bridge. The transport from Madrid of a new pontoon train as a substitute for the lost boats was beyond King Joseph's power. 1 or 2 boats were finally got to Almaraz, but nothing that could serve as a bridge, nor were the lost magazines ever replaced. It was at this same time that Wellington took in hand a scheme for facilitating his communications north and south, which was to have a high strategical importance. As long as Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz were in the enemy's hands, the most eastern crossing of the Tagus practicable for the Anglo-Portuguese army was the boat bridge of Villavelha. But when these 2 fortresses were regained, it was possible to open up a line farther east, which had not been available for 2 years. Since Maine blew up the ancient Roman bridge of Alcantara in June 1809, the middle Tagus had been impassable for both sides. The Allies had usually been in possession of both banks of the Tagus in this direction, but so intermittently that it had never been worth their while to restore the passage, which would have been lost to them whenever the French, as not unfrequently happened, extended their operations into the Coriazarza Mayor country on the north bank or the Caceres Albuquerque country on the other. But when the enemy had lost both Badajoz and Rodrigo and had no posts nearer to Alcantara than the upper Tormes, the forts of Meravit and Zalamia, when, moreover, he had adopted a distinctly defensive attitude for many months, Wellington thought it worthwhile to recover possession of a passage which would shorten the route from Estremadura to the frontiers of Leon by 100 miles, and would therefore give him an advantage of 6 marches over the enemy in transferring troops from north to south. Whether Almaraz were again seized and reoccupied by the French mattered little. The restoration of Alcantara would be safe and profitable. Accordingly, on May 24th, Colonel Sturgeon and Major Todd of the Royal Staff Corps were sent to Alcantara to report on the practicability of restoring the broken arch, which, owing to the immense depth of the canyon of the Tagus, overhung the river by no less than 140 feet. It was intended that if the engineering problem should prove too hard, a flying bridge of rafts, boats, or pontoons should be established at the water level. But Sturgeon and Todd did more than Wellington had expected, and succeeded in a very few days in establishing a sort of suspension bridge of ropes between the 2 shattered piers of Trajan's great structure. The system adopted was that of placing at each end of the broken roadway a very large and solid beam, clamped to the Roman stones, by being sunk in channels cut in them. These beams, being made absolutely adhesive to the original work, served as solid bases from which a series of 18 cables were stretched over the gap. 8 more beams, with notches cut in them to receive the cables, were laid at right angles across the parallel ropes and lashed tight to them. The long cables were strained taut with winches. A network of rope yarn for a flooring was laid between the 8 beams, and on this planks were placed, while a screen of tarpaulins supported on guide ropes acted as parapets. The structure was sound enough to carry not only infantry and horses, but heavy artillery, yet could always be broken up in a short time if an enemy had ever appeared in the neighborhood. Several times it was rolled up and then replaced. When the completion of the repairs of Alcantara and the destruction of the French bridge of Almaraz are taken together, it must be concluded that Wellington's work in May gave him an advantage over the French of at least 10 or 12 marches in moving troops from north to south, or vice versa. For the route from Ciudad Rodrigo to Mérida, now open to him, had at least that superiority over the only itinerary of the enemy, which would be that by Avila, Talavera, Toledo, and the eastern passes of the Sierra Morena. Though the narrow bridge of Arzobispo on the Middle Tagus still remained in French hands, it did not lead on to any good road to Estremadura or Andalusia, but on to the defiles of the Mesa d'Iber and the ravines of the Sierra de Guadalupe. No large force could march or feed in those solitudes. All was now ready for the advance upon the Tormes, which Wellington had made up his mind to execute. Section 33, Chapter 3. Wellington's advance into Leon. It was not till June 13th that Wellington crossed the Agde and began his march upon Salamanca, the first great offensive movement against the main fighting army of the French since the advance to Talavera in 1809. But for many days beforehand, his troops were converging on Fuente Guinaldo and Ciudad Rodrigo from their widely spread cantonments. Graham's divisions quitted Portelaga on May 30th, and some of the other troops, which had been left on the western side of the Beira, had also to make an early start. Every available infantry unit of the Anglo-Portuguese army had been drawn in, save the 2nd Division and Hamilton's Portuguese, left as usual with Hill in Estremadura, and Power's new Portuguese brigade, once the garrisons of Elvas and Abrantes, which had become available for the field since the fall of Badajoz made it possible to place those fortresses in charge of militia. Its arrival made Hill stronger by 2,000 in infantry than he had ever been before, and he was also left the 3 brigades, Long's and Slade's British and John Campbell's Portuguese, of Erskine's cavalry division. The total was 18,000 men. Wellington's own main army, consisting of the 7 other infantry divisions, Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese brigades, and the cavalry of Anson, Bach, Le Marchant, and Victor Alton, made up a force of 48,000 men, of which 3,500 were cavalry. There were only 8 British and 1 Portuguese batteries with the army, a short allowance of 54 guns. But though these 48,000 men constituted the striking force, which was to deal the great blow, their action was to be supported by a very elaborate and complicated system of diversions, which were intended to prevent the French armies of the south, north, center, and Aragon from sending any help to Marmont, the foe whom Wellington was set on demolishing. It is necessary to explain the concentric scheme by which it was intended that pressure should be brought to bear on all the outlying French armies at the same moment at which the Anglo-Portuguese main body crossed the Agde. Soult had the largest force, over 50,000 men, as a recently captured Morning State revealed to his adversary, but he could not assemble more than some 24,000 men unless he abandoned the siege of Cadiz and the Kingdom of Granada. Half his army was pinned down to occupation work. Wherefore Wellington judged that his field force could be contained by Hill, if only means were found of preventing him from reinforcing Drouet's divisions in Estremadura by any appreciable succors. This means lay to hand in the roving army of Ballesteros, whose random schemes of campaign were often irrational, but had the solitary advantage of being quite inscrutable. He might do anything, and so was a most tiresome adversary for Soult to deal with, since his actions could not be foreseen. At this moment Wellington had urged the Cadiz Regency to stir up Ballesteros to activity, and had promised that, if Soult concentrated against him, Hill should press in upon Drouet, and so call off the Marshal's attention. Similarly, if Soult concentrated against Hill, Ballesteros was to demonstrate against Seville or the rear of the Cadiz lines. There was always the possibility that the Spanish general might refuse to obey the orders of his government, or that he might commit himself to some rash enterprise and get badly beaten. Both these chances had to be risked. The one that occurred was that Ballesteros took up the idea desired, but acted too early and too incautiously, and sustained a severe check at the Battle of Bornos, June 1. Fortunately, he was scotched but not slain, and kept together a force large enough to give Soult much further trouble, though he did not prevent the Marshal from sending reinforcements to Drowit and putting Hill upon the defensive. Of this more in its due place. So much for the diversion against Soult. On the other flank, Wellington had prepared a similar plan for molesting the French in the Asturias and threatening Marmont's flank and rear at the same moment that his front was to be assailed. The force here available was Abadia's army of Galicia, which nominally counted over 24,000 men, but zero of them shut up in the garrisons of Corunna, Ferrol, and Vigo. About 16,000 could be put into the field by an effort, if only Abadia were stirred up to activity. But there were many hindrances. This general was, like most of his predecessors, at strife with the Galician junta. He was also very jealous of Sir Howard Douglas, the British commissioner at Corunna, who was in favor with the junta and people, and was inclined to resent any advice offered by him. His army was not only, as in 1810-11, very short of cavalry. There were only about 400 effective sabres, but also of artillery. For the Cadiz government, searching for troops to send against the rebels of South America, had recently drafted off several batteries, as well as several foot regiments, to the New World. The most effective units had been taken, to the wild indignation of the Galicians, who wanted to keep the troops that they had raised for their own protection. There were only about 500 trained artillerymen left in Galicia, and when deduction was made for the garrisons of Ferrol, Vigo, and Corunna, very few remained for the active army. Abadia had, therefore, many excuses to offer for taking the field late and with insufficient equipment. It was fortunate that his superior, Castaños, who commanded, as Captain General both of Estremadura and Galicia, all the troops in western Spain, fell in completely with Wellington's plan and brought pressure to bear upon his subordinate, coming up to Santiago in person to expedite matters. The part which the army of Galicia was to play in the general scheme was that of marching upon Astorga and laying siege to the considerable French garrison which was isolated in that rather advanced position. If Marmont should attempt to succor it, he would be left weak in front of the oncoming British invasion. If he did not, its fall would turn and expose his right flank and throw all the plains of northern Leon into the power of the Allies. A move in force upon Astorga would also have some effect on the position of General Bonnet in the Asturias, and ought certainly to keep him uneasy, if not to draw him away from his conquests. It will be remembered that Bonnet had been directed to reoccupy the Asturias by Napoleon's special command, and by no means to Marmont's liking. He marched from Leon on May 15, by the road across the pass of Pages, which he had so often taken before on similar expeditions. The Asturians made no serious resistance, and on May 17-18 Bonnet seized Oviedo and its port of Gijon. But as in 1811, when he had accomplished this much, and planted some detachments in the coast towns, his division of 6,000 men was mainly immobilized, and became a string of garrisons rather than a field force. It was observed by Porlier's Cantabrian bands on its right hand, and by Castañon's division of the army of Galicia on its left, and was not strong enough to hunt them down, though it could prevent them from showing themselves anywhere in the neighborhood of Oviedo. But if the Galicians should lay siege to Astorga and push advanced guards beyond it, in the direction of the city of Leon, it was clear that Bonnet's position would be threatened, and his communications with his chief, Marmont, imperiled. Wellington, who knew from intercepted dispatches the importance attached by the emperor to the retention of the Asturias, judged that Bonnet would not evacuate it, but would spend his energy in an attempt to hold back the Galicians and keep open his connection with Leon. He thus hoped that the French division at Oviedo would never appear near Salamanca, an expectation in which he was to be deceived, for Marmont, disregarding his master's instructions, ordered the evacuation of the Asturias the moment that he discovered the strength of the attack that was being directed against his front on the Tormes. Hence Wellington's advance cleared the Asturias of the enemy and enabled the Galicians to besiege Astorga unmolested for 2 months, good results in themselves, but not the precise benefits that he had hoped to secure by putting the Galician army in motion. No item of assistance being too small to be taken into consideration, Wellington also directed Silveira to advance from the Trás-os-Montes, with the 4 militia regiments of that province, to cross the Spanish frontier and blockade Zamora, the outlying French garrison on the Douro, which covered Marmont's flank as Astorga did his rear. To enable this not too trustworthy irregular force to guard itself from sudden attacks, Wellington lent it a full brigade of regular cavalry, which was entrusted to General 500 Urban, who dropped the post of Chief of the Staff to Beresford to take up this small but responsible charge. His duty was to watch the country on each side of the Douro in Silveira's front, so as to prevent him from being surprised, and generally to keep Wellington informed about Marmont's right wing when he should begin to concentrate. Toro, only 20 miles farther up the Douro than Zamora, was another French garrison, and a likely place for the marshal to use as one of his minor bases. Silveira being as rash as he was enterprising, it was 500 Urban's task to see that he should be warned betimes and not allowed to get into trouble. He was to retreat on Carvajales and the mountains beyond the Esla if he were attacked by a superior force. A much more serious diversion was prepared to distract the free movement of the French army of the north, from which Caffarelli might naturally be expected to send heavy detachments for Marmont's assistance when the British striking force should advance on Salamanca. Caffarelli's old enemies were the patriot bands of Cantabria and Navarre, who had given his predecessor, Dorsen, so much trouble earlier in the year. Mina, on the borders of Navarre, Aragon, and Old Castile, was very far away and not easy to communicate with or to bring into the general plan, though his spirit was excellent. But the so-called Seventh Army, under Mendizábal, was near enough to be treated as a serious factor in the general scheme. This force consisted of the 2 large bands under Porlier in Cantabria and longer in the mountains above Santander, each of which was several thousand strong. These were supposed to be regular divisions, though their training left much to be desired. In addition, there were several considerable guerrilla partidas under Marino, Salazar, Scornal, and other chiefs, who lived a hunted life in the provinces of Burgos, Palencia, and Avila, and were in theory more or less dependent on Mendizábal. The chief of the 7th Army was requested to do all that he could to keep Caffarelli employed during the month of June, a task that quite fell in with his ideas. He executed several very daring raids into Old Castile, one of which put the garrison of Burgos in great terror, as it was surprised at a moment when all its better items chanced to be absent, and nothing was left in the place but depots and convalescents. But the main distraction contrived to occupy the French army of the north was one for which Wellington was not primarily responsible, though he approved of it when the scheme was laid before him. This was a naval expedition to attack the coast forts of Cantabria and Biscay and open up direct communication with Mendizábal's bands from the side of the sea. The idea was apparently started by Sir Howard Douglas and Sir Home Popham, the former of whom was a great believer in the guerrilleros, and the latter a strong advocate of the striking power of the navy. Nothing serious had been done on the Biscay coast since the 2 expeditions of 1810, of which the former had been very successful, but the latter had ended in the disastrous tempest which wrecked Renouvels's flotilla on that rocky shore. Lord Liverpool consented to give Popham 2 battalions of marines and a company of artillery to add to the force provided by the crews of the Venerable, his flagship, 5 frigates, Surveillante, Rhine, Isis, Diadem, Medusa, and several smaller vessels. The plan was to proceed eastward along the coast from Gijón, to call down Longa and Porlier, to blockade each isolated French garrison from the land side, and to batter it with heavy ship guns from the water. The opportunity was to be taken at the same time of making over to the Cantabrian bands a large store of muskets and munitions which had been prepared for them. The arrangements were made in May, and Popham's squadron was ready to move precisely at the same moment that Wellington crossed the Aigde. Its first descent was made on June 17th, a day exactly suitable for alarming the army of the north at the same time that Marmont's first appeals for help were likely to reach Caffarelli. The plan, as we shall see, worked exceedingly well, and the fact that the army of Portugal got no reinforcements from Burgos or Biscay was due entirely to the dismay caused to Caffarelli by this unexpected descent on his rear. He conceived that the squadron carried a large landing force, and that he was about to see Biscay slip out of his hands. The tale of this useful diversion will be told in its due place. There was yet one more item in the long list of outlying distractions on which Wellington relied for the vexing of the French. He was strongly of opinion that Suchet would spare troops to reinforce King Joseph at Madrid if his own invasion of Leon had a prosperous start. Indeed, he somewhat overvalued the Duke of Albufera's will and power to interfere in central Spain, his idea being that King Joseph had a much more direct control over the Valencian and Aragonese armies than was really the case. One of the king's intercepted dispatches, directing Suchet to send troops into La Mancha, had fallen into his hands, and he was unaware that the marshal had refused to obey it and had found plausible reasons to cloak his disobedience. The opportunity of finding means to harass Suchet depended on the general posture of affairs in the Mediterranean caused by the outbreak of the Russian War. As long as Napoleon kept a large army in Italy, there was always a possibility that he might someday try a descent on Sicily, where the authority of King Ferdinand rested on the bayonets of a strong British garrison. There were a dozen red-coated battalions always ready in Sicily, beside the rather inefficient forces of King Ferdinand. In September 1810, Murat had massed a Franco-Neapolitan army at Reggio and tried an actual invasion, which ended ignominiously in the capture of the only 2 battalions that succeeded in landing. But by the early spring of 1812, it was known that nearly all the French troops in Italy had been moved northward, and a great part of Murat's Neapolitan army with them. By April, indeed, there was only one French division left in the whole peninsula, nearly all the old army of Italy having marched across the Alps. Lord William Bentinck, the commander of the British forces in Sicily, had early notice of these movements, and being a man of action and enterprising mind, though too much given to wavering counsels and rapid changes of purpose, was anxious to turn the new situation to account. He was divided between 2 ideas. The one which appealed to him most was to make a bold descent on the under-garrisoned Italian peninsula, either to stir up trouble in Calabria, where the ruthless government of Murat's military satraps had barely succeeded in keeping down rebellion, but had not crushed its spirit, or farther away, in the former dominions of the Pope and the small dukes of the Austrian connection. But the memory of the fruitless attempt against the Italian mainland in 1809 under Sir John Stuart survived as a warning. It was doubtful whether the occasional adventurers who came to Palermo to promise insurrection in northern Italy had any backing, and though Calabria was a more promising field, it was to be remembered that such troops as the enemy still retained were mainly concentrated there. Thus it came to pass that Lord William Bentinck at times despaired of all Italian expeditions and thought of sending a force to Catalonia or Valencia to harass Suchet. "I cannot but imagine," he wrote, "that the occasional disembarkation at different points of a large regular force must considerably annoy the enemy and create an important diversion for other Spanish operations." But when he wrote this, early in the year, he was hankering after descents on Elba and Corsica, the latter a most wild inspiration. These schemes the ministry very wisely condemned. Lord Liverpool wrote in reply that, though there might be a considerable degree of dissatisfaction and even of ferment pervading the greater part of Italy, there was no evidence of any systematic conspiracy to shake off the yoke of France. Corsica and Elba, even if conquered, would only be of secondary importance. A diversion to be made upon the east coast of Spain would be far the best way in which the disposable force in Sicily could be employed. Wellington had been informed of the proposal and might probably be able to lend part of the garrison of Cadiz to make the expedition more formidable. Sir Edward Pellew, the admiral commanding on the Mediterranean station, would be able to give advice and arrange for the co-operation of the fleet. Lord Liverpool wrote on the next day, March 4, to inform Wellington of the answer that had been made to Bentinck, but pointed out that probably the aid could only be given from May to October, as the expedition would depend on the fleet, and naval men thought that it would be impossible to keep a large squadron in attendance on the Sicilian force during the winter months. The troops would probably have to return to their old quarters at the close of autumn. Wellington, as it chanced, was already in communication with Bentinck, for the latter had sent his brother, Lord Frederick, to Lisbon with a dispatch for the commander-in-chief in Portugal, in which he stated that he leaned himself to the Corsican scheme, but that if the home government disliked it, he would be prepared to send in April or May an expedition of 10,000 men to operate against such it. The letter from London reached Wellington first, about March 20th, and was a source of great joy to him, as he saw that the cabinet intended to prohibit the Italian diversion and wished to direct Bentinck's men towards Spain. He wrote to London and to Palermo to state that a descent upon the coast of Catalonia seemed to him the most essential object. It should be aimed at Barcelona or Tarragona. It might not succeed so far as its immediate object was concerned, but it would have the infallible result of forcing Suchet to come up with all his available forces from Valencia, and would prevent him from interfering in the affairs of western and central Spain during the next campaign. 10,000 men, even with such aid as Lacy and the Catalan army might give, were probably insufficient to deal with a place of such strength as Barcelona, but Tarragona, which was weakly garrisoned, might well be taken. Even if it were not, a great point would be gained in opening up communication with the Catalans and throwing all the affairs of the French in eastern Spain into confusion. Bentinck was advised in the strongest terms to land north of the Ebro and not in Valencia. An attack on Catalonia would draw Suchet out of Valencia, which would then fall of its own accord. Wellington added, writing to Lord Liverpool only, not to Bentinck, that he did not see how any appreciable aid could be got from the Cadiz garrison or those of Tarifa or Cartagena. The British regiments there had been cut down to a necessary minimum, but there were 1,400 Portuguese and 2 foreign regiments, of whom some might possibly be spared. The government must give him a definite order to detach such and such battalions, and it should be done, the responsibility being their own. Lord Frederick Bentinck arrived from Palermo at Badajoz just after that place fell. Wellington charged him with additional advices for his brother, to the effect that he would send him a siege train and officers and gunners to work it, which might serve to batter Tarragona if that proved possible. Though he could himself spare no British troops, the Spanish Regency should be urged to lend, for an expedition to Catalonia, 2 divisions, one under Roch at Alicante, the other under Whittingham in Majorca, which consisted each of 3,000 men recently entrusted for training to those British officers. Their aid was hardly likely to be refused, and they had been better trained, fed, and clothed of late than other Spanish troops. Wellington was not deceived in this expectation. The Regency very handsomely offered to place both divisions at Bentinck's disposition, and they turned out to have swelled in numbers of late, owing to vigorous recruiting of dispersed men from Blake's defunct army. The available figure was far over the 6,000 of which Wellington had spoken. There seemed, therefore, in May to be every probability that a force of some 17,000 men might be available for the descent on Catalonia, which Wellington advised, and both Admiral Pellew and Roch and Whittingham made active preparations to be found in perfect readiness when Lord William Bentinck should start off the nucleus of the expeditionary force from Palermo. Wellington had fixed the 3rd week in June as the date at which the appearance of the diversion would be most effective. On June 5th, he was able to state that 2 separate divisions of transports had already been sent off from Lisbon, one to Alicante and one to Majorca, to pick up the 2 Spanish divisions. Now, however, came a deplorable check to the plan, which only became known to Wellington when he had already committed himself to his campaign against Marmont. Bentinck could never get out of his head the original idea of Italian conquest, which he had laid before the cabinet in January. There was no doubt that it had been discouraged by the home government, and that he had received very distinct instructions that Spain was to be the sphere of his activity, and that he was to take Wellington into his counsels. But Lord Liverpool's dispatch had contained the unfortunate phrase that unless the project of resistance to the French power in Italy should appear to rest upon much better grounds than those of which we are at present apprised, the diversion to Catalonia was the obvious course. This gave a discretionary power to Bentinck if he should judge that evidence of discontent in Italy had cropped up in unexpected quantity and quality since March. It does not appear, to the unprejudiced observer, that such evidence was forthcoming in May. But Bentinck, with his original prejudice in favor of a descent on Italy running in his brain, chose to take certain secret correspondence received from the Austrian General Nugent and other sources as justification for holding back from the immediate action in eastern Spain, on which Wellington had been led to rely. No troops sailed from Palermo or Messina till the very end of June, and then the numbers sent were much less than had been promised, and the directions given to Maitland, the general entrusted with the command, were by no means satisfactory. The underlying fact would appear to be that, since March, Bentinck had begun to be alarmed at the intrigues of the Queen of Sicily and feared to send away British troops so far afield as Spain. That notorious princess and her incapable spouse had been deprived in the preceding autumn of their ancient status as absolute sovereigns, and a Sicilian constitution and parliament, somewhat on the British model, had been called into being. For some time it had been supposed that Caroline, though incensed, was powerless to do harm, and the native Sicilians were undoubtedly gratified by the change. But Bentinck presently detected traces of a conspiracy fostered by the Queen among the Italian and mercenary troops employed by the Sicilian government. And, what was more surprising, it was suspected, and proved later on, that the court had actually opened up negotiations with Napoleon and even with Murat in order to get rid of the English from Sicily at all costs. In view of the fact that there were 8,000 Italian and foreign troops of doubtful disposition quartered in Sicily, Bentinck was seized with qualms at the idea of sending away a large expedition, mainly composed of British regiments. In the end, he compromised by detaching only 3 British and 2 German Legion battalions, along with a miscellaneous collection of fractions of several foreign corps, making 7,000 men in all. They only arrived off the coast of Catalonia on July 31st, and Maitland's freedom of operations was hampered by instructions to the effect that the division of the Sicilian army detached has for its first object the safety of Sicily. Its employment on the Spanish coast is temporary. He was told that he was liable to be withdrawn at any moment if complications arose in Sicily or Italy, and was not to consider himself a permanent part of the British army in Spain. Yet at the same time that Bentinck had given these orders, the home government had told Wellington to regard the expeditionary force as placed at his disposal, and authorized him to send directions to it. All this worked out less unhappily than might have been expected, for though Wellington got little practical military help from the Sicilian Corps, and though Maitland's operations were most disappointing and started far too late, yet the knowledge that great transport squadrons were at Alicante and Majorca, and the rumor that a large force was coming from Sicily, most certainly kept Suchet in a state of alarm and prevented him from helping Soult or King Joseph. It is interesting to find from his correspondence that in the earliest days of July he was anxiously watching the ships at Alicante and expecting a descent either on Valencia or on Catalonia, though Maitland was yet far away and did not appear off Palamos till July 31. The fear of the descent was an admirable help to Wellington, perhaps more useful than its actual appearance at an early date might have been, since the expeditionary troops were decidedly less in numbers than Wellington had hoped or Suchet had feared. At the same time, the news that the Sicilian force had not sailed, and perhaps might never appear, reached Salamanca at one of the most critical moments of the campaign, and filled Wellington with fears that the army of Valencia might already be detaching troops against him, while he had calculated upon its being entirely distracted by the projected demonstration. The news that Maitland had sailed at last only came to hand some time after the Battle of Salamanca had been won, when the whole position in Spain had assumed a new and more satisfactory aspect. Such were the subsidiary schemes with which Wellington supported his main design of a direct advance against Marmont's army. Some of them worked well. Hill, Home Popham, and Mendizábal did all, and more than all, that had been expected of them, in the way of containing large French forces. Others accomplished all that could in reason have been hoped. Such was the case with Silvera and Ballesteros. Others fell far below the amount of usefulness that had been reckoned upon. Both the Galician army and the Sicilian army proved most disappointing in the timing of their movements and the sum of their achievements. But on the whole the plan worked. The French generals in all parts of Spain were distracted, and Marmont got little help from without. It is certain that, At the moment of Wellington's starting on his offensive campaign, the thing that gave him most trouble and anxiety was not the timing or efficacy of the various diversions that he had planned, but a purely financial problem. It was now a matter of years since the money due for the pay and maintenance of the army had been coming in with terrible unpunctuality. Officers and men had grown to regard it as normal that their pay should be 4 or 6 months in arrears. The muleteers and camp followers were in even worse case, and the orders for payment, vales as they were called, issued by the commissariat to the peasantry, were so tardily settled in cash that the recipients would often sell them for half or 2/3 of their face value to speculators in Lisbon, who could afford to wait many months for the money. This state of things was deplorable, but it did not proceed, as Napier usually hints, and as Wellington himself seems sometimes to have felt, from perversity on the part of the home government. It was not the case that there was gold or silver in London, and that the ministers did not send it with sufficient promptness. No one can be so simple as to suppose that Lord Liverpool, Mr. Percival, the Marquis of Wellesley, or Lord Castlereagh did not understand that the army of Portugal must have cash, or it would lose that mobility which was its great strength. Still less would they wittingly starve it, when the fortunes of the ministry were bound up with the successful conduct of the war. But the years 1811-12, as has been already pointed out in the last volume of this work, were those of the greatest stringency in the cash market of Great Britain. The country was absolutely drained dry of metallic currency in the precious metals. No silver had been coined at the mint since the Revolutionary War began, no guineas since 1798. England was transacting all her internal business on banknotes, and gold was a rare commodity, only to be got by high prices and much searching. This was the time when the Jews of Portsmouth used to board every homecoming transport to offer convalescents or sailors 27s, or even more, in paper for every guinea that they had on them. The Spanish dollar, though weighing much less than an English 5-shilling piece, when that valuable antiquity could be found, readily passed for 6 shillings in paper. And even this coin could not now be got so easily as in 1809 or 1810, for the growing state of disturbance in the Spanish-American colonies was beginning to affect the annual import of silver from the mines of Mexico and Peru, which had for a long time been the main source from which bullion for Europe was procured. To buy dollars at Cadiz with bills on London was becoming a much more difficult business. In May 1812, a special complication was introduced, Lord William Bentinck, wishing to provide Spanish coin for the expedition which was about to sail for Catalonia, sent agents to Gibraltar, who bought with Sicilian gold all the dollars that they could procure, giving a reckless price for them, equivalent to over 6 shillings a dollar, and competing with Wellington's regular correspondents who were at the same moment offering only 5s, 4d, or 5s, 6d, for the coin. Of course, the higher offer secured the cash, and Wellington made bitter complaints that the market had been spoilt, and that he suddenly found himself shut out from a supply on which he had hitherto reckoned with security. But the competition was only transient, though very tiresome at a moment when silver coin was specially wanted for payments in Leon. For, as Wellington remarked, the people about Salamanca had never seen the British army before and would be wanting to do business on a prompt cash basis, not being accustomed to credit, as were the Portuguese. The army started upon the campaign with a military chest in the most deplorable state of depletion. "We are absolutely bankrupt," wrote Wellington. "The troops are now 5 months in arrears instead of 1 month in advance. The staff have not been paid since February, the muleteers not since June 1811, and we are in debt in all parts of the country. I am obliged to take money sent me by my brother Henry Wellesley, British minister at Cadiz for the Spaniards, in order to give my own troops a fortnight's pay, who are really suffering for want of money." Some weeks before this last complaint, Wellington had sounded an even louder note of alarm. "We owe not less than $5 million. The Portuguese troops and establishments are likewise in the greatest distress, and it is my opinion, as well as that of Marshal Beresford, that we must disband part of that army unless I can increase the monthly payments of the subsidy. The Commissary General has this day informed me that he is very apprehensive that he will not be able to make good his engagements for the payment for the meat for the troops. If we are obliged to stop that payment, your lordship may as well prepare to recall the army, for it will be impossible to carry up salt meat, as well as bread, to the troops from the sea coast. It is not improbable that we may not be able to take advantage of the enemy's comparative weakness in this campaign for sheer want of money. One almost feels that Wellington is here painting the position of the army in the blackest possible colors, in order to bring pressure on his correspondent at home. But this dismal picture was certainly reflected in the language of his staff at the time. A letter from his aide-de-camp, Colin Campbell, speaks on May 30 of the depleted state of the military chest being a possible curb to the campaign. Lord W. cannot take supplies with him to enable him to do more than demonstrate towards Valladolid, when so good an opportunity offers, and an inconsiderable addition would suffice. The harvest is ripening. The country round Salamanca is full of all requisite supplies, but they are not procurable without cash. Yet it is hard to be over-censorious of the home government. They were in the most bitter straits for money. Gold and silver were simply not to be got in the quantities that Wellington required. The amount actually sent was very large. It would have been larger if economic conditions had not been desperate. The rupture with the United States of America, which took place in June, fortunately too late to serve Napoleon's purpose, had just added a new source of anxiety to the troubles of the cabinet. Both money and men were now wanted for Canada. There can be no doubt that when Lord Bathurst wrote, in the middle of the Salamanca campaign, that £100,000 in cash, chiefly gold, had been sent off, and that "I wish to God we could assist you more in money," he was writing quite honestly and amid most adverse financial circumstances. Great Britain was at the most exhausting point of her long struggle with Napoleon. The Russian war had begun, but there was no sign as yet that it was to be the ruin of the emperor. His armies seemed to be penetrating towards Moscow in the old triumphant style. Many politicians spoke of a humiliating peace dictated to Tsar Alexander in the autumn as the probable end of the campaign, and speculated on Napoleon's appearance at Madrid in 1813 as a possible event. Wheat had risen in this spring to 130s. The quarter, the outbreak of the long-threatened but long-averted American war, looked like the last blow that was to break down the British Empire. It was no wonder that the national credit was low in June 1812. There was nothing to revive it till Wellington's Salamanca triumph in July, nor did anyone understand that Napoleon's star had passed its zenith, till the news of the disasters of the Moscow retreat began to drift westward in November and December. General map of central Spain. Enlarge central Spain. Meanwhile, if the financial outlook was gloomy, the actual military situation was more promising than it had ever been before. Well aware from intercepted dispatches of the quarrels of his adversaries and perfectly informed as to their numbers and their cantonments, Wellington considered with justice that he had such a game in his hands as he had never before had set before him. On June 13th, he crossed the Agde with his army in 3 parallel columns. The left was under charge of Picton and consisted of the 3rd Division, Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese, and Lamarchante's brigade of heavy dragoons. The center, which Beresford conducted, was composed of the light 4th and 9th Divisions. It was preceded by Alton's German Hussars and accompanied by Bach's dragoons. The right column under Graham had the 1st, 6th, and 9th Divisions, with a regiment of Anson's horse for purposes of exploration. It is to be noted that both Picton and Graham were destined to remain only a few weeks with the army. The former had taken the field ere his Badajoz wound was properly healed. It broke open again, he fell into a high fever, and had to be sent to the rear. Wellington's brother-in-law, Pakenham, took over charge of the 3rd Division on June 28th. Graham had been suffering for some months from an affection of the eyes, which the physicians told him might at any time grow worse and threaten his sight. He persisted on staying with the army till the last possible moment, but became more blind each day, and was compelled to throw up his command on July 6th and to return to England for skilled medical advice. Thus, during the greater part of the Salamanca campaign, Wellington was working without his best trusted lieutenants. Crawford was dead, both Picton and Graham invalided. In consequence of Graham's departure, a very difficult point was raised. If some illness or wound should disable the commander-in-chief, to whom would the charge of operations fall? Wellington considered that Beresford was entitled to expect the succession and deprecated the sending out of some senior officer from England with a commission to act as second in command. He observed that no one coming fresh from home would have a real grasp of the conditions of the war, that he would probably start with a priori views and have to unlearn them in a time of imminent danger. Moreover, a second in command was, when his superior was in good health, either an unnecessary person or else a tiresome one if he presumed on his position to offer advice or remonstrances. Fortunately, the question remained a wholly academic one, since Wellington's iron physique and unbroken luck when bullets were flying never failed him. An understudy turned out to be superfluous. The three columns of the Allied army advanced on a very narrow front of not more than 10 miles, though the cavalry spread out considerably to the flanks. On the 13th, the columns bivouacked on the Guadalpero River in front of Ciudad Rodrigo between Santi Espiritus and Tenebron. On the 14th, they advanced 4 leagues to the Hubra and camped on each side of San Muñoz with headquarters at Cabrillas. On the 15th, a rather longer march took them to Matilla and Cayos. Nothing had yet been seen of any enemy. It was only on the 16th, in the morning, that the advanced cavalry of the center column, after crossing the Valmusa River, came into contact with 2 squadrons of French chasseurs, not more than 2 leagues outside of Salamanca. These outposts gave way when pushed and retired across the Tormes. The British army bivouacked in sight of Salamanca that night and received the information that Marmont had already evacuated the city, save for a garrison left in its 3 new forts. The army of Portugal had been caught, just as Wellington had hoped, in a condition of wide dispersion. It was not that Marmont did not expect the attack, but that, till the day when it should be actually delivered, he dared not concentrate because of his want of magazines and the paucity of transport. He had resolved that he must be content to abandon all the land west of Salamanca in order that his point of concentration should be out of reach of his enemy's first stroke. It was fixed at Blanes and Fuente Saco, 20 miles north of Salamanca on the road to Toro. On the morning of the 14th, when the news that Wellington was over the Aigues first reached him, the marshal issued orders to all his divisions to march on this point, not even excepting that of Bonnet in the Asturias. For despite of the emperor's wish to keep a hold upon that province, Marmont held, and rightly, that it was more important to place in front of the Anglo-Portuguese every possible bayonet, and he could not spare a solid division of 6,500 men. Unfortunately for him, however, it was clear that Bonnet could not arrive for 15 or 20 days. The other 7 divisions were concentrated by the 5th night from the giving of the alarm. They formed a mass of 36,000 infantry, with 80 guns, but only 2,800 horse. This total does not include either Bonnet, nor 3 battalions of Thomiers's division left to hold Astorga, nor small garrisons placed in Toro, Zamora, the Salamanca forts, and certain other posts farther east. Nor does it take account of a dépôt of 3,000 men, including many dismounted dragoons, at Valladolid. The total of the field army, including artillery, sappers, and sea, was about 40,000 of all arms. This force was distinctly inferior in number to that of the Anglo-Portuguese, who, without counting 3 infantry battalions on their way to the front from Lisbon, or 500 Urban's Portuguese horse on the side of Zamora, had some 40,000 infantry in line, and 500 excellent cavalry, in which arm. Wellington, for the first time in his life, had a slight advantage over the enemy. Carlos de España was also approaching, with the 3,000 Spanish infantry that were available after the garrison of Ciudad Rodrigo had been completed, and in all the Allied army must have 0 men at the front. The balance of numbers, of which each general was pretty well informed, was such as to make both sides careful. Marmont was 8,000 men short of his adversary's power, and was particularly depressed by the knowledge of his inferiority in cavalry, an arm on which the French had hitherto relied with confidence. But the horse of the army of Portugal had never recovered from the consequences of Massena's retreat in the last spring, and all the regiments were very weak, while Wellington was at last profiting from the liberal way in which the home government had reinforced his mounted arm during the autumn of 1811. He had 10 British regiments with him, whereas at Fuentes de Oñoro he had owned but 4. On the other hand, Wellington, among his 48,000 men, had only 28,000 British. There were 17,000 Portuguese and 0 Spaniards with him, and excellent though the conduct of the former had been during the late campaign, it would be hypocrisy to pretend that their commander could rely upon them under all circumstances, as he would have done upon a corresponding number of British infantry. He was ready to give battle, but it must be a battle under favorable conditions. Marmont felt much the same. It was necessary to beat Wellington if the French domination in Spain was to be preserved, but it would be rash to attack him in one of his favorite defensive positions. There must be no more Basacos, and every available man must be gathered in before a general action was risked. The only justification for instant battle would be the unlikely chance of catching the Anglo-Portuguese army in a state of dispersion or some other unlucky posture, and Wellington's known caution did not make such a chance very probable. Marmont's main purpose, indeed, was to hold Wellington contained till he should have succeeded in bringing up Bonnet, and also reinforcements from the armies of the north and centre, if not even from some distant forces. On Bonnet's eventual arrival he could rely, but not on any fixed date for his appearance, for it was difficult to get orders promptly to the Asturias, and there might be many unforeseen delays in their execution. But Marmont was also counting on aid from Caffarelli, which would presumably reach him even before Bonnet appeared. In expectation of Wellington's advance, he had written to the commander of the Army of the North on May 24th and again on June 5th, asking for assurances of help and reminding his colleague of the Emperor's directions. The answers received were, on the whole, satisfactory. The last of them, dated at Vitoria on June 14th, said that the disposable field force was 8,000 men, including a brigade of light cavalry and guns. They should march from Vitoria as soon as some troops of Abbe's division arrived from Pampeluna to replace them, and they should be echeloned along the high road from Burgos to Valladolid, ready to move up when called upon. It must be remembered that on this date Caffarelli was answering a hypothetical inquiry as to his exact power to help, not a definite demand for men, since Wellington had only crossed the Aigde on the previous day, and nothing was known at Vitoria of his actual start. But the dispatch was encouraging, as it seemed to show a good spirit, and named the exact force available and the route that it would take. Marmont received it upon the 19th, just as he had completed his own concentration at Fuente Sauco. It seemed to justify him in believing that before July 1 he would have 8,000 men from Caffarelli at his disposition, including, what was specially valuable, 1,000 horse. The dispatches from King Joseph and Jourdan were less satisfactory. At this moment, they were in a state of hesitation caused by contradictory intelligence. "Your letter of June 6th, wrote Jourdan to Marmont, says that Wellington will soon fall upon you. But we have similar letters from Soult, declaring that the blow is to be delivered against him." He encloses 2 notes of June 2nd from General Daricau in Estremadura, declaring that 60,000 of the Allies are just about to begin an invasion of Andalusia. "We are too far off from the scene of operations to determine whether it is you or the Duke of Dalmatia who is deceived. We can only tell you, meanwhile, not to be misled by demonstrations, and to be ready to start off 3 divisions to Soult's help without a moment's delay, if Lord Wellington's real objective is Andalusia. Similarly, we have sent Soult express orders that he shall move Drouet to the north bank of the Tagus, if Wellington has called up Hill to join him and is making the true attack on you. Caffarelli has stringent orders to support you with what troops he can collect, when you are able to tell him definitely that you are the person threatened, not Soult." It is clear that the hallucinations of the Duke of Dalmatia were most valuable to Wellington, who had foreseen them long ago by a study of intercepted dispatches. Whatever happened, Soult could not refrain from believing that he had the great role to play, and that his Andalusian viceroyalty was the center of all things. At this moment, his picture of Wellington about to move on Cordova with 60,000 men seems to have been a belated conception caused by Graham's march to Elvas on May 20. He had not yet realized that 10 days later Graham's corps had gone northward again, and had joined Wellington on the Aigde about the time that he was writing his alarmist letters. There was nothing in front of him save Hill's 18,000 men, but he refused to see the facts and deceived Joseph and Jerdan for some days by the definite and authoritative restatement of absolutely erroneous intelligence. Hence it was not till Marmont was able to say, without any possible chance of error, that Wellington was across the Agde and had advanced to Salamanca at the head of at least 40,000 men, that the king and his chief of the staff at last recognized the true seat of danger. Long after they had detected it, they continued, as we shall see, to receive preposterous dispatches from Soult, still maintaining that they were mistaken and still discovering excuses for not obeying the peremptory orders that they sent him. Section 33, Chapter IV. The Salamanca Forts, 10 Days of Maneuvers. June 20th, 30th, 1812. Wellington's conduct on reaching Salamanca was not that which might have been expected. When a general has, by a careful and well-arranged concentration, collected all his own troops into one solid mass, and then by a rapid advance has thrown himself into the midst of the scattered cantonments of an enemy who has no superiority to him in numbers, it is natural for him to press his pursuit vigorously. For the most effective way of opening the campaign would have been to cut up the two divisions which Marmont had just led out of Salamanca, or at least to follow them so closely that they could be brought to action before all the outlying divisions had come in. This would certainly have been Napoleon's method. Wellington, however, wanted to fight a battle in one of his favorite defensive positions, and he thought that he had a means of compelling Marmont to attack him by laying siege to the Salamanca forts. After Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz, no French marshal would like to see a third important post captured under his nose. The British general judged that Marmont would fight him in order to save his prestige and his garrison. And since he believed that Bonnet would not evacuate the Asturias and that Caffarelli would send help late, if at all, he thought that he could count upon a superiority of numbers which rendered victory certain. This seems to be the only rational way of explaining Wellington's conduct on June 17th. On arriving in front of Salamanca, his army made a majestic encircling movement, Picton's column crossing the Tormes by the fords of El Canto below the city, Beresfords and Grams by those of Santa Marta above it. The use of the unbroken town bridge was made impossible by Marmont's forts. The heads of the two columns met on the north side, and they then moved 3 miles on and took up a long position below the heights of San Cristobal, which lie outside Salamanca on its northern and eastern front. These formed the chosen defensive fighting ground which Wellington had already in his mind. Only the 14th Light Dragoons and Clinton's infantry of the 6th Division turned into Salamanca by the Toro Gate and acted as Wellington's escort, while he was received by the municipality and made his arrangements for the attack on the forts, which, though they commanded the bridge, had no outlook on the spacious arcaded Plaza Mayor, where the reception took place. It was a lively scene. We were received with shouts and vivas, writes an eyewitness. The inhabitants were out of their senses at having got rid of the French and nearly pulled Lord Wellington off his horse. The ladies were the most violent, many coming up to him and embracing him. He kept writing orders upon his sabretache and was interrupted 3 or 4 times by them. What with the joy of the people and the feeling accompanying troops about to attack a fortress, it was a half-hour of suspense and anxiety, and a scene of such interest as I never before witnessed. Headquarters were established that night in the city, and Clinton's division invested the forts, which looked formidable enough to require close study before they were attacked. The rest of the army took up its bivouacs, with the cavalry out in front, and remained practically without movement on the ground now selected, for the next 2 days, till Marmont came to pay his expected visit. The 3 Salamanca forts were built on high ground in the southwest corner of the city, which overlooks the long Roman bridge. To make them, Marmont had destroyed a great part of the old university quarter of the place, leveling the majority of the colleges, for Salamanca, had been a university of the English rather than the usual continental type, and had owned a score of such institutions. Nearly all the buildings on the slopes had been pulled down, leaving a wide open glacis round 3 massive convents, which had been transformed into places of strength. San Vicente occupied the crest of the knoll overlooking the river and lay in the extreme angle of the old city wall, which enclosed it on two sides. The smaller strongholds, San Cayetano and La Merced, were separated from San Vicente by a narrow but steep ravine and lay close together on another rising ground of about the same height. The three formed a triangle with crossing fires, each to a large extent commanding the ground over which the others would have to be approached. The south and west sides of San Vicente and La Merced overhung precipitous slopes above the river and were almost inaccessible. The north sides of San Cayetano and San Vicente were the only fronts that looked promising for attack, and in each elaborate preparations had been made in view of that fact. Marmont had originally intended to enclose all three forts and many buildings more, such as the town hospital, the convent of San Francisco, and the colleges of Ireland and Cuenca in an outer enceinte, to serve as a large citadel which would contain several thousand men and all his magazines. But money and time had failed, and on the slopes below the forts, several convents and colleges, half pulled to pieces, were still standing, and offered cover for besiegers at a distance of some 250 yards from the works. The garrison consisted of 6 flank companies from the 15th, 65th, 82nd, 8th of the line and the 17th Leger, and of a company of artillery under the chef de bataillon Ducamin of the 65th. They made up a total of 800 men and had 36 guns in position, of which, however, the greater part were only light field pieces. 2 guns commanding the bridge were in La Merced, 4 in San Cayetano, the remaining 30 in San Vicente, the most formidable of the 3. Wellington had come prepared to besiege 3 fortified convents, and had been sent a confused sketch of them drawn by an amateur's hand. They turned out much stronger than he had been led to expect, owing to the immense amount of hewn stone from the demolished colleges and other buildings that was available to build them up. The walls had been doubled in thickness, the windows stopped, and scarps and counterscarps with solid masonry had been thrown around them. The roofs of the 2 minor forts had been taken off, and the upper stories casemated by massive oak beams with a thick coating of earth laid upon them. This surface was so strong that guns, protected by sandbag embrasures, had been mounted on it at some points. There was also an ample provision of palisades, made from strong oak and chestnut beams. Altogether, it was clear that the works would require a systematic battering, and were not mere patched-up medieval monasteries, as had been expected. It was therefore most vexatious to find that the very small battering train which Wellington had brought with him from Ciudad Rodrigo was obviously insufficient for the task before it. There were no more than 4 iron 18-pounder guns, with only 100 rounds of shot each at the front, though S-bound howitzers from the train that had taken Badajoz were on their way from Elvas to join, and were due on the 20th. It was not, however, howitzers so much as more heavy 18 or 24-pounders that were required for battering, and the lack of them at the moment was made all the more irksome by the known fact that there were plenty of both sorts at Rodrigo and Almeida, 5 or 6 marches away. The mistake was precisely the same that was to be made again at Burgos in the autumn: undervaluation of the means required to deal with works of third-class importance. Whether Wellington himself or his artillery and engineer advisors were primarily responsible is not clear. The responsibility for the working out of the little siege with inadequate means fell on Lute. Colonel Bergen, as senior engineer, he had with him only 2 other officers of that corps and 9 military artificers, and Lute, Colonel May, R.A., who was in charge of the 4 18-pounders. The latter borrowed 3 howitzers from field batteries to supplement his miserable means, and afterwards 2 6-pounder field guns, which of course were only for annoying the garrison, not for battering. It looked at first as if the only practicable scheme was to build a battery for the 18-pounders on the nearest available ground, 250 yards from San Vicente to the north, and lower down the knoll on which that fort stood. There was good cover from ruined buildings up to this distance from the French works. On the night of the occupation of Salamanca, 400 workmen of the 6th Division commenced a battery on the selected spot, and approaches leading to it from the cover in the ruins. The work done was not satisfactory. It was nearly full moon, the night was short, and the enemy, who knew well enough where the attack must begin, kept up a lively fire of artillery and musketry all night. Unfortunately, the 6th Division workmen had no experience of sieges. They had never used pick or shovel before, and there were only 2 engineer officers and 9 artificers to instruct them. Great difficulty was found in keeping the men to work under the fire. The Portuguese in particular absolutely went on hands and knees, dragging their baskets along the ground. By daylight, the projected line of the battery was only knee-high and gave no cover, so that the men had to be withdrawn till dusk. An attempt had been made during the night to ascertain whether it were possible to creep forward to the ditch and lay mines there to blow in the counterscarp. But the party who tried to reach the ditch were detected by the barking of a dog, who alarmed the French out-picket, and the explorers had to retire with several men wounded. Seeing that the fire of the garrison was so effective, the officers in charge of the siege asked for and obtained from Wellington 300 marksmen to keep down the turricade. They were taken from the light brigade of the King's German Legion and spread among the ruins to fire at the embrasures and loopholes of the French. They also hoisted, with some difficulty, 2 field guns onto the first floor of the convent of San Bernardo, which lies northwest of San Vicente, and kept up a lively discharge out of the drawing-room window, so to speak. We fired for some hours at each other, during which time an unlucky shot went as completely through my captain's Iligay's heart as possible. But considering how near we were, I am much surprised that our loss was so slight, 1 killed and 1 wounded at my own gun. But the fire of the San Vicente artillery was by no means silenced. On the night of June 18th-19th, the working party of the 6th Division succeeded in finishing the battery which was to breach the main fort, and also commenced 2 smaller batteries, to right and left, in places among the ruins, one by the College of Cuenca, the other below San Bernardo. On the morning of the 19th, the 4 18-pounders and 3 howitzers opened and brought down the upper courses of the masonry of that part of San Vicente on which they were trained, but they could not move its lower part or reach the counterscarp. Wherefore 2 howitzers were put into the 2nd battery, near the College of Cuenca, which could command the counterscarp. The play of these guns proved insufficient, however, to shake it, and the garrison concentrated such a fire upon them, mainly from musketry at loopholes, that 20 gunners were killed or hurt while working the 2 howitzers. Next morning, Dixon's 6 howitzers from Elvas came up, and served to replace those borrowed from the field companies, wherefore there was only an addition of 3 pieces net to the battering train. 2 of the 18-pounders were moved round to the battery, number 2, which had been so hard hit on the preceding day. Their fire proved much more effective than that of the howitzers, and brought down an angle of the upper wall of San Vicente and part of its roof, which fell on and crushed many of the French. But on the 21st, it was impossible to continue the battering, for the ignominious reason that there were hardly any more shot left to fire. Only 60 balls remained in store for the 18-pounders, and a little over 100 for the howitzers. The calculations of the besiegers had been so erroneous that they had used up their stock just as the critical moment had arrived. On the previous day, Wellington, seeing what was coming, had sent a hurried message to Almeida for more shot and powder, but the convoy, though urged on with all possible speed, did not arrive at Salamanca till the 26th. Meanwhile, the general engagement, for which Wellington had prepared himself, seemed likely to come off. Marmont had all his army, save Bonnet alone, collected by the 19th at Fuente Sauco. On the following day, he came boldly forward and drove in the British cavalry vedettes. He showed 3 columns moving on a parallel front, which observers estimated at 18,000 foot and 0 horse, but there were more behind, still invisible. At 4 in the afternoon, he was drawing so close that Wellington assumed his battle position. 5 divisions and the 2 independent Portuguese brigades formed the fighting line, from San Cristobal southward to Cabrerizos on the bank of the Tormes. The order was from right to left: 1st, 7th, 4th, Light 3rd Pack, and Bradford. The reserve was composed of the 5th Division, of Hulse's brigade of the 6th, of which the remainder was left to blockade the Salamanca forts, and of Carlos de España's 3,000 Spaniards. Alton's cavalry covered the British right, Ponsonby's the left, Bach's and Lamarchante's heavy squadrons were in reserve. It looked at first as though Marmont intended to force on the battle that Wellington desired. Moving with great order and decision, his 3 columns deployed opposite the heights and advanced to within a very moderate distance of them, not more than 800 yards at one point. They were extremely visible, as the whole countryside below the British position was a fine plain covered with ripening wheat. The only breaks in the surface were the infrequent villages. In this part of Spain, they are all large and far apart, and a few dry watercourses, whose line could be detected winding amid the interminable cornfields. Warning to keep off, the position was given to the French by long-range fire from several of the British batteries on salient points of the line. The enemy replied noisily and with many guns. Wellington's officers judged that he was doing his best to make his approach audible to the garrison of the besieged forts. At dusk, the French occupied the village of Castellanos de Morisco in front of the right center of the heights, and then advanced a regiment to attack Morisco, which was absolutely at the foot of them and had been occupied by Wellington as an advanced post. It was held by the 68th Regiment from the 7th Division, a battalion which had come out from England in the preceding autumn, but had, by chance, never been engaged before. It made a fine defense and beat off 3 attacks upon the village, but after dark Wellington called it back uphill to the line of the position, abandoning Morisco. Apparently he was glad to see the French pressing in close and looked for an attack upon his position next morning. Standing on the skyline above Castellanos at dusk, with a map in his hand, he demonstrated to all the assembled generals commanding divisions the exact part which they were to play, till several French roundshot compelled him to shift his position a little farther back. The whole army slept that night in order of battle, with strong pickets pushed down to the foot of the slopes. There was, however, no attack at dawn. Marmont's 2 rear divisions, those of Foy and Thomieres, and a brigade of dragoons were not yet on the ground, and only got up in the course of the afternoon. Hence he was naturally unwilling to move, as he had a certain knowledge that he was outnumbered. It would seem that Wellington had, that morning, an opportunity of crushing his enemy, which he must have regretted to have lost on many subsequent days of the campaign. Marmont's position was one of very great risk. He had pushed in so close to the British heights that he might have been attacked and brought to action in half an hour, and could not have got away without fighting. His position was visible from end to end, it had no flank protection, and its only strong points were the 2 villages of Morisco and Castellanos de Morisco on its left center. Behind was an undulating sea of cornfields extending to the horizon. Wellington, after deducting the 2 missing brigades of the 6th Division, could have come down in a general charge from his heights, with 37,000 Anglo-Portuguese infantry and 500 horse, not to speak of Carlos de España's 3,000 Spaniards. Marmont had only 5 divisions of infantry, about 28,000 bayonets, on the ground at daybreak, and less than 2,000 horse. He was in a thoroughly dominated position, and it is hard to see what he could have done, had Wellington strengthened his left wing with all his cavalry and delivered a vigorous downhill assault on the unprotected French right. The opportunity for an attack was so favorable that Wellington's staff discussed with curiosity the reasons that might be preventing it, and formed varying hypotheses to account for his holding back. As a matter of fact, as his dispatch to Lord Liverpool explains, the British commander-in-chief was still hoping for a second Bassaco. He saw that Marmont was not going to attack till his rear had come up, but hoped that he might do so that afternoon or next morning, when he had all his men in hand. The daring way in which the Marshal continued to hold on to an untenable position within cannon shot of his enemy's line seemed to argue an ultimate intention to bring on an action. Nor was Wellington very far out in his ideas. Marmont was in a state of indecision. When the missing 10,000 men came up, he called a council of war, the regular resort of generals in a difficulty. We have concerning it only the evidence of Foy, who wrote as follows in his diary. At dusk on the 21st, there was a grand discussion on the problem as to whether we should or should not give battle to the English. The Marshal seemed to have a desire to do so, but a feeble and hesitating desire. Remembering Vimero, Corunna, and Bassaco, I thought that it would be difficult to beat the English, our superiors in number, on such a compact position as that which they were occupying. I had not the first word. I allowed Maucune, Ferry, and La Martiniere to express their views before I let them see what I thought. Then Clausel, having protested strongly against fighting, I supported his opinion. Because we had left a small garrison in the Salamanca forts, we were not bound to lose 6,000 killed and wounded and risk the honor of the army in order to deliver them. The troops were in good spirits, and that is excellent for the first assault. But here we should have a long, tough struggle. I doubted whether we had breath enough to keep it up to the end. In short, I saw more chances of defeat than victory. I urged that we ought to keep close to the English, contain them, and wait for our reinforcements. This could be done by maneuvering along the left bank of the Tormes, above and below Salamanca. Clausel and I set forth this policy from every aspect. The Marshal was displeased. He fancied that his generals were plotting to wreck his plan. He wanted to redeem the blunder which he saw that he had made in leaving a garrison in Salamanca. He dreads the Emperor and the public opinion of the army. He would have liked a battle, but he had not determination enough to persist in forcing it on. It seems, therefore, certain that Wellington nearly obtained the defensive general action that he had desired and expected, and was only disappointed because Marmont was talked down by his two best divisional generals. If the Marshal had made his attack, it is clear that his disaster would have been on a far more complete and awful scale than the defeat which he was actually to endure on July 22. For he would have had behind him when repulsed, as he must have been no friendly shelter of woods and hills, such as then saved the wrecks of his army, but a boundless rolling plain, in which routed troops would have been at the mercy of a cavalry which exceeded their own in the proportion of 7 to 5, or slightly more. On the morning of the 22nd, the British general, who had now kept his army in position for 36 hours on end, began to guess that he was not to be attacked. Was it worthwhile to advance, since the enemy refused to do so? The conditions were by no means so favorable as at the dawn of the 21st, when Marmont had been short of 10,000 men. But the Allied army still possessed a perceptible superiority in numbers, a stronger cavalry, and a dominating position, from which it would be easy to deliver a downhill attack under cover of their artillery. Wellington, however, made no decisive movement. He threw up some fletches to cover the batteries in front of the 1st Anth divisions, of which the latter was pushed a little nearer to the Tormes. He brought up the 6 heavy howitzers which had been used against the forts, and placed them on this same right wing of his position. Then he commenced a partial offensive movement, which was apparently designed to draw Marmont into a serious bickering if he were ready to stand. The 7th Division began to make an advance towards Morisco. The skirmishers of the Light Brigade of the King's German Legion moved down and began to press in the pickets opposite them, their battalions supporting. Soon after the 51st Anth, from the other brigade of the division, that of de Bernowitz, were ordered to storm a knoll immediately above Morisco, which formed the most advanced point of the enemy's line. Wellington directed Graham to support them with the whole 1st and Light Divisions if the enemy should bring up reinforcements and show fight. But nothing of the kind happened. The 2 battalions carried the knoll with a single vigorous rush, losing some 30 killed and wounded. But the French made no attempt to recapture it, drew back their skirmishing line, and retired to the village only 200 yards behind, where they stood firm, evidently expecting a general attack. It was not delivered. Wellington had been willing to draw Marmont into a fight, but was not intending to order an advance of the whole line and to precipitate a general offensive battle. There was no more fighting that day, and next morning the whole French army had disappeared save some cavalry vedettes. These being pressed in by Alten's hussars, it was discovered that Marmont had gone back 6 miles to a line of heights behind the village of Aldia-Rubia, and was there in a defensive position, with his left wing nearly touching the Tormes near the fords of Huerta. Wellington made no pursuit. Only his cavalry reconnoitered the new French position. He kept his army on the San Cristobal Heights, only moving down Anson's brigade of the 4th Division to hold Castellanos, and Halkett's of the 7th Division to hold Morisco. Hulse's brigade of the 6th Division was sent back to Salamanca, as were also Dixon's 6 howitzers, and Clinton was directed to press the siege of the forts, notwithstanding the unhappy fact that there was scarcely any ammunition left in the batteries. Marmont had undoubtedly been let off easily by Wellington, yet he hardly realized it, so filled was his mind with the idea that his adversary would never take the offensive. His report to King Joseph shows a sublime ignorance of his late danger. As the document has never been published and is very short, it may be worth quoting. Having concentrated the greater part of this army on the evening of the 19th, I marched on Salamanca the same day. I seized some outlying posts of the enemy, and my army bivouacked within half cannon shot of the English. Their army was very well posted, and I did not think it right to attack yesterday, June 21, without making a reconnaissance of it. The result of my observations has convinced me that as long as my own numbers are not at least equal to theirs, I must temporize and gain time for the arrival of the troops from the Army of the North, which General Caffarelli has promised me. If they arrive, I shall be strong enough to take an enterprising course. Till then, I shall maneuver round Salamanca so as to try to get the enemy to divide his army or to move it out of its position, which will be to my advantage. The Salamanca forts are making an honorable defense. Since we came up, the enemy has ceased to attack them, so that I have gained time and can put off a general action for some days if I think proper. Marmont's plan for maneuvering around Salamanca proved, as we shall see, quite ineffective, and ended within a few days in a definite retreat, when he found that the succors promised by Caffarelli were not about to appear. Meanwhile, the siege of the Salamanca forts had recommenced on the 23rd, under the depressing conditions that the artillery had only 60 rounds, 15 apiece. For the 4 heavy 18-pounders, which were their effective weapons, and for the 6 howitzers, which had hitherto proved almost useless. The 2 light field guns, 6-pounders, were also replaced on the first floor of San Bernardo to shell the enemy's loopholes. They were no good at all for battering. This time the besiegers placed one of their heavy guns in the right flanking battery near San Bernardo to get an oblique enfilading fire against the gorge of the San Cayetano fort. The new idea was to leave San Vicente alone, as too hard a nut to crack with the small supply of shot available, and to batter the lesser fort from flank and rear with the few rounds remaining. The entire stock, together with 100 rounds of shell, was used up by the afternoon, when no practicable breach had been made, though the palisades of San Cayetano had been battered down and its parapet much injured. Nevertheless, Wellington ordered an attempt to storm, or rather to escalade, the minor fort at 10 p.m. on the same evening. It was to be carried out by the 6 light companies of Bowes and Hulse's brigades of the 6th Division, a force of between 300 men. The undertaking was difficult, and the men seemed to feel it, observes the official historian of the Peninsular sieges. The major of one of the regiments engaged remarks, "The result was precisely such as most of the officers anticipated, a failure attended with severe loss of life. The storming column, starting from the ruins near the left flanking battery, had to charge for the gorge of San Cayetano, not only under the fire of that work, but with musketry and artillery from San Vicente taking them in the rear. The casualties from the first moment were very heavy. Many men never got near the objective, and only 2 ladders out of 20 were planted against the fort. No one tried to ascend them, the project being obviously useless, and the stormers ran back under cover after having lost 6 officers and men, just a third of their numbers. Among the killed was General Bowes, commanding the 2nd Brigade of the division, who had insisted on going forward with his light companies, though this was evidently not Brigadier's work. Apparently, he thought that his personal influence might enable his men to accomplish the impossible. He was hit slightly as the column started, but bound up his wound, and went forward a second time, only to be killed at the very foot of the ladders, just as his men broke and retired. This, as all engaged in it agreed, was a very unjustifiable enterprise. The escalade was impracticable so long as San Vicente was intact, and able to cover the gorge of San Cayetano with an effective fire from the rear. The siege now had a second period of lethargy, all the shot having been used up. It was only on the morning of the 26th, 3 days later, that the convoy from Almeida, ordered up on the 20th by Wellington, arrived with 1,000 rounds carried by mules and enabled the battering to begin once more. Meanwhile, Marmont had been making persistent but ineffective diversions against Wellington. The advantage of the position to which he had withdrawn was that it commanded the great bend or elbow of the Tormes, where at the ford of Huerta, that river turns its general course from northward to westward. Troops sent across the river here could threaten Salamanca from the south, and if in sufficient strength, might force Wellington to evacuate part of the San Cristobal position in order to provide a containing force to prevent them from communicating with and relieving the besieged forts. The marshal's own statement of his intention was that he hoped, by maneuvering, to get Wellington either to divide his army or to leave his strong ground, or both. He aimed, no doubt, at obtaining the opportunity for a successful action with some isolated part of Wellington's force, but was still too much convinced of the danger of fighting a general action to be ready to risk much. Moreover, he was expecting, from day to day, the 8,000 men of the Army of the North whom Caffarelli had promised him, and it would be reckless to give battle before they arrived, if only they were really coming. Wellington could see, by his own eyes no less than by the map, for he rode along Marmont's new front on the 23rd, that the French position gave good possibilities for a passage of the elbow of the Tormes at Huerta, wherefore he detached Bach's brigade of German dragoons to the south of the river, with orders to watch the roads debouching from the fords and to act as a detaining force if any hostile cavalry crossed them. He also threw forward Alten's hussars to Aldia Lengua, a village and ford halfway between Cabrerizos and Aldia Rubia, with the object of keeping a similar close watch on any attempt of Marmont's to move north of the river. One brigade of the Light Division came forward to support Alten, the other was echeloned a little back, on hills above Aldia Lengua. On the late evening of the 23rd, Marmont sent a squadron or two across the Huerta fords, which turned back after running into Bach's vedettes. This was merely an exploring party to test the practicability of the passage, but next morning, in a heavy fog, skirmishing fire, and occasional reports of cannon told Wellington that some more important detachment was across the Tormes and engaged with the Germans. The British headquarters staff rode to the hill above Aldia Lengua, which commands a wide view over the south bank, and when the morning vapors rolled up at 7 o'clock, saw Bach retiring across the rolling plain in very good order, pressed by a heavy force of all arms, 2 divisions of infantry headed by a light cavalry brigade with a horse artillery battery, which was doing some harm to the 2 dragoon regiments as they retired in alternate echelons across the slopes. Fortunately, there was excellent defensive fighting ground south of the Tormes, in prolongation of the San Cristobal position north of it. The ravine and brook, called the Ribera de Pelagarcia, with wooded heights above them, run in front of Santa Marta and its ford, for some miles southward from the Tormes. There was a similar line of high ground facing it, with the villages of Pelabravo and Calvarissa de Arriba on its top, which the French might occupy, but on passing down from them, they would run against a formidable position. Along these hills, indeed, Wellington's first line of defense was to be formed a month later, on the day of the Battle of Salamanca. On seeing Bach's careful retreat in progress, the commander-in-chief ordered Graham to cross the Tormes at Santa Marta with the 1st Anth Divisions and to occupy the ground in front of him. This was a short move and easily accomplished, while the French detachment was pushing the German dragoons slowly backward. The 4th Anth Divisions moved down to the north bank of the Tormes, ready to follow if Marmont should support his advanced guard by sending more men over the Huerta fords. Le Marchant's heavy brigade crossed the river with a horse artillery battery and went to reinforce Bach, whom the French could now only push in by bringing forward infantry. Their advance continued as far as the village of Calvarissa de Baxo and a little beyond, where the whole 9,000 or 10,000 men deployed, as if intending to attack Graham. But just as observers on the Aldia Lengua heights were beginning to think that serious fighting was probable, the whole fell back into column of march, and retiring to Huerta covered by their chasseurs, recrossed the river. The state of affairs at nightfall was just what it had been at dawn. Graham and Le Marchant went back to their old ground north of the river, and south of it cavalry alone was left, this time Alten's brigade, for Bach's had had a heavy day and needed rest. So ended a spectacular but almost bloodless maneuver. The German dragoons lost 3 killed and 2 wounded, the French light horse probably no more. In a dispatch written the same night, Marmont frankly owns that he was foiled by Wellington's countermove. This hitherto unpublished document is worth quoting. It is addressed to General Caffarelli and runs as follows. The movement which I have made toward Salamanca has caused the enemy to suspend his attack on the forts of that town. An error, as it was not the movement, but the lack of ammunition which stopped the bombardment. This consideration, and the way in which I found him posted to keep me off, and not least your assurance that your powerful reinforcements would reach me very soon, have determined me to suspend the attack which I was about to deliver against him. I stop here with the object of gaining time, and in the expectation of your arrival. From this it is clear that if Graham had not been found so well posted, in a position where he could readily be reinforced from San Cristobal, Marmont would have followed up his advanced guard with the rest of his army, and have struck at Salamanca from the south. Finding the ground on the left bank of the river just as unfavorable to him as that on the north, he gave up the game and retired. He risked a serious check, for Wellington might have ordered Graham to follow and attack the retreating divisions, who would have had great difficulty in recrossing the Tormes without loss, if they had been pursued and attacked while jammed at the fords. But Wellington was still in his defensive mood, and took no risks, contented to have foiled most effectively his enemy's maneuver. On the 25th, Marmont remained stationary, waiting for further advices from Caffarelli, which failed to come to hand. Nor did Wellington make any move, save that of sending orders that the siege of the forts was to be pressed as early and as vigorously as possible. The guns were back in their batteries, waiting for the ammunition which was yet to appear. All that could be done without shot was to push forward a trench along the bottom of the ravine between San Vicente and the other two forts, to cut off communication between them. The French fired fiercely at the workers, where they could look down into the ravine, and killed some of them. But there was much dead ground, which could not be reached from any point in the forts, and by dawn on the 26th the trench was far advanced, and a picket was lodged safely in it, close under the gorge of San Cayetano. On the morning of the 26th, the convoy of powder and shot from Almeida reached the front, and at 3 in the afternoon the besiegers recommenced their fire. This time no guns were placed in the original battery opposite the north front of San Vicente. The 4 18-pounders all went into the right flank attack, and were concentrated on the gorge of San Cayetano. 4 of the howitzers were placed in the left flank battery near the College of Cuenca, and directed to fire red-hot shot into the roof and upper story of San Vicente. The field guns in San Bernardo, aided by 1 howitzer, took up their old work of trying to keep down the fire of the forts. The battering in of the gorge of San Cayetano made considerable progress, but the most effective work was that of the red-hot shot, which before night had set the tower of San Vicente and several points of its roof in flames. By heroic exertions, the garrison succeeded in extinguishing them, but the besiegers' fire was kept up all night, and from time to time new conflagrations burst out. The governor afterwards informed the British engineers that 18 separate outbreaks were kept down within the 24 hours before his surrender. The fort was very inflammable, owing to the immense amount of timber that had been used for casemating, traverses, barricades, and parapets inside its walls. Still it was holding out at daybreak, though the garrison was nearly exhausted. The governor signaled to Marmont that he could not resist for more than 3 days, a sad overestimate of his power, as was to be shown in a few hours. As a subsidiary aid to the work of the guns, 2 mines were commenced, one from the ravine, destined to burrow under San Cayetano, the other from the cliff by the river, intended to reach La Merced, but neither was fated to be used, other means sufficing. After 4 hours, pounding on the morning of the 27th, the gorge of San Cayetano had been battered into a real and very practicable breach, while a new fire had broken out in San Vicente, larger than any one which had preceded it. It reached the main store of gabions and planks within the fort, and threatened the powder magazine. The garrison were evidently flinching from their guns, as the counterfire from the place, hitherto very lively, began to flag, and the whole building was wrapped in smoke. Thereupon Wellington ordered San Cayetano to be stormed for the 2nd time. The column charged with the operation crept forward along the trench at the bottom of the ravine, fairly well covered, till it had reached the spot immediately below the gorge of the fort. Just as the forlorn hope was about to start out of the trench, a white flag was shown from the breach. The captain commanding in San Cayetano asked for 2 hours' truce to enable him to communicate with his chief in San Vicente, promising to surrender at the end of that time. Wellington offered him 5 minutes to march out if he wished to preserve his garrison's lives and baggage. As the Frenchman continued to haggle and argue, he was told to take down his white flag as the assault was about to be delivered. When the stormers ran in, San Cayetano made practically no defense, though a few shots were fired, which caused 6 casualties in the assaulting column. The greater part of the garrison threw down their muskets and made no resistance. Plan of the Salamanca forts. Enlarge Salamanca, forts. At the same moment, the white flag went up on San Vicente also. Here the conflagration was now burning up so fiercely that the French had been able to spare no attention for the storming party that captured San Cayetano. The governor, Duquesmin, asked for 3 hours' suspension of arms and made a proposal of terms of surrender. Wellington, here as at the smaller fort, refused to grant time, as he thought that the fire would be subdued and the defense prolonged if he allowed hours to be wasted in negotiations. He sent in the same ultimatum as at San Cayetano, 5 minutes for the garrison to march out, and they should have all the honors of war and their baggage intact. Duquesmin, like his subordinate, returned a dilatory message, but while his white flag was still flying, the 9th Cazadores pushed up out of the ravine and entered the battery on the east side of the work. They were not fired on, no one in San Vicente being prepared to continue the defense, and the French standard came down without further resistance. But this was not the end of the affair. San Juan's horse were close behind the routed divisions. O'Donnell ordered them up to save the wrecks of his infantry. At the same time, Mahy hurried forward 2 battalions of his Mercians to support San Juan and began to advance with the rest of his division down the slope of the Germinals Hill. After making havoc of the Valencian foot, Klepiski had halted his troops for a moment, wishing to be sure that matters were going well with the French main body before he committed himself to any further enterprise. But the temptation to go on was too great, for the routed Spanish troops and their supports were weltering together in confusion at the bottom of the hill. It is said that the dragoon colonel, Schiazetti, settled the matter for his superior by charging at San Juan's horse the moment that he had got his squadrons reformed. The Valencian cavalry, though it outnumbered the Italians by 2 to 1, turned tail at once and bolted, riding over the 2 battalions of Mercian infantry which were in its immediate rear, and carrying them away in its panic. Klepiski then led on his 7 battalions against the disordered mass in front of him and swept the whole before him. It gave way and fled uphill, horse and foot, the Mercian cavalry brigade in reserve going off on the same panic-stricken way as the Valencian. It was some time before Mahy could get a single regiment to stand, but at last he found a sort of rearguard of 2 battalions, one of his own, one of Villacampa's, which had kept together and were still capable of obeying orders. The French were now exhausted. The infantry could not follow in regular formation so fast as their enemy fled. The handful of cavalry was dispersed, driving in prisoners on every side. So Mahy and O'Donnell ultimately got off, with their men in a horde scattered over the countryside, the cavalry leading the stampede, and the 2 rallied battalions bringing up the rear. The Spanish left wing lost over 2,000 prisoners, mainly from Miranda's division, but only some 400 killed and wounded. Several guns from the divisional batteries were of course lost. All this was over so early in the day that the fighting on Blake's right wing was at its hottest just when the wrecks of his left were disappearing over the hills. Obispo, who came up too late to help, and the 2 detached battalions under Aronan got off separately, more towards the north, retiring on Naquera. The tale of this part of the Battle of Saguntum is lamentable. There is no record so bad in the whole war. Even the Jebora was a well-contested fight compared with this, and at Belchite the army that fled so easily gave way before numbers equal or superior to its own, not inferior in the proportion of 1 to 3. The fact was that the Valencian troops had a long record of disasters behind them, were thoroughly demoralized, and could not be trusted for one moment, and that the Mercians, as Mahy confessed, were not much better. The defeat was rendered more shameful by the fact that the smaller half of Blake's army, the Expeditionary Force, was at the same moment making head in good style against numbers rather larger than its own, and seemed for a moment about to achieve a splendid success. If the Spanish left, 17,000 strong, could have contained half its own strength, if it could have kept 8,000 instead of 4,000 French employed for 1 hour, Blake might have relieved Saguntum and driven off Suchet. But the story is disgraceful. Mahy wrote next morning to Blake, "I must tell you with my usual bluntness that you had better sell the horses of this cavalry and draft the men into the infantry. I could not have believed in the possibility of such conduct if I had not seen it with my own eyes take place and cost us so much." Blake actually gave orders for 1 Hussar regiment, a Mercian one, to be deprived of its horses and drafted out, but did the infantry behave much better? We may now turn to a less depressing narrative, the story of the operations of Blake's own wing. The commander-in-chief, as it will be remembered, had with him the expeditionary divisions, the Valencian Reserve Division, and Loy's and Caro's 1,100 cavalry. He took post himself on the height called El Puig, with 1 brigade of the Valencians to the south of the ravine of the Picador, which crosses the plain in a diagonal direction. The rest of the troops went forward in 2 columns. Zayas formed the right near the sea. His flank was covered by a squadron of gunboats, which advanced parallel with him, as near the shore as their draft permitted. He was ordered to push on and get, if possible, round Suchet's flank, where Habert's line was refused, because of the guns of the flotilla, whose fire the French wished to avoid. If successful, Zayas was to try to communicate with the garrison of Saguntum. Further inland, Lardizabel's division, accompanied by the 1,100 cavalry and followed by the other brigade of the Valencian Reserve, crossed the Picador at the bridge on the Chaussee and deployed in the plain directly opposite Haresp's division. The whole force was about equal to the French opposed to it. The 2 expeditionary divisions went forward in good order and with great confidence. Suchet remarks in his memoirs that in all his previous campaigns he had never seen Spanish troops advance with such resolution or in such good order. Zayas on the sea flank became immediately engaged with Habert before the village of Puzzal in a heavy fight with exactly equal numbers. Each had about 2,500 men. Both sides lost heavily and neither had any advantage. Suchet had ordered Habert not to take the offensive till matters were settled in the center, but the defensive proved costly, and the Spaniards pushed on. These were the same battalions which had behaved so well on the hill of Albura, Irlanda, Patria, and the Spanish and Walloon Guards. Further to the left, Lardizabal had deployed, after crossing the ravine, with his 2 weak brigades in line. The Valencian Reserve remained behind near the bridge, but Loy's and Caro's cavalry came forward on the right in support. Opposite the front brigade Prietos was a long low mound, the last outlying spur of the Sancti Espiritus range. This was soon seen by both sides to be a point of vantage. The army that could occupy it would have a good artillery position commanding the hostile line. Suchet ordered up Haresp's right battalions to seize it and galloped thither in person at the head of his escort of 50 hussars. But the Spaniards had also marked it, and the marshal had hardly reached its top when he found Prieto's skirmishers swarming up the slope. He had to retire and rode back to bring up his infantry, but by the time that they had come forward, the enemy had formed a hasty line of battle along the mound, with a battery in its center. Suchet had therefore to attack, which he did in full force, the 4 battalions of the 7th line forming a heavy column in the center, while those of the 116th and the 3rd of the Vistula deployed on each side somewhat to the rear, a clear instance of the use of the order mixed, which Napoleon loved. The left flank was covered by 2 squadrons of the 4th Hussars and one of the 13th Cuirassiers, brought out from the reserve. This was bringing 3,600 bayonets to bear against 1,500, for Prieto's brigade counted no more upon the mound. The attack was successful, but not without severe loss. General Paris, leading on the 7th Regiment, was wounded, as were both his aide-de-camp, and Harris's horse was killed under him. The Spanish artillery fire had been deadly. When the mound was stormed, the Spanish infantry were forced back, but by no means in disorder. They formed up again not far from its foot, and Lardizabal brought up his second brigade to support his first, placed two batteries in line, and stood to fight again. Suchet, having reformed Harisp's men, found that he had before him a second combat on the flat ground. The infantry on both sides were heavily engaged, and 6 French guns had been brought forward to enfilade Lardizabal's right, when a new turn was given to the battle. The Spanish general ordered Loy's and Caro's 1,100 cavalry to charge in mass upon the 3 squadrons of hussars and cuirassiers which covered Harisp's left. The move was an unexpected one, and was concealed for some time by scattered carob trees. The attack was well delivered, and the French horse, outnumbered by more than 2 to 1, were completely routed and fled in disorder. Loy then wheeled in upon the French flank, captured 3 guns of the battery there placed, and nearly broke the 116th of the line, which had only just time to fall back and form itself en potence to the rest of the division. The remainder of the Spanish cavalry pursued the retreating hussars. The moment looked black for the marshal. He himself confesses in his memoirs that if Harisp's infantry had given way, the battle might have been lost. But he had still a reserve. He sent back orders to Palombini to bring up St. Paul's 4 Italian battalions into the gap, and rode himself to the 2 squadrons of the 13th Cuirassiers, which had not yet advanced into the fight. They were only 350 sabres, but the regiment was a fine one, and had won, at Margalef and other fields, a great confidence in its ability to face long odds. They were launched straight at the victorious Spanish cavalry, whose main body was advancing in great disorder, and with its line broken by the groves of carob trees, while the remainder had turned inward against the French infantry. The cuirassiers went straight through the squadrons opposed to them and swept them away, whereupon even those units of the Spanish horse which had not been attacked wheeled round and retreated hastily toward the Picador ravine and its bridge. The cuirassiers followed, upsetting everything in their front, and only halted on the edge of the ravine, where they were checked by the fire of the battery attached to the Valencian reserve and the skirmishers of that body who had lined the farther edge of the depression. Both the Spanish brigadiers, Loy and Caro, had behaved very gallantly. Both were severely wounded while trying to rally their men, and were left on the field as prisoners. The defeat of the Spanish horse settled the day, which had for a moment looked doubtful. At the sight of the French hussars breaking, and the advance of their own line, the garrison of Saguntum, who had the whole field in view from their lofty perch, had lined their walls, cheering and waving their shakos in the air, despite of the shells from the siege batteries which continued to play upon them. The cheers died down as the changed fortunes of the day became visible, and hearts sank in the fortress. But the fighting was not yet concluded. Plan of the Battle of Saguntum. In large Saguntum, the rout of Loy's and Caro's horse had not directly affected Lardizabal's infantry, for the victorious cuirassiers had galloped straight before them after the fugitives, though they had also ridden over and captured a Spanish battery on the right of the line of deployed battalions. The decisive blow in this quarter was given by St. Paul's Italians, who, issuing from olive groves behind Harisp's left, came in upon the unprotected flank of Lardizabal's troops, which they rolled up, driving away at the same time a few squadrons which had not been affected by the charge of the cuirassiers. These last rode in among their own infantry, which was already hotly engaged with Harisp's battalions, and carried confusion down the line. The division, which had hitherto fought most gallantly, gave way and retired in confusion towards the bridge over the Picador, and the Cartuja, where Lardizabal hoped to sustain himself by means of the battery and the Valencian reserve battalions which he left there. Meanwhile Blake, from the summit of the knoll of El Puig, had witnessed with impotent grief the rout of his right centre. He had placed himself so far to the rear that no orders which he sent reached Lardizabal in time, and the reserve which he had kept under his own hand, 3 raw Valencian battalions and a battery, would have been too weak to save the day, even if it had not been so far, 2 miles, from the central focus of the fight, as to make its arrival in time quite impossible. The general, from the moment that he had given the original order to advance, exercised no influence whatever on the operations. One of his staff says that he sat on his horse in blank and stupid amazement at the rout, and that some of those who watched him thought him wanting in personal courage no less than in decision. But at last, he roused himself to issue orders for the retreat of his broken left and center towards Valencia, and for the instant withdrawal of his still intact right wing. Here Zayas's division stood in a most difficult place, for though it had been contending on equal terms with Habert's in front of the village of Puzzal, it is one thing to keep up a standing fight, and another to withdraw from it with a victorious enemy pushing in upon the flank. However, Zayas ordered his battalions back, and though pressed by Habert, brought them in good order across the ravine and back to the height of El Puig, where Blake stood waiting him with his small reserve. Only one corps, the Walloon Guards, had thrown itself into the houses of Puzzal, could not be extracted from them in time, and was surrounded and captured. But this small disaster did much to save the rest of the division, for so many of the French closed in upon the village, where the Walloons made a good stand, that the pursuit was not so hotly pushed as it might have been. If Suchet could have pressed in upon Blake before Zayas joined him, the whole Spanish right column might have been completely cut off from its retreat. But the marshal required some leisure to rearrange his line, after routing Lardizabal, and by the time that he had sent off the Ralliath Hussars to help Klepiski gather in prisoners, and had turned the Italians aside to march against Blake, with Harisp in support, nearly 2 hours had gone by, and the Spanish right, molested only by Habert, was drawing off towards safety. Following the road along the seashore, it reached the suburbs of Valencia without any further loss. Not so the unfortunate remnant of Lardizabal's troops. They had halted at the Cartuja, behind the Picador, while their generals strove to rally them on the reserve there left. This delay, though soldier-like and proper, enabled Suchet to catch them up. He charged them with his last fresh regiment, the 24th Dragoons, which had been kept in hand, apparently behind Habert's position, till the retreat of the Spanish right began. Then, attacking along the high road, these squadrons broke in upon the half-rallied troops, swept them away, and captured 2 guns put in battery across the chaussee and badly supported by the Valencian reserve battalions. Lardizabal's column went off in great disorder and was hunted as far as the Carexit stream, losing many prisoners to the dragoons as well as 4 flags. So ended the day. The loss of the Spaniards was not very heavy in killed and wounded, about 1,000 it is said, mainly in Lardizabal's and Zayas's divisions, for the others did not stand to fight. But of prisoners, they lost 46-41, including 230 officers and the 2 wounded cavalry brigadiers. Miranda's division contributed the largest proportion to the captives, though Zayas lost 400 men of the Walloon battalion, and Lardizabal a still greater number out of his weak division of 3,000 bayonets. 12 guns were left behind, 7 captured in the hard fighting in the right center, 5 from O'Donnell's easily routed divisions. The French casualties are given by Suchet at about 130 killed and wounded, probably an understatement, as the regimental returns show 55 officers hit, which at the ordinary rate of casualties should imply over 1,000 rank and file disabled. As a commentary on the fighting, it may be remarked that Klepiski and Robert, in dealing with Obispo, O'Donnell, and Mahy, had only 7 officers hors de combat, while Harisp and Habert lost 41 in the real fight with Zayas and Lardizabal. The actual losses in action were not the worst part of the Battle of Saguntum. The real disaster was the plain demonstration that the Valencian troops could not stand even against very inferior numbers. It was to no purpose that the 2 gallant expeditionary divisions had sacrificed themselves and lost 1 man in 3 out of their small force of 5,500 men in hard fighting. They had been betrayed by their worthless associates on the left. Blake's generalship had not been good. He dispersed his columns in the most reckless way and kept no sufficient reserves. But with the odds in his favor of 27,000 men to 14,000, he ought yet to have won if the larger half of his army had consented to fight. They did not. With such troops no more could be hoped from further battles in the open field, whatever the numerical odds might be. They could at most be utilized behind walls and entrenchments for purely passive defense. And this, as we shall see, was the deduction that their general made from the unhappy events of October 25. Next morning Suchet sent in a summons to the garrison of Saguntum, and the governor, Andriani, after short haggling for terms, surrendered. He is not to be blamed. His garrison had seen the rout of Blake's army with their own eyes and knew that there was no more hope for them. They were, as we have seen, mainly raw troops, and their good bearing up to this moment, rather than their demoralization after the battle, should provoke notice. The French approaches were by this time within a few yards of the Douze Maillots redoubt and its hastily patched breaches. The artillery fire of the besiegers was rapidly leveling the whole work, and the next storm, made on a wide front of shattered curtain, must have succeeded. It is true that a governor of the type of Alvarez of Gerona would then have held out for some time in the castle of San Fernando. But Andriani's troops were not like those of Alvarez, and he himself was a good soldier, but not a fanatical genius. 2,300 prisoners marched out on the 26th, leaving not quite 200 men in hospital behind them. The 17 guns of the fortress were many of them damaged, and the store of shot and shell was very low, though there were plenty of infantry cartridges left. Section 30, Chapter 3. The capture of Valencia and of Blake's army. November 1811, January 1812. As the result of the disastrous battle of Saguntum, Blake had lost the fortress which had served him so well as an outwork, while his field army was much decreased in numbers and still more in self-confidence. It was obviously impossible that he should ever again attempt to take the offensive with it. But he was still in possession of Valencia and all its resources, and his carefully fortified lines along the Guadalquivir were so strong that even a defeated army could make some stand behind them. He had still, after all his losses, more than 22,000 men under arms. Yet it is doubtful whether a resolute push on the part of the enemy would not have dislodged him, for more than half his army was in a state of complete demoralization. Suchet, however, had made up his mind not to strike at once, and when a few days had passed and the Spaniards had been granted time to settle down into the lines, it would undoubtedly have been hazardous to attack them with the very modest numbers that the army of Aragon had still in line. The chance would have been to press the pursuit hard on the very day after the battle. But when the marshal had counted up his losses in the trenches and the field, had deducted a small garrison for Saguntum, and had detached a brigade to escort to Tortosa his numerous prisoners, he thought himself too weak for a decisive blow. He would not have 0 men in hand unless he should call up Fichetier's brigade from Segorbe and Oropsa, and this he did not want to do, as he was entirely dependent for food and stores on the line of communication which Ficchetier was guarding. Accordingly, he resolved to defer his next blow at Blake till he should have summoned from Aragon Severali's division and Ryle S2 if the emperor would give him leave to requisition that force. He could not utilize Ryle without that leave, but Severali's troops belonged to his own army and were at his disposition if he should judge it possible to draw them southward without endangering the safety of Aragon. This he was prepared to do if a sufficient garrison for that province could be provided from another source. And the only obvious source was the army of the north. If the emperor would consent to order Dorsen to find troops to make Saragossa and the line of the Ebro secure, it would not be over rash to borrow both Severali and Ryle for operations against Valencia. But it was clear that it would take some weeks for the permission to be sent from Paris and for the troops of the army of the north to be moved when and if the permission was granted. We shall see, as a matter of fact, that it was not till the end of December, 2 full months after the Battle of Saguntum, that the two divisions were collected on the desired ground, and the final blow against Blake was delivered. Meanwhile, Suchet could do no more than place his divisions in the most favorable position for making the advance that would only be possible when Severali, and perhaps Ryle also, should arrive. With this object, he pushed them forward on November 3 to the line of the Guadalquivir, close in front of Blake's long series of entrenchments. Harisp on the right advanced to Paterna, Habert on the left to the close neighborhood of Valencia. He drove the Spanish outposts from the outlying suburb of Serranos, which lay beyond the lines and on the north side of the river, and also from the Grau, or Port and Mole, which forms the outlet of Valencia to the sea. It was most unlucky for Blake, in the end, that his natural line of communication with the Mediterranean and the English fleet lay north of the Guadalquivir, and outside his line of fortifications. Indeed, it looks as if there was a cardinal fault in the planning of the defenses when the Grau was left outside them, for though rather remote from the city 2 miles, it would be of inestimable importance, supposing that the French were to succeed in crossing the Guadalquivir and investing Valencia. With the port safe, the defenders could receive succor and supplies to any extent, and if finally reduced to extremity, could retreat by sea. Some of the energy which had been expended in throwing up the immense fortified camp, which embraced all the southern suburbs, and in lining the river westward with batteries, might well have been diverted to the fortification of the Grau and its connection with the works of the city. But probably Blake, in his looking forward to the possible events of the future, did not contemplate among the contingencies to be faced that of his being shut up with the greater part of his army within the walls of Valencia. If he were forced from the lines of the Guadalquivir, he must have intended to fall back inland or southward, and not to allow himself to be surrounded in the capital. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely insane for him to leave unfortified and abandon without a struggle Valencia's sole outlet to the sea. Meanwhile, finding himself for week after week unassailed in his lines, Blake had to take stock of his position and see if there was anything that he could do to avert the attack which must come one day and which would obviously be formidable. For it had become known to him, ere long, that Severali's division and probably other troops were working in towards Valencia and would certainly join Suchet before the winter was over. The only expedients of which Blake made use were to keep masses of men continuously at work strengthening his lines, and to renew the attempt, which he had made fruitlessly in September, for loosing Suchet's hold on Valencia by launching against his rear the irregulars of Aragon, the bands of the Empecinado, Duran, and the minor chiefs. To add some solidity to their hordes, he detached from his army the Conde de Montijo, with one of the 2 brigades which Mahy had brought from Murcia. This turbulent nobleman, more noted for his intrigues than for his fighting power, was given a general command over all the bands, and marched to join them with 3 battalions and a few guns. The latter provision was intended to obviate the difficulty which the irregulars had experienced in October from their want of artillery. Blake intended to call up Frere from Murcia with another draft from the depleted 3rd Army, whose best troops Mahy had already led to Valencia. But as we shall see, this detachment was presently distracted to another quarter, and never joined the main force. The nominal strength of the mass of troops along the Guadalquivir was, however, increased by degrees, owing to the filling of the ranks of the divisions cut up at Saguntum by men from the half-trained reserve and depots. Miranda's division in particular, which had lost so many prisoners in the battle, was completed to more than its original strength by absorbing 3 raw 3rd battalions from the reserve division, besides other drafts. Blake also endeavored to make use of urban guards and other levies of irregular organization and more than doubtful value. The population in the north of the kingdom, behind Suchet's lines, were invited to form guerrillero bands, but the Valencians never showed the zeal or energy of the Catalans and Aragonese. The bands that appeared were few in numbers and accomplished nothing of note. Indeed, it appears that the patriotic spirit of the province had run low. Mahy, in a letter to Blake of this month, complains bitterly that the peasantry refused to convey letters for him or even to give him information as to the position and movements of the French, while he knew that hundreds of them were visiting Suchet's camps daily in friendly fashion. It appears that the people were sick of the war and discontented with Blake, whose conduct to the local authorities was even more injurious to him than the uniform failure of all his military operations. The diversion to be conducted by Montijo and the irregulars in Aragon constituted the only real hope of salvation for Blake and the city of Valencia. But it was, we may say, doomed from the first to failure unless some favorable chance should intervene. A couple of thousand regulars, with the aid of guerrillero bands, hard to assemble, and not mustering at any time more than 6,000 or 7,000 men collected on one spot, were sent to paralyze the movements of more than 20,000 French. For to that figure Riles and Severali's divisions, together with the original garrison left in Aragon under Musnia, most certainly amounted. It cannot be denied that the diversion gave much trouble to the enemy, but it never prevented him from executing any operation of primary importance. On October 27th, the Italian general Mazzucchelli, with one of Severali's brigades, drove off the Empecinado and relieved the long-besieged garrison of Molina, which he brought off, abandoning the castle. But as he was returning to his chief, who then lay at Daroca, the Empecinado fell on his marching column in the pass of Cubaligo and inflicted severe damage upon it. Severali then sent out a second column of 800 men to relieve Almunia on the road to Saragossa, another outlying garrison. But Duran surprised and scattered this party just as it reached its destination, and then captured the fort with its garrison of 140 men, October 31. This provoked the enemy to march against him in force, whereupon, after fighting an obstinate engagement with Mazzucchelli near Almunia, in which the Italians lost 220 men, he turned sideways and descended upon Daroca, which his adversary had left weakly manned. He stormed the town and laid siege to the fort. This brought down upon him Panitia with one of Rile's brigades. Thereupon, wisely refusing to fight, Duran went up into the mountains of Molina, November 1811. Here he was joined some weeks later by the regular brigade under the Conde de Montijo, which Blake had sent up from Valencia. This little detachment had threaded its way among Rile's columns and had narrowly escaped destruction near Albarracin. The Conde, assuming chief command at the high-lying village of Mulmarcos, informed the Aragonese guerrilleros that something desperate must be done to relieve the pressure on Valencia, and after sending for the Empecinado, who was now beyond the mountains in the province of Guadalajara, marched on Calatayud. Unfortunately, the Partada chiefs, accustomed to conduct their expeditions on their own responsibility, viewed the advent of Montijo, a stranger of no great military reputation, with jealousy and dislike. Duran and the Conde, having reached Aitca near Calatayud, committed themselves to a serious combat with a column of 2,000 men from its garrison, having every expectation of being succored by the Empecinado, who had reached their neighborhood. He did not appear, however, and they were repulsed. Thereupon the Spaniards parted, the Conde and the regulars retiring to Torrehermosa, Duran to Deza in the province of Soria. The Empecinado, when all was over, sent in a letter in which he explained that he had held off because his officers and soldiers had no confidence save in their own chief. But it was clear that he himself wrecked the expedition out of self-willed indiscipline. The month of December was now far advanced, and nothing effective had been done to help Blake. The Aragonese bands had cost Ryle and Severali many toilsome marches, and had inflicted on them appreciable losses. Severali's division was now 2,000 men weaker than it had been in September. But they had failed entirely to stop the larger movements of the enemy, who was able to move wherever he pleased with a column of 3,000 men, though any lesser force was always in danger of being harried or even destroyed. When such it determined that he would again risk trouble in his rear, and would bring both the divisions from the Ebro down to Valencia, no one could prevent him from doing so. It is true that Severali and Ryle were leaving behind them a countryside still infested by an active and obstinate enemy, but if their generalissimo judged that he was prepared to take this risk, and was determined to crush Blake before he completed the subjugation of Upper Aragon, there was nothing that could hinder him from carrying out his intention. By the middle of December, Severali was on his way to the Guadalajara by way of Teruel, and Ryle followed not far behind, though one of his brigades, Burke's, had been distracted by being ordered to conduct the prisoners from Saguntum to the French frontier, and the other, Panetiers, had been drawn so far northward in hunting Montijo, and during that it was several marches behind the leading columns. It was not, however, Ryle and Severali alone who were set in motion for the ruin of Blake and Valencia, nor was such its mind the final controlling force of the operations, which were to spread all over eastern Spain in the months of December 1811 and January 1812. The emperor, when he hurried the army of Aragon forward in September, had explained that this was the crucial point of the war, and repeated in November that el important dans ce moment est la prise de Valence. Portugal could wait. Wellington, with 18,000 men sick and forced to remain on the defensive, was a negligible quantity during the winter. He should be dealt with in the spring by a general combination of all the French armies. Acting on this comfortable but erroneous hypothesis, Napoleon determined to shift eastward and southward not only Ryle and Sèvres, but other troops from the armies which were directly or indirectly opposed to Wellington, so as to alter for a time the general balance of forces on the Portuguese side of the peninsula. On October 18th, before the Battle of Saguntum had been fought and won, Berthier had been directed to write to Marmont that, for the support of the invasion of Valencia, King Joseph and the army of the centre would be ordered to send troops to Cuenca to take Blake in the rear. In consequence, the army of Portugal must facilitate the task of the king, i.e. find detachments to occupy those parts of New Castile from which Joseph would have to withdraw the normal garrison for his expedition to Cuenca. But presently it became evident that the army of the centre would have great difficulty in providing a column strong enough to make this diversion, even if it were relieved in La Mancha or the province of Toledo by units belonging to Marmont. Napoleon then made the all-important determination to borrow troops from the army of Portugal for the Valencian expedition. By this time, he knew of the Battle of Saguntum and had received such its appeals for reinforcements. His dispatch to Marmont of November 20th informs the Marshal that he must provide a division of 6,000 men of all arms to join the disposable force which King Joseph can spare for the assistance of such it. The still more important dispatch of the next day varied the orders in an essential detail by saying that the Marshal must send not a detachment of 6,000 men, but such a force as, united to the column supplied by King Joseph, would provide a total of 12,000 men for the diversion. And it was added that, in addition, the army of Portugal would have to fin 0 or 4,000 men more to keep up the communications of the expeditionary force with its base in New Castile. The detachment might be made without any fear of adverse consequences, since Wellington had 0 men in hospital and barely as many in a state to take the field, so no risk would be run in depleting the force opposed to him. Napoleon, conveniently ignoring the exact wording of his own dispatch, reproached Marmont, when evil results had followed, for having detached an army corps and 30 guns for the diversion instead of a light flying column. But it will be seen that the Marshal was literally obeying the orders given him when he moved 0 men towards Valencia, for the army of the centre provided not much more than 3,000 men under General d'Armagnac for the Cuenca expedition, and Marmont had therefore to fin 0 men to bring it up to the strength which the Emperor prescribed, as well as the 4,000 men to cover the line of communications. All these dispatches reached Marmont's headquarters at Placentia with the tardiness that was normal in Spain, where officers bearing orders had to be escorted by detachments many hundreds strong, supposing that their certain arrival at their destination was desired. If they traveled rapidly and unescorted, they became the inevitable prey of the guerrilleros. The dispatch of October 18th, saying that Marmont must replace King Joseph's garrisons in La Mancha, came to hand on November 11, and the Marshal accordingly directed Foy's division, then at Toledo, to break itself up and occupy the various posts which the German division of the Army of the Centre had been holding. Foy set out to fulfill these orders on November 22. The Emperor's second and third dispatches, those of November 2021, turned up on December 13th, and Marmont found himself under orders to fin 0 men for the Cuenca expedition, since d'Armagnac had only 3,000 men to contribute, and in addition 4,000 more for the line of communications. Now the Marshal was as fully convinced as his master that Wellington was not in a condition to move or to do any serious harm, and under this impression, and being probably stirred, as Napoleon afterwards remarked, by the desire to increase his own reputation by a dashing feat of arms, he resolved to take charge of the expedition in person. He ordered that the divisions of Foy and Sarrat, both weak units, the one of 8, the other of 9 battalions, and Montbrun's light cavalry should prepare to march under his own charge to join d'Armagnac and move on Valencia. Another division should come into La Mancha to take up the cantonments evacuated by Foy and keep over the line of communications. Clausel should be left in charge of the remainder of the army and observe Wellington. Not quite 600 unwounded men of the garrison were captured. They had lost just 200 during the siege, including 14 officers. The casualties among the British were, as might have been expected, much heavier, largely owing to the unjustifiable assault of June 23rd. They amounted to 5 officers and men killed, and officers and men wounded. A considerable store of clothing, much powder, and guns of all sorts were found in the 3 forts. The powder was made over to Carlos de España, one of whose officers, having moved it into the town on the 7th July, contrived to explode many barrels, which killed several soldiers and 20 citizens, besides wrecking some houses. The 3 forts were destroyed with care when they had been stripped of all their contents. The fall of the Salamanca forts happened just in time to prevent Marmont from committing himself to a serious offensive operation for their succor. It will be remembered that, on June 24th, he had used the plea that Caffarelli's troops must be with him ere many days had passed, as a justification for not pushing on to attack the British divisions in front of Santa Marta. And this expectation was reasonable in view of that general's last dispatch from Vitoria of June 14th, which spoke of his appearance with 8,000 men as certain and imminent. On the 26th, however, the marshal received another letter from the Army of the North, couched in a very different tone, which upset all his plans. Caffarelli, writing on the 20th, reported the sudden arrival on the Biscay coast of Sir Home Popham's fleet, whose strength he much exaggerated. In cooperation with the English, Longa, Renouvel's, and Porlia had all come down from their mountains, and Bilbao was in danger from their unexpected and simultaneous appearance. It would probably be necessary to march to drive off the 7th Army and the British expedition without delay. At any rate, the transference of any infantry towards the Douro for the succor of the Army of Portugal had become impossible for the moment. The brigade of light cavalry and the guns might still be sent, but the infantry division had become indispensable elsewhere. "I am sorry," ended Caffarelli, "but I could not have foreseen this development, and when I spoke of marching towards you I was far from suspecting that it could arise." This epistle changed the whole aspect of affairs. If the infantry division from Vitoria had been diverted into Biscay for an indefinite period, and if even the cavalry and guns, an insignificant force so far as numbers went, yet useful to an army short of horse, had not even started on June 20th, it was clear that not a single man would be available from the north for many days. Meanwhile, the governor of the forts signaled at dawn on the 27th that 72 hours was the limit of his power of resistance. Thereupon, Marmont came to the desperate resolve to attempt the relief of San Vicente with no more than his own 40,000 men. He tells us that he intended to move by the south side of the Tormes, crossing not at Huerta, as on the 24th, but at Alba de Tormes, 7 miles higher up, where he had a small garrison in the old castle, which protected the bridge. This move would have brought him precisely on to the ground where he ultimately fought the disastrous battle of July 22nd. He would have met Wellington with 7,000 men less than he brought to the actual battle that was yet to come, while the Anglo-Portuguese army was practically the same in July as it was in June. The result could not have been doubtful, and Marmont knew that he was taking a serious risk. But he did not fathom its full danger, since he was filled with an unjustifiable confidence in his adversary's aversion to battle, and thought that he might be maneuvered and bullied out of his position by a move against his communications. He would have found out his error in front of the Arapiles on June 29th if he had persevered. But he did not persevere. In the morning of June 27, the firing at Salamanca ceased, and a few hours later it was known that the forts had fallen. Having now no longer any reason for taking risks, the marshal changed his whole plan and resolved to remove himself in haste from Wellington's neighborhood and to take up a defensive position till he should receive reinforcements. 2 courses were open to him. The first was to retire due eastward toward Arevalo and put himself in communication by Avila and Segovia with the army of the Centre and Madrid. The second was to retire northeastward toward Valladolid and to go behind the strong defensive line of the Douro. Taking this line, the marshal would sacrifice his touch with Madrid and the south, but would be certain of picking up the reinforcement under Bonnet, which he was expecting from the Asturias, and would also be able to receive with security whatever succor Caffarelli might send, even if it turned out to be no more than cavalry and guns. This alternative he chose, probably with wisdom, for in a position on the Douro, he threatened Wellington's flank if he should advance farther eastward, and protected the central parts of the Kingdom of Leon from being overrun by the army of Galicia and Silvera's Portuguese, who would have had no containing force whatever in front of them if he had kept south of the Douro and linked himself with Madrid. His retreat, commenced before daybreak on the 28th, took him behind the Guerrilla River that night. On the 29th, he crossed the Trabancos and rested for a day after 2 forced marches. On the 30th, he passed the Zapardil and reached Ruda, close to the Douro, on the following morning. From thence, he wrote to King Joseph a dispatch which explains sufficiently well all his designs. It is all the more valuable because its details do not entirely bear out the version of his plans which he gives in his memoirs. The Salamanca forts, he said, having surrendered, there was no reason for lingering on the Tormes. It was better to fall back on his reinforcements. If he had not done so, he would have been himself attacked, for Wellington was preparing to strike and pursued promptly. He had detached one division towards Toro and the lower Douro to keep off Silvera, who had passed that river at Zamora. Moreover, the Galicians had blockaded Astorga and crossed the Orbigo. He felt that he could defend the line of the Douro with confidence, being aided by the line of fortified posts along it, Zamora, Toro, and Tordesillas. But to take the offensive against Wellington, he must have 1,500 more cavalry and 0 more infantry than he actually had in hand, since the Anglo-Portuguese army was nearly 50,000 strong and include 0 English horse. This reinforcement was precisely what Caffarelli had promised, but by the 28th, not one man of the Army of the North had reached Valladolid. If the general can trump up some valid excuse for not sending me the infantry, there is none for keeping back the cavalry, which is useless among his mountains, or the artillery, which lies idle at Burgos. Would it not be possible for the army of the centre to lend the army of Portugal Trailard's division of dragoons from the valley of the Tagus, since Caffarelli sent nothing? If only the necessary reinforcements, 1,500 horse and 0 foot, came to hand, the army of Portugal could take the offensive with a certainty of success. In 8 days, Wellington's designs could be foiled, and Salamanca could be recovered. But without that succor, the Marshal must keep to the defensive behind the Douro. I can combat the course of events, but cannot master them. This interesting dispatch explains all that followed. Marmont was prepared to fight whenever he could show a rough numerical equality with Wellington's army. He obtained it a few days later, by the arrival of Bonnet with his 6,500 infantry, and the increase of his cavalry by 800 or 900 sabres, owing to measures hereafter to be described. On July 15th, he had got together nearly 50,000 men of all arms, and at once took the offensive, according to the program which he had laid down. It is therefore unfair to him to say that he declared himself unable to fight till he should have got reinforcements either from Caffarelli or from Madrid, and then, in despite of his declaration, attacked Wellington without having received them. He may have been presumptuous in acting as he did, but at least he gave his commander-in-chief fair notice, a fortnight beforehand, as to his intentions. It was the misfortune of the French that some of their dispatches miscarried, owing to the activity of the guerrilleros, while others came to hand very late. Marmont and King Joseph, as we shall see, were very imperfectly and intermittently informed as to each other's doings. But the Marshal cannot reasonably be accused of betraying or deluding the king out of jealousy or blind ambition. When he had collected a force very nearly equal to Wellington's in numbers, and far superior in national homogeneity, he cannot be blamed overmuch for attacking a foe whose fighting spirit and initiative he much undervalued. That his conception of Wellington's character and capacity was hopelessly wrong cannot be denied. The estimate was to prove his ruin, but it had not been formed without much observation and experiment. After what he had seen on the Caya and at Oldia de Pont, and recently on the heights of San Cristobal, he thought he could take liberties with his opponent. He was to be undeceived in a very rude fashion before July was out. Section 33, Chapter 5. Marmont takes the offensive, July 1812. On July 2nd, Wellington had arrived at the end of the first stage of his campaign. He had cleared the French out of the whole of southern Leon as far as the Douro, had taken the Salamanca forts and had beaten off with ease Marmont's attempts to meddle with him. All this had been accomplished with the loss of less than 500 men. But the success, though marked, was not decisive, since the enemy's army had not been beaten in the open field, but only maneuvered out of the considerable region that it had evacuated. The most tangible advantage secured was that Marmont had been cut off from Madrid and the army of the center. He could now communicate with King Joseph only by the circuitous line through Segovia. All the guerrilleros of Castile, especially the bands of Scornal and Principe, were thrown on the Segovia and Avila roads, where they served Wellington excellently, for they captured most of the dispatches which were passing between King Joseph and Marmont, who were really out of touch with each other after the Marshal's retreat from the Tormes on June 27th. But till Marmont had been beaten in action, nothing was settled, and Wellington had been disappointed of his hope that the army of Portugal would attack him in position and allow him to deal with it in the style of Bassaco. The Marshal had retired behind the Douro with his host intact. It was certain that he would be joined there by Bonnet's division from the Asturias, and very possible that he might also receive succor from the Army of the North. The junction of Bonnet would give him a practical equality in numbers with the British Army. Any considerable reinforcement from Caffarelli would make him superior in force, and there was still a chance that other French armies might intervene, though hitherto there were no signs of it. For it was only during the first fortnight of the campaign that Wellington could reckon on having to deal with his immediate adversary alone. He was bound to have that much start, owing to the wide dispersion of the French and their difficulty in communicating with each other. But as the weeks wore on, and the enemy became more able to grasp the situation, there was a growing possibility that outlying forces might be brought up towards the Douro. If Marmont had only been defeated on June 21st, this would have mattered little, and Wellington must have regretted more and more each day that he had not taken the obvious opportunity and attacked the army of Portugal when it placed itself, incomplete and in a poor position, beneath the heights of San Cristobal. Now, however, since Marmont had got away intact, everything depended on the working of the various diversions which had been prepared to distract the other French armies. One of them, Sir Home Pophams, had succeeded to admiration, and had so scared Caffarelli that not a man of the Army of the North was yet in motion toward the Douro. And this fortunate expedition was to continue effective. For another 3 weeks, Marmont got no succors from the army that was supposed to constitute his supporting force by the instructions of the Emperor and of King Joseph. But Wellington, not having the gift of prophecy, though he could see further into the fog of war than other men, was unable to rely with certainty on Caffarelli's continued abstinence from interference. As to Soult, there were as yet no signs of any trouble from Andalusia. The Duke of Dalmatia had somewhat reinforced 500 Erlon's corps in Estremadura, but not to such an extent as threatened any real danger to Hill, who reported that he could keep 500 Erlon in check on the Albura position, and was not certain that he might not be able to attack him at advantage, a move for which he had his chief's permission. If only Wellington had been fortunate enough to receive some of Soult's letters to King Joseph, written in the second half of June, he would have been much reassured. For the Marshal was, as we shall see, refusing in the most insubordinate style to carry out the orders sent him to move troops northward. 2 minor pieces of intelligence from the south were of no primary importance, though vexatious enough. One was that Ballesteros had ventured on a battle at Bornos on June 1 and got well beaten, but his army was not destroyed. The second was that General Slade had suffered a discreditable check at Magala on June 11th in a cavalry combat with Lallemand's dragoons. But neither of these events had much influence on Soult's general conduct at the time, as we shall show in the proper place. There remained 1 quarter from which Wellington had received information that was somewhat disturbing. An intercepted letter from King Joseph to 500 Erlon showed that the latter had been directed to move towards the Tagus, and that the king himself was evidently thinking of bringing succor to Marmont, so far as his modest means allowed. But since this projected operation seemed to depend on assistance being granted by Soult, and since it was doubtful in the highest degree whether Soult would give it, Wellington was not without hopes that it might come to nothing. "I have requested the Empecinado," he writes to Lord Liverpool, "to alarm the king for the safety of his situation about Madrid, and I hope that Marshal Soult will find ample employment for his troops in the blockade of Cadiz, the continued operations of General Ballesteros, and those in Estremadura of Lute. General Hill, whose attention I have called to the probable march of this corps of the Army of the South through Estremadura. As a matter of fact, Soult prevented 500 Erlon from giving any help to the king or Marmont, but a contingency was to arise of which Wellington, on July 1st, could have no expectation, viz. that, though refused all help from the south, Joseph might come to the desperate but most soldier-like determination to march with his own little army alone to the Douro, in order to bring to bear such influence as he possessed on what was obviously a critical moment in the war. The king and Jourdan were the only men in Spain who showed a true appreciation of the crisis, but they made their move too late. The fault was undoubtedly Soult's alone. However, on July 1st, Wellington was justified in doubting whether any danger would arise on the side of Madrid. Joseph could not move the army of the centre to the Douro without risking his capital and abandoning all New Castile. As late as July 11th, Wellington suspected that he would not make this extreme sacrifice, but would rather push a demonstration down the Tagus to alarm central Portugal, a hypothesis which did not much alarm him. The king and Jourdan knew better than to make this indecisive move, and marched where their 14,000 men might have turned the whole course of the campaign, but marched too late. There was still a chance that Suchet might be helping the king. This depended entirely on an unknown factor in the game, the diversion which Lord William Bentinck had promised to execute on the coast of Catalonia. If it had begun to work, as it should have done, by the second half of June, there was little chance that any troops from the eastern side of Spain would interfere in the struggle on the Douro. But no information of recent date was yet forthcoming. It was not till July 14th that the vexatious news arrived that Lord William was faltering in his purpose and thinking of plans for diverting his expeditionary force to Italy. The situation, therefore, when Marmont went behind the Douro on July 1st, had many uncertain points. There were several dangerous possibilities, but nothing had yet happened to make ultimate success improbable. On the whole, the most disappointing factor was the conduct of the Army of Galicia. It will be remembered that Wellington had arranged for a double diversion on Marmont's flank and rear. Silveira, with the militia of the Trás-os-Montes and 500 Urban's Portuguese cavalry brigade, was to cross the Esla and besiege Zamora. Santasildas, with the Army of Galicia, had been directed to attack Astorga with part of his force, but to bring the main body forward to the Esla and overrun the plains of northern Leon. Silveira had but a trifling force, and the task allotted to him was small, but on July 1st he had not yet reached Zamora with his infantry and was only at Carvajales on the Esla. On the other hand, 500 Urban's cavalry had pushed boldly forward in front of him, had swept the whole north bank of the Douro as far as Toro, and reported that all the French garrisons save Astorga, Zamora, and Toro had been drawn in, that Benevent, Leon, and all the northern plain were unoccupied. On July 2, 500 Urban was at Castronuovo, north of Toro, right in the rear of Marmont's flank, a very useful position, since it enabled him to keep up communication between Silveira and the Galicians, as well as to report any movement of the French right. Moreover, though his force was very small, only 800 sabres, it was enough to prevent any foraging parties from Marmont's rear from exploiting the resources of the north bank of the Douro. Some such appeared, but were driven in at once, so that the marshal had to live on his magazines and the villages actually within his lines. In the end, these resources would be exhausted, and the old choice, starvation or dispersion, would once more be presented to the army of Portugal. But as a military body, neither 500 Urban's 800 horse nor Silveira's 4,000 militia had any threatening power against Marmont's rear. They might almost be neglected, while the real pressure which Wellington had intended to apply in this quarter was not forthcoming. He had hoped that, by the time that he and Marmont were at close quarters, the Army of Galicia would have been taking a useful part in the campaign. It was not that he intended to use it as a fighting force, but if it could have appeared in the French rear 15,000 strong, it would have compelled Marmont to make such a large detachment for the purpose of containing it, that he would have been left in a marked numerical inferiority on the Douro. Unfortunately, the Galicians moved late, in small numbers, and with marked timidity. They exercised no influence whatever on the course of the campaign, either in June or in July. Yet after Bonnet evacuated the Asturias and went off eastward on June 15th, the army of Galicia had no field force of any kind in front of it. The only French left in its neighborhood were the 1,500 men who formed the garrison of Astorga. Castaños, who had moved up to Santiago in June and assumed command, did not take the field himself, but handed over the charge of the troops at the front to Santasildas. The latter sat down in front of Astorga with his main body and only pushed forward a weak division under Cabrera to Benevent, where it was still too remote from Marmont to cause him any disquiet. The siege of Astorga was only a blockade till July 2nd, as no battering train was brought up till that date. First Abadia and later Castaños had pleaded that they had no means for a regular siege, and it was not till Sir Howard Douglas pointed out a sufficient store of heavy guns in the arsenal of Corunna that Castaños began to scrape together the battering train that ultimately reached Astorga. But this was not so much the weak point in the operations of the Galician army as the fact that, of 15,000 men brought together on the Orbigo, only 3,800 were pushed forward to the Esla, while the unnecessarily large remainder conducted a leisurely siege of the small garrison of Astorga. Wellington had reckoned on having an appreciable force, 10,000 or 12,000 men, at the front, molesting Marmont's flank. This would have forced the Marshal to make a large detachment to keep it off. But not a man appeared on the east bank of the Esla, and the operations of 500 Urban's small brigade were of far more service to the main army than that of the whole of the Galicians. Marmont ignored the presence of the few thousand men pushed forward to Benevent, and was justified in so doing. Meanwhile Santasildas, with an optimism that proved wholly unjustifiable, sent messages that Astorga would be taken within a few days, and that he would then move forward with his main body. As a matter of fact, the place held out till the 18th of August. Wellington, therefore, was building on a false hypothesis when he wrote to Lord Bathurst on July 7 that he was surveying all the fords of the Douro and waiting till the river should have fallen a little and made them more practicable. By that time, I hope that the army of Galicia under General Santasildas will have been able to advance, the siege of Astorga having been brought to a conclusion. 2 days later, he added, it would not answer to cross the river at all in its present state, unless we should be certain of having the cooperation of the Galician troops. His delay in making an attempt to force the line of the Douro, therefore, may be attributed in the main to the tiresome conduct of Santasildas, who played to him much the same part that Caffarelli played to Marmont. While remaining in this waiting posture, Wellington placed his troops opposite the various passages of the Douro, on a line of some 15 miles. His left, consisting of the 3rd Division, Pack S and Bradford's Portuguese, and Carlos de España's Spaniards, with Lamarchan's and Bach's heavy dragoons, lay near the point where the Trabancos falls into the Douro, holding the ford of Poyos, where the favorable configuration of the ground enabled them to be sure of the passage, the enemy's line being perforce drawn back to some distance on the north bank. It was always open to Wellington to use this ford when he should determine on a general advance. The light 4th, 5th, and 8th divisions forming the right wing lay opposite Tordesillas with Ruda and La Seca behind them. Their front was covered by Alton's cavalry brigade, their right or outer flanked by Anson's. The reserve was formed by the 1st and 8th divisions quartered at Medina del Campo, 10 miles to the rear. The whole could be assembled for an offensive or a defensive move in a day's march. Marmont was drawn up to face the attack that he expected in an almost equally close and concentrated formation. His front, extending from the junction of the Pisuerga with the Douro near Simancas on his left, to the ground opposite the ford of Poyos on his right, was very thickly held, but on the 5th he rightly conceived doubts as to whether it would not be easy for Wellington to turn his western flank by using the ford of Castro Nuno and other passages downstream from Poyos. He then detached Foy's division to Toro and the neighborhood to guard against such a danger, but this was still an insufficient provision, since Toro is 15 miles from Poyos, and a single division of 5,000 men would have to watch rather than defend such a length of river line if it were attacked in force. Therefore, when Bonnet, so long expected in vain, arrived from the north on July 7th, Marmont placed him in this portion of his line, for the assistance of Foy. He still retained 6 divisions massed around Tordesillas, whose unbroken bridge gave him a secure access to the southern bank of the Douro. With this mass of 35,000 men in hand, he could meet Wellington with a solid body if the latter crossed the Douro at or below Poyos. Or he might equally well take the more daring step of assuming a counteroffensive and marching from Tordesillas on Salamanca against his adversary's communications, if the Allies threatened his own by passing the river and moving on Valladolid. A word to explain the tardiness of Bonnet's arrival in comparison with the earliness of his start is perhaps required. He had evacuated Oviedo and Gijon and his other posts in the Asturias as early as June 14th, the actual day on which Wellington commenced his offensive campaign. This he did not in consequence of Marmont's orders, which only reached him when he had begun to move, but on his own responsibility. He had received correct information as to the massing of the Allied army round Ciudad Rodrigo and of the forward movement of the Galicians towards Astorga. He knew of the dispersed state of Marmont's host and saw the danger to himself. Should the Marshal concentrate about Salamanca, he could never join him if the whole army of Galicia threw itself between. Wherefore not only did he resolve to retreat at once, but he did not move by the pass of Pages and Leon, the obvious route to rejoin the army of Portugal. For fear that he might be intercepted, he took the coast road, picking up the small garrisons that he had placed in 1 or 2 small ports. He reached Santander on the 22nd, not molested so much as he might have been by the bands of Porlier and Longa, whose haunts he was passing, because the bulk of them had gone off to help in Sir Home Popham's raid on Biscay. From Santander, he turned inland, past Reynosa, in the heart of the Cantabrian Sierras, on the 24th June, and arrived at Aguilar del Campo, the first town in the province of Palencia, on the 29th. From thence, he had a long march of 7 days in the plains before he reached Valladolid on the 6th, and reported himself at Marmont's headquarters on the 7th of July. He brought with him a strong division of 6,500 infantry, a light field battery, and a single squadron of chasseurs. Even 100 sabres were a welcome reinforcement to Marmont's underhorsed army. It was an odd fact that Bonnet's division had never before met the English in battle, though one of its regiments had seen them during the last days of Sir John Moore's retreat in January 1809. For the 3 years since that date, they had always been employed in the Asturias. The arrival of Bonnet brought up the total of Marmont's infantry to 43,000 men, and his guns to 78. The cavalry still remained the weak point, but by a high-handed and unpopular measure, the Marshal succeeded, during his stay on the Douro, in procuring nearly 1,000 horses for the dismounted dragoons who were encumbering his dépôt at Valladolid. In the French, as in the British Peninsular Army, it had become common for many of the junior officers of the infantry to provide themselves with a riding horse. Most captains and many lieutenants had them, and their seniors, chefs de bataillon and colonels, habitually had several horses more than they were entitled to. Marmont took the heroic measure of proclaiming that he should enforce the regulations and that all unauthorized horses were confiscated. He paid, however, a valuation for each beast on a moderate scale, otherwise the act would have been intolerable. In this way, including some mounts requisitioned from doctors, commissaries, and sutlers, about 1,000 horses in all were procured. The number of cavalry fit for the field had gone up by July 15th from about 2,200 to 3,200, a total which was only 300 less than Wellington's full strength of British sabres. It occurs to the casual observer that the horses, having never been trained to squadron drill or to act in mass, must have been difficult to manage, even though the riders were competent horsemen. This may have something to do with the very ineffective part played by the French cavalry in the next fortnight's campaigning. A quaint anecdote of the time shows us General Topin, an old revolutionary veteran, with all the officers of his brigade called together in a village church. He ascended the pulpit and thundered against the abuse of horses in the infantry. He would make an end of all baggage carried on mules or asses, but most especially of the officers riding horses. "Gentlemen," he cried, "in 1793 we were allowed a haversack as our only baggage, a stone as our only pillow. Well, it was a long time since 1793. We were in 1812, and the speaker, this old and gallant soldier, had 6 baggage mules himself. During the first 10 days after the deadlock on the Douro began, the French were much puzzled by Wellington's refusal to continue his advance. Foy, the ablest of them, noted in his diary that he must conclude either that the enemy was not numerous enough to take the offensive, his strength might have been overvalued, or else that he was waiting for Hill to bring up his corps from Estremadura. This last idea, indeed, was running in the brains of many French strategists. It obsessed Jourdan and King Joseph at Madrid, who were well aware that Hill, marching by Alcantara and the passes of the Sierra de Gata, could have got to the Douro in half the time that it would have taken his opponent, 500 Erlan, who would have had to move by Toledo, Madrid, and Segovia. But the simple explanation is to be found in Wellington's dispatch to Lord Bathurst of July 13. It is obvious that we could not cross the Douro without sustaining great loss, and could not fight a general action under circumstances of greater disadvantage. The enemy's numbers are equal, if not superior, to ours. They have in their position thrice the amount of artillery that we have, and we are superior in cavalry alone, which arm, it is probable, could not be used in the sort of attack we should have to make. He then proceeds to demonstrate the absolute necessity of bringing forward the army of Galicia against Marmont's rear. Its absence was the real cause of the deadlock in which he found himself involved. All offensive operations were postponed. Meanwhile, the enemy might receive reinforcements and attack, since he had not been attacked. But I still hope that I shall be able to retain, at the close of this campaign, those acquisitions which we made at its commencement. Meanwhile, Marmont, having had a fortnight to take stock of his position, and having received reinforcements which very nearly reached the figure that he had named to King Joseph as the minimum which would enable him to take the offensive, was beginning to get restless. He had now realized that he would get no practical assistance from Caffarelli, who still kept sending him letters exaggerating the terrors of Sir Home Popham's raid on Biscay. They said that there were 6 ships of the line engaged in it, and that there was a landing force of British regulars. Bonnet's evacuation of the Asturias had allowed all the bands of Cantabria to turn themselves loose on Biscay. Bilbao was being attacked, and so forth. This being so, it was only possible to send a brigade of cavalry and a horse artillery battery. Anything more was useless to ask. This was written on June 26th, but by July 11th, not even the cavalry brigade had started from Vitoria, as was explained by a subsequent letter, which only reached Marmont after he had already started on an offensive campaign. As a matter of fact, Caffarelli's meager contribution of 750 sabres and 1 battery actually got off on July 16th. Marmont may be pardoned for having believed that it would never start at all, when it is remembered that a month had elapsed since he first asked for aid, and that every 2 days he had been receiving dispatches of excuse, but no reinforcements. He had no adequate reason for thinking that even the trifling force which did in the end start out would ever arrive. Nor, as he demonstrates clearly enough in his defense of his operations, had he any more ground for believing that Joseph and Jourdan would bring him help from Madrid. They resolved to do so in the end, and made a vigorous effort to collect as large a force as was possible. But the announcement of their intention was made too late to profit Marmont. The dispatch conveying it was sent off from Madrid only on July 9th, and never reached the Marshal at all, for the 2 copies of it, sent by separate messengers, were both captured by guerrilleros between Madrid and Valladolid, and came into Wellington's instead of into Marmont's hands. This was a consequence of the insecurity of the communication via Segovia, the only one route open when the army of Portugal retired behind the Douro. On July 12th, the last piece of intelligence from Madrid which Marmont had received was a dispatch from Jourdan dated June 30th. It had taken 12 days to get 150 miles, which shows the shifts to which its bearer had been exposed. This letter is so important as showing what the king and Jourdan opined at the moment, that its gist is worth giving. Jourdan begins by complaining that on June 30, the last dispatch from the army of Portugal to hand was 16 days old, of the date of June 14th. It is clear, then, that no copies of the reports sent by Marmont on June 22 and June 24 had got to Madrid, a circumstance to be explained by the fact that Wellington had them instead of their destined recipient. Jerdan then proceeds to say that he is informed that Wellington has 50,000 men, but only 18,000 of them British. The king thinks that if this is so, you are strong enough to beat his army and would like to know the motives which have prevented you from taking the offensive. He charges me to invite you to explain them by express messenger. In the south it was known that Hill, with 18,000 men, was advancing on June 18th against 500 Erlan. That officer was to be reinforced from Seville and was probably at close quarters with Hill. The king had sent orders that 500 Erlan was to move northward into the valley of the Tagus if Hill marched up to join Wellington. But it being probable that the order would not be very promptly executed, His Majesty would like you to take advantage of the moment when Wellington has not all his forces in hand to fight him. The king has asked for troops from Marshal Suchet, but they will never be sent. All that His Majesty can do at present is to reinforce the garrison of Segovia and order its governor, General Espert, to help the garrison of Avila, if necessary, and to supply it with food. This letter, which clearly gives no hope of immediate help for the army of Portugal from Madrid, and which might be taken as a direct incitement to bring Wellington to action at once, must be read in conjunction with the last epistle that Marmont had received from the same quarter. This was a letter of the king's dated June 18. The important paragraph of it runs as follows. If General Hill has remained with his 18,000 men on the left, south bank of the Tagus, you ought to be strong enough to beat the English army, more especially if you have received any reinforcements from the army of the north. You must choose your battlefield and make your best dispositions. But if Hill joins the main English army, I fancy they are too strong for you. In that case, you must maneuver to gain time. I should not hesitate to give you a positive order to defer fighting if I were certain that Count 500 Erlan and his 15,000 men and a division from the army of Aragon were on their way to you. For on their arrival, the English army would be seriously compromised. But being wholly uncertain about them, I must repeat to you that if General Hill is still on the south side of the Tagus, you should choose a good position and give battle with all your troops united. But if General Hill joins Lord Wellington, you must avoid an action as long as possible, in order to pick up the reinforcements, which will certainly reach you in the end. I think that there can be no doubt in the mind of any honest critic that on the strength of these two dispatches from his commander-in-chief, Marmont was justified in taking the offensive against Wellington, without waiting for that help from Madrid, which the king had not offered him. Hill being far away, and Wellington having no more than his own 7 divisions of Anglo-Portuguese, Marmont is decidedly authorized to bring him to action. The sole factor which the second Madrid dispatch states wrongly is the proportion of British troops in the Allied army. Jerdan guesses that there are 50,000 men, but only 18,000 British. As a matter of fact, there were 49,000 men at the moment, but about 30,000 were British. This made a difference, no doubt, and Marmont, if he had been determined to avoid a battle, might have pleaded it as his justification. But he was not set on any such timid policy. He had well nigh attacked Wellington at San Cristobal on June 21st, when he had not yet received his own reinforcements. When Bonnet had come up, and the British had obtained no corresponding addition to their strength, he was eager to take the offensive, and Joseph's and Jerdan's dispatches distinctly authorized him to do so. After the disaster of Salamanca, Napoleon drew up an indictment of Marmont, of which the 3 chief heads were: 1. He took the offensive without waiting for reinforcements, which were to join him. 2. He delivered battle without the authorization of his commander-in-chief. 3. He might, by waiting only 2 days longer, before he committed himself to a general action, have received at least the cavalry and guns which he knew that Caffarelli had sent him. The very complete answer to these charges is that 1. When the Marshal took the offensive, he had no reason to suppose that any reinforcements were coming. Caffarelli had excused himself. The king had promised succor only if Hill joined Wellington, not otherwise. Hill had never appeared, therefore no help was likely to come from the southward. 2. He had clear permission from Joseph to give battle, unless Hill should have joined Wellington. 3. The succors from Caffarelli, a weak cavalry brigade, and one battery were so small that their arrival would have made no practical difference to the strength of the army. But to have waited 2 days for them, after the campaign had commenced, would have given Wellington the opportunity of concentrating and taking up a good position. It was only after the maneuvering had begun that this little brigade started from Vitoria on July 16th. The Army of Portugal had already committed itself to offensive operations and could not halt for 2 days in the midst of them without losing the initiative. From his own point of view, then, Marmont was entirely justified in recrossing the Douro and assuming the offensive. He had got all the reinforcements that he could count upon. They made his army practically equal to Wellington's in numbers. In homogeneity it was far superior. If he had waited a little longer, he might have found 0 men of the army of Galicia at his back, setting all old Castile and Leon aflame. Moreover, Astorga was only victualled up to August 1st and might fall any day. He could not have foreseen King Joseph's unexpected march to his aid, which no dispatch received before July 12th rendered likely. His misfortune or fault was that he undervalued the capacity of Wellington to maneuver, his readiness to force on an offensive battle, and most of all, the fighting value of the Anglo-Portuguese army. It cannot be denied that Marmont's method of taking the offensive against Wellington was neat and effective. It consisted in a feint against his adversary's left wing, followed by a sudden countermarch and a real attack upon his right wing. On July 15th, Foy and Bonnet, with the 2 divisions forming the French right, received orders to restore the bridge of Toro, to drive in Wellington's cavalry screen in front of it, and to cross to the south bank of the Douro. At the same time, the divisions of the French centre, opposite the fords of Poyos, made an ostentatious move downstream towards Toro, accompanied by the marshal himself, and those on the left, near Tordesillas, shifted themselves towards Poyos. Almost the whole French army was clearly seen marching westward, and the 2 leading divisions were actually across the river next morning and seemed to be heading straight for Salamanca by the Toro road. Wellington was deceived, exactly as Marmont had intended. He drew the obvious conclusion that his adversary was about to turn his left flank and to strike at Salamanca and his line of communications. It would have been in his power to make a corresponding move against Valladolid, Marmont's base, but his own line of communications meant much more to him than did Marmont's. There was a great difference between the position of an army living by transport and magazines and that of an army living on the country by plunder, like that of the French marshal. Wellington had always been jealous of his left wing, and as early as July 12 had drawn up an elaborate order of march, providing for the contingency of the enemy crossing the Douro at Toro and the ford of Castro Nuno. If his entire force seemed on the move, the whole British army would make a corresponding shift westward. If only a division or 2, the mass transferred would be less in similar proportion. He had no idea of defending the actual course of the river. In a letter written a few days later to Lord Bathurst, he remarked that it was totally out of my power to prevent the enemy from crossing the Douro at any point at which he might think it expedient, as he had in his possession all the bridges Toro and Tordesillas and many of the fords. His plan was to concentrate against the crossing force and fight a defensive action against it, wherever a good position might be available. There were 2 reasons for which Wellington regarded a genuine offensive move of Marmont by Toro and Castro Nuno as probable. The first was that he had received King Joseph's dispatch of July 9th, captured by guerrilleros, which gave him the startling news that the king had resolved to evacuate all New Castile save Madrid and Toledo, and to march with his field force of some 14,000 men to join the army of Portugal. Wellington wrote to Graham, who was now on his way home, early on the 16th, that either the Galicians' approach on his rear had induced Marmont to collect his troops near Toro, or he had heard that Joseph was gathering the army of the centre at Madrid and was threatening the allied left in order to prevent us from molesting the king. It was clear that if Wellington had to shift westward to protect his line of communications, he could make no detachment to contain King Joseph, who would be approaching from the southeast. Another letter, written an hour or so later, says, "These movements of Marmont are certainly intended to divert our attention from the army of the centre, which is collecting at Madrid, if he knows of this circumstance, which I doubt." The doubt was well grounded. That the whole movement on Toro was a feint did not occur to Wellington, but his orders of the 16th, given in the evening, after he had heard that 2 French divisions were actually across the Douro on his left, provide for the possibility that some serious force may still remain at Tordesillas and may require observation. The orders direct the transference of the great bulk of the Allied army to a position which will cover the road Toro-Salamanca. They were issued in the evening to the following effect. The reserve 1st Anth Divisions was to march from Medina del Campo to Alijos beyond the Trabancos River, and subsequently to Canizal and Fuente la Peña behind the Guerrilla River. The left wing, which was watching the fords of Poyos, 3rd Division, Bach's cavalry, Bradford's and Carlos de España's infantry, to Castrillo on the Guerrilla. Of the right wing, the 6th Division and 2 regiments of La Marchant's horse were to move on Fuente la Peña, the 5th Division on Canizal. Alton's cavalry brigade was to follow the 1st Division. This left the 4th and light divisions and Anson's cavalry still unaccounted for. They were set aside to act as a sort of rearguard, being directed to move westward only as far as Castrejon on the Trabancos River, 10 miles short of the concentration point on the Toro Road, to which the rest of the army was ordered to proceed. It is clear, though Wellington does not say so, that they would serve as a containing force if the enemy had left any troops at Tordesillas and brought them over the Douro there or at the fords of Poyos. All these moves were duly executed, and on the morning of the 17th, Wellington's army was getting into position to withstand the expected advance of the enemy on Salamanca by the Toro Road. This attack, however, failed to make itself felt, and presently news came that the 2 divisions of Foy and Bonnet, which had crossed the Douro at Toro, had gone behind it again and destroyed their bridge. What Marmont had done during the night of the 16th-17th was to reverse the marching order of his whole army, the rear suddenly becoming the head, and the head the rear. The divisions to the eastward, which had not yet got near Toro, countermarched on Tordesillas and crossed its bridge, with the light cavalry at their head. Those which had reached Toro brought up the rear and followed with Foy and Bonnet at the tail of the column. This was a most fatiguing march for all concerned, the distance from Toro to Tordesillas being about 20 miles and the operation being carried out in the night hours. But it was completely successful. During the morning of the 17th, the vanguard, consisting of Clausel's and Maucun's divisions and Curdo's chasseurs à cheval, was pouring over the bridge of Tordesillas and occupying Ruda and La Seca, which the British had evacuated 15 hours before. The rest followed, the 2 rear divisions cutting a corner and saving a few miles by crossing the ford of Poyos. This was a safe move when the cavalry had discovered that there were none of Wellington's troops left east of the Trabancos River. By night on the 17th, the bulk of the French army was concentrated at Nava del Rey, 10 miles southwest of Tordesillas. In the afternoon, Wellington's rearguard, the 4th and light divisions, and Anson's cavalry had been discovered in position at Castrejon, where their commander had halted them, when he discovered that he had been deceived as to his adversary's purpose. The rest of the British army had concentrated, according to orders, in the triangle Canizal-Castrillo-Fuente la Peña, behind the Guerrilla River and in front of the Toro-Salamanca road. Map of the country between Salamanca and Tordesillas. Enlarge the Salamanca campaign. Wellington's first task was to draw back his rearguard to join his main body, without allowing it to become seriously engaged with the great mass of French in its front. This he undertook in person, marching at daylight with all his disposable cavalry, the brigades of Bach and La Marchant, to join the force at Castrejon, while he threw out the 5th Division to Torresilla de la Orden to act as a supporting echelon on the flank of the retiring detachment. The remaining divisions, 1st, 3rd, 6th, 7th, took up a position in line of battle on the heights above the Guerrilla, ready to receive their comrades when they should appear. The charge of the rearguard this day was in the hands of Stapleton Cotton, the senior cavalry officer with the army, who outranked Cole and Charles Alton, the commanders of the 4th and light divisions. He had received no orders during the night, and his last, those of the preceding afternoon, had directed him to halt, till his chief should have discovered the true position and aim of the French army. Wellington explained, in his next dispatch home, that the various details of intelligence, which enabled him to grasp Marmont's whole plan, did not reach him till so late on the 17th that it was useless to send cotton orders to start. They could only be carried out at dawn, and he himself intended to be present with the rearguard before the sun was far above the horizon. He arrived at 7 o'clock in the morning, in time to find his lieutenant already engaged with the French van, but not committed to any dangerous close fighting. Cotton had, very wisely, sent out patrols before daylight to discover exactly what was in front of him. If it was only a trifling body, he intended to drive it in and advance towards La Nava and Ruda. If Marmont was in force, he would take up a defensive position at Castregen and wait for further orders. The patrols soon ran into French cavalry advancing in force and were driven back upon Anson's brigade, which was drawn up on a long front in advance of the village of Castregen. On seeing it, the enemy brought up 2 batteries of horse artillery and began to play upon the scattered squadrons. Bull's and Ross's troops were ordered out to reply, and did so with effect, but the total strength of the French cavalry was too great, and Anson's regiments had presently to give way, though not so much owing to the pressure on their front as to the sight of a large column of French infantry turning the left of their line, and marching on Alijo's, with the obvious intention of getting round to their left rear and molesting their retreat towards the Guerrilla, where the main body of the British army was awaiting them. Wellington was involved in person in the end of the cavalry bickering, and in no very pleasant fashion. He and Beresford, with their staffs, had arrived on the field about 7 o'clock, in advance of the 2 heavy cavalry brigades who were coming up to reinforce Cotton. He rode forward to the left of the skirmishing line, where 2 squadrons, one of the 11th and one of the 12th Light Dragoons, were supporting 2 guns of Ross's troop, on high ground above the ravine of the Trabancos River. Just as the commander-in-chief came on the scene, a squadron of French cavalry, striking in from the flank, rode at the guns, not apparently seeing the supporting troops. They met and broke the squadron of the 12th Light Dragoons, which came up the hill to intercept them. Some of Marshal Beresford's staff, seeing this, and conceiving the guns to be in danger, rode up to the retiring squadron calling "threes about." This unfortunately was heard by the supporting squadron of the 11th, who, imagining the order to be directed to themselves, went about and retired, instead of advancing to relieve their broken comrades above. Therefore the mass of pursuers and pursued from the combat on the flank came hurtling down on the guns and on the headquarters staff just behind them. Wellington and Beresford and their followers were swept away in the rout, and had to draw their swords to defend themselves. Fortunately, the misdirected squadron of the 11th soon saw their mistake. They halted and turned, and falling on the scattered and exhausted French dragoons drove them back with great loss. Few, it is said, except their chef d'escadron, who showed uncommon gallantry, got away. It was a dangerous moment for the Allied army. A chance thrust in the mêlée might have killed or disabled Wellington, and have thrown the command into the hands of Beresford or Stapleton Cotton. Wellington had no sooner detected the flank movement of Marmont's infantry towards Alijo's than he ordered the 4th and Light Divisions to retire towards the Guerrilla, covered by G. Anson's brigade, while Bach's and Lamarchan's heavy dragoons, farther to the left, drew up in front of the infantry of the turning column and detained it, retiring when pressed by alternate brigades. Marmont's whole army was now visible, moving on in 2 long columns, of which the more southern followed the 4th and Light Divisions, in the direction of Torresilla de la Orden, and tried to come up with their rear, while the other, passing through Alijo's, made by the high road for Castrillo on the Guerrilla, where the British reserves were posted. There was a long bickering fight across the 8 miles of rolling ground between the Trabancos and the Guerrilla, not without some exciting moments for Wellington's rearguard. After passing Torresilla de la Orden and picking up there the 5th Division, which had been waiting as a supporting echelon to cover their southern flank, all the British infantry had to march very hard, for troops diverging from the northern French column got close in upon their right and moving parallel with them bid fair to reach the Guerrilla first. In the retreat, the 4th Division moved on the right and was therefore most exposed, the Light Division next them, the 5th Division farther south and more distant from the turning column of the French. The cavalry pursuit in the rear of the retreating force was never really dangerous. It was held off by Le Marchant's heavy and Anson's light dragoons without any great difficulty, and the 5th and light divisions only suffered from some distant shelling by the French horse artillery. But the 4th Division, though covered from the pursuit in their direct rear by Bach's German squadrons, found a dangerous point about a mile on the near side of the Guerrilla, where 2 batteries from the French turning column had galloped forward to a knoll, commanding the ground over which they had to pass, and opened a teasing fire upon the flank of the brigades as they marched by. General Cole, however, threw out his divisional battery and all his light companies to form a screen against their attack, and moved on, protected by their fire, without turning from his route. The covering force fell in to the rear when the defiling was over, and the division suffered small loss from its uncomfortable march. Wellington allowed all the 3 retreating divisions to halt for a moment on the farther side of the stream, at the bottom of the trough in which it runs. The halt near the water, short as it was, gave refreshment and rest to the troops after a rapid march over an arid country in extremely hot weather. But it could not be allowed to last for more than a very few minutes, for the pursuing enemy soon appeared in force at several points on the heights above the eastern bank of the Guerrilla, and many batteries opened successively on the 3 divisions, who were of necessity compelled to resume their march up the slope to the crest, on their own side of the water. Here they fell into position on Wellington's chosen defensive fighting ground, the 4th Division forming the extreme northern section of the battle array, by the village of Castrillo, the light 8th Divisions falling into the line of troops already drawn up in front of Canizal, while the 1st 8th Divisions were extended to the south, to form the new right wing, and took their place on the heights of Vallessa, above the village and ford of El Almo. Some anxious hours had been spent while the retreat was in progress, but Wellington was now safe, with every man concentrated on an excellent position, where he was prepared to accept the defensive battle for which he had been waiting for the last month. It seemed likely at first that his wish might be granted, for the French made a vigorous attack upon his left wing, almost before it had got settled down into its appointed ground. It would appear that General Clausel, who commanded the more northerly of the 2 great columns in which the French army was advancing, while Marmont himself was with the other, thought that he saw his chance of carrying the heights above Castrillo and turning the Allied left, if he attacked at once, before the 4th Division had been granted time to array itself at leisure. Accordingly, without wasting time by sending to ask permission from his chief, he directed a brigade of dragoons to outflank Cole's left by crossing the Guerrilla downstream, while Brenier's division passed it at Castrillo and assailed the front of the 4th Division. Clausel's own division advanced in support of Brenier's. This move brought on very sharp fighting. The turning movement of the French dragoons was promptly met by Victor Alten's brigade 14th Light Dragoons, 1st Hussars KGL, whose squadrons had been watching the lower fords of the Guerrilla all day. Alten allowed the hostile cavalry to cross the river and come up the slope, and then charged suddenly in a echelon of squadrons, the left squadron of the 1st Hussars, KGL leading. The enemy had only begun to deploy when he was attacked, Alten's advance having been too rapid for him. The 2 French regiments, 15th Anth Dragoons, were after a stiff fight completely routed and driven downhill with great loss, till they finally found refuge behind a half-battery and an infantry battalion which formed their supports. General Carrier, commanding the 2 regiments, was taken prisoner by a German hussar, having got cut off from his men in the flight. The French lost in officers and more than 150 men, of who were prisoners, mostly wounded. How sharp the clash was may be seen from the fact that Alten's victorious brigade had not much fewer casualties. The 14th Light Dragoons lost 75 killed and wounded, the German hussars 60. But no doubt some of these losses were suffered not in the cavalry combat, but a little later in the day, when Alten charged the French infantry. While this lively fight was in progress on the flank, Brenier's division had crossed the Guerrilla in a mass, and on a very short front, apparently in 3 columns of regiments, battalion behind battalion. They were ascending the lower slopes below Cole's position, when Wellington, who was present here in person, suddenly took the offensive against them, sending W. Anson's brigade, 327th and 40th, against them in line, with Stubbs's Portuguese, 11th Anad regiments supporting in columns of quarter distance. The French division halted, apparently with the intention of deploying, but there was no time for this. The line of Anson's brigade enveloped both the hostile flanks with its superior frontage and opened fire. After a short resistance, the French gave way in great disorder and streamed down to the Guerrilla. As they fled, Alton let loose part of his brigade against their flank. The horsemen rode in deep among the fugitives and cut off 6 officers and men as prisoners. Clausel had to bring up a regiment of his own division to cover the broken troops as they repassed the river. It suffered severely from Cole's artillery, losing 6 officers killed and wounded and many men. The attempt to take liberties with Wellington's army, when it had assumed the defensive on favorable ground, had thus failed in the most lamentable style, and with very heavy loss. At least 700 men had been killed, wounded, or taken in Marmont's army that day, and all but a few scores belonged to the 4 infantry and 2 cavalry regiments, which Clausel sent to attack the heights by Castrillo. The corresponding British loss that day was 525, including about 50 stragglers taken prisoners during the retreat from the Trabancos to the Guerrilla, because they had fallen behind their regiments, footsore infantry, or troopers whose horses had been shot. The cavalry, which had so successfully covered the long march across the open, had a certain amount of casualties, but the only units that had suffered heavily were the 4 regiments, horse and foot, that dealt with Clausel's attack, who lost 276 men between them. Wellington must have felt much disappointment at seeing Clausel's offensive move at Castrillo unsupported by the rest of the French divisions, who were lining the farther bank of the Guerrilla parallel with the whole of his front. But Marmont, unlike his venturesome subordinate, nourished no illusions about the advisability of attacking a British army in position. He made no move in the afternoon. In his memoirs, he points out that the infantry was absolutely exhausted, having been continuously on the march for 3 days and 1 night. This day had been a disappointing one for the French marshal also. He had failed to cut off Wellington's 2 detached divisions, so that all the advantage which he had obtained by his marches and countermarches between Toro and Tordesillas was now exhausted. The Allied army had succeeded in concentrating and was now drawn up in his front, covering Salamanca and its own line of communications in a very tenable position. Napier truly remarks that, since the attempt to isolate and destroy Cotton's detachment had miscarried, Marmont had gained no more by his elaborate feint and forced marches than he would have obtained by continuing his original advance across Toro Bridge on the 16th. He had got the whole Anglo-Portuguese army arrayed in a defensive position in front of him, on the line of the Guerrilla, instead of somewhere in the neighborhood of Fuente Soco, a few miles farther east. On the morning of the 19th July, it seemed as if a new deadlock was to bring the campaign to standstill, for the 2 armies continued to face each other across the Guerrilla, Wellington hoping, rather than expecting to be attacked, Marmont looking in vain for a weak point between Castrillo and Vallesa, where it would be worthwhile to try a forward thrust. While he was reconnoitering, his weary infantry got a much-needed rest. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, however, the whole French army was seen falling into column, and presently edged off southward till it lay between Tarazona and Cantalapidra. Wellington thereupon made a corresponding movement, evacuating Castrillo to the north and extending his line of battle beyond Vallesa to the south. There was a little distant cannonading across the valley of the Guerrilla, and some of the shells set fire to the vast fields of ripe wheat which covered the whole countryside in this region. The conflagration went rolling on for a long way across the plain, leaving a trail of smoke behind. The situation on this evening had nothing decisive about it. It was clear that neither side intended to fight save at an advantage. Marmont had shown himself more cautious than had been expected. Wellington had at this moment every motive for risking nothing, unless the enemy proved more obliging than he had shown himself hitherto. He had reasons for self-restraint at this moment of which his adversary knew nothing. The first was that he was aware, from intercepted dispatches, of King Joseph's intention to march from Madrid to join the army of Portugal. With a possible 15,000 men about to appear on his flank, he must look to the future with care. The second was that he had received a few days before the untoward news that Lord William Bentinck's long-promised expedition to Catalonia might not ever take place. The commander-in-chief in Sicily wrote that he had found new opportunities in Italy, which it might be his duty to seize. His troops had been embarked, but they were not to be expected for the present off the coast of Spain. This was a disheartening piece of intelligence. Wellington had been told to count upon this support both by Bentinck himself and by the home government. If it should fail, Marshal Suchet, left undisturbed by this diversion, might send considerable reinforcements to Madrid. As a matter of fact, he did not, being, like Soult, a general of much too self-centered a type of mind to help a neighbor if he could avoid it. Only one regiment of the Valencian army ever got to Madrid, and that came too late for King Joseph's purpose. But so far as Wellington could guess on July 19, it was quite possible that Suchet might fin 0 men to add to the disposable 15,000 of the army of the center. There was also the possibility that 500 Erlan, obeying the orders which King Joseph kept sending to him, might make up his mind to cross the Guadiana and Tagus and come north by Arzobispo and Madrid. If so, Hill was to make a parallel march by Alcantara and would certainly arrive many days before 500 Erlan. This was a mere possibility. There were good reasons for holding that Soult might forbid any such move. Until 500 Erlan started northward, Hill must remain behind to contain him. The problem was not pressing. It could not develop for many days. On the other hand, there was news that the Galicians were at last on the move. Santasildas had been prevailed upon to leave a smaller force to besiege Astorga, and had come down with a second division to join Cabrera at Benavent. This force, advancing up the Douro Valley, would find absolutely no enemy in front of it, and must obviously disturb Marmont's operations, since it might be at the gates of Valladolid, his base and storehouse, in a few days. He would then be forced to detach a division or so to save his depots, and he could not spare even a brigade if he wished to continue on the offensive. Certain intelligence that there was not a Frenchman left behind on the Douro, save the trifling garrisons of Toro, Zamora, and Tordesillas, had been brought in by General 500 Urban. That officer, after conducting a very daring exploration round the rear of Marmont's army, almost to the gates of Valladolid, had recrossed the Douro by Wellington's orders at the ford of Fresno de Ribre, and fell in upon the left flank of the Allied army near Fuente Soco on July 18th. For the rest of the campaign, his 700 sabres were at Wellington's disposal. His report showed that Marmont's rear was absolutely undefended, and that the Galicians could march up the Douro, if desired, without finding any opponents. It would be perfectly possible for them to cut all Marmont's communications with Valladolid and Burgos, without being in any danger unless the Marshal detached men against them. The 20th of July proved to be a most interesting day of maneuvering, but still brought no decisive results. Early in the morning, the whole French army was seen in march, with its head pointing southward, continuing the movement that it had begun on the previous day. Marmont had made up his mind to proceed with the hitherto unsuccessful scheme for turning his adversary's right wing, in the hope of either cutting him off from his communication with Salamanca, or of catching him with his army strung out on too long a line from continuous and rapid movement. The character of this day's march differed from that of the 19th, because the single well-marked Guerrilla Valley ceased after a time to separate the two hostile armies. That little river is formed by 3 tributaries which meet at and above the village of El Almo. Each of them is a paltry brook, and their courses lie along trifling irregularities of the broad tableland from which they descend. It is only after their junction that they flow in a deep, well-marked valley and form a real military obstacle. Of the 3 brooks, that which keeps the name of Guerrilla lies most to the east, up its right bank, and towards its source Marmont's march was directed. Wellington's parallel movement southward, on the other hand, was directed along the left bank of the Porta, the middle brook of the 3. Between them, there was at first a narrow triangular plateau, on which neither party trespassed save with cavalry scouts. After a few miles of marching, Marmont ordered his advanced guard to cross the Guerrilla, which they could do with ease, no British being near, save a few cavalry vedettes. He then turned the head of his column southwestward, instead of keeping to his original direction due south. Having crossed the Guerrilla, he came in sight of the British column marching on the other side of the Porter Brook from Vallessa. The movements of the two armies tended to converge, the point on which both were moving being the village of Cantalpino. It seemed likely that the heads of the marching columns must collide, and that a combat, if not a general action, would ensue. Each army was marching in an order that could be converted into a battle line by simply facing the men to right or to left, respectively. Wellington had his troops in 3 parallel columns, the first one, that nearest to the French, being composed of the 1st, 4th, 5th, and light divisions, the second, which would have formed the supporting line if the army had fronted and gone into action, contained the 6th Anth and Pack S and Bradford's brigades. The 3rd Division and Espana's Spaniards formed reserve, moving farthest from the enemy. The light cavalry were marching ahead of the column. The heavy cavalry and 500 Urban's Portuguese brought up their rear. Marmont was clearly seen to be moving in a similar formation, of 2 columns, each composed of 4 infantry divisions, with Curto's chasseurs ahead and Boyer's dragoons at the tail of the line of march. The day was warm but clouded, so that the sun did not shine with full July strength, or the long march which both armies carried out would have been brought to an end by exhaustion at a much earlier hour than was actually the case. As the long morning wore on, the two hostile forces gradually grew closer to each other, owing to the new westward turn which Marmont had given to his van. At last, they were within long artillery range, but for some time no shot was fired, neither party being willing to take the responsibility of attacking an enemy in perfect order and well closed up for battle. Either general could have brought on a fight by simply fronting to flank in 10 minutes, but neither did so. Marmont remarks in his memoirs that in his long military service he never, before or after, saw such a magnificent spectacle as this parallel march of 2 bodies of over 40,000 men each, at such close quarters. Both sides kept the most admirable order, no gaps occurred in either line, nor was the country one that offered advantage to either. It was very nearly flat, and the depression of the Porter Brook became at last so slight and invisible that it was crossed without being noticed. The ground, however, on which the French were moving was a little higher than that on which the Allies marched. The converging lines of advance at last almost touched each other at the village of Cantalpino. The light cavalry and the 1st Division, at the head of Wellington's front, or eastern column of march, had just passed through it, when Marmont halted several batteries on a roll of the ground a few hundred yards off, and began to shell the leading battalions of the 4th Division, which was following closely behind the 1st. Wellington ordered Cole not to halt and reply nor to attack, but to avoid the village and the French fire by a slight westerly turn, to which the other divisions conformed, both those in the 1st and those in the 2nd line. This amounted to the refusing of battle, and many officers wondered that the challenge of Marmont had been refused, for the army was in perfect order for fighting and in excellent spirits. But Wellington was taking no risks that day. The slight swerve from the direct southerly direction at Cantalpino made by the Allied army distinctly helped Marmont's plan for turning its right, since by drawing back from its original line of movement, it allowed the enemy to push still farther westward than his original line of march had indicated. This meant that he was gradually getting south of Wellington's vanguard and would, if not checked, ultimately arrive at the Tormes River near the fords of Huerta, from which he would have been edged off if both armies had continued in their original direction. During the early afternoon, the parallel move continued, with a little skirmishing between cavalry vedettes and an occasional outbreak of artillery fire, but no further developments. The baggage in the English rear began to trail behind somewhat, owing to the long continuance of the forced marching, and 500 Urban's Portuguese, who shepherded the stragglers, had great difficulty in keeping them on the move. A few score sick and footsore men and some exhausted sumpter beasts fell behind altogether and were abandoned to the French. Late in the afternoon, the armies fell further apart, and all save the outlying vedettes lost sight of each other. This was due to the fact that Wellington had made up his mind to settle down for the night on the heights of Cabeza Velosa and Aldearubia, where Marmont had taken up his position a month before, when he retired from before San Cristobal. This was good fighting ground, on which it was improbable that the French would dare to deliver an attack. The 6th Division and Alton's cavalry brigade were detached to the rear and occupied Aldia and its fords. This had been a most fatiguing day. The British army had marched, practically in battle formation, not less than 4 Spanish leagues, the French, by an extraordinary effort, more than 5. When the campfires were lighted up at night, it was seen that the leading divisions of the enemy were as far south as Babila Fuente, quite close to the Tormes and the fords of Huerta. The main body lay about Villaruela, opposite the British bivouacs at Aldia Rubia and Cabeza Velosa. An untoward incident terminated an unsatisfactory day. 500 Urban's Portuguese horse, coming in very late from their duty of covering the baggage train, were mistaken for prowling French cavalry by the 3rd Division and shelled by its battery, with some little loss of men and horses. The mistake was caused by a certain similarity in their uniform to that of French dragoons, the tall helmets with crests being worn by no other Allied troops. The net result of the long parallel march of July 20th was that Marmont had practically turned Wellington's extreme right and was in a position to cross the upper Tormes, if he should choose, in prolongation of his previous movement. The Allied army was still covering Salamanca and could do so for 1 day more if the marching continued. But after that limit of time, it would be forced either to fight or to abandon Salamanca, the main trophy of its earlier campaign. There remained the chance of falling upon Marmont's rear, when his army should be occupied in crossing the Tormes and forcing him to fight with his forces divided by the river. If this offensive move were not taken, and the parallel march were allowed to continue, the next day would see the armies both across the Tormes, in the position where Graham and Marmont had demonstrated against each other on June 24th. Wellington could not, however, begin his southward move till he was certain that the enemy was about to continue his maneuver on the same plan as that of the last 2 days. If he started too early, Marmont might attack the San Cristobal position when it was only held by a rearguard and capture Salamanca. Till an appreciable fraction of the French was seen passing the Tormes, it was necessary to wait. It appeared to Wellington that his adversary's most probable move would be the passage of the Tormes by the fords at and just above Huerta. That he would abandon his previous tactics and attack the British army was inconsistent with the caution that he had hitherto displayed. That he would continue his march southward and cross the river higher up was unlikely, for the obvious passage in this direction by the bridge of Alba de Tormes was commanded by the castle of that town, which had been for some time occupied by a battalion detached from Carlos de España's division. Wellington looked upon this route as completely barred to the French. He was unaware that the Spanish general had withdrawn his detachment without orders on the preceding afternoon. This astonishing move of his subordinate was made all the worse by the fact that he never informed his chief that he had taken upon himself to remove the battalion. Indeed, Wellington only heard of its disappearance on the 23rd, when it was too late to remedy the fault. He acted on the 21st and, as if Alba de Tormes were securely held. It would appear that Carlos de España thought the castle too weak to be held by a small force, and moved his men in order to secure them from being cut off from the main army, as they clearly might be when the French had reached Babila Fuente. But the importance of his misplaced act was not to emerge till after the Battle of Salamanca had been fought. At dawn on the 21st, Wellington withdrew his whole army on to the San Cristobal position and waited for further developments, having the fords of Aldia and Santa Marta conveniently close if Marmont should be seen crossing the Tormes. This indeed was the move to which the Marshal committed himself. Having discovered at an early hour that Alba de Tormes was empty and that there was no Allied force observing the river bank below it, he began to cross in 2 columns, one at the fords of Huerta, the other 3 miles higher upstream at the ford of La Encina. Lest Wellington should sally out upon his rear, when the greater part of his army had got beyond the Tormes, he left a covering force of 2 divisions in position between Babila Fuente and Huerta. This, as the day wore on, he finally reduced to 1 division and some artillery. As long as this detachment remained opposite him, Wellington could not be sure that the French might not attack him on both sides of the Tormes. The defile of the French army across the fords naturally took a long time, and Wellington was able to allow his weary infantry some hours of much-needed rest in the morning. Only cavalry was sent forward at once to form a screen in front of the hostile force that was gradually accumulating on the near side of the fords. In the afternoon, however, when the greater part of the French were over the water, nearly the whole Allied army received orders to cross the Tormes and occupy the heights to the south of it. It moved practically in battle order in two lines, of which the front passed by the ford of Cabrerizos, the second by that of Santa Marta. Only a reserve, now consisting of the 3rd Division and 500 Urban's Portuguese horse, remained on the north side of the river near Cabrerizos to contain the French force, which was still visible at dusk on the slopes by Babila Fuente. Till this detachment had disappeared, Wellington was obliged to leave a corresponding proportion of his men to contain it, lest the enemy might try a dash at Salamanca by the north bank. Marmont made no such attempt, and in the morning it was obvious that this rearguard was following the rest of his army across the Tormes. During the night, the French advanced cavalry were holding Calvarissa de Arriba on their left and Machacan on their right. The infantry were bivouacked in a concentrated position in the wooded country south of those villages. The British cavalry screen held Calvarissa de Abaxo, Pelabravo, and the height of Nuestra Senora de la Peña, close in to the corresponding front line of the enemy's vedettes. The infantry were encamped in two lines behind the Riber de Pelagarcia, the ravine, which runs north from Nuestra Senora de la Peña to the Tormes between Santa Marta and Cabrerizos. This was Graham's old position of June 24th, and excellent for defense. The right was on well-marked high ground, the center was covered by woods. Only the left, near Santa Marta, was on lower slopes. About an hour after nightfall, the hills, where French and English lay opposite each other, were visited by an appalling tempest. The rain fell in torrents accompanied by vivid flashes of lightning and succeeded by instantaneous peals of thunder. Writes one analyst, a more violent crash of the elements has seldom been witnessed. Its effects were soon apparent. Lamarchan's brigade of cavalry had halted to our left. The men, dismounted, were either seated or lying on the ground, holding their horses' bridles. Alarmed by the thunder, the beasts started with a sudden violence, and many of them, breaking loose, galloped across the country in all directions. The frightened horses, in a state of wildness, passing by without riders, added to the awful effect of the tempest. The 5th Dragoon Guards suffered most by the stampede. 18 men were hurt, and 31 horses were not to be found. Another diarist speaks of the splendid effect of the lightning reflected on the musket barrels of belated infantry columns, which were just marching to their camping ground. Before midnight, the storm had passed over, the later hours of sleep were undisturbed, and next morning a brilliant sun rose into a cloudless sky. The last day of maneuvering was begun, and the battle which both sides had so long avoided was at last to come. Section 33, Chapter 6. The Battle of Salamanca, July 22, 1812. The early stages. The decisive moment of the campaign of 1812 had now been reached, though Marmont was wholly unaware of it, and was proposing merely to continue his maneuvering of the last 5 days, and though Wellington hardly expected that the 22nd of July would turn out more eventful than the 21st. Both of them have left record of their intentions on the fateful morning. The Duke of Ragusa wrote to Berthier as follows: "My object was, in taking up this position, to prolong my movement to the left, in order to dislodge the enemy from the neighborhood of Salamanca and to fight him at a greater advantage. I calculated on taking up a good defensive position, against which the enemy could make no offensive move, and intended to press near enough to him to be able to profit from the first fault that he might make, and to attack him with vigor." He adds in another document, "I considered that our respective positions would bring on not a battle, but an advantageous rearguard action in which, using my full force late in the day, with a part only of the British army left in front of me, I should probably score a point." It is clear that he reckoned that his adversary would continue his policy of the last 5 days. Wellington, if his flank were once more turned, would move on as before, always parrying the thrusts made at him, but not taking the offensive himself. Nor was he altogether wrong in his expectation. Writing to Lord Bathurst on the evening of July 21st, the British Commander-in-Chief summed up his intentions in these words: "I have determined to cross the Tormes, if the enemy should, to cover Salamanca as long as I can, and above all not to give up our communication with Ciudad Rodrigo, and not to fight an action unless, under very advantageous circumstances, or if it should become absolutely necessary." This determination is restated in a dispatch which Wellington wrote 3 days later, in a very different frame of mind. "I had determined that if circumstances should not permit me to attack him on the 22nd, I should move towards Ciudad Rodrigo without further loss of time." Wellington was, therefore, it is clear, intending simply to continue his retreat without delivering battle, unless Marmont should give him an opportunity of striking a heavy blow by putting himself in some dangerous posture. He desired to fight, but only if he could fight at advantage. Had Marmont continued to turn his flank by cautious movements made at a discreet distance, and with an army always ready to form an orderly line of battle, Wellington would have sacrificed Salamanca and moved back toward the Aigueda. He was not prepared to waste men in indecisive combats, which would not put the enemy out of action even if they went off well. It is better that a battle should not be fought, unless under such favorable circumstances that there would be reason to hope that the Allied army would be able to maintain the field, while that of the enemy would not. For if the French were only checked, and not completely knocked to pieces, Wellington knew that they would be reinforced within a few days by the 14,000 men whom King Joseph, unknown to Marmont, was bringing up from Madrid. Retreat would then again become necessary, since the enemy would be superior in numbers to a hopeless extent. Wellington added that the 22nd was his best day of advantage, since within 36 hours Marmont would have been reinforced by the cavalry brigade under General Chauvel, which Caffarelli had at last sent forward from Burgos. It had reached the Douro at Valladolid on the 20th, and would be up at the front on the 23rd. This he well knew, and somewhat overrated its strength. But though ready to take his advantage, if it were offered him, Wellington evidently leaned to the idea that it would not be given. He prepared for retreat by sending off his whole baggage train on the Ciudad Rodrigo road at dawn, escorted by one of 500 Urban's 3 Portuguese cavalry regiments. This was a clear expression of his intention to move off. So is his letter of July 24 to Graham, in which, writing in confidence to a trusted subordinate, he remarks, "Marmont ought to have given me a pont d'or, and then he would have made a handsome operation of it." Instead of furnishing the proverbial bridge of gold to the yielding adversary, the marshal pressed in upon him in a threatening fashion, yet with his troops so scattered and strung out on a long front, that he was not ready for a decisive action when Wellington at last saw his opportunity and dashed in upon him. At dawn on the 22nd, each party had to discover the exact position of his adversary, for the countryside was both wooded and undulating. Wellington's army, on the line of heights reaching southward from Santa Marta, was almost entirely masked, partly by the woods in the center of his position, but still more by his having placed all the divisions far back from the skyline on the reverse slope of the plateau. The front was about 3 miles long, but little was visible upon it. Foy, whose division was ahead of the rest of the French army, describes what he saw as follows. The position of San Cristobal had been almost stripped of troops. We could see one English division in a sparsely planted wood within cannon shot of Calvarissa de Arriba, on the Salamanca road. Very far behind a thin column was ascending the heights of Tejas. Nothing more could be made out of Wellington's army. All the rest was hidden from us by the chain of heights which runs from north to south and ends in the high and precipitous knolls of the Arapiles. Wellington was on this chain, sufficiently near for us to recognize by means of the staff surrounding him. All then that Foy, and Marmont, who was riding near him, actually saw was the 7th Division in the wood opposite Nuestra Señora de la Peña, and the distant baggage column already filing off on the Ciudad Rodrigo road, which ascends the heights beyond Aldea Tejada 4 miles to the rear. The French army was a little more visible to Wellington, who could not only make out Foy's division behind Calvarissa de Arriba, but several other masses farther south and east, in front of the long belt of woods, which extends on each side of the village of Utrera for some 2 miles or more. It was impossible to see how far the French left reached among the dense trees, but the right was refused. No troops were opposite Wellington's left or northern wing, and the villages of Pelabravo and Calvarissa de Abaxo, far in advance of it, were still held by British cavalry vedettes. In short, only the Allied right and center had enemies in front of them. This indicated what Wellington had expected, an attempt of Marmont to continue his old policy of outflanking his adversary's extreme right. Clearly, the British left was not in danger. Marmont, as his exculpatory dispatch to Berthier acknowledges, was convinced that Wellington would retire once more the moment that his flank was threatened. "Everything led me to believe," he writes, "that the enemy intended to occupy the position of Tejeres across the Zergane, which lay a league behind him, while at present he was a league and a half in front of Salamanca." Foy's diary completely bears out this view of Marmont's conception of the situation. The Marshal had no definite plan. He thought that the English army was already gone off, or at least that it was going off, to take position on the heights of Tejeres on the left bank of the river Zergane. He was tempted to make an attack on the one visible English division, with which a skirmishing fire had already begun. He was fearing that this division might get out of his reach. How little did he foresee the hapless lot of his own army that day. The wily Wellington was ready to give battle. The greater part of his host was collected, but masked behind the line of heights. He was showing nothing on the crest, lest his intention should be divined. He was waiting for our movement. The skirmish to which Foy alludes was one begun by the voltigeurs of his own division, whom Marmont had ordered forward to push back the English pickets on the height of Nuestra Señora de la Peña. These belonged to the 7th Division, which was occupying the wood behind. Not wishing his position to be too closely examined, Wellington sent out 2 whole battalions, the 68th and the 2nd Caçadors, who formed a very powerful screen of light troops, and pushed back the French from the hill and the ruined chapel on top of it. Marmont then strengthened his firing line and brought up a battery, which checked the further advance of the Allied skirmishers. The 2 screens continued to exchange shots for several hours, half a mile in front of Wellington's position. The Tourellade had many episodes, in one of which General Victor Alten, leading a squadron of his hussars to protect the flank of the British skirmishers, received a ball in the knee, which put him out of action and threw the command of his brigade into the hands of Arenchalt, colonel of the 1st Hussars, KGL. After much bickering, and when noon had long passed, the 68th and Caçadors were relieved by some companies of the 95th from the Light Division, as Wellington wished to employ the 7th Division elsewhere. He had at first thought it possible that Marmont was about to make a serious attack on this part of his front, but the notion died away when it was seen that the Marshal did not send up any formed battalions to support his voltigeurs, and allowed the light troops of the Allies to cling to the western half of the slopes of Nuestra Señora de la Peña. View of the French Arapile. Enlarge the greater or French Arapile seen from the foot of the lesser Arapile. View of the general lie of the ground at Salamanca. Enlarge general view of the British and French positions taken from the rear of the former. The nearer hill was the position of the 5th Division. The village of Arapiles to the left. The distant ridge, along which smoke is rolling, is the French position. From photographs by Mr. C. Armstrong. It was soon evident that the French were, as so often before during the last 6 days, about to extend their left wing. The right or southern flank of Wellington's line rested on the rocky knoll 400 feet high, which is known as the Lesser Arapile. 600 yards from it, and outside the Allied zone of occupation, lay the Greater Arapile, which is a few feet higher and much longer than its fellow. These 2 curious hills, sometimes called the Hermanitos or Little Brothers, are the most striking natural feature in the countryside. They rise 150 feet above the valley which lies between them and 100 feet above the heights on either side. Their general appearance somewhat recalls that of Dartmoor Tors, rough rock, breaking out through the soil. But their shapes differ. The greater Arapile shows crags at each end, but has a comparatively smooth ascent to its center on its northern front, so smooth that steep plowed fields have been laid out upon it and extend almost to the crest. The lesser Arapile is precipitous on its southern front, where it faces its twin, but is joined at its back or northern side by a gentle slope to the main line of the heights where Wellington's army lay. It is in short an integral part of them, though it rises far above their level. The greater Arapile, on the other hand, is an isolated height, not belonging to the system of much lower knolls which lies to its south. These, 3/4 of a mile away, are covered with wood and form part of the long forest which reaches as far as the neighborhood of Alba de Tormes. Wellington had left the greater Arapile outside his position, partly because it was completely separated from the other heights that he held, partly, it is said, because he had surveyed the ground in the dusk, and had judged the knoll farther from the lesser Arapile than was actually the case. They were within easy cannon shot from each other. At about 8 o'clock, French skirmishers were observed breaking out from the woods to the south of the Arapile and pushing rapidly toward it. They were followed by supporting columns in strength. Indeed, Marmont had directed the whole of Bonnet's division to move, under cover of the trees, to the point where the woods approach nearest to the hill, and from thence to carry it if possible. Wellington, now judging that it was uncomfortably near to his right flank, ordered the 7th Caçadores from the 4th Division, the unit that lay nearest, to race hard for the greater Arapile and try to seize it before the French had arrived. They made good speed but failed. The enemy was on the crest first and repulsed them with some loss. They had to fall back to behind the lesser Arapile, which was held by the 1st British Brigade of their division, W. Anson's. Marmont had seized the greater Arapile, as he tells us, to form a strong advanced post, behind which he could move his main body westward, in pursuance of his old design of turning Wellington's right. It was to be the pivot on which the flanking movement should be made, the point d'appui of the right of his army when it should reach its new position. Bonnet's troops being firmly established on and behind it, he began to move his divisions to their left. On his original ground, the plateau of Calvarissa de Arriba, he left Foy's division in front line, still bickering with the skirmishing line of the Allies, Ferry's division in support, and Boyer's dragoons to cover the flank against any possible attack from the British cavalry, who were in force on Wellington's left, and still had detachments out on the plateau by Pelat Bravo, beyond Foy's extreme right. Having made this provision against any possible attempt to attack him in the rear while he was executing his great maneuver, Marmont marched his 5 remaining divisions, under cover of Bonnet's advanced position, to the edge of the wooded hills in rear of the great Arapile, where they remained for some time in a threatening mass without further movement. Wellington, clearly discerning from the summit of the lesser Arapile this general shift of the enemy to the left, now made great alterations in the arrangement of his troops and adopted what may be called his second battle position. The 4th Division, about and around that height, was placed so as to serve for the Allied army the same purpose that Bonnet was carrying out for the French on the other Hermanito. Of Cole's 3 brigades, that of Anson occupied the Arapile, the 327th on the summit, the 140th in support on the rear slope. Pack's independent Portuguese brigade was placed beside Anson. The Fusilier brigade, under Ellis of the 123rd, and Stubbs's Portuguese, the remaining units of the 4th Division, were formed up to the right of the hill, extending as far as the village which takes its name of Arapiles from the 2 strange knolls. 2 guns of Cole's divisional battery, that of Simfer, were hoisted up with some difficulty to the level of the 327th. The other 4 were left with the Fusiliers near the village. Thus the little Arapile became the obtuse angle of a formation en potence, with Pack and 2 brigades of the 4th Division on its right, and the 7th Division still engaged at a distance with Foy and the 1st and Light Divisions on its left. At the same time, Wellington moved down the troops which had originally formed his left wing, 5th and 9th Divisions, Espana's Spaniards, and Bradford's Portuguese, to a supporting position behind his center, somewhere near the village of Las Torres, where they could reinforce either his right or his left, as might prove necessary in the end. As a further general reserve, G. Anson's and Lamarchant's cavalry brigades and the greater part of Victor Alten's were brought away from the original left and placed in reserve near the 6th Division, but Bach and 2 of Victor Alten's squadrons remained on the left, opposite Boyer's dragoons. In connection with this same general move, Wellington sent a most important order to the troops which he had left till this moment on the north bank of the Tormes, covering Salamanca in the position by Cabrerizos. These consisted of the 3rd Division, which was under the temporary command of Edward Pakenham, Wellington's brother-in-law, during Picton's sickness, and the 500 sabres that remained of 500 Urban's Portuguese horse, after one regiment had been sent off on escort duty with the baggage train. These corps were directed to march over the town bridge of Salamanca and take up a position between Aldea Tejada and La Penilla, to the east of the high road to Ciudad Rodrigo. There placed, they were available either as a reserve to the newly formed right wing or as a supporting echelon if the whole army should ultimately fall back for a retreat along the high road, or as a detached force placed so far to the right that it could outflank or throw itself in front of any French troops which might continue Marmont's advance from the Arapiles westward. It is probable that Wellington, at the moment when he gave the orders, would have been quite unable to say which of these 3 duties would fall to Pakenham's share. The 3rd Division marched from Cabrerizos at noon, passing through the city, which was at this moment full of alarms and excursions. For the sight of Marmont close at hand, and of the British baggage train moving off hastily toward Rodrigo, had filled the inhabitants with dismay. Some were hiding their more valuable property, others, who had compromised themselves by their friendly reception of the Allied army, were preparing for hasty flight. Some used bitter language of complaint. The English were retreating without a battle after betraying their friends. Pakenham and 500 Urban reached their appointed station by 2 o'clock and halted in a dip in the ground, well screened by trees, between La Penilla and Aldea Tejada, where they could barely be seen from the highest slopes of Wellington's position and not at all from any other point. For some time they were left undisturbed, listening to a growing noise of artillery fire to their left front, where matters were evidently coming to a head. At about 11 o'clock, Marmont had climbed to the summit of the French Arapile, from whence he obtained for the first time a partial view into the British position. For looking up the dip in the ground between the Lesser Arapile and the heights occupied by the Fusilier Brigade of the 4th Division, he could catch a glimpse of some of the movements that were going on at the back of Wellington's first line. Apparently he saw the 1st and Light Divisions behind the crest of their destined fighting position, and the 5th Anth and Bradford's Portuguese taking ground to their right. Pack's Portuguese on the flank and rear of the British Arapile must also have been visible at least in part. The conclusion to which he came was that his adversary was accumulating forces behind the Lesser Arapile with the object of sallying out against Bonnet, whose post was very far advanced in front of the rest of the French army, and against Foy and Ferry, who were left in a somewhat isolated position on the plateau by Calvarissa, when the main body of the army had moved so far to the west. Some such intention seems for a moment to have been in Wellington's mind, though he says nothing of it in his dispatch. About 12 o'clock, writes one of the most trustworthy British diarists, the troops were ordered to attack, and the 1st Division moved forward to gain the other Arapile, which the French had taken. There was something singular, I think, in Lord Wellington's ordering the 1st and Light Divisions to attack early in the day, and then counter-ordering them after they had begun to move. Marshal Beresford, no doubt, was the cause of the alteration, by what he urged. Yet at the same time Lord W. is so little influenced, or indeed allows any person to say a word, that his attending to the Marshal was considered singular. From all I could collect and observe, the peer was a little nervous. It was the first time he had ever attacked. When he did finally determine on the attack, it was well done, in the most decided manner. There was possibly some little trouble in arriving at that decision. Oddly enough, this contemporary note is exactly borne out by Marmont's statement in his memoirs, that meeting Wellington years after, he inquired about the point, and was frankly told that an attack had been projected at this moment, but that it had been put off in consequence of the representation of Beresford, who had counselled delay. There was a heavy mass of troops available behind the Lesser Arapile, and to both sides of it, the 4th Division, Pax Portuguese, and the 1st, 7th, and Light Divisions, with the 5th and Bradford and the cavalry in reserve. The blow might have succeeded, but undoubtedly that delivered 4 hours later was much more effective. The idea of an attack at noon having been finally rejected, Wellington turned his mind to another possibility. If Marmont should commit no blunders and should continue his turning movement at a safe distance, and with his whole army well concentrated, it was quite possible that a retreat might become necessary. The commander-in-chief called up Colonel Delancey, then acting as adjutant-general, and directed him to draft a comprehensive scheme for the order in which the troops should be withdrawn, and the route which each division would take in the event of an evacuation of the position. The next stand was to be made, as Marmont had supposed, on the heights above Oldea Tejada, behind the river Zurgane. Such a move would have involved the abandonment of the city of Salamanca to the French. The news spread from the staff round the commanding officers of divisions and so downwards to the ranks, where it caused immense discontent. Everyone was spoiling for a fight, and the cautious tactics of the last 6 days had been causing murmurs, which were only kept from becoming acute by the long-tried confidence that the army felt in its chief. At this very moment Marmont began to act in the fashion that Wellington most desired, by making an altogether dangerous extension of his left wing, and at the same time pressing in so close to his adversary that he could not avoid a battle if it were thrust upon him. His own explanation is that he took the putting off of Wellington's tentative movement against Bonnet as a sign that the Allied army was actually commencing its retreat. Wellington renounced his intention of fighting, and from that moment he had to prepare to draw away, for if he had remained in his present position, I should from the next day have threatened his communications by marching on to my left. His withdrawal commenced at midday. He had to retreat by his right, and consequently he had to begin by strengthening his right. He therefore weakened his left and accumulated troops on his right. Then his more distant units and his reserves commenced to move, and in succession drew off towards Tejas. His intention was easy to discern. The enemy having carried off the bulk of his force to his right, I had to reinforce my left, so as to be able to act with promptness and vigor without having to make new arrangements, when the moment should arrive for falling upon the English rearguard. It is clear that the Duke of Ragusa had drawn his conclusion that Wellington was about to retreat at once, and had argued, from partly seen motions in his adversary's rear, that the whole Allied army was moving off. But this was not yet the case. Wellington was taking precautions, but he was still not without hope that the French would commit themselves to some unwise and premature movement. He had still every man in hand, and the supposed general retreat on Oldea Tejada, which the Marshal thought that he saw, was in reality only the shifting of reserves more to the right. Unwitting of this, Marmont, a little before 2 o'clock, began his extension to the left. To the westward of the woods, on whose edge the 5 divisions composing his main body were massed, is a long plateau facing the village of Arapiles and the heights behind it. It is about 3/4 of a mile broad and 3 miles long, gently undulating and well suited for marching. In 1812, it seems to have been open waste. Today it is mainly under the plough. Its front or northern side slopes gently down toward the bottom in which lies the village of Arapiles. At its back, which is steeper, are woods, outlying parts of the great forest which extends to Alba de Tormes. It ends suddenly in a knoll with an outcrop of rock, called the Pico de Miranda, above the hamlet of Miranda de Azan, from which it draws its name. Along this plateau was the obvious and easy route for a force marching to turn Wellington's right. It was a very tempting piece of ground, with a glacis-like slope towards the English heights, which made it very defensible. A better artillery position against a force advancing from the village of Arapiles and the ridges behind it could not be conceived. The only danger connected with it seemed to be that it was overlong. It had more than 2 miles of front, and a very large force would be required to hold it securely from end to end. From the Pico de Miranda, if the French should extend so far, to Foy's right wing by Calvarissa de Arriba, was a distance of 6 miles, in all far too much for an army of 48,000 men in the battle array of the Napoleonic period. Marmont says that his first intention was only to occupy the nearer end of the plateau, that part of it which faces the village of Arapiles. In his apologetic dispatch to Berthier, he declares that he wished to get a lodgment upon it, lest Wellington might seize it before him and so block his way westward. It was indispensable to occupy it, seeing that the enemy had just strengthened his center, from whence he could push out en masse on to this plateau and commence an attack by taking possession of this important ground. Accordingly, I ordered the 5th Division, Maucune, to move out and form up on the right end of the plateau, where his fire would link on perfectly with that from the Arapile. The 7th Division was to place itself in second line as a support, the 2nd Division, Clausel, to act as a reserve to the 7th. The 6th Division, Brenia, was to occupy the high ground in front of the wood, where a large number of my guns were still stationed. I ordered General Bonnet, at the same time, to occupy, with the 122nd Regiment, a knoll intermediate between the plateau and the hill of the Arapile, which blocks the exit from the village of the same name. Finally, I directed General Boyer to leave only 1 regiment of his dragoons to watch Foy's right, and to come round with the other 3 to the front of the wood, beside the 2nd Division. The object of this was that, supposing the enemy should attack the plateau, Boyer could charge in on their right flank, while my light cavalry could charge in on their left flank. All this reads very plausibly and ingeniously, but unfortunately it squares in neither with the psychology of the moment, nor with the maneuvers which Maucune, Thomières, and Clausel executed, under the Marshal's eye and without his interference. He had forgotten when he dictated this paragraph, and not unnaturally, for he wrote sorely wounded, on his sickbed, in pain, and with his head not too clear, that he had just before stated that Wellington was obviously retreating and had begun to withdraw towards Oldea Tejada. If this was so, how could he possibly have conceived at the moment that his adversary, far from retreating, was preparing an offensive movement en masse against the left flank of the French position? The two conceptions cannot be reconciled. The fact was, undoubtedly, that he thought that Wellington was moving off, and pushed forward Maucune, Thomières, and Clausel, with the object of molesting and detaining what he supposed to be the rearguard of his adversary. The real idea of the moment was the one which appears in the paragraph of his memoirs, already quoted on an earlier page. I hoped that our respective positions would bring on not a battle, but an advantageous rearguard action, in which, using my full force late in the day, with a part only of the British Army left in front of me, I should probably score a point. Jourdan, a severe critic of his colleague, puts the matter with perfect frankness in his Guerre d'Espagne. After quoting Marmont's insincere dispatch at length, he adds, "It is evident that the Marshal, in order to menace the point of retreat of the Allies, extended his left much too far." Napoleon, after reading Marmont's dispatch in a Russian bivouac, pronounced that all his reasons and explanations for the position into which he got himself had as much complicated stuffing as the inside of a clock, and not a word of truth as to the real state of things. What happened under the eyes of Marmont, as he took a long-delayed lunch on the top of the Greater Arapile, was as follows. Maucune, with his strong division of 9 battalions or 5,200 men, after breaking out from the position in front of the woods, where the French main body was massed, marched across the open ground for about a mile or more, till he had got well on to the central part of the plateau which he was directed to occupy. He then drew up opposite the village of Arapiles, and sent out his Voltigeur companies to work down the slope toward that place, which lay well in front of the British line. The position which he took up was on that part of the plateau which sweeps forward nearest to the opposite heights, and is little more than half a mile from them. A fierce artillery engagement then set in. Maucune's divisional battery began to shell the village of Arapiles. Simfer's battery, belonging to the 4th Division, replied from the slope behind the village and from 2 guns on the lesser Arapile. The French pieces which had been dragged up onto the greater Arapile then started shelling the lesser, and silenced the 2 guns there, which were drawn off, and sent to rejoin the rest of the battery on a less exposed position. The 327th on the hilltop had to take cover behind rocks as best it could. Soon after, at least 2 more French batteries from the artillery reserve took ground to the right of Maucune and joined in the shelling of the village of Arapiles. Wellington presently supported Simfer's battery with that of Lawson, belonging to the 5th Division, which turned on to shell Maucune's supporting columns from ground on the lower slopes, not far to the right of Simfer's position. The effect was good, and the columns shifted sideways to get out of range. But one of the French batteries then shifted their position and began to play upon Lawson diagonally from the left, so enfilading him that he was ordered to limber up and move higher on the hill behind the village, from whence he resumed his fire. Wellington also, a little later, brought up the horse artillery troop belonging to the 7th Division E, MacDonald's troop, and placed it on the lesser Arapaile, 2 guns on the summit, 4 on the lower slopes near the 1/40th of W. Anson's brigade. The British fire all along the heights was effective and accurate, but quite unable to cope with that of the French, who had apparently 6 batteries in action against 3. Marmont, indeed, had all along his line an immense superiority of guns, having 78 pieces with him against Wellington's 54. His artillery reserve consisted of 4 batteries, that of his adversary of 1 only, Arriaga's Portuguese 24-pounder howitzers. While Maucune and the French artillery were making a very noisy demonstration against the British line between the lesser Arapaile and the village of the same name, which looked like the preliminaries of a serious attack, more troops emerged from the woods of Marmont's center and began to file along the plateau, under cover of Maucune's deployed line. These were Thomiers's division, succeeded after a long interval by that of Clausel. During the cannonade, column followed column in quick and continued succession along the heights occupied by the enemy. Marmont was moving his army in battle order along his position and gaining ground rapidly to his left. According to the marshal's own account of his intentions, he had proposed to place Maucune on the French right end of the plateau, Thomiers and Clausel in support of him. What happened, however, was that Maucune went well forward on to the right center of the plateau, and that Thomiers marched along past Maucune's rear and continued moving in a westerly direction along the summit of the plateau, though Clausel soon halted. Before Thomiers stopped, he had gone nearly 3 miles. It is clear that if Marmont had chosen, he could have checked the maneuvers of his subordinates the moment that they passed the limit which he alleges that he had set them. An aide-de-camp sent down from the back of the Greater Arapaile could have told Maucune not to press forward toward the English position, or Thomiers to stop his march, within a matter of 20 minutes or half an hour. No such counter-orders were sent, and the reason clearly was that Marmont was satisfied with the movements that he saw proceeding before him, until the moment when he suddenly realized with dismay that Wellington was about to deliver a counterstroke in full force. We must now turn to the movements of the Allied army. The instant that Maucune deployed on the plateau in front of the village of Arapiles, and that the cannonade began, Wellington judged that he was about to be attacked, the thing that he most desired. A very few orders put his army in a defensive battle position. The 5th Division was sent from the rear side of the heights to occupy the crest, continuing the line of the 4th Division. The 6th Division was brought up from the rear to a position behind the 4th. The 7th Division, abandoning the long bickering with Foy in which its light troops had been engaged, was drawn back from the left wing and took post in second line parallel to the 6th and in rear of the 5th Division. The place of its skirmishers on the slopes in front of Nuestra Señora de la Peña was taken by some companies of the 95th, sent out from the Light Division. That unit and the 1st Division now formed the total of the Allied left wing, with Bach's heavy dragoons covering their flank. They were containing an equivalent French force, Foy's and Ferry's infantry divisions, and the single regiment of Boyer's dragoons which Marmont had left in this quarter. There still remained in reserve, near the village of Las Torres, Bradford's Portuguese and Espana's Spanish battalions, with the bulk of the Allied cavalry, all Anson's and Lamarchan's, and the greater part of Arenchalt's squadrons, and in addition Pakenham and 500 Urban were available a little farther to the right, near Aldea Tejada. If the French were going to attack the heights on each side of the village of Arapiles, as seemed probable at the moment, all these remoter reserves could be used as should seem most profitable. But the battle did not go exactly as Wellington expected. The cannonade continued, and Maucune's skirmishing line pushed very boldly forward and actually attacked the village of Arapiles, which was defended by the light companies of the Guards Brigade of the 1st Division and of the Fusilier Brigade of the 4th Division. The Voltigeurs twice seized the southern outlying houses of the straggling village and were twice driven out, but the battalions in support of them did not come forward, nor did Bonnet attack on the right of them, nor Thomieres on the left. The former remained stationary on and about the great Arapile. The latter continued to march westward along the plateau. A perceptible gap began to appear between him and Maucune. Wellington at this moment was toward the right rear of his own line, occupied according to some authorities in snatching a late and hasty lunch while matters were developing, but not yet developed, according to others in giving orders concerning the cavalry to Stapleton Carton near Las Torres, when he received an urgent message from Leith. It said that Maucune had ceased to advance, but that the French extreme left was still in march westward. On being made acquainted with the posture of affairs, writes the officer who bore Leith's report, Lord Wellington declared his intention of riding to the spot and directed me to accompany him. When he arrived at the ground of the 5th Division, now under arms and perfectly prepared to receive the attack, his lordship found the enemy still in the same formation, but not displaying any intention of trying his fortune by crossing the valley at that point. He soon became satisfied that no operation of consequence was intended against this part of the line. He again galloped off toward the right, which at this time became the most interesting and important scene of action. The critical moment of the day was the short space of time when Wellington was surveying the French army from the height where Leith's men were lying prostrate behind the crest, above the village of Arapiles, under a distant but not very effective artillery fire. The whole plateau opposite was very visible. Maucune could be seen halted and in line, with much artillery on his flank, but no infantry force near. There was half a mile between him and Bonnet. Thomieres was still pushing away to his left, already separated by some distance from Maucune. Clausel had apparently halted after the end of his march out of the woods. Foy and Ferry were at least 2 miles off to the French right. The enemy, in short, were in no solid battle order, and were scattered on an immense arc, which enveloped on both sides the obtuse angle and potence formed by the main body of the Allied army. From Foy's right to Thomieres' left, there was length but no depth. The only reserves were the troops imperfectly visible in the woods behind the great Arapile, where lay Brenier in first line, and Sarrat, who was now nearing Marmont's artillery park and baggage. Their strength might be guessed from the fact that Marmont was known to have 8 infantry divisions, and that 6 were clearly visible elsewhere. Wellington's determination was suddenly taken to turn what had been intended for a defensive into an offensive battle. Seeing the enemy so scattered, and so entirely out of regular formation, he would attack him with the whole force that he had in position west of the little Arapile, before Marmont could get into order. Leith, Cole, and Pack in front line, supported by the 6th and 9th Divisions in second line, and with Bradford, Espana, and Stapleton Carton's cavalry covering their right flank in a protective echelon, should cross the valley and fall upon Bonnet, Maucune, Clausel, and Thomieres. Meanwhile Pakenham and 500 Urban, being in a hidden position from which they could easily outflank Thomieres, should ascend the western end of the plateau, get across the head of his marching column, and drive it in upon Maucune, whom Leith would be assailing at the same moment. Pakenham's turning movement was the most delicate part of the plan, wherefore Wellington resolved to start it himself. He rode like the wind across the ground behind the heights, past Las Torres and Penilla, and appeared all alone before 500 Urban's Portuguese squadrons. It was only some time later that first Colonel Delancey and then others of his staff, quite outdistanced, came dropping in with blown horses. The orders to 500 Urban were short and clear. Pakenham was about to attack the western end of the plateau where Thomieres was moving, near the Pico de Miranda. It would be 500 Urban's duty to cover his right flank. A minute later Wellington was before the 3rd Division, which had just received orders to stand to its arms. The officers had not taken their places in the column, but were in a group together in front of it. As Lord Wellington rode up to Pakenham, every eye was turned towards him. He looked paler than usual, but notwithstanding the sudden change he had just made in the disposition of his army, he was quite unruffled in his manner, as if the battle to be fought was nothing but a field day. His words were few and his orders brief. Tapping Pakenham on the shoulder, he said, "Edward, move on with the 3rd Division, take those heights in your front, and drive everything before you." "I will, my lord," was the laconic reply of the gallant Sir Edward. A moment after, Lord Wellington was galloping on to the next division, to give, I suppose, orders to the same effect, and in less than half an hour the battle had commenced. The time was about 3:15 in the afternoon. Having set Pakenham and 500 urban in motion, Wellington rode back to the ground of the 5th Division, sending on his way orders for Aranchalt to leave the cavalry reserve and join 500 urban with the 5 squadrons that remained of Victor Alten's brigade. Bradford, Espana, and Cotton at the same time were directed to come forward to Leith's right flank. On reaching the hilltop behind the village of Arapiles, the commander-in-chief gave his orders to Leith. The 5th Division was to advance downhill and attack Maucune across the valley as soon as Bradford's Portuguese should be close up to support his right, and as Pakenham's distant movement should become visible. Wellington then rode on to give the corresponding orders to Cole, more to the left. The 5th Division thereupon sent out its light companies in skirmishing line and came up to the crest. The 2 neighboring brigades of the 4th Division followed suit, and then Pax Portuguese, opposite the greater Arapile. Considerable loss was suffered in all these corps from the French artillery fire, when the battalions rose from their lying posture behind the crest and became visible. Some 30 or 40 minutes elapsed between Wellington's arrival on the scene and the commencement of the advance. The delay was caused by the necessity for waiting for Bradford, who was coming up as fast as possible from Les Tours. The attack did not begin till about 4:40 p.m. By the time that Leith and Cole came into action, the French army had been deprived of its chief. Somewhere between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and certainly nearer the latter than the former hour, Marmont had been severely wounded. According to his own narrative, he had begun to be troubled by seeing Maucune pressing in too close to the village of Arapiles and Thomières passing on too far to the left, and had been roused to considerable vexation by getting a message from the former that he observed that the troops in front of him were retiring, and therefore would ask leave to support his voltigeurs and attack the British position with his whole division. Marmont says that it was his wish to stop Maucune from closing that induced him to prepare to depart from his eyrie on the Great Arapile, and to descend to take charge of his left wing. Be this as it may, there is no doubt that he was starting to climb down and mount his horse, when a shell from one of Dinelli's 2 guns on the British Arapile burst near him and flung him to the ground with a lacerated right arm and a wound in his side which broke 2 ribs. He himself says that there was nothing irremediable in the state of his army at the moment that he was disabled. His critic, Foy, held otherwise. The Duke of Ragusa, he wrote, insinuated that the battle of the 22nd was lost because, after his own wounding, there was a gap in the command, anarchy, and disorder. But it was the Duke who forced on the battle, and that contrary to the advice of General Clausel. His left was already beaten when he was disabled. Already it was impossible either to refuse a battle or to give it a good turn. It was only possible to attenuate the disaster, and that was what Clausel did. Foy also insinuates that Maucune's advance, at least in its early stages, was consonant with Marmont's intentions. He had made his arrangements for a decisive blow. When the English were seen to take up their position, the heads of the columns were turned to the left, so as to occupy the elevations which dominate the plain and swell up one after another. The occupation of one led to the temptation to seize the next, and so by advance after advance the village of Arapiles was at last reached. Maucune's division actually held it for some minutes. Nevertheless, we had not yet made up our minds to deliver battle, and the necessary dispositions for one had not been made. My division was still occupying the plateau of Calvarissa, with the 3rd Anth Divisions, Ferry and Sarrat, and the dragoons supporting me in the rear. Here, then, was a whole section of the army quite out of the fight, and the other divisions were not well linked together and could be beaten one after the other. Foy is certainly correct in asserting that, at the moment of the Marshal's wound, he himself and Ferry were too far off to be brought up in time to save Maucune, and that Bonnet, Maucune, Clausel, and Thomières were in no solid connection with each other. This indeed was what made Wellington deliver his attack. It is probable that the Marshal's wound occurred just about the moment, 3:45, when Pakenham and 500 urban were being directed by Wellington to advance. Even if it fell a trifle earlier, the French left wing was already too dislocated to have time to get into a good position before it was attacked. Marmont, it must be confessed, rather gave away his case when, In his reply to Napoleon's angry query why he had fought a battle on the 22nd, he answered that he had not intended to deliver a general action at all. It had been forced on him by Wellington. If so, he was responsible for being caught by his adversary with his army strung out in such a fashion that it had a very poor chance of avoiding disaster. If it be granted that the unlucky shell had never struck him, it would not have been in a quarter of an hour, as he himself pretends, nor even in a whole hour, that he could have rearranged a line 6 miles long, though he might have stopped Maucun's attack and Thomiers's flank march in a much shorter time. On Marmont's fall, the command of the army of Portugal fell to Bonnet, the senior general of division. He was within a few yards of his wounded chief, since his division was holding the great Arapile, and took up the charge at once. But it was an extraordinary piece of ill luck for the French that Bonnet also was wounded within an hour, so that the command passed to Clausel before 6 o'clock. As Foy remarks, however, no one could have saved the compromised left wing. Marmont had let it get into a thoroughly vicious position before he was disabled. Since the main clash of the Battle of Salamanca started at the western end of the field, it will be best to begin the narrative of the British advance with the doings of Pakenham and 500 Urban. These two officers had some 2 miles of rough ground to cover between the point where Wellington had parted from them and the point which had now been reached by the head of the French advance. They were ordered to move in 4 columns of lines, with 500 Urban's cavalry forming the 2 outer or right-hand columns, the third composed of Wallace's brigade 145th, 188th, 74th, and of Power's Portuguese 9th Anst line Anth Caçadors, while the fourth consisted of Campbell's brigade 1/5th, 2/5th, 94th, 283rd. The object of this formation was that the division, when it came into action, should be able to deploy into 2 lines, without the delay that would have been caused if the 3rd Brigade had followed in the wake of the other 2. The way in which the 2 sides came into collision was rather peculiar. Thomiers's column was accompanied by the whole, or nearly the whole, of Curto's light cavalry division, which, as one would have supposed, would naturally have been keeping a squadron or so in advance to explore the way, as well as others on the flanks to cover the infantry. But it appears that this simple precaution was not taken, for Pakenham and 500 Urban met no French cavalry at all, till they had got well in touch with the hostile infantry. Curto, we must suppose, was marching parallel with the center, not certainly with the head of Thomiers's division, without any vedettes or exploring parties in front. For 500 Urban describes the first meeting as follows. The enemy was marching by his left along the wooded heights, which form the southern boundary of the valley of the Arapiles, and the western extremity of which closes in a lower fall, which descends upon the little stream of the Arzan near the village of Miranda. As the head of our column approached this lower fall, or hill, skirting it near its base, and having it on our left, we became aware that we were close to the enemy, though we could not see them owing to the trees, the dust, and the peculiar configuration of the ground. Anxious, therefore, to ascertain their exact whereabouts, I had ridden out a little in front, having with me, I think, only my brigade major Flangini and de Camara, when upon clearing the verge of a small clump of trees, a short way up the slope, I came suddenly upon the head of a French column of infantry, having about a company in front and marching very fast by its left. It was at once obvious that, as the columns of the 3rd Division were marching on our left, the French must be already beyond their right, and consequently I ought to attack at once. This was apparently the leading battalion of the French 101st, marching with its front absolutely uncovered by either cavalry vedettes or any exploring parties of its own. 500 Urban galloped back, unseen by the enemy, and wheeled his leading regiment, the 1st Portuguese Dragoons, 3 weak squadrons of little over 200 sabres, into line, with orders to charge the French battalion before it should take the alarm and form square. The 11th Portuguese and 2 squadrons of the British 14th Light Dragoons, which had only just arrived on the ground, being the foremost part of Arenchalt's brigade, followed in support. The charge was successful. The French were so much taken by surprise that the only maneuver they were able to perform was to close their 2nd company upon the 1st, so that their front was 6 deep. The 2 squadrons of the Portuguese which attacked frontally suffered severe loss, their colonel, Watson, falling severely wounded among the French bayonets. But the right-hand squadron, which overlapped the French left, broke in almost unopposed on the unformed flank of the battalion, which then went to pieces and was chased uphill by the whole of the Portuguese horsemen, losing many prisoners. This sudden assault on his leading unit, which seems to have been acting as an advanced guard and was considerably ahead of the next, must have been sufficiently startling to Thomieres, who was taken wholly unawares. But the next moment brought worse trouble. The 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division, Wallace's, emerged almost simultaneously with a cavalry charge from the scattered trees which had hitherto covered its advance, and was seen coming uphill in beautiful order against him. He was caught in a long column, battalion marching behind battalion, with considerable intervals between the regiments, of which there were 3 101st, 3 battalions, 62nd, 2 battalions, 1st, 3 battalions. If he was able to see Pakenham's supporting lines, which is a little doubtful, Thomieres must have known that he was considerably outnumbered. The British division had 800 men against his 4,500, while Curto's 1,800 light cavalry were not forthcoming at the critical moment to save the situation. The space between the advancing line of Wallace's brigade and the head of the French column, when they came in sight of each other, was about 1,000 yards. The time that it took to bring them into collision just sufficed to enable Thomieres to make some sort of hasty disposition of his battalions. Those in the rear pushed out on to the flanks of the leading regiment and made an irregular line of columns badly spaced. The voltigeurs of each battalion had time to run to the front. Their light troops, says a witness from the Connaught Rangers, hoping to take advantage of the time which our deploying from column into line would take, ran down the face of the hill in a state of great excitement. Pakenham appears to have sent out against them his 3 companies of the 560th and the whole of the 12th Caçadors, a skirmishing line of superior strength. Wallace's 3 battalions formed line from open column without halting when they had got to within 250 yards of the enemy. The different companies, by throwing forward their right shoulders, were in line without the slow maneuver of a deployment. The French fire is said to have been rather ineffective because delivered downhill. The most serious loss was that caused by Thomieres's divisional battery, which got up and into action very promptly. It was answered by Douglas's battery, the divisional artillery of the 3rd Division, which unlimbered on a knoll at the edge of the wood and sent a raking discharge uphill against the right of the French division, shelling it over the heads of the brigade, advancing up the slope. The 2 Portuguese line regiments from the rear of Wallace's brigade formed in support of him. Campbell's brigade followed as a 3rd line. The main body of the French stood in a group, rather than a line, of battalion columns near the brow of the hill, while Wallace's brigade continued to press upwards with a front which outflanked the enemy at both ends. Regardless of the fire of the tirailleurs and the shower of grape and canister, the brigade continued to press onward. The center 88th Regiment suffered, but still advanced. The right and left L45th Anth continued to go forward at a more rapid pace, and as the wings inclined forward and outstripped the center, the brigade assumed the form of a crescent. They were nearly at the brow, when Thomieres directed the French columns to charge down in support of his tirailleurs. The mass, with drums beating and loud shouts of Vive l'Empereur, ran forward, and the leading files delivered a heavy fire, which told severely on the 88th. But on coming under fire in return, the French halted and then wavered. Their second discharge was unlike the first. It was irregular and ill-directed. The men acted without concert or method. Many fired in the air. The 3 British battalions then cheered and advanced, when the enemy, his columns already in much confusion and mixed with the wrecks of his tirailleurs, gave way completely and went off in confusion along the top of the plateau. Just at this moment, Curto's chasseurs at last appeared. Where they had been up to this moment does not appear, but certainly not in their proper place. Now, however, 6 or 7 squadrons of them came trotting up on the outer flank of the broken division, of whom some charged the 2 battalions which formed the right of Pakenham's 1st and 3rd lines, the 145th and 5th respectively. The former, feebly attacked, threw back some companies en potence and beat off their assailants easily. The latter fell back some little way and had many men cut up, but finally rallied in a clump and were not broken. Their assailants disappeared a moment after, being driven off by Arenchild, who had just come up on Pakenham's right with the 5 squadrons of the 1st Hussars KGL Anth Light Dragoons. 500 Urban's Portuguese were now a little to the rear, rallying after their successful charge and collecting prisoners. Their commander says in his narrative of this part of the battle that he never saw any French cavalry till later in the day, but does not dispute that the 5th may have been attacked by them without his knowledge. Curto's cavalry being driven off, the 3rd Division and its attendant squadrons pursued the broken French division of infantry along the top of the plateau and very nearly annihilated it. Thomieres was killed, his divisional battery was captured whole. Of his 2 leading regiments, the 101st Line lost 1031 men out of 1449 present. Its colonel and eagle were both taken with many hundred unwounded prisoners. The 62nd Line lost 868 men out of 1123. The rear regiment, the 1st Line, got off with the comparatively trifling casualty list of 231 out of 1743. It was possibly not up in time to take part in resisting Pakenham's first attack, and may perhaps have done no more than cover the retreat of the wrecks of the 2 leading regiments. The whole division was out of action as a fighting body for the rest of the day, having lost 2130 men out of a little over 4,500. The victorious British 3rd Division, whose casualties had not amounted to more than 500 of all ranks, continued to press the fugitives before it till it had gone a mile, and came in on the flank of Maucun's division, the next unit in the French line. 500 Urban's cavalry accompanied it close. On its right flank, Arenchild's squadrons lay farther out, watching Curto's defeated 1st Brigade of Chasseurs, which rallied upon a reserve, his 2nd Brigade, and made head once more against the pursuers, just about the same time that Pakenham's infantry began again to meet with resistance. Section 33, Chapter 7. The Battle of Salamanca, the main engagement. We must now turn from the exploits of Pakenham and the 3rd Division to deal with the great central attack of Wellington's frontal striking force, the 5th Anth Divisions, under Leith and Cole, upon the French left centre. They had been told to move on when Bradford's Portuguese brigade should be sufficiently near to cover the right flank of the 5th Division, and the necessity of waiting for this support caused their attack to be delivered perceptibly later than that of Pakenham. Leith had drawn out his division in 2 lines, the first consisting of Greville's brigade, 3 1st, 1 9th, and both battalions of the 38th, and the 1st Battalion of the 4th, brought up from the rear brigade Pringles to equalize the front of the 2 lines. The 2nd consisted of the rest of that brigade, the 2nd Battalion of the 4th, the 230th and 44th, and the Portuguese of Spry 3rd Anth Line. There was a heavy skirmishing line in front, composed of all the British light companies and the 8th Caçadors. Cole had a smaller force, as his left brigade Anson's had been told off to the defense of the British Arapile. The 327th was holding that rocky knoll, the 140th was at its foot in support. Only therefore the Fusilier Brigade, under Ellis of the 23rd, and Stubbs's Portuguese formed the attacking force. They were in a single line of 7 battalions, with a heavy skirmishing screen composed of 4 light companies and the whole of the 7th Caçadors. The Fusilier Brigade of the 4th Division went through the end of the village of Arapiles, which it did by files from the right of companies, the companies forming up again on the east side of the place, upon their sergeants regularly sent out as markers. This defile delayed the advance of the division, which therefore attacked decidedly later than Leith's men, the joint movement being in an echelon, with the right leading and the left considerably refused. It was obvious that, when the 4th Division drew near to the French line on the plateau, it would be exposing its left flank to the hostile division, Bonnet's, which was massed on and near the greater Arapile. Wellington had noted this, and had given special discretionary orders to Pack, directing him to use his independent brigade for the sole purpose of protecting the near flank of the 4th Division. He might attack the Arapile as the best means of holding back Bonnet from descending against Cole's line, or might maneuver below the knoll for the same purpose. When the dangerous moment came, Pack, as we shall see, took the bull by the horns, and assailed the precipitous height in front with his whole 2,000 men. In the rear of the 4th Division, the 6th was now coming up the back slope of the hill behind the Arapile in second line. Similarly, the 7th Division was following the 5th. To the right of the 7th, Stapleton Cotton was moving up from Las Torres with the cavalry reserve, now consisting only of the 6 regiments of Lamarchant and G. Anson. Bradford, more to the right still, and not yet in line with Leith and Cole, moved with Espana's small Spanish division behind him. Of Wellington's front line, Leith with the 5th Division had Maucune in front of him. Cole would have to deal with Clausel, who had arrived late on the ground, and was only just taking up his position on the extreme right end of the French plateau. Pack and W. Anson's detached brigade from the 4th Division, with the lesser Arapile in their power, looked across the valley at Bonnet, massed around its greater twin hill. The British attacking line was amply provided with reserves. The defensive line of the French was still very thin, though Brenier's division was hurrying up from the head of the wood to support Maucune. Sarrat's division was still invisible in the forest far to the rear. Ferry, S was better seen. It was hastening up across the open ground on its way from the extreme French right, but must obviously be too late to join in meeting Wellington's first attack. The roar of the cannon and musketry away in the direction of the Pico de Miranda had been announcing for some time that Pakenham was at close grips with Thomiers, before Leith marched down from his heights to cross the valley that separated him from Maucune's position. Soon after 5, however, the 5th Division was in close contact with the enemy, having suffered a considerable amount of casualties in reaching him, mainly from the very superior French artillery fire, which swept every yard of the glacis-like slope that ascends from the bottom of the Arapiles Valley to the brow of the plateau that forms its southern limit. The ground, writes Leith Hay, between the advancing force and that which it was to assail was crowded by the light troops of both sides in extended order, carrying on a very incessant tourillade. The general desired me to ride forward, to make our light infantry press up the heights to cover his line of march, and to bid them, if practicable, make a rush at the enemy's guns. Our light troops soon drove in those opposed to them. The cannon were removed to the rear. Every obstruction to the general advance of our line vanished. In front of the center of that beautiful line rode General Leith, directing its movements. Occasionally every soldier was visible, the sun shining bright upon their arms, though at intervals all were enveloped in a dense cloud of dust, from whence at times issued the animating cheer of the British infantry. General plan of the Battle of Salamanca. In large Salamanca, the French columns, retired from the crest of the heights, were formed in squares about 50 yards behind the line at which, when arrived, the British regiments would become visible. Their artillery, although placed more to the rear, still poured its fire upon our advancing troops. We were now near the summit of the ridge. The men marched with the same orderly steadiness as at the first. No advance in line at a review was ever more correctly executed. The dressing was admirable, and the gaps caused by casualties were filled up with the most perfect regularity. General Leith and the officers of his staff, being on horseback, first perceived the enemy and had time to observe his formation, before our infantry line became so visible as to induce him to commence firing. He was drawn up in contiguous squares, the front rank kneeling, and prepared to fire when the drum should beat. All was still and quiet in these squares. Not a musket was discharged until the hole opened. Nearly at the same instant, General Leith ordered our line to fire and charge. At this moment, the last thing I saw through the smoke was the plunge of the horse of Colonel Greville, commanding the leading brigade, who shot through the head, reared, and fell back on his rider. In an instant, every individual present was enveloped in smoke and obscurity. No serious struggle for ascendancy followed, for the French squares were penetrated, broken, and discomfited, and the victorious 5th Division pressed forward no longer against troops formed up, but against a mass of disorganized men flying in all directions. When close to the enemy's squares, Leith had been severely wounded and reluctantly forced to quit the field. At the same moment, I was hit myself, and my horse killed by a musket ball. Thus removed, I cannot detail the further movements of the division. In this clear and simple narrative, the most remarkable point is Leith Hay's distinct statement that the French received the charge of the 5th Division in a line of squares, a most strange formation to adopt against infantry advancing deployed, even when it was supplemented by a strong screen of tirailleurs and flanked by several batteries of artillery. It is possible that Maucune adopted it because, from his commanding position on the plateau, he could see a considerable body of cavalry coming up on Leith's right rear. This was composed of the brigades of Le Marchant and G. Anson, which Stapleton Cotton was bringing up to the front by Wellington's orders. While Leith was advancing, they pressed forward, Le Marchant leading, and passed up the hill in the interval between the 5th Division and Pakenham's front, leaving behind them Bradford, who had crossed the valley parallel to, but much behind, the right of Leith. Bradford had no solid body of troops in front of him, being outside Maucune's extreme left, and suffered practically no loss. The total casualty list of his brigade that day was only 17 men. This contrasts marvelously with the loss of Leith's front line, where Greville's brigade in their triumphant advance lost 350 men, mainly from the artillery fire endured while the long slope of the French plateau was being mounted, for there were at least 4 batteries aligned on Maucune's right, and their guns had been worked till the last possible minute. Whatever was the cause of the formation in square adopted by the French division, it would have been fortunate if only it could have preserved that formation a little longer, for precisely when it had lost its order and fallen back before Leith's shattering volleys of musketry, Le Marchant's heavy dragoons arrived upon the crest of the plateau. No better opportunity for the use of cavalry could have been conceived than that which existed at this moment. Infantry already engaged with, and worsted by, other infantry is the destined prey of cavalry coming on the scene from the flank in unbroken order. Le Marchant had received his instructions directly from Wellington, who had told him to charge in at all hazards. When he saw the French battalions on the plateau hotly engaged, he had formed his 1,000 sabres in 2 lines, the 5th Dragoon Guard's 8th Dragoons in front, the 3rd Dragoons in support, and had come over the skyline and trotted down into the valley just as Leith's division got to close quarters with Maucune. Passing Bradford on his right, he came to the crest to find all confusion in front of him. The squares that Leith had just broken were rolling back in disorder. Directly behind a new division, Brenier's, only just arriving upon the field, was beginning to form up, to cover and support the shaken battalions. Some distance to their left rear, the remains of Thomiers's division, in a disorderly crowd, were falling back in front of the triumphant advance of Pakenham. Le Marchant charged in diagonally upon the flank of Maucune's left brigade, and caught the 2 battalions of the 66th Regiment falling back from the crest. The Frenchmen were courageous enough to make a desperate attempt to club themselves together in a solid mass. Their rear ranks faced about and opened a heavy fire upon the advancing squadrons, but it was given with uncertain aim and trifling effect, and before they could reload, the dragoons were among them. A desperate minority attempted to resist with the bayonet, and were sabred. Some hundreds cast down their muskets, raised their hands, and asked quarter. The rear ranks scattered and fled southward across the plateau. Leaving the gathering up of the prisoners to the infantry of Leith, Le Marchant led his brigade, so soon as some order could be restored, against the next regiment of Maucune's division, the 15th line. They were better prepared for resistance than the 66th, which had been caught. Quite unawares, they showed a regular front and gave a more effective fire. Many of the dragoons fell, but nevertheless their impetus carried them through the mass, which went to pieces and dispersed into a disorderly crowd. It fled in the same direction as the wrecks of the 66th. Le Marchant's brigade had now lost its formation. The 3 regiments had become mixed together. The officers rode where they could find places. But a good front, without intervals, was still maintained, and there was no confusion. In front of them there was now a fresh enemy, the 22nd line, the leading regiment of the division of Brenier, which had just arrived on the field, and was getting into order to save and support Maucune's routed battalions. It would seem that in the midst of the dust and smoke, and surrounded and interfered with by the fugitives of the broken regiments, the 22nd had either no time or no good opportunity for forming squares. They were found in Calanceret, in good order, partly covered by a clump of trees, an outlying thicket from the great forest to their rear. They reserved their fire with great composure till the dragoons were within 10 yards distance, and poured a volley so close and well aimed upon the leading squadron 5th Dragoon Guards that nearly a fourth of them fell. Tremendous as was the effect of the discharge, the dragoons were not arrested. They broke in through the opposing bayonets and plunged into the dense masses of the enemy. In the combat which ensued, broadsword and bayonet were used against each other with various results. The French, hewn down and trampled under the horses' feet, offered all the resistance that brave men could make. Le Marchant himself had some narrow escapes. He fought like a private and had to cut down more than one of the enemy. It was only after a fierce struggle that the French yielded, and he had the satisfaction of seeing them fly before him in helpless confusion. The brigade had now lost all order. The dragoons, excited by the struggle, vied with each other in the pursuit and galloped recklessly into the crowd of fugitives, sabring those who came within their reach. To restrain them at such a moment was beyond the power of their officers. Le Marchant endeavored to keep a few men in hand, in order to guard against any attempt of the French to rally, but he had only about half a squadron of the 4th Dragoons with him, when he came upon some companies which were beginning to reform in the edge of the great wood. He led his party against them and drove them back among the trees where they dispersed. But at the moment of contact, he was shot dead by a ball which entered his groin and broke his spine. Thus fell an officer of whom great things had been expected by all who knew him, in the moment when he had just obtained and used to the full his first chance of leading his brigade in a general action. One of the few scientific soldiers in the cavalry arm whom the British Army owned, Le Marchant had been mainly known as the founder and administrator of the Royal Military College at High Wycombe, which was already beginning to send to the front many young officers trained as their predecessors had never been. He was the author of many military pamphlets and of a new system of sword exercise which had lately been adopted for the cavalry. On his promotion to the rank of Major General in 1811, he had been unexpectedly sent to the Peninsula in command of the Heavy Brigade, which reinforced Wellington during that autumn. As an executive commander in the field, he had given the first proofs of his ability at the combat of Villagarcia, but this was a small affair. At Salamanca, he proved himself a born commander of cavalry, and his services would have been invaluable to Wellington in later fields but for the disastrous shot that ended his career. He was a man of a lofty and religious spirit, ill to be spared by his country. Le Marchant's charge made a complete wreck of the left wing of the French army. The remnants of the 8 battalions which he had broken fled eastward in a confused mass towards the edge of the woods, becoming blended with the separate stream of fugitives from Thomiers's division. The 5th Division swept in some 1,500 prisoners from them, as also the Eagle of the 22nd Line, which the Heavy Brigade had broken in their last effort, while 5 guns were taken by the 4th Dragoons. The French, flying blindly from the pursuit, were so scattered that some of them actually ran in headlong among 500 Urban's Portuguese horse on the backside of the plateau. "We were so far in their rear," writes that officer, "that a mass of their routed infantry, to our astonishment, since we did not know the cause, in the wildness of their panic and confusion, and throwing away their arms, actually ran against our horses, where many of them fell down exhausted and incapable of further movement." The same happened in the front of the 3rd Division, where, according to a narrator in the Connaught Rangers, hundreds of men frightfully disfigured, black with dust, worn out with fatigue, and covered with saber cuts and blood, threw themselves among us for safety. The 3rd Division had now, in its advance along the plateau, come in contact with the right flank of the 5th, and both of them fell into one line reaching across the whole breadth of the heights, while in front of them were recoiling the wrecks of Thomiers, Maucune, and Brenier. The 4 French regiments, which had not been caught in Le Marchant's charge, were still keeping together and making occasional attempts at a stand, but were always outflanked on their left by the 3rd Division and Arenchalt's and 500 Urban's horse. Curto's French light cavalry had rallied and picked up their 2nd Brigade, and were now doing their best to cover the southern flank of the retreating multitude. An officer of one of their regiments speaks in his memoirs of having charged with advantage against Red Dragoons. These must apparently have been scattered parties of Le Marchant's brigade, pursuing far and furiously, since no other red-coated cavalry was in this part of the field. Bakurdo's squadrons had mainly to do with Aranchalt and 500 Urban, both of whom report sharp fighting with French horse at this moment. The 3rd French Hussars charged the 1st Hussars KGL, while the latter were employed in gleaning prisoners from the routed infantry and were only driven off after a severe combat. The pursuit then continued until the disordered French masses were driven off the plateau and on to the wooded hills parallel with the greater Arapile, where Marmont had massed his army before his fatal move to the left. Meanwhile, the 4th Division and Pax Portuguese had fought, with much less fortunate results, against the French divisions of Clausel and Bonnet. There are good narratives of their advance from 3 officers who took part in it, all so full and clear that it is impossible to have any doubts about its details. One comes from the Assistant Quartermaster General of the 4th Division, Charles Vere. The second is from the captain commanding one of the 4 light companies of the Fusilier Brigade, Ludwig von Wachholz of the Brunswick-Holz Jägers. The third is the narrative of Pax aide-de-camp Charles Singe, who was with the front line of the Portuguese in their vigorous but unsuccessful attack on the greater Arapile. The 3 narratives have nothing contradictory in them.